Hello everyone. Today we're diving into part 2. But first, let's quickly recap the previous episode. Jiang An, a teenager with memories of his past life, attended the job transfer ceremony at Linen City's number 8 high school. As he watched his classmates gain their new professions, he harbored ambitious dreams of becoming a powerful summoner. However, due to an unusual phenomenon during his transfer, he was mistaken for an ordinary summoner and mocked by others. Jiang An remained unfazed, knowing he had acquired the unique Heart of God talent and a mysterious fiery red pet egg. Back at the Twin Hearts Orphanage, Jiang An set his sights on applying to the Shanghai Academy, the only place that concealed combat professions. Using the inheritance left by his parents, he purchased a hatching potion and successfully hatched a fox with divine blood lineage fiery, adorable creature named Flame Shadow. This fox not only looked charming but also possessed formidable skills, boosting Jiang An's confidence. In the beginner's dungeon, Jiang An, with Flame Shadow's extraordinary power, breezed through challenges and rapidly leveled up, easily defeating monsters. Not only did he take down creatures above his level, but he also set a record for the fastest dungeon clear, leaving everyone in shock. Wei Qing, the commander of Shanghai Pass, even ordered his record to be sealed until after the college entrance exams to protect him from the attention of Abyss followers. Jiang An's strength amazed everyone. He declined Sun Mei and Zhang Bingyang's invitations to form a team and ventured alone to the Bamboo Forest Mountains to level up. There, he encountered adventurers like Tangong, who invited him to join their group. Demonstrating Flame Shadow's strength, Jiang An effortlessly defeated a pack of demon wolves, earning their respect. However, an elite mutated demon wolf used a group berserk skill, drastically enhancing the wolf's combat power. Jiang An and Flame Shadow found themselves in a tough battle, but ultimately managed to repel the pack with Flame Shadow's golden tier skill. After the battle, their teammate Tang Mianmian was injured and lost her ability to fight. To save Tang Mianmian, Yin Tianhao decided to challenge Yu Kuan, a level 13 warrior, hoping to secure the help of a high-level healer. However, Yu Kuan turned out to be a cruel individual who not only refused Yin Tianhao's challenge, but also insulted Tang Mianmian. Witnessing this, Jiang An stepped in to help. He commanded Flame Shadow to engage Yu Kuan in a life-or-death duel. With its incredible strength and speed, Flame Shadow effortlessly defeated Yu Kuan, leaving everyone present utterly stunned. Jiang An's prowess earned him the admiration and trust of his teammates. He successfully treated Tang Mianmian and continued leveling up in the Bamboo Forest Mountains, with his ultimate goal being the Shanghai Academy. Jiang An knew that this was only the beginning of his adventure. His journey as a summoner would shine even brighter in the future. That's the recap for part 1. I hope you enjoyed it. Your likes and comments are my biggest motivation to keep creating. If you're new to this story and interested in catching up, you can find part 1 in the comments below or in the playlist. Now, let's dive into the story of part 2. Bai Jing playfully poked Jiang An's forehead with her finger and teased, "Humph, you smooth-talking little rascal. I wonder how many girls you fooled with that silver tongue of yours." After their playful banter, she straightened up and spoke seriously. "All right, enough joking around. Lately, my performance has been pretty good, and management is considering promoting me with a raise. Since you're here at Shanghai Academy, I thought I'd come and check on you." Her expression suddenly turned exaggerated as she added, "You wouldn't believe how competitive the marketplace here is. Everything is performance-based. Most students have their trusted trade representatives, and let me tell you, it hasn't been easy for your big sister lately." She picked up a foxtail fruit from the table and fed it to Yin Ying, her eyes filled with hope. "So, are you going to surprise me with some top-tier equipment and help me show up my colleagues?" Though she said it as a joke, there was a hint of seriousness in her tone. As the former chief auctioneer of the linen trading house, she had to start over again here. Her new colleagues were far more challenging to deal with, and being looked down upon was a frequent occurrence. She desperately needed a big transaction to prove herself. Jiang An's lips curved into a faint smile. "Top-tier equipment? I'm not sure if these count." With a wave of his hand, a pile of equipment appeared in front of Bai Jing. The most eye-catching pieces were a golden shield radiating a brilliant glow and the crimson flame blade. Bai Jing jumped to her feet, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement. She had only been joking earlier, but she hadn't expected Jiang An to bring such high-quality gear right after arriving. Examining the two golden items closely, she exclaimed with delight, "These definitely count. Both are top-notch among golden-grade items, with no wasted attributes. Especially this Crimson Flame blade. It's a level 20 golden-grade weapon for assassins, and the skills it comes with are insane. It's been ages since I've seen such a high-quality golden-grade assassin weapon. There'll definitely be a lot of buyers for this." Setting the equipment down, Bai Jing turned her gaze to Jiang An, her eyes playful as they swept over his face. Her fingers lightly traced across his chest as she teased, "SK, you just arrived and already brought such amazing gear to support your sister's business. Tell me, how should I thank you?" Jiang An grabbed her hand and pulled her toward him, causing Bai Jing to fall into his embrace. He leaned close to her ear and whispered, That's simple. How about devoting yourself to me? His warm breath made her cheeks flush red instantly. Bai Jing quickly stood up, trying to calm herself. Oh, you cheeky little rascal. Once again, am not a little rascal, Jiang An said with a mischievous smile. Humph. Bai Jing changed the subject. These pieces are amazing. Are you planning to sell them all? If so, I'll need to ask you. Hold on, we're not done yet, Jiang An interrupted. Not done? Bai Jing was stunned. These were already golden grade items. Could there be something even better? Of course. Jiang An waved his hand again, and a golden pet egg appeared in front of Bai Jing. Her heart skipped a beat. The value of this pet egg was likely even higher than the golden equipment. Staring at it in disbelief, she almost screamed. It's another boss-level pet egg, and it's from a golden dragon eel. It's said to have rare dragon blood and is incredibly powerful. This was a boss pet egg from a high-level dungeon, already a rarity in itself. The golden dragon eel's Wrath of the Dragon Eel skill could lock onto multiple targets for an area attack, essentially adding a mage ally to the team. Unlike the toxic rainbow spider king from before, this pet far surpassed it in both skill strength and growth potential. Moreover, its striking appearance made it a priceless treasure for summoners. Bai Jing stared at the pet egg for a long time, her opinion of Jiang An rising even higher. Such a high-level boss pet egg would have been instantly bound by anyone else, yet he was willing to part with it. You actually got another pet egg, and it's this strong. Are you really planning to sell it? Yes, Jiang An replied casually, feeding a foxtail fruit to Chancho. The golden dragon eel is strong, sure, but compared to Yin Ying, who can activate divine bloodlines and evolve continuously, it's still a bit lacking. Bai Jing let out a wry smile. You really are something. I wonder which lucky woman will end up with you in the future. She took a deep breath and said, all right, I suppose there's nothing else here to surprise me anymore, right? Nope, that's all. Then let me give you some advice. Since you're planning to sell these items, I suggest not taking cash. Instead, auction them within Shanghai Academy and trade for points. That will benefit you the most. Jiang An nodded in agreement. Just like skill scrolls, before entering Shanghai Academy, he could only purchase them through the Huaxia trading house. But the stronger the skill scroll, the harder it was to find in the market. They could only be exchanged for points within academies or through demon merit points earned on the battlefield. However, I do have some concerns, Jiang An said, frowning slightly as he looked at Bai Jing. If we choose to auction it using the point system, won't there be too few participants? While Shanghai Academy has many students, not everyone there needs a pet egg. Bai Jing's lips curled into a faint smile. That's simple. The point system isn't exclusive to Shanghai Academy. It's used in other academies too, and it's universal in auctions. As you might know, while converting money into points is strictly limited, exchanging military merits for points has no such restrictions. As for those who have neither points nor military merits, chances are, they can't afford this pet egg anyway. I see, Jiang An said, suddenly understanding. Then I'll leave these matters in your hands. By the way, I also want to buy a few skill scrolls. We're only taking pre-orders at the moment, and items are shipped in the order they are reserved. It'll take about 1 to 2 months, Bai Jing replied. What about trading with points? Jiang An asked. After a quick check, Bai Jing said, if you're using points, we have stock available now. General skill scrolls are 3 points each, while specific skills need to be checked individually. All right, I'll take 10, Jiang An said, feeling a surge of joy. It seemed his points were more valuable than he'd thought. Bai Jing efficiently completed the transaction, and Jiang An's points balance dropped to 2802. Seeing the number, a flicker of surprise flashed through Bai Jing's eyes. Such a high amount of points was extremely rare at Shanghai Academy. Even senior students might not have accumulated that much, except for the top-tier students preparing to enter secret realms who earn points through military merits on the battlefield. The auction will begin simultaneously at the trading branches of all major academies in a week. You won't need to worry about promotion, Bai Jing said, handing over the skill scrolls to Jiang An. A week later, Jiang An frowned. Didn't the last one get organized by the next day? This is different, Bai Jing explained. Last time, there was already an ongoing auction, so we could join it directly. This time, we need to organize everything from scratch, ensuring that capable buyers have the chance to participate. Jiang An nodded in agreement, and then purchased 2 incubation potions and 10 portions of premium pet food. Back at the villa, Jiang An chose to sit in the moonlit courtyard. Upon seeing the premium pet food, Yin Ying and Chanxiu immediately became excited. Yin Ying claimed 3 portions for itself, leaving the rest for Chanxiu. Just then, Jiang An's phone rang. It was Wei Qing calling. You're saying you've already reached level 20? Wei Qing's voice was filled with disbelief. On the other end of the line, there was the sound of something breaking, followed by a brief silence. How did you manage that? Wei Qing finally asked. Yesterday, you just leveled up from 17 to 19. The amount of experience required for such a leap is astronomical. When Jiang An explained that he had solo cleared the nightmare level vanished fishing village dungeon using a cooling amulet provided by a friend, Wei Qing was even more incredulous. You've already claimed the 50 points reward? Wei Qing's voice carried a hint of distress. Before long, the conversation shifted to trial missions. Wei Qing began explaining the details of the Land of the Slumbering Dead dungeon. It was located near the battlefield at Shanhai Pass and was as challenging as the high-level dungeons within the academy. The most troublesome aspect was that the dungeon required participants to be between levels 20 and 28, an 8-level range. For someone who had just reached level 20, it was particularly daunting, especially since it required solo completion. Wei Qing on the other end of the phone was deeply troubled. For most people, the more challenging the trial missions, the more significant the attribute boost upon completion. A 10 to 20 increase was already considered impressive. However, students at the Shanghai Academy often faced a unique dilemma because many of them possessed hidden combat professions. The trial missions assigned to them were often excessively demanding. While completing these missions could yield substantial attribute bonuses, the extreme difficulty meant they either took a long time to finish or couldn't complete them at all. What made things worse was that if a trial mission remained incomplete, even if their experience points reached 100 at level 20, their level would be permanently stuck. At this moment, Wei Qing felt that Jiang An's trial mission was precisely in such a predicament. Seeing such a promising talent potentially hindered by the trial mission, Wei Qing was frowning with concern when a sudden notification on his phone made his eyes light up. Since you've already reached level 20, you can now contract a third summoned beast. Coincidentally, I just got word that a very suitable summoned beast for you is about to go on sale. Wei Qing's tone suddenly became excited. With it, along with your greedy ball and flame shadow, the pressure to clear the mission should be much less. What kind of summoned beast? Jiang An was slightly taken aback. He thought to himself, if there really was a beast stronger and more capable of divine bloodlines than the elite-tier tricolored deer, perhaps he didn't need to insist on acquiring the tricolored deer. You've actually seen it before, Wei Qing said with a hint of pride. You owe it for leveling up so quickly. That's right, it's the missing boss from the vanished fishing village dungeon, the Golden Dragon Loach. Hearing this, Jiang An couldn't help but chuckle. Wasn't this Golden Dragon Loach the very one he was planning to sell? While it did possess powerful locking abilities and area effect damage, it lacked divine bloodlines, and its future potential was ultimately limited. Wei Qing continued enthusiastically on the phone. I heard it's being auctioned off for points within the academy. Hey, race an idea, have Bai Gu help you bid for it. Use his influence to negotiate a lower price, and lend him the lava amulet in return. That way, it's a win-win. Wait, Jiang An quickly interrupted him. That Golden Dragon Loach pet egg. It's actually the one I looted. There was a 3-second silence on the other end before Wei Qing's shocked voice came through. What? You looted it? The drop rate for pet eggs from high-tier dungeon bosses is insanely low. Your luck is off the charts. Wei Qing quickly recovered. Contact the Huaxia exchange immediately and cancel the auction. A pet egg from a high-tier dungeon boss like this shouldn't be sold off. No need, Jiang An replied with a smile. I've got an even better pet egg in my hands. Even better? Wei Qing was stunned. Better than a high-tier dungeon boss? Is it the tricolored deer? He racked his brain, trying to recall all the dungeon bosses, but he had never heard of a boss called the tricolored deer. After Jiang An explained that the tricolored deer was an elite-tier pet and shared how he obtained it, Wei Qing seemed thoughtful. I think I've heard of the tricolored deer somewhere, right? Seems to lean more towards support-type skills. Hearing this, Jiang An was immediately relieved. Both his Flame Shadow and Greedy Ball were attack-focused, so if he could pair them with a divine-level support pet, his combat power would undoubtedly reach new heights. Although the tricolored deer does indeed suit your current summoning beast lineup better, it's still only at the elite level, Wei Qing said slowly. Its attributes are definitely inferior to the Golden Dragon Loach. Moreover, you're facing the level 20 trial task. The Golden Dragon Loach can assist you significantly once it reaches level 15, while the tricolored deer requires a long growth period, and its potential ceiling isn't as high as the Golden Dragon Loach. Are you sure about this? Yes, I've made up my mind. My next summoned beast will be the tricolored deer, Jiang An replied firmly. All right, I trust you and respect your choice, Wei Qing said in a deep voice. Regarding the trial dungeon, I'll make the arrangements. You'll be sent there within a day. After hanging up the phone, Wei Qing leaned back in his chair, his gaze drifting toward the distant Shanhai Pass, shrouded in the darkness of the night. The towering ancient city stood like a dormant beast, as if ready to devour anyone who dared to approach. Not even the Golden Dragon Loach, he murmured to himself. This kid sure is full of surprises. If he's so determined to choose the tricolour deer, then that deer must be extraordinary. After all, even the fire fox managed to defy expectations. The tricolour deer should at least surpass the fire fox. Get stronger quickly. We don't have much time left. Meanwhile, at the villa, Jiang An sat cross-legged on the grass. Yin Ying and Chanxiu curiously observed the blue and white tricolored deer egg in front of them. Leaf-like patterns were faintly visible on the eggshell. Chanxiu lay on the ground, sniffing at the egg incessantly, occasionally letting out the sound of gulping saliva. Jiang An gently pushed Chanxiu aside and decided to begin the hatching process immediately. The reason was simple. The trial's reward included bloodline purification for all summoned beasts. To avoid wasting this reward, he needed to form a contract with his third summoned beast before completing the trial. He took out a hatching potion and dripped it onto the eggshell. The liquid was quickly absorbed. Then, he cast the hatching spell, and a pure white glow radiated from his palm, enveloping the entire egg. However, when the light faded, the egg only wobbled slightly before becoming still again. The first hatching attempt had failed. Without hesitation, Jiang An used a second vial of hatching potion. This time, cracks like a spider's web appeared on the eggshell, but once again, the process halted with no further reaction. Now only one attempt remained. If this last attempt failed, the egg would shatter completely. Jiang An took a deep breath, placing his palm on the egg. Yan Ying and Chan Xiu edged closer, their expressions tense with anticipation. Come on, let me see what you look like. The light from the third hatching spell was extraordinarily dazzling. Amid Jiang An's pounding heartbeat, the sound of cracking filled the air as a small antler finally pierced through the shell. When the creature fully emerged, Jiang An was stunned. It was a breathtakingly beautiful fawn. Two small, delicate antlers atop its head, a blue and white body adorned with green, leaf-like patterns. Most striking of all was its face, remarkably human-like, with chubby, bun-like cheeks and deep, ocean blue eyes that sparkled with pure innocence and charm. Yan Ying and Chan Xiu were equally astonished to discover that this newborn creature possessed divine bloodline power even greater than their own. As the notification for the soul contract appeared, Jiang An quickly checked the status panel. A series of astonishing attributes and skills filled his vision. Divine tricolor deer, with a 30 purity level, and powerful abilities such as deer spirit and essence of the waters. Jiang An couldn't help but take a sharp breath when he saw the panel attributes and skills of the little creature. Its bloodline seemed purer than that of Yan Ying and the others right from the start, and its skills were of diamond grade, a top-tier support without a doubt. No wonder its hatching was so difficult. Without the help of his innate talent, the heart of God, he might not have succeeded in hatching it. As Jiang An pondered, the little fawn had already eaten all the eggshells on the ground. It then looked at Jiang An with a pitiful expression and let out a faint hungry. Perhaps because it had just been born, its voice was still a bit unclear. The fawn trotted to Jiang An's side, its tiny antlers gently rubbing against his leg. Yan Ying and Tan Xiu both cast complex gazes in its direction, filled with envy and anticipation. The fawn, possessing 30 divine bloodline, could already exhibit partial human traits and even speak like a person. If Yan Ying and Tan Xiu reached a 30 purity level, wouldn't they be capable of the same? Watching the adorable little fawn calling out hungry in front of him, Jiang An couldn't resist pinching its chubby cheeks. At that moment, the fawn opened its round, cherry-like mouth and exclaimed, "Papa, Daddy, hungry." Jiang An's expression froze instantly. He thought to himself that such a title might cause misunderstanding. Sumyon might think he was a ghost parent. "Just call me Master," he said. The fawn blinked its big, innocent eyes and nodded cluelessly, then called out, "Master, hungry. All right, we'll buy you some premium pet food right away." As soon as he said this, Jiang An could feel the gazes of Tan Xiu and Yining on him. "You two will get some as well," he quickly added. The fawn cheered excitedly, "Yay, Master is the best. Yining loves Master the most. Tan Xiu, let's snuggle Master." Even though it was late at night, the online ordering system of Huaxia Trading Post ensured delivery within 10 minutes. Jiang An bought 5 portions of premium pet food in total, 3 for the fawn and 1 each for Tan Xiu and Yining. The 3 little creatures immediately began feasting. Despite its constant cries of hunger, the fawn could barely finish 1 portion, leaving more than half uneaten. Thankfully, Tan Xiu maintained its usual form and cleaned up everything. After eating and drinking their fill, the fawn leaned against Jiang An's leg, gently rubbing against it to express its joy. "What should I name you? How about Bai Lu?" No, you have other colors on your body." Jiang An pondered for a moment, and suddenly a character name from a game he had played in his previous life came to mind. "We'll call you Xiao Yao." The fawn tilted its head, thought for a moment, and then nodded adorably. "I have a name now. I'm Xiao Yao." It then hopped over to Yan Ying and quickly became friends with both Yan Ying and Tan Xiu. Jiang An walked to the side and took out a skill scroll, preparing to use it. Before reaching level 20, he had already mastered all the general summoner skills. The ones he hadn't yet learned were either hidden summoner class skills or extremely rare ones. Such rare skills could either be acquired by luck from defeating bosses or by purchasing skill scrolls crafted by other summoners. Considering the cost of raising his 4-legged, gold-consuming beasts, Jiang An had bought 10 skill scrolls in one go. With this many, he figured he'd at least get a few new skills. As he contemplated, flames rose from the scroll, and a pleasant notification rang in Jiang An's ears. A blinding white light suddenly burst forth, followed by a stronger, dazzling glow accompanied by a powerful heartbeat. The white light was replaced by an even brighter radiance. Congratulations! You've learned a new skill, vision projection. Non-upgradable, diamond grade skill. Upon activation, you can access the visual perception of a designated summoned beast, gaining its sensory perspective and issuing commands. You can activate up to 3 summoned beast perspectives simultaneously, with mental energy consumption dependent on distance and number. Vision projection? Seems like my luck's pretty good, Jiang An murmured. This skill had a wide range of applications. Normally, summoned beasts like Yin and couldn't stray too far from their summoners, with a maximum range of around 500 meters. Beyond that, their mental connection would sever. Every year, countless novice summoners lost their summoned beasts due to poor control, sometimes resulting in the creatures going berserk or escaping when the connection broke. Although Yin Ying and the others were 100 loyal to Jiang An, it still meant they couldn't leave his side beyond the 500-meter limit. With this skill, Jiang An could extend that range by consuming mental energy. This wasn't an unfamiliar skill to Jiang An. Back when he first arrived at the Shanghai Academy, he had seen other instructors using their golden eagles for surveillance and protection. However, such cross-instance vision projections consumed an absurd amount of mental energy. Given his current strength, Jiang An doubted he could sustain it for more than a few seconds. Vision projection. Jiang An immediately activated the skill, targeting Tan Xiao, who was playing nearby. A white beam of light, visible only to Jiang An, connected to Tan Xiao. Instantly, Jiang An experienced a peculiar sensation, as if his field of view had split in two. One showing the 3 little creatures playing, and the other providing a close-up view of Yin Ying, Xiao Yao, and himself standing in the distance. Not just visual perception could also feel Tan Xiao's touch, hearing, and even smell. For most people, the vision projection skill was typically silver grade, allowing only visual and auditory perception, akin to watching a movie on a screen. It didn't include the summoned beast's emotions, touch, or other senses. This was a testament to the unmatched quality of a diamond-grade skill. Jiang An raised an eyebrow. He could even sense that Tan Xiao, despite having just devoured several portions of premium pet food, was already thinking about eating again. Tan Xiao lay on the ground, pretending to play and roll around, but it was actually inching closer to Yin Ying's unfinished food. Suddenly, it froze, nervously glancing in Jiang An's direction as if sensing something was off. When it saw Jiang An not reacting, it relaxed and greedily eyed Yin Ying's premium pet food. Rolling over on the grass, it conveniently landed right next to the food. Seeing that no one was paying attention to it, Chanchio quietly extended its chubby little paw, greedily reaching for the pet food. Hey, you little glutton! Jiang An's voice suddenly rang in Chanchio's mind. The unexpected scolding made Chanchio shudder. It slowly turned its head to meet Jiang An's half-smiling gaze. Its small, shiny black eyes darted around quickly, and it immediately began to flatter him. Wow, master, you're amazing. So wise and mighty. Nothing escapes your notice. Humph, eating so much and still wanting more, calling you Chanchio really suits you perfectly, Jiang An's voice echoed directly in Chanchio's mind. It was then that Chanchio realized Jiang An wasn't speaking out loud as usual, as neither Yining nor Xiao Yao showed any reaction. Wow, master is incredible. You've actually entered Chankia's body. Chanchio thought, the idea instantly captured by Jiang An through his vision projection skill. Don't exaggerate. I only entered your mind, Jiang An corrected. Chanchio didn't care about such details. While continuing to shower Jiang An with compliments, its eyes remained fixed on the pet food. Seeing that Jiang An wasn't stopping it, Chanchio quickly moved the remaining high-grade pet food in front of itself and began eating cautiously, afraid of being noticed by Yining. In reality, Jiang An didn't even need the vision projection to know that Yining had already noticed, but chose not to expose it. Jiang An then tested this skill on Yin Ying and Xiao Yao as well. He discovered that it was far more powerful than the usual soul connection between a summoner and their summoned beasts, which could only transmit emotions and simple messages. With vision projection, he could not only clearly perceive their sensations but, to some extent, even merge with them. What was even more exciting was that this skill broke through the original 500-meter range limitation. Yin Ying transformed into a streak of red lightning, dashing through the academy grounds and covering 2,000 meters in just a minute. Through vision projection, Jiang An felt as though he had become Yin Ying, experiencing the sensation of wind brushing against fur and the adrenaline-pumping thrill of speed, which left him exhilarated. Although increasing the distance consumed mental energy, the rate was manageable. Even while controlling 3 summoned beasts simultaneously in separate locations, Jiang An could sustain it for 1 to 2 hours of combat. After completing the tests, Jiang An started trying out the remaining skill scrolls. However, several in a row turned out to be duplicates of Shadow Twin, a common drawback of generic skill scrolls. This explained why specific skill scrolls were so expensive. When Jiang An picked up the final skill scroll, he had already braced himself for disappointment. Yet this time, a black light expanded before his eyes, eventually blooming into a dazzling brilliance. The system notification chimed. Congratulations! You've learned a new skill, Elemental Sacrifice. The effects of this diamond tier skill thrilled Jiang An. It not only allowed elemental creatures within a magic array to be sacrificed, but also reduced the enemy's elemental defense by 30 while applying additional special effects based on the element type. This version was far more powerful than the ones mastered by other summoners. For Jiang An, this was an unexpected bonus. At this stage, elemental spirits weren't particularly impactful, but using them for sacrifice could unleash greater potential. It could impose debuffs on enemies while providing buffs for allies. Jiang An's excitement was contagious, spreading to his summoned beasts. Chanchio, in particular, rolled around joyfully in the grass, completely disregarding the aesthetics of the garden landscape. The next morning, Jiang An eagerly arrived at the vanished fishing village dungeon. Seeing the cooldown timer displayed on the dungeon interface, a flash of light appeared in his hand, and a cooldown amulet materialized. Using the amulet to reset the cooldown, he immediately chose to enter the nightmare-level dungeon. As soon as he entered, Jiang An wasted no time in summoning Xiao Yao from the summoning beast space. This adorable little creature had already caused quite a stir in the neighborhood earlier that morning. Jiang An had simply gone out to buy breakfast, with Xiao Yao obediently following behind. However, her presence nearly attracted the attention of the entire community, forcing Jiang An to return her to the summoning space. Alright, let's get ready to level up, Jiang An said. Xiao Yao nodded softly and twitched her ears. In an instant, a shimmering blue shield enveloped Jiang An and Yin Ying Tanxiu. Though the shield's strength was still weak, the reduction in skill energy consumption and the increase in damage output were immediately noticeable. Next, Xiao Yao tilted her head back and let out a soft cry. 3 small wooden spirits, resembling miniature ginseng roots, appeared beside the trio, and Jiang An instantly felt his defensive abilities improve. Not far away, Yuxia monsters quietly respawned, accompanied by Xiao Yao's bell-like laughter. A radiant white orb shot from her forehead, striking the monster just as it was about to throw its steel trident. The words, stunned, appeared clearly above the monster's head. By the time the stun effect wore off, Yin Ying's fiery figure had already streaked past, and demonic flames erupted, finishing off the creatures. Jiang An looked at Xiao Yao with satisfaction. Despite being only level 1, this little one's skills were incredibly powerful. Her abilities to enhance and control were enough to sway the tide of battle. Yin Ying let out an approving fox cry, and Xiao Yao happily spun in circles on the ground. 7 golden lights shimmered around her as her level skyrocketed from level 1 to level 8. Feeling her newfound strength, Xiao Yao grew even more excited, gently rubbing her antlers against Jiang An's pant leg. Jiang An opened the interface to check her status. Xiao Yao. Species, Divine Tricolored Deer Purity, 30. Gender, female. Level, 8. Strength, 1. Spirit, 650. Agility, 700. Constitution, 700. Innate skill, Spirit of the Deer. Combat skills, Essence of Water LV1 Diamond Tier. Wooden Spirits Shield LV1 Platinum Tier. Radiant Flash Orb LV1 Platinum Tier. With Xiao Yao as a powerful ally, their dungeon clearing speed improved dramatically. It only took an hour and 30 minutes to clear the dungeon again. Although the vision projection skill wasn't the most powerful, its range extension from 500 meters to 2,000 meters significantly increased efficiency. Jiang An didn't even have a chance to test his new skill before Xiao Yao had already reached level 12 and unlocked a new support skill, Blessing Beam. After leaving the dungeon, Jiang An noticed a message from Wei Qing, sent half an hour earlier. It mentioned that the arrangements for the dungeon had been finalized and included the license plate number of the transport vehicle. Before long, Jiang An spotted a black military pickup truck nearby. Before he reached the vehicle, he heard a familiar female voice from inside. Who are we waiting for? Who's so important that we have to wait? A male voice quickly chimed in to calm her down. Let's wait a bit longer. Anyone going to this dungeon is probably no ordinary person. Besides, it's in Shanghai Pass. We'll need to watch each other's backs anyway. Inside the vehicle, Sun Yu, who had previously clashed with Jiang An, sat with a frosty expression. She grumbled. Can't even be punctual. Besides, there are only 5 of us from our cohort qualified to enter this dungeon. Could it be someone from the previous cohort? That would be pathetic. Alright, enough complaining, said a burly man clad in heavy armor. From what I've heard, the only reason we're getting this opportunity is because of that person. We're just tagging along for the ride. Haven't you noticed that it took over half a month for our applications to get approved? The soldier in the driver's seat maintained a serious demeanor and upright posture. However, when he spotted Jiang An in the rearview mirror, he immediately got out of the car and greeted him warmly. You must be Jiang An. I'm Xiongzhangbin. Lord Wei Qing specifically assigned me to take you to Shanghai Pass. Please, hop in. The others in the car turned to look out the window. When Sun Yu saw that it was Jiang An, her pupils slightly contracted. It's him? What's he doing here? Isn't he only level 19? Huh, you. Isn't that Jiang An? Didn't you meet him just yesterday? Sun Yu's expression darkened slightly. It's him. I don't know why he's here. As far as I remember, he was only level 19 yesterday. Xiong Zhengbin opened the car door, a hint of apology on his face as he addressed Jiang An. Originally, Lord Wei Qing only intended to pick you up. However, we received word from Lady Bai Gu, asking us to bring a few others along as well. After speaking, he shifted further inside to make space for the others. With a displeased expression, Sun Yu moved toward the back of the car, muttering under her breath, always flaunting his connection to Wei Qing, demanding such grand treatment. So overbearing, even making us give up our seats. Her words had barely left her mouth when Xiong Zhengbin's face turned cold, radiating a suffocating aura of iron-blooded authority. I suggest you watch your words. Lord Wei Qing's name is not something you can disparage so casually. This trip was arranged for Jiang An. You all are merely tagging along. If you're dissatisfied, you're welcome to leave and find another way to enter Shanhaiguan. Sun Yu's face turned pale instantly. A burly man nearby quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Just joking around, just joking. We'll make room. Jiang An, right? I'm Tangbo, a senior from the year above you. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, senior. Jiang An replied with a polite smile. Only then did Xiong Zhengbin's expression soften. Once Jiang An was seated, Xiong Zhengbin returned to the driver's seat. As the vehicle began to move, Tangbo tried to ease the tension, asking, Jiang An, which dungeon are you heading to? If I remember correctly, there aren't any dungeons near Shanhaiguan suitable for your level. I'm heading to the Land of the Sleeping Dead dungeon, Jiang An replied calmly. Biffed, a stifled laugh escaped from Sun Yu in the back seat. But under Xiong Zhengbin's icy glare through the rearview mirror, she immediately fell silent, afraid of being thrown out of the car on the spot. Tangbo looked puzzled. Isn't it a bit too early for you to attempt that dungeon? Not at all, Jiang An said earnestly. I'm already level 20, so I can enter that dungeon. Level 20? Tangbo's eyes widened, astonished by Jiang An's rapid leveling speed and equally impressed by his boldness. Their 5-person team was considered one of the fastest leveling groups this year, with everyone now at level 28. Even so, this was their first attempt at the Land of the Sleeping Dead. The dungeon's reputation was fearsome. An entire team of level 25 students had once entered and been wiped out. After a brief hesitation, Tangbo asked, Jiang An, do you have some compelling reason to go? The Land of the Sleeping Dead isn't exactly a great place for leveling up. Seeing Tangbo's sincere concern, Jiang An smiled. I have no choice. It's my level 20 trial mission. What? Tangbo's pupils contracted. Your level 20 trial mission is to solo the normal mode of the Land of the Sleeping Dead? Hearing this, even Sun Yu's expression softened. Being tasked with soloing such a dungeon at level 20 was practically a death sentence. The others' gazes began to carry a hint of pity, as if they were witnessing the downfall of a prodigy. Only the soldier remained expressionless, focused on driving. Jiang An scratched his nose awkwardly. Well, it's not exactly the normal mode of the Land of the Sleeping Dead. Tangbo let out a sigh of relief and laughed. Haha, I knew it. There's no way anyone's trial mission would require soloing the normal mode of that dungeon. That would be completely impossible. It's the nightmare mode, Jiang An said calmly. The car fell into a stunned silence. Tangbo's eyes widened, and he looked as if he had been rendered speechless, like a duck with its throat caught. Your trial mission is to solo the nightmare mode of the Land of the Sleeping Dead? Sun Yu blurted out in disbelief. Yeah. Have you considered giving up? Tangbo finally managed to find his voice. Giving up? Why? Jiang An asked, genuinely puzzled. Well, to stay alive, of course. Tangbo exclaimed, unable to suppress his concern. Life is short. There's no need to risk it all for a trial mission that's practically a death sentence. If it were the normal mode, Jiang An might have had a slim chance of survival. But nightmare mode? No one had ever cleared the nightmare mode of this dungeon. Even the harder mode had only been completed by a handful of teams, and the survivors from those runs had gone on to become legendary figures, such as Bai Ge. Looking at the young junior before him, Tangbo couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Heaven truly envies the talented. Jiang An shook his head with a smile. A mission destined for death? Not necessarily. Besides, if one doesn't even dare to try, why come to Shanghai Academy in the first place? Jiang An didn't consider this a certain death mission, at least not for him. Seeing Jiang An's calm demeanor, Tangbo gave him a thumbs up and exclaimed, good lad. Just for that statement alone, I, Tangbo, admire you. You've got yourself a friend. As they chatted, the vehicle sped toward Shanghai Pass. Through the car window, both Jiang An and Yin Ing couldn't help but be awestruck. They had initially thought that the gates of Shanghai Academy were made from leftover materials from Shanghai Pass and would look similar. But as they got closer, they realized there was no comparison. The towering, thick walls exuded an oppressive aura, stained with bloodsome red, some the dark black unique to the Demon Legion. Over time, the blood seemed to have fused into the walls. Jiang An murmured to himself, truly magnificent. He was momentarily lost in thought, wondering if his parents' blood might be among those stains. Following Jiang An's gaze, Tang Bo looked at the walls, his expression filled with reverence. Indeed, it's all thanks to those fearless predecessors that we can live safely within Shanhai Pass. Without them, humanity would have long become slaves to the Demon Legion. Suddenly, he remembered something and asked, Jiang An, I vaguely recall that you're from the Shuangxin orphanage? At the mention of Shuangxin orphanage, the others froze, their gazes instinctively turning to Jiang An. Everyone in the Huaxia Empire knew about the Shuangxin orphanage, was where the children of fallen soldiers were raised. Yeah, Jiang An replied softly. Sun Yu's initial disdain was replaced by a hint of guilt in his expression. As the vehicle slowly approached the checkpoint, a group of heavily armed guards wielding silver-grade weapons immediately surrounded it, their eyes wary. As the most critical stronghold of the human race, Shanhai Pass was heavily guarded. No one could enter or leave without proper documentation and a valid reason, and under no circumstances were heretics allowed entry. After presenting their credentials, the inspection team carefully examined Jiang An and the others, ensuring there were no traces of heresy on them. Only then did the guards' expressions relax slightly. Be careful on your way. That area is a bit far from our station forces, so watch out for the Demon Legion vanguard, one of the guards advised before signaling for them to proceed. The vehicle continued forward. More checkpoints followed. After passing through 7 or 8 inspections, Jiang An and his group finally entered the inner region of Shanhai Pass. Contrary to Jiang An's expectations of a bustling military camp, the area was barren, with no grass in sight, only reddish-brown stones under the harsh sunlight, making the air appear distorted. The driver suddenly spoke to Jiang An. We're almost there. This area is under Lord Wei Qing's command. His forces are likely at the front lines, so this is considered relatively safe. However, the dungeon for the Land of the Fallen isn't located within the military camp, so stay vigilant. The Demon Legion often sends scouts to probe the area. Hearing this, everyone in the vehicle grew tense. Before long, they saw a massive military camp with thousands of soldiers seemingly engaged in combat training. Each individual exuded an overwhelming presence. The strongest among them were at least at the second transformation above level 100, while the weakest were at least at the first transformation. Generally, reaching level 50 was required for the first transformation and level 100 for the second. Each transformation offered a chance for a career advancement. For instance, as a summoner, Jiang An could potentially advance to a higher-tier summoning class during his first transformation at level 50 if he was fortunate. Jiang An was astonished. Are all the soldiers here this strong? The driver's face showed admiration and respect. Of course not. These are Lord Wei Qing's troops, the Blade Unit. They undertake the most perilous missions, so their strength must match the challenges they face. Every single one of them was personally selected by Lord Wei Qing. Being part of this unit is a tremendous honor. The group in the vehicle looked outside with newfound determination and a desire to prove themselves. It was then that Jiang An truly understood that even among generals, there was a significant gap between someone like Wei Qing and others like Bai Ge. Wei Qing's Blade Unit often operated in the most dangerous parts of the battlefield, carrying out assassination missions. At critical moments, Wei Qing could even command troops under other generals. The driver glanced at Jiang An and said expectantly, I hope to see the day when you join the Blade Unit. Jiang An clenched his fists and nodded. Tang Bo and the others looked at Jiang An with complicated expressions. Given Jiang An's performance so far, it was almost certain he'd join the Blade Unit and become one of its sharpest weapons. Yet, the level 20 trial mission they were about to undertake felt like a cruel joke from fate. All right, I'm speeding up. Hold on tight. After passing the camp, the vehicle suddenly accelerated, roaring as a cloud of dust rose behind it. An hour later, the vehicle came to a steady stop. The surroundings were eerily quiet, with even the outline of Shanhai Pass barely visible in the distance. It was clear they had traveled quite far from the pass. Jiang An was the first to step out of the car. Yanning immediately sniffed the air, her nose twitching. Master, I smell something unusual. It's like sulfur, mixed with a faint metallic scent of blood. Sulfur and blood? Jiang An's heart stirred. This was a distinct characteristic of demons. He turned to the military driver and asked, was there a battle nearby recently? The driver paused, thought for a moment, and nodded. Yes, about half a month ago. A group of Demon Legion scouts tried to sneak in. They were completely wiped out a few hundred meters from here. As he spoke, the driver looked at Jiang An with a hint of surprise. It was rare for a newcomer to Shanhai Pass to notice such subtle details. Jiang An nodded and then looked ahead. In the midst of a field of unknown wild grass, a red dungeon vortex stood out prominently, drawing everyone's attention. After Tang Bo and his group got out of the vehicle, they didn't rush to enter the instance. He looked at Jiang An, hesitated for a moment, and then solemnly reminded him, I hope you can complete the trial mission but don't push yourself too hard. Even if you fail, choosing to withdraw might still leave you with a slim chance of survival. The others bid farewell to Jiang An one after another. Sun Yu deliberately slowed her steps as she passed him and softly said, "Take care." Although their interactions had been minimal, at this moment, everyone offered their heartfelt blessings. Watching Tang Bo and the others disappear into the swirling vortex of the instants, Jiang An stepped forward. Behind him, a soldier silently saluted. This salute was not for Jiang An, but for his parents, who had already passed away. "I'll be here waiting for you to come out. I believe you won't let Lord Wei Qing down. I will clear the instants and come out alive." Jiang An reached out and touched the vortex of the instants. It was only then, when the difficulty selection interface appeared, that he noticed an option beyond nightmare level hell level. The black skull icon radiated an unsettling aura. After some thought, Jiang An chose nightmare level. Considering the massive gap in levels and difficulty of the instance, he decided to clear the nightmare level first to obtain the trial rewards, then use a cooldown amulet to reset and challenge the hell level. A flash of light enveloped him, and the surroundings changed abruptly. The bright daylight instantly dimmed, and the air became thick with a nauseating stench of decay. The foul odor was not only sickening but also directly affected their physical condition. Even Yanning appeared visibly uncomfortable. Chan Xiu reacted swiftly, immediately unleashing Fearless Battle Roar to dispel the abnormal effects. Jiang An checked his status panel and discovered a golden tier negative status called Undead Corruption. Every 10 minutes, a stack would be added, with each stack reducing attack and movement speed by 20 while continuously depleting health. The most terrifying aspect was that reaching 10 stacks would result in instant death. Fortunately, Xiao Yao appeared just in time and used her Waters of Purification skill to cleanse the negative effects for everyone. Learning that this skill could be used every 3 minutes, Jiang An breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but give the adorable Xiao Yao a grateful kiss. Suddenly, Jiang An sensed a hint of jealousy emanating from Yin Ying. She quickly turned her head away, and the flames on her tail flared up dramatically, illuminating the dark surroundings. Under the light of the flames, Jiang An could clearly see the eerie battlefield ruins around him. Scattered mounds of graves with broken weapons stuck into them, blood-red soil strewn with charred demon limbs. What was even more horrifying was that these severed limbs began to wriggle and rapidly piece themselves together into 3 grotesque creatures, resembling the twisted creations of some deranged artist. At the same time, numerous skeletal undead crawled out from the surrounding grave mounds, their hollow eye sockets glowing with an eerie green light. The attribute panel revealed that these slumbering undead had a staggering 1,000 points of constitution and multiple silver tier skills. Their sole purpose was to hunt down any living beings that dared to approach this place. As the horde of monsters closed in, Yin Ying was the first to strike, unleashing a blazing flame storm. Chan Xiu roared and swung his massive bear claws, while Xiao Yao continuously cast blessing rays with spirit guardians and radiant orbs. The battle had begun. The moment the slumbering undead monsters sensed the threat, they simultaneously activated their bone shield of the dead. Skeletal structures materialized out of thin air, swiftly forming a protective barrier around them, immediately adding 50 shield value to their health bars. What should have been a formidable defensive skill was rendered nearly useless under the relentless assault of Xiao Yao's Radiant Flash Sphere and Yin Ying's Black Flame Storm. The Radiant Flash Sphere struck first, ricocheting among the undead and causing a 1-second stun. Following closely, the black flames swept through, rapidly depleting their shield values. When the flames dissipated, every undead creature was left with just a sliver of health remaining. Yanning appeared slightly dissatisfied with the inability to deliver a single decisive blow, but Chan Xiu's Chain Lightning Palm provided the perfect finishing move, clearing out the weakened monsters in their entirety. The system notification chimed in promptly, repeatedly announcing the bonus experience gained for defeating level 25 slumbering undead above their own level 88 points of additional experience, to be exact. With the influx of experience points, golden light once again enveloped Xiao Yao as her level increased to 13. After the battle, Jiang An noticed a special item among the Luta Necro Crystal. This round, grayish-white orb radiated a faint aura as it shimmered in his hand. The system identified it as a mysterious item imbued with the power of the undead. Such an item had never been mentioned in either standard or hard difficulty guides, suggesting it might be a unique drop exclusive to Nightmare difficulty. From this battle, Jiang An gained a clearer understanding of the slumbering undead's capabilities. They were undoubtedly powerful, but still fell short against Yin Ying's team. With that in mind, improving efficiency in farming these monsters became the next priority. Checking his experience gauge, Jiang An saw that he had reached 20.13 of level 20. While he couldn't exceed level 21 before completing the trial, all accumulated experience would be retained. An idea struck him as he recalled the monster's distinctive trait. Any living being approaching them would awaken them. This trait could be exploited using the newly acquired vision projection skill. These slow-moving undead were practically designed as perfect targets for pulling aggro. Even Xiaoyao, at level 13, could easily outrun them. Xiaoyao's current stats were indeed impressive. As a divine creature, the tricolor deer, with 30 purity, she boasted 900 points in spirit, 950 in agility and constitution, along with a series of powerful skills. She was nearly flawless. Jiang An activated vision projection, linking it to Xiaoyao, Yin Ying, and Chanqiu. The three companions immediately understood his intent and split up to carry out the plan. Wherever they went, undead buried in mounds of earth awoke one after another, chasing after them. Meanwhile, Jiang An summoned 5 elemental spirits around him to stand guard against potential surprises. To Jiang An's delight, Xiaoyao excelled during her first attempt at pulling aggro. She showed no fear, only excitement. The undead seemed to be playing a game of tag, forever unable to catch up to the nimble Xiaoyao. Now, the three companions had lured the undead over a distance of nearly 2 kilometers, with an uncountable number of slumbering undead trailing behind them. The layout of the terrain was gradually becoming clearer, providing valuable insights for planning the next phase of their combat strategy. Get ready to head back. At the sound of the command, the 3 little companions immediately turned around and began cautiously planning their return route. The journey back was often the most dangerous. Any misstep could result in being surrounded by undead creatures, leading to a dire situation. Yanning performed the best. Her slender figure traced a graceful arc through the air as she twisted her waist lightly, perfectly dodging the sharp claws of an undead creature reaching for her from behind. These undead monsters possessed attacks imbued with corrosive poison, which added a layer of toxicity with every hit. In contrast, Chanqiu's tactics were far more direct and aggressive. Armed with the divine skill, Fearless Battle Cry, he completely ignored the effects of the corrosive poison. Undeterred by the attacks landing on him, he dispatched the undead creatures with a few powerful strikes and raced toward Jiang An's position. Although Xiaoyao was inexperienced in luring enemies for the first time, she remained remarkably composed in this critical moment. She cleverly kept her distance, skillfully using her radiant flash orbs to forcibly control the nearest undead creatures before making a swift retreat. Just as Jiang An thought everything was going smoothly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Without warning, several bony claws emerged from the ground beneath Xiaoyao, their powerful grip instantly locking her limbs in place. In this moment of crisis, Jiang An was just about to use his shift and shadow skill to swap Yin Ying's position with Xiaoyao's when he saw a sudden burst of pure white light emanate from Xiaoyao's body. Her form instantly transitioned from physical to spiritual, and even her adorable humanoid head reverted to her original fawn-like appearance. Although the bony claws on the ground still clung tightly to her, they could no longer restrict her movement. With a light leap, she broke free from the restraints and swiftly moved toward Jiang An. Seeing that Xiaoyao was finally out of danger, Jiang An let out a long sigh of relief. It was only at this moment that he realized he had almost forgotten about Xiaoyao's crucial innate skill, Spirit of the Deer. The effect of this skill is remarkable. When hit by any control ability, the user immediately transforms into a spirit form. In this state, they cannot be attacked or targeted, nor can they cast any abilities. The user can end this state voluntarily, but once ended, it cannot be triggered again for an hour. For damage-focused fighters like Yin Ying and Chanqiu, this skill might seem less impactful. However, for Xiaoyao, who excels in support roles, it is nothing short of a life-saving ability. As long as she survives, she can continuously provide powerful assistance to the team. Through the vision projection, Jiang An could vividly sense Xiaoyao's current state. It felt as if she had turned into a weightless sprite, drifting freely between heaven and earth. What was even more surprising was that the awakened undead creatures were still relentlessly pursuing Xiaoyao, despite her being in the spirit of the deer state. Among the horde of pursuers, Jiang An quickly noticed a distinct figure, a skeletal lich clad in a tattered gray robe, wielding a decrepit staff. Clearly, it was the one that had unleashed the bone claw attack earlier. To avoid falling into danger again, Xiaoyao maintained her spirit of the deer state until she returned safely to Jiang An's side, only then deactivating it. At that very moment, Jiang An and Yin Ying's corruption poison debuff had just stacked another layer, having stayed in the dungeon for over 10 minutes. Xiaoyao promptly cast water essence, instantly cleansing them of these negative effects. The scene before them was utterly chilling. Countless undead creatures surged forward like a tide, their skeletal remains littering the ground in a menacing display. An ordinary person might have been paralyzed with fear at such a sight. Yet, Yin Ying and Chanqiu remained calm and steadfast at the front, awaiting Jiang An's command. As the undead army approached a suitable range, Jiang An decisively activated a newly acquired skill, Elemental Sacrifice. A massive magic circle formed before him, enveloping all the summoned elemental creatures. Jiang An quickly grasped the unique characteristic of this skill. The same type of element could not be sacrificed more than once. By sacrificing one elemental spirit of each of the 5 different elements, the skill created a devastating area of effect spanning nearly 500 meters. Within this range, all undead creatures suffered drastically reduced elemental resistance, along with additional burn, freeze, and paralysis effects. Their movement speed and health steadily declined. At the same time, the sacrifices of the wood and wind elements granted Yin Ying and Chanqiu lifesteal and speed boosts. With Xiao Yao's support, they seemed to transform into war gods, wreaking havoc against the level 25 undead tide despite being only level 20 themselves. Facing the massive form of the glutton sphere, the green light in the skeletal head of the lich suddenly intensified. One by one, thick bone spears rapidly materialized in front of it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The bone spears, upon forming, shot straight at the glutton sphere. The enormous creature bore the brunt of the attack, and its health instantly dropped by 30. Jiang An narrowed his eyes slightly. As expected, the lich's damage was not to be underestimated. Even with the glutton sphere's high defense coupled with various defensive skills, such an attack still managed to take a significant toll. If it were a regular team facing this, just the bone spears alone would likely have left them in dire straits. Fortunately, the glutton sphere had already closed in on the lich, unleashing a series of thunder palm strikes. Crack, crack, crack. Each strike landed significant damage on the lich, while simultaneously restoring the glutton sphere's health. Its life-stealing skill allowed it to recover 5 of the damage dealt as health. Though 5 might not seem like much, the glutton sphere's skill damage was already absurdly high. Combined with its enlarged size, even ordinary attacks became wide-area strikes. Moreover, the transformed thunder palm strikes were no longer single-target skills. Each swing unleashed lightning damage to surrounding enemies. With the added debuff of reduced elemental resistance from elemental sacrifice, the glutton sphere fearlessly withstood the attacks of a horde of undead creatures, its health bar slowly but steadily climbing. The lich, on the other hand, couldn't endure the relentless assault for more than a few seconds. Its health hit 0, and it was killed. A notification flashed on Jiang An's interface. Congratulations on defeating a level 26 elite slumbering lich, earning bonus experience 10,000, obtaining material, undead crystal 1, item. Lich token 1, equipment, lich's staff 1. Oh, a loot drop. With a flash of light, a token and a dull gray staff appeared in his hand. The lich token was a special item, usable only within the slumbering dead dungeon. When used, it temporarily transformed the user into a lich, causing undead creatures to treat them as allies and refrain from attacking. This was a key item for completing the dungeon. After carefully storing the token, Jiang An turned his attention to the staff. Unfortunately, it was only a silver-grade weapon. He casually stowed it away and stood calmly amidst the tide of undead monsters, watching as Yin Ying and the others slaughtered the creatures unilaterally. Without the presence of another lich, these undead monsters posed no threat to their powerful duo. Even if they were occasionally hit, the life-stealing effect from elemental sacrifice quickly replenished their health. Xiao Yao only needed to monitor their status and apply water essence at the right moments. The number of undead monsters dwindled rapidly, visible to the naked eye. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tang Bo and his team had just entered the normal difficulty slumbering dead dungeon, standing tightly together. Tang Bo whispered a reminder to the group, "Stay cautious and try not to spread out. These undead monsters are extremely sensitive and easy to awaken. Facing more than 5 at once would put a lot of pressure on us. We'll need to proceed carefully and find the lich's location to have any hope of clearing this dungeon." The other 5 members, their expressions tense, were far from the relaxed state they had been in earlier during the car ride. They were all on edge, afraid of accidentally awakening multiple undead monsters at once. As Tang Bo stepped forward, movement stirred in 3 nearby burial mounds. Withered, decayed hands emerged from the ground, and 3 slumbering undead awoke. Even though they were mentally prepared, the sight of these distinct undead monsters unsettled Sun Yu and the others. The 3 slumbering undead wasted no time, immediately locking onto Tang Bo as their target. Tang Bo quickly activated a bone shield, but the creatures reached out to claw at him. Sun Yu reacted swiftly, letting out a soft command, "Freeze!" A burst of frost appeared beneath the undead, slightly slowing their movement. However, the attack barely dented the shield's durability. "Let me handle this." Amid searing flames, several fireballs were launched, hitting the slumbering undead. The combined efforts of the 2 barely managed to break through the undead shields. Seeing this, all 5 team members looked grim. The slumbering undead's defense was absurdly high. Tang Bo raised his shield and continued attacking. "I can hold them off. Stay together. Healer, keep an eye on my corruption poison debuff and dispel it immediately. Don't let it stack." "Got it." The 3 slumbering undead swiped their claws simultaneously at Tang Bo's shield, their nails scraping against the surface with a grating sound that made everyone's teeth ache. Tang Bo's expression shifted slightly. Even with his shield raised in defense, the strength of the undead's attacks far exceeded his expectations. 1/5 of the health bar instantly dropped. The attacks of the three slumbering undead were not only swift but also accompanied by an eerie red glow emanating from their withered, claw-like hands. This was the effect of their silver-tier skill, Hunter of the Living. With every successful hit on a living being, the hunting buff stacked, leading to increasingly terrifying damage. Quick! Don't give them time to stack the buff, Tang Bo shouted. Focus fire and take one down immediately. Hearing his command, the teammates behind him sprang into action. With grim determination, they took their positions, unleashing a barrage of ranged attacks like a torrential downpour on the slumbering undead to the far right, the one with its decayed and broken arm. The focus fire tactic worked. The undead's health bar plummeted at an astonishing rate. At that moment, the team's lone assassin seized the opportunity. Using stealth, they silently maneuvered behind the target, their sharp dagger slicing precisely across its neck. With a crisp crack, the undead's head fell to the ground. Seeing one of the undead fall, Tang Bo finally let out a small sigh of relief. Only two left. The pressure's much less now. With their coordinated efforts, the remaining two slumbering undead were quickly dealt with. The tension on their faces eased slightly, but the thought of countless similar creatures still lurking beneath their feet made their expressions tighten once more. As the elite students of the Shanghai Academy, all 5 of them had already reached level 28. By all accounts, handling these level 25 common tier monsters should have been a breeze. Yet, just 3 slumbering undead had left them in such a sorry state. This made Sun Yu worry for Jiang An. If even common tier monsters were this troublesome, how terrifying would the nightmare tier difficulty be? Let's hope he chooses to leave the dungeon in time, Tang Bo muttered under his breath. Ah, what a shame to lose such a talent. Fate can be so cruel. In the dungeon of the resting dead, Jiang An watched the rapidly rising experience bar, unable to suppress the grin on his face. Although the dungeon was quite challenging, Yining and the others were more than capable of handling it. What excited him even more was the generous experience points granted by each monster. Such gains sparked a hopeful thought. Perhaps this one dungeon run could push him up an entire level. As the final resting wraith disintegrated into ashes before Yining, Jiang An immediately led his summoned creatures deeper into the dungeon. The practical use of elemental sacrifice had bolstered his confidence. This skill not only lowered the elemental resistance of enemies, but also stacked multiple debuffs, significantly reducing the threat of these undead. Paired with the lifesteal effect gained by his summons, it was practically tailor-made for large-scale monster clearing. Upon reaching a new area, Yin Ying and Chanxiu swiftly cleared out the surrounding undead. Without hesitation, Jiang An activated vision projection, sending the 3 small summons off in different directions, leaving only the elemental spirits by his side. Although elemental spirits could theoretically use vision projection, their fragility made them ill-suited against these powerful resting wraiths. Rather than wasting mental energy, it was better to keep them on standby for future sacrifices. Within a 3,000 meter radius, the efficiency of the 3 summons in drawing aggro noticeably increased. Jiang An kept a close eye on his mental energy consumption while monitoring the battlefield. Suddenly, through Chanxiu's perspective, he spotted an unusually large gray-white tomb emitting rumbling noises from within. A second lich? Jiang An wondered. Just as the tomb exploded, a resting lich emerged, its hollow skull burning with green flames. It immediately unleashed bone claws, but Chanxiu, prepared in advance, activated Fearless Warcry, effortlessly nullifying the control effect. At the same time, Yining encountered a similar situation. Another massive tomb shattered, and a second lich appeared. Without Xiaoyao's support, Yining faced the risk of being controlled. However, she skillfully maintained high-speed movement while deploying Phantom Clone and Phantom Daze. Amid the brief chaos, the real Yining had already escaped the danger zone, leaving behind a clone that was caught by bone claws and promptly torn apart by the surrounding undead. Impressed by Yin Ying's flawless response, Jiang An silently praised her in his heart. As if sensing her master's approval, the running Yin Ying's lips curled into a faint smile. Soon after, the 3 small summons lured all the monsters, including the 2 liches, into one area. Jiang An carefully observed the lich's actions, ready to respond to any unexpected developments. When the second lich entered range, he immediately activated Elemental Sacrifice. As the 5 elemental spirits vanished, all the undead were instantly afflicted with various debuffs. Prioritize taking down those 2 liches, Jiang An commanded. Xiaoyao quickly cast buffs on Yin Ying and Chanxiu. The 2 liches locked onto their respective targets and summoned bone spears. At that moment, Yining let out a provocative fox cry, seemingly challenging Chanxiu to see who could defeat their lich first. Not to be outdone, Chanxiu roared in response. Both summons were eager to prove their strength to their master. Seeing Chanxiu accept the challenge, Yin Ying's gaze sharpened like a blade, locking onto the lich at the center of the slumbering undead. Beside the 2 liches, bone spears whistled through the air, forming rapidly. Relying on instinct, Chanxiu slightly shifted its position, allowing most of the bone spears to graze past. Only a few were unavoidable and struck it, reducing its health by just over 10%. It was about to cast a smug glance toward Yin Ying when the sight before it left it stunned. Unlike Chanchio's nimble evasions, Yin Ying charged straight into the swarm of bone spears. Dozens of spears pierced through her body in an instant, dropping her health dangerously to 20%. The searing pain twisted her expression, but her gaze only grew more resolute. Suddenly, Yin Ying's fur began to stir, as though moved by an invisible wind, and demonic flames erupted around her. A signature blazing storm swept forth, reducing the surrounding slumbering undead to ash before they could even approach. At the same time, her health began to rise visibly, nearly returning to full within moments. While Chanchio was entangled with other slumbering undead, Yin Ying had already flashed in front of the lich. The black, demonic flames on her tail surged violently, engulfing the lich entirely. So cool, Xiao Yao stood beside Jiang An, her eyes shining with admiration. Sister Yin Ying is amazing. Jiang An could sense the complex emotions within Yin Ying. Ever since Chanchio and Xiao Yao, two powerful companions, joined the team, Yin Ying had been striving to prove her worth. Yet in Jiang An's heart, with her unique divine skill, Yin Ying had always been the strongest. Well done. Yin Ying really is the best. Jiang An praised inwardly, emphasizing the word best. Though Yin Ying's expression remained calm amid the firelight, there was an unmistakable glimmer of joy in her eyes. With poise, she proceeded to attack the remaining slumbering undead. Meanwhile, elsewhere in Shanhaiguan, Wei Qing stood in Bai Ge's office, gazing into the distance. Bai Ge lazily revealed his presence, teasing, "Your student has just started their level 20 trial. What are you doing here?" The two began discussing whether Jiang An could pass the trial. Bai Ge bluntly stated that, under the current conditions, completing the nightmare-level slumbering land of the dead was nearly impossible. This left Wei Qing in silence. Suddenly, Wei Qing spoke, "Bai Ge, I recall there's a fate stone in the temple dungeon, isn't there?" White Dove's expression froze for a moment, and a flicker of wariness flashed in her eyes. "What do you mean? What are you trying to do?" Her reaction was not unfounded. The temple dungeon, one of the most formidable and unconquered dungeons in the human world, was renowned for its fate stone, a unique item, said to have the power to alter destiny. However, even the weakest monsters in the dungeon far surpassed White Dove in strength. The human alliance had once gathered its strongest warriors to attempt clearing it, only to nearly face annihilation. If the fate stone can truly change destiny, Wei Qing said softly, "Do you think it could be used to modify Jiang An's trial task? You want to try clearing the temple dungeon? Are you insane? Is Jiang An worth that much?" White Dove abruptly stood and approached Wei Qing. The projection on the glass reflected their expressions clearly. White Dove's face was full of urgency, while Wei Qing's eyes were filled with resolve. In recent years, the frequency of chaotic rift openings has been increasing, and they're getting closer to the Shanhaiguan defense line. I suspect the demon army has discovered a pattern and is accelerating the rift appearances, Wei Qing said, meeting White Dove's gaze. At this rate, it won't be long before they gain full control over the rift occurrences, possibly even stabilizing the chaotic rifts. You know what that means, or you wouldn't be so determined to train Sun Yu. White Dove remained silent, effectively acknowledging Wei Qing's assessment. So, you believe Jiang An has the potential to change the situation? What do you think? Wei Qing finally turned to look at White Dove. Jiang An's current abilities already far surpass what we were capable of back in the days, unparalleled. We don't tell him because we don't want him to grow arrogant. Just the number of solo dungeon records he's broken is staggering. For that alone, he's worth the gamble. After a long silence, Wei Qing added, "If Jiang An truly can't complete the trial, I'll try it myself quietly without drawing attention." White Dove abruptly looked up, understanding this meant Wei Qing had already resolved to take the risk alone. The chances of success for him were even slimmer than those for Jiang An. You trust him that much? Wei Qing's mind conjured an image of Jiang An's slightly youthful face. Since I promised to be his teacher, I should do my best to live up to that promise. Besides, who knows? He might surprise us and complete the trial on his own. A bitter smile tugged at the corners of White Dove's lips. Jiang An clearing the nightmare-level slumber of the dead on his own? That seemed impossible. 3 hours later, inside the slumber of the dead dungeon, Jiang An stood amidst a field of undead corpses, his gaze fixed on the last lich. Before the grayish creature could finish forming its bone spear, the black flame tail of Shadow Flame lashed out. With a crisp, snapping sound, the lich's fragile body shattered into pieces, its health dropping to 0 instantly. Looking at the 4th lich token now added to his inventory, Jiang An smiled with satisfaction. According to the strategy guide for the hard mode dungeon, collecting 4 tokens would awaken the slumbering boss. As he retrieved the 4 square tokens, each flickering with green flames, an unexpected change occurred. The flames flared up violently, and the ground trembled with deafening rumbles. This was nothing like what the guy described. Supposedly, using the tokens would cause the boss to emerge from the ground, but the commotion here was far too intense. As the tremors subsided, a magnificent tomb slowly rose from the cracked earth. The tomb bore no markings, only a wide, ominous black passage leading into its depths. Chancho was eager to rush inside, but Jiang An stopped it just in time. Shadow Flame warned gravely, "Master, this passage is dangerous. Entering recklessly will lead to certain death." Xiaoyao nodded in agreement. Sister Shadow Flame is right. I can feel an intense sense of danger as well. Looking at the amulet, Jiang An couldn't help but let a smile curve at the corners of his lips. It was the second-tier amulet Su Chan had given him earlier. This amulet could resist attacks from even second-tier enemies for 3 minutes. If anything unexpected happened, it would provide him with enough time to escape the dungeon. Clutching the amulet in his palm, Jiang An closed his eyes, fully immersing himself in the perspectives of the 3 lightning elementals. Under his control, the 3 elementals slowly made their way down the passage. Dark, damp. That was Jiang An's first impression through the visual projection. Thankfully, the constant flickering of lightning within the elementals' bodies illuminated their surroundings, allowing them to see clearly even in this pitch-black corridor. The passage was extremely narrow, just wide enough for 2 people to walk side by side. Its material was peculiar, as though it had been carved from some kind of special substance. Before long, Jiang An controlled the lightning elementals to approach the first stone carving. The carving depicted a thunder dragona dragon species covered entirely in lightning. Its powerful claws, metallic-looking scales, and fiercely glaring eyes exuded an intimidating presence. The massive dragon wings on its back seemed capable of blotting out the sky. This thunder dragon was entirely different from the golden dragon eels Jiang An had encountered before. It was a creature with pure dragon lineage. Though resembling the lizard-like Western dragons, its strength was not to be underestimated. Dungeons featuring thunder dragons typically required second-tier adventurers or higher to enter. As Jiang An observed, the depiction of the thunder dragon on the carving became increasingly lifelike. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed across the statue. Dust and debris fell from the sculpture, revealing a smaller version of the thunder dragon in front of the lightning elementals. However, this thunder dragon's body was riddled with signs of decay. Its wings were full of countless holes, exposing the dragon bones beneath. Its appearance bore a striking resemblance to that of slumbering undead creatures. Jiang An attempted to examine its attributes, but was met only with a string of question marks, unable to glean any further information. Moments later, a blinding white light erupted before him. It was the thunder dragon's signature skill, Chain Lightning Judgment. In a flash of lightning, Jiang An felt a tingling sensation course through his body, severing his connection with the lightning elementals. They were destroyed. Jiang An's expression remained calm. He wasn't particularly surprised by the outcome. He murmured to himself, "Attributes can't be identified, no health bar, and it doesn't leave the corridor." This indicates that these stone-carved creatures aren't meant to be defeated. Theory part of the dungeon's unique mechanics. If brute force doesn't work, then there's only one possibility. A gleam of understanding flashed in Jiang An's eyes as he quietly took out the Lich token. This special item could only be used in the Land of the Resting Dead dungeon. Upon activation, the user temporarily transformed into a Lich, and during this state, undead creatures regarded the user as an ally and would not attack. Although he couldn't discern the Thunder Dragon's attributes, its decayed appearance suggested it was an undead creature. If his assumption was correct, transforming into a Lich would prevent it from attacking him. Determined to test his theory, Jiang An quickly had Yin Ing carry him back to the entrance of the passage. "Are you really going to do this, Master?" Xiaoyao asked, looking worriedly at the dark corridor. Although Yin Ing and Chanxiu couldn't speak, their nervous emotions were evident. Jiang An feigned a relaxed demeanor, saying, "No need to worry. Since this passage exists, it must be passable. Even if I'm wrong, the amulet will back me up. Trust me." He patted the heads of his 3 companions before using the token. As the token emitted a shimmering light, Jiang An noticed that all his skills were marked with a lock symbol. 3 spatial rifts opened before Yin Ing, Chanxiu, and Xiaoyao, pulling them back into their respective summon spaces. In Lich form, his skills became inaccessible, including summoning abilities. Jiang An glanced down at himself. His original clothing had vanished, replaced by a Lich's robes. To his surprise, he realized his sense of smell and touch were gone. Even his vision had drastically changed. The colorful, vivid world now appeared as a black-and-white photograph, and the stench of decay was no longer present. So this is the perspective of a Lich, he thought. Gripping the amulet tightly, Jiang An took a deep breath and stepped into the corridor. From the Lich's perspective, the ancient, desolate tomb seemed imbued with a solemn and majestic aura. As he walked through the passage, the black and white surroundings remained clear despite the lack of light. The faint green flames flickering in his head burned steadily. As Jiang An approached the Thunder Dragon statue, his heart began to race. The dragon had returned to its original position, but most of its body remained free of stone debris, with only a small portion showing signs of petrification. The Thunder Dragon's lifeless eyes suddenly locked onto Jiang An, startled. Jiang An prepared to crush the amulet to activate its protection. Fortunately, the undead Thunder Dragon did not attack, merely staring at him intently. Even as Jiang An walked past it, the creature made no move to strike. Jiang An felt a surge of excitement. His hypothesis was correct. Once transformed into a lich, the statues in this corridor no longer attacked him. The corridor stretched over 100 meters long, with at least 100 statues of various creatures lining its stone walls. Jiang An could barely recognize the first few, but the rest were completely unfamiliar to him. Their immense, terrifying auras were palpable. Each time he passed a statue, its outer layer of stone crumbled away, revealing decayed bodies beneath. Like the Thunder Dragon, they did not attack, their dead eyes fixed on Jiang An. Additionally, Jiang An sensed that the corridor seemed to slope downward, as though leading him deeper underground. Soon, he reached the passage's exit, where faint light could be seen. Quickening his pace, he passed through the corridor. As he exited, Jiang An was greeted by a massive platform, spanning over 100 meters. The sight before him left him utterly stunned. On the black jade platform, two distinctly different corpses lay silently. One was clad in dust-covered armor, a mummified human corpse whose armor had long lost its original luster due to the passage of time. Based on its features, Jiang An recognized it as the boss mentioned in the hard-level dungeon. By all logic, assembling the Lich token should have been enough to awaken it, but the corpse before him was clearly lifeless. The other corpse, however, was particularly striking. It belonged to a being of astonishingly massive build, 3 times the size of an average human. Its body, covered in jet-black skin, was packed with rippling muscles. If not for the gaping, bloodied wound in its chest where its internal organs had been completely hollowed out, it might have looked as if it were still alive. When Jiang An noticed the slight protrusion on its head, his expression changed drastically. This was the corpse of a demonic creature. This discovery puzzled Jiang An. According to the hard-level strategy guide, the boss of the Land of the Resting Dead was supposed to be a human undead, and all the corpses buried in the dungeon were human. While demon corpses were occasionally seen, they were scattered randomly on the ground. As Jiang An contemplated his next move, the 3 Lich tokens in his backpack suddenly vanished, and the Lich state was lifted. He immediately became alert, summoning his Flame Shadow Glutton and Xiao Yao while releasing his elementals in preparation for elemental sacrifice. Suddenly, the tomb underwent a strange transformation. The human corpse decayed at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning to ash in mere moments. A light breeze swept through, and as if guided by some consciousness, the ash settled entirely on the demonic corpse. In the next instant, the demon's eyes snapped open, and a purple wing unfurled from its back as it rose into the air, locking its gaze onto Jiang An. The appraisal skill revealed. Death Demon Kue. BOSS level. Attributes: Strength 800, Spirit 1500, Agility 900, Constitution 1000. Skills: Silent Slumber, Undead Drain Gold level, Undead Summon Gold level, Undead Domination Gold level, Bone Spear Gold level, Undead Bone Shield Gold level. The 1500 Spirit attribute in particular sent a chill through Jiang An. The Bone Spear skill alone could instantly annihilate all his summoned creatures, except for the Glutton. Just as Jiang An was about to initiate elemental sacrifice, the Death Demon Kue spoke first, transmitting its voice through a mental wave. "Was it you who woke me, human?" Its voice carried an irresistible allure, evoking an involuntary sense of trust. Fortunately, Jiang An's will was strong. He recalled a piece of obscure folklore about the origins of abyssal cultists. It was said that the first of these cultists had made a pact with a demon in a dungeon, trading for power. Could this dungeon be a similar existence? Yes, Jiang An replied with a nod. Good. Kue surveyed the surroundings. I never expected to have slept for so long. You've done well. What do you desire? Power? Or the chance to become a demon? Whatever it is, help me with one task, and it will be yours. Jiang An deliberately feigned eagerness. What price must one pay to become a death demon? Kue's lips curled into a faint smile, its tone even more beguiling. It's simple. Enter the hidden level 28 dungeon, the Bone Dragon's Nest, and kill the Bone Dragon. Bring me the egg of its offspring. I need its descendant to fully revive. Hearing the keywords, hidden dungeon and Bone Dragon offspring, Jiang An felt a surge of excitement. Hidden dungeons were as rare and valuable as secret realms, requiring specific items to unlock at designated locations, often with only one chance to access them. And this one was related to a bone dragon. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Jiang An maintained a calm facade. This hidden dungeon. What item is needed to unlock it? Before he could finish his sentence, a pitch-black stone dropped in front of him. Kue had never imagined that a human could resist his allure. Casually, he tossed the black stone to Jiang An. In his mind, as long as Jiang An killed the bone dragon and brought back its offspring as a sacrifice, he could achieve true resurrection. Jiang An picked up the stone and examined it carefully. Obsidian token special item. Activate at coordinates 1032, 2331 to enter the level 28 hidden dungeon. Bone Dragon's Nest. After storing the item in his backpack, he smiled slyly at Kui. What? Kui asked, feeling uneasy under Jiang An's gaze. Nothing, Jiang An replied with a grin. It's just that this dungeon requires level 28, and with my current strength, I'm afraid I'm a bit out of my depth. Kui froze for a moment. This was a nightmare-level dungeon, and he had assumed Jiang An had already reached the level cap. But when his eyes landed on the glaringly obvious level 20 displayed above Jiang An's head, his mouth twitched. An entire 8-level gap. No wonder Jiang An had stowed the item away so quickly. No matter, Kui said, quickly regaining his composure. A ball of black flames rose in his hand. I can grant you Black Flame. It will greatly boost your strength and speed up your leveling process. Jiang An, however, shook his head. Still not enough. There's no choice. Me trial mission requires me to clear the dungeon. And to complete your request, well, I'll just have to kill you instead. Before Kui could react, Jiang An activated Elemental Sacrifice. 5 elemental creatures vanished silently, and a flurry of negative effects engulfed Kui. Realizing he had been tricked, Kui erupted in anger. You dare challenge me? With a furious flap of his wings, Kui summoned bone spears twice as numerous and several times thicker than those of a lich. His fiery shadow flicked its tail, conjuring countless clones in an instant to shield him. Bone spears whistled through the air, their piercing sounds echoing as they shattered clone after clone. Despite the overwhelming power of the spears, the sheer number of clones successfully blocked the onslaught. Just as Kui was about to speak, he noticed something unusual. A black and white spherical object appeared where one of the clones had dissipated. The sphere expanded rapidly, and a lightning-infused fist smashed into Kui's face with tremendous force. He was sent flying, his health bar plummeting by 1/10. Landing with a thud, the gluttonous ball sneered. What a poser! Struggling to steady himself, Kui's face twisted with rage, his eyes blazing with green flames. The ground cracked open, and countless skeletons emerged as golden skill. Necromantic Summon. Individually weak, the skeletons seemed to spawn in endless numbers. Foolish human. I was willing to grant you the gift of immortality, but now I regret it. I'll kill you and turn your bones into the lowest of bone hounds. Kui unleashed his golden skill. Necromantic Drain, absorbing green energy from the skeletons to restore his health to full. Essence of Water and Guardian of Wood both activated, while Yin Ying's twin pupils glinted coldly with murderous intent. Show your true power, Jiang An commanded. In response, Yin Ying activated her innate skill, Divine Might. A sharp fox cry echoed through the tomb as Yin Ying's fur grew wildly, and her demonic flames surged. It was the first time Xiao Yao had seen Yin Ying in such a state. Her small mouth opened slightly in awe. Sister Yin Ying, so powerful. Even the gluttonous ball looked envious. After all, Divine Might was a unique talent exclusive to Yin Ying, granting her unparalleled explosive strength. Kui's expression darkened immediately. Is this the aura of a god? Kui stared in disbelief at Yin Ying, who was only level 20, feeling an unprecedented wave of fear surging through him. It was the first time he had felt such an intense urge to retreat from a being of lower level than himself. At that moment, a strange light suddenly flashed in Jiang An's hand. It was the unique radiance of platinum-grade equipment. Then, the Spider Eye Stare skill was silently activated. Kui's body froze instantly, and even the wings behind him stopped flapping. Losing control, he plummeted from midair, only regaining mobility when he was less than a meter from the ground, barely managing to stabilize himself. When he looked up, Yin Ying was gracefully leaping through the air. Black, demonic flames flowed from her like obedient servants, perfectly merging with the divine aura she exuded. In that moment, she resembled a majestic and fearsome demon goddess, reducing every skeletal creature in her path to ashes. Kui let out an enraged roar, but the blazing flames before him only grew fiercer, consuming him entirely. His health bar dwindled rapidly, like a burning candle, disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even his desperate attempts to use the Undead Drain skill provided only fleeting relief, a brief resurgence that vanished in an instant. With an unwilling roar of fury, Kui's health finally dropped to 0. The system's kill notification echoed in Jiang An's ears. Congratulations on defeating the level 28 Death Demon Kui boss, earning an additional experience reward. 18,000. Obtained materials. Kui's wings 1. Obtained materials. Kui's organs 1. Congratulations on clearing the nightmare level land of the resting dead for the first time. Completion time. 4 hours and 32 minutes, updated as the fastest record for the Land of the Resting Dead dungeon. Nightmare level record refreshed 4, Land of the Resting Dead. Reward, 20,000 experience. First time record refresh 4, Land of the Resting Dead. Nightmare level, obtained item. Soul of the Undead 1. Jiang An suppressed his excitement and carefully retrieved the materials and rewards from his spoils of war. First, there were 2 materials dropped by the necromancer demon Keats wings and internal organs. Both contained a trace of undead power, which could be highly valuable to an alchemist. After examining them closely, he stored them away, planning to consult the knowledgeable Bai Ze later. Next, his eyes settled on the most extraordinary reward, the soul of the undead. It was a lifelike miniature figure of Kuei, even down to the intricately crafted wings on its back. As Jiang An read the item description, he couldn't help but gasp. This was a one-time use item capable of temporarily reviving the dead. The resurrected corpse would retain 80 of its original strength and all its memories, while exhibiting absolute loyalty to the item's holder. The duration of the revival depended on the strength of the corpse. An item that can bring the dead back to life. Jiang An's eyes sharpened instantly. Throughout the vast history of humanity, there had been countless powerful figures, far beyond just Wei Qing. Even near Shanhai Pass alone, over 100 human warriors had fallen. Reviving even one of them could change the course of the battle. He carefully secured the item with great reverence. As the golden light marking the completion of the mission descended, Jiang An realized he had reached level 21 with 18 progress. Though the Land of the Resting Dead was fraught with danger, it had proven to be a treasure trove of experience for someone who had just reached level 20. Even more significant was the trial mission's reward. Not only had his personal attributes been permanently enhanced by 50, but all his summoned beasts were also granted an additional bloodline purification. 3 beams of pure white light enveloped Yin Ying, Chan Xiao, and Xiao Yao. Yin Ying's light was especially radiant, surpassing the intensity of the other 2 combined. The first to complete the bloodline purification was Xiao Yao. Her petite, deer form now bore star-like spots in a blend of 2 colors, and even her round, adorable face shimmered with a celestial glow. Upon checking her stats, Jiang An was astonished to find that she had evolved from a tricolor deer into a 5-color deer, with her bloodline purity reaching 40. She had also gained a passive talent called Fortune's Favor, which subtly increased her luck. Xiao Yao affectionately nuzzled against Jiang An's leg, but the tender moment was abruptly interrupted by a roar that shook the entire tomb. Chan Xiao had completed her bloodline purification. Her black and white fur now gleamed with a metallic sheen, and her bloodline purity had skyrocketed from 20 to 40, matching Xiao Yao's. Even more thrilling was her acquisition of a divine talent called Metal Devourer, which allowed her to permanently enhance her defense by consuming various rare metals. Jiang An stared at Chan Xiao, deep in thought. This gold-devouring talent was undoubtedly powerful, but the future costs of investment were bound to be steep. Rare metals weren't cheap. No wonder this talent was named Gold Devouring. He carefully observed Chan Xiao and noticed an intriguing phenomenon. Unlike Xiao Yao, even after reaching 40 bloodline purity, Chan Xiao didn't exhibit any human traits and remained in its round, bear-like form. Just then, Chan Xiao suddenly spoke, its voice soft and childlike, like a toddler just learning to talk. This unexpected development filled it with excitement. It flipped over multiple times on the ground before rolling all the way to Jiang An's feet, enthusiastically showing off its new ability to Xiao Yao. At the same time, the white glow surrounding Yin Ying began to fade. Her graceful form emerged, revealing 3 fluffy tails swaying behind her. Chan Xiao keenly sensed that Yin Ying's bloodline purification level had also reached 40, just like its own. However, just as Chan Xiao smugly declared, "Sister Yin Ying probably can't surpass me," the white light around Yin Ying suddenly intensified. Xiao Yao exclaimed in delight, as she realized Yin Ying had triggered an additional bloodline purification. When the light dissipated, what appeared before everyone was an exceptionally beautiful human-like Yin Ying. She had a flawless figure, with curves that even surpassed Bai Jing's. Her black hair shimmered with a red glow, and her features were exquisitely cold and alluring. She retained her fox-like ears and 6 tails, all while exuding an aura of nobility and elegance. The now bare Yin Ying walked gracefully toward Jiang An, kneeling before him. In a clear, cool voice, she said, "Yin Ying greets her master. Please command me as you wish, master." This scene stirred Jiang An's emotions deeply. Through their conversation, Jiang An learned that Yin Ying could freely switch between her human and beast forms. He immediately instructed her to remain in her beast form when others were present and only reveal her human form when they were alone. He also urged her to put on clothes as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Xiao Yao was brimming with curiosity about Yin Ying's figure. Yin Ying's response left Xiao Yao blushing as she glanced shyly at Jiang An. Jiang An couldn't help but think to himself that Yin Ying now truly embodied the allure of a fox spirit. Finally, Jiang An examined Yin Ying's attribute panel and discovered she had ascended to the rank of Divine Six-Tailed Fox. Her bloodline purity had reached 50, and all her attributes and skills had been significantly enhanced. Most notably, she had gained a powerful new skill called Six-Tail Annihilation. Yin Ying's purity had reached an astonishing 50, and her race had evolved into a six-tailed demon fox. This was far beyond the level of ordinary or elite monsters. Jiang An recalled encountering a six-tailed demon fox boss in a high-level dungeon, a truly formidable opponent. What was even more shocking was Yin Ying's attribute panel. Her single mental stat had reached 2,400 points, a figure that even level 30 powerhouses might struggle to achieve. Yet Yin Ying was only level 21. If she activated her divine might state, this number would become even more outrageous. In addition, Yin Ying's talents far surpassed those of Chanxiu and Xiaoyao, boasting a total of 4 innate skills. Among them was Fire Mastery, an unupgradable talent that provided a 30 bonus to Fire-type skill damage and reduced Water-type damage by 30. This perfectly complemented Yin Ying's flame-based skill set. Jiang An's gaze fell on a new skill she had just learned. Six-Tail Annihilation LV1 Platinum level skill. When actively cast, it unleashes the power of the six tails, forming prison chains to restrain enemies and deal massive damage. The restraint duration depends on the mental stat difference between the user and the target. After closing the panel with satisfaction, Jiang An was ready to exit the dungeon. At this moment, Yin Ying's form swiftly reverted from her human-like appearance back to her original adorable fire fox form. However, her fur still radiated an air of noble elegance. Outside the dungeon, Xiong Zhengbin was keeping a close watch on the vortex. As a loyal follower of Wei Qing, he was well aware of how much Wei Qing valued Jiang An. This trial mission was crucial to Jiang An's ability to continue leveling up, and even Xiong Zhengbin couldn't help but feel nervous. When the vortex showed signs of activity, Xiong Zhengbin frowned. It was too fast, just over 4 hours. Even the record for clearing the dungeon on normal difficulty took nearly 10 hours, while the hard difficulty typically required over 13 hours. After all, the monsters in this dungeon had highly sensitive trigger mechanisms, and a single mistake could attract hordes of undead. As Jiang An emerged from the vortex, Xiong Zhengbin initially prepared to offer words of consolation. However, he noticed Jiang An's relaxed demeanor. His keen eyes quickly observed that the fox on Jiang An's shoulder exuded a more regal aura, while the fur of the panda in his arms gleamed with a metallic sheen. In disbelief, Xiong Zhengbin used an appraisal skill. When he saw that Jiang An had reached level 21, he was stunned into silence. You cleared it? Yeah. How? Well, I just killed all the dormant undead and then the boss. That was it. Xiong Zhengbin was left speechless by this casual response. Noticing that Tang Bo and the others had yet to emerge, Jiang An unexpectedly suggested attempting the dungeon on hell difficulty. Despite Xiong Zhengbin's attempts to dissuade him, warning that the hell difficulty was far more challenging and populated with significantly more monsters than nightmare difficulty, Jiang An's eyes lit up at the mention of more monsters. Thanks for the warning, but I still want to give it a shot. Don't worry, I've got this. With that, Jiang An decisively used a cooldown amulet to reset the dungeon timer and entered the hell difficulty dungeon. Watching Jiang An's disappearing figure, Xiong Zhengbin stood in silence for a long time before a smile crept onto his face. Such strength and determination, it was no wonder Wei Qing held him in such high regard. He resolved to report this good news to Wei Qing immediately. Hey, can you stop pacing? You're giving me a headache. By the floor-to-ceiling window, Wei Qing's steps faltered slightly but then resumed, even more exaggerated. Bai Gu rubbed his temples, watching the restless figure pacing back and forth in the office, and could only sigh helplessly. Suddenly, Wei Qing's communicator buzzed, and Xiong Zhengbin's urgent voice came through. The two of them tensed up, only to hear Xiong's excited words. Great news, Lord Wei Qing. Jiang An has cleared the nightmare level trial and completed the task. What? He cleared it? Yes. The dungeon completion record shows that the latest nightmare level dungeon was cleared in 4 hours and 32 minutes by Jiang An. Wei Qing was momentarily stunned, but then burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, I knew that kid wouldn't let me down. That's exactly why I had high hopes for him. Where is he? Tell him to come back and see me. Apologies, Lord Wei Qing. Jiang An has already reset the dungeon cooldown and entered the hell level dungeon directly. Wei Qing frowned slightly. A hell level dungeon? The trial rewards must be substantial. His strength must have improved significantly. At this rate of progression, he might even hit level 30 within 2 months, just in time for the secret realm assessment. Bai Gu, standing nearby, was utterly dumbfounded. Having once cleared the hard level land of the resting dead himself, he knew how terrifying that dungeon was. Back then, his team had nearly been wiped out after a coordination error woke over 20 slumbering undead. If not for a particularly strong tank, they would have been annihilated. Even so, it had taken them more than 10 hours to complete. And now, Jiang An had solo cleared the nightmare level in just 4 hours? It shattered his understanding of what was possible. After ending the call, Wei Qing turned to Bai Gu, a teasing glint in his eyes. So, you used to go on and on about how tough that dungeon was. Now, well, what do you think? Ignoring the mockery, Bai Gu asked instead, are you seriously thinking of letting him participate in the secret realm assessment in 2 months? Of course. With his leveling speed, it's entirely doable. Level 30 is just the basic requirement. The real issue is the points. Last time, the spots for the assessment were auctioned off for over 10,000 points. The secret realm hasn't opened in 10 years. Countless people are eyeing it. Even if he has exam points, it probably won't be enough. Bai Gu suggested, why not let him join my camp? The combat risks here are moderate, and he could earn points through battle merits to save up. Wei Qing eyed him up and down. Who would have thought? You look so refined on the outside, but you're scheming on the inside. Trying to poach my student? Forget it. I've got the points situation covered. Then, as if remembering something, he added, by the way, isn't Sun Yu still looking for a summoned beast after hitting level 60? Yeah, that girl has high standards. She only wants the best. Wei Qing chuckled. Someone recently found a golden dragon loach pet egg. It's a holy attribute beast, perfect for her. Bai Ji's interest was piqued, and he was about to ask for details when Wei Qing added, but it's also useful for Jiang An. If he doesn't find a suitable summoned beast, I might consider buying it for him. Bai Ji's expression shifted. Height year, boss-level pets like that were incredibly rare. Even within the military, the old veterans would drive up the price, let alone with Wei Qing joining the bidding war. So, better start saving up points, Wei Qing said, turning away with a meaningful smile. Inwardly, he thought to himself, this time at the auction, he'll make sure Jiang An gets everything he needs. In the land of the slumbering dead, Yin Ying had returned to her human form. Draped in a deep crimson cheongsam that perfectly accentuated her graceful figure, she walked lightly across the ground, each step awakening a host of dormant undead. These hell-level slumbering creatures were 30 stronger than their nightmare-level counterparts, with even the most ordinary of them rivaling the bosses of other dungeons. But to Yin Ying, they were hardly a challenge. Her tail suddenly ignited in blazing flames, and with a mere flick, the undead were reduced to ashes. The entire battle unfolded seamlessly, requiring no commands from Jiang An to handle with ease. The only concern in this hell-level dungeon was the accelerated rate of corrosive toxin accumulation, which now occurred every 5 minutes. However, with Xiao Yao, a top-tier support, by her side, the toxins posed no threat to Yin Ying. Suddenly, Jiang An noticed a larger tomb near Yin Ying, the resting place of a slumbering lich. As Yin Ying approached, the tomb cracked open, and a lich engulfed in eerie green flames fixed its gaze on her. Perfect timing, Jiang An thought with a hint of excitement, eager to test Yin Ying's new skill. Unfazed, Yin Ying immediately unleashed her six-tail annihilation. The 6 tails behind her expanded instantaneously, stretching out to blot out the sky as they enveloped the lich. The lich frantically swung its staff, summoning bone spears in a desperate counterattack, but it was too late. The 6 tails coiled tightly around the lich, each strand of fur standing on end. In the blink of an eye, the lich's health bar emptied and dropped to 0. This control skill, which could simultaneously allow the use of other abilities during its activation, displayed terrifying damage potential. Jiang An mused to himself that it was likely due to Yin Ying's talents in demonic fire and her mastery of flames. Nearby, Chanxio watched in awe, drooling. Sister Yin Ying is amazing. I want to be as strong and as beautiful as Sister Yin Ying. Xiao Yao nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, Sister Yin Ying is so beautiful. All right, stop slacking off and get back to leveling. Jiang An urged, though his gaze kept drifting toward Yin Ying. 3 hours flew by in an instant. Outside the dungeon, Xiong Zhengbin, who had been waiting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them and frowned, looking in the opposite direction of the dungeon vortex. Although it wasn't uncommon for Demon Legion sentries to cross the borders of the Shanhaiguan military camp, such incursions were usually detected in advance. This time, however, there had been no warning. As he reached for his communicator to confirm the situation, he realized the signal was completely blocked. How could this communication device, designed to cover the entire human battlefield, suddenly fail? Xiong Zhengbin immediately stood up, light flashing in his hand as he fired a signal flare into the sky. Then, he summoned a heavy sword longer than his own height. In the distance, dozens of demon-like creatures resembling Kuei began appearing on the horizon, each one exuding an overwhelming aura. The vanguard of the necromancer demons? Xiong Zhengbin's expression darkened. How dare they act within Lord Wei Qing's territory? He looked toward the military camp, but there was no response to the signal flare that should have drawn immediate attention. Could it be? This area has already been tampered with? Xiong Zhengbin frowned deeply, his mind flashing back to a small skirmish that had occurred here not long ago. His fingertips trembled slightly as he realized the enemy had most likely set a trap during that time. As the distance between them and the enemy gradually closed, he quickly cast an identification spell. The glow of the spell flickered briefly, and the information it returned made his heart sink instantly. 19 undead demons were watching them intently, and the leader among them possessed a terrifying level 68 strength. The remaining demons were no less formidable, each at least level 30. Though Xiong Zhengbin held a slight advantage at level 69, he was well aware of the overwhelming combat power of demonic creatures, far exceeding others of the same level. What worried him even more was that Jiang An and the others, who were still inside the instance vortex behind him, were completely unaware of the danger. If they emerged now, the consequences would be disastrous. If only Jiang An and the others could stay in the instance a little longer, just until reinforcements arrive. Xiong Zhengbin's silent prayer was abruptly interrupted as the vortex behind him began to tremble violently. Damn it! His face turned ashen in an instant. As the turbulence subsided, Tang Bo and 4 others tumbled out of the vortex in disarray. Each of them was injured, their health barely at 30, and their faces were filled with frustration. They had managed to collect 3 Lich tokens, just one short of summoning the boss and clearing the instance. But a crucial mistake at the last moment had cost them dearly. If not for Tang Bo's quick thinking, they might have been wiped out entirely. Before they could recover from the blow of their failure, Xiong Zhengbin's furious roar rang out beside them. Get behind me! Heal up! Enemy attack! Refill your health bars! Enemy attack! Tang Bo and his team had just exited the dungeon, barely having time to review their earlier mistakes, when the alarm of an enemy assault rang out. The 5 of them instantly turned pale and instinctively huddled closer to Xiong Zhengbin, seeking refuge behind him. When they saw that the attackers were demonic creatures, their faces drained of all color. For a prodigy enrolled at Shanghai Academy, slaying demonic creatures was an ultimate goal they aspired to achieve. However, every lesson on these creatures always emphasized their formidable strength. In reality, the power of demonic creatures was roughly equivalent to that of a field boss of the same level. If not for their lack of human-like coordination, Shanghai Pass might have fallen long ago. Even so, the annual death toll among the soldiers defending Shanghai Pass was staggering. For elite students like Tang Bo and his peers, encountering demonic creatures in combat was usually reserved for after reaching level 60. Yet here they were, at level 28, faced with a horde of these terrifying beings. Fear gripped them, paralyzing their hearts for a brief moment. The undead demons, having noticed Xiong Zhengbin and the others, began to stir. The leader of the group, an undead demon named Kuluo, sneered coldly, "Humans in this area? Hand them over to me. The rest of you, proceed with the plan to prepare for Lord Qi's resurrection." "Yes," the others replied. Kuluo radiated confidence in his abilities. Even though he was 1 level lower than Xiong Zhengbin, he seemed assured of his dominance. Xiong Zhengbin's mind raced. His priority was to ensure the student's safety, especially Jiang An. Nothing could happen to him. Seeing that the leading demon refrained from attacking all at once and instead ordered the lower-level demons to back off, Xiong Zhengbin felt a slight sense of relief. He warned the others in a deep voice, "Don't engage in combat. Refill your health bars first. If you have ranged skills, use them to harass the enemy. Support, make sure to buff me." "Got it." The support member of the team, a girl, fumbled to cast her buffs on Xiong Zhengbin. However, her level was only 28, and unlike Su Su, she lacked powerful percentage-based buffs. The effect was minimal for Xiong Zhengbin, but it was better than nothing. Xiong Zhengbin raised his heavy sword in front of him, his gaze fixed on Kuluo with fierce determination. "How amusing," Kuluo said, his voice unervingly human. "I wonder if I turned you into one of my subordinates, would you still have such fighting spirit?" Tang Bo suppressed his fear, forcing himself to sound composed. "You monsters, this is the territory of the Blade Squadron. Are you here to die?" Kuluo smirked. "The Blade Squadron? So what? Did you think we came unprepared? My subordinates who fell recently didn't die in vain." As suspected, Xiong Zhengbin's heart sank. The recent battle in this area must have been a setup. The enemy must have used some kind of item to temporarily seal off the region. "Sun Yu shouted coldly, "Even if you're prepared, the Blade Squadron scouts will quickly notice something's wrong. None of you will escape." "Is that so?" Kuluo replied indifferently. "I'm looking forward to that. By the time the Blade Squadron realizes what's happening, we'll have completed the ritual. Lord Qi, upon resurrection, will require a batch of powerful subordinates." Xiong Zhengbin's heart pounded. He didn't know who this Lord Qi was, but based on their knowledge of the demon army, anyone a level 60 undead demon referred to as Lord must be a high-ranking undead demon of at least level 150 or higher, a Tier 3 advanced undead demon. As a Tier 3 advanced undead demon, their most terrifying ability was resurrecting the dead as undead creatures to fight on their behalf. Typically, they could only reanimate corpses of beings that were lower level than themselves. Reviving such a demon in any other place might not be as catastrophic, but this was Shanghai Pass. The very soil beneath their feet likely contained the remains of countless fallen soldiers. If those were to be resurrected, it could spell disaster for the Blade Squadron. Meanwhile, The other 18 lower-level undead demons had spread out, encircling Xiong Jingbin and Tang Boss Group. Or rather, they had surrounded the vortex of the dungeon of the resting dead. Their faces displayed devout expressions as they chanted in the demonic tongue. Their once robust bodies began to wither, as if their life force was being drained away. "This is bad," Xiong Jingbin said gravely. "These 18 undead demons are sacrificial offerings. They're being used as materials for the resurrection." He instinctively moved to attack the lower-level demons, but Kuluo's expression darkened. "Foolish human, I am your opponent," Kuluo declared, waving his hand. The ground around Xiong Jingbin and the others cracked open, and decaying corpses began clawing their way out. Some of these corpses were clearly ancient, reduced to bare, yellowed bones. Others were more recent, with partially decomposed flesh crawling with maggots. Some bore demonic features, while others wore the uniforms of Hua Xia soldiers, likely those who had fallen in recent battles and been hastily buried due to the urgency of war. Seeing this, Xiong Zhengbin's eyes turned bloodshot. "You bastards!" he roared, swinging his weapon at the reanimated corpses. His heavy sword struck with immense force, smashing the undead back into lifeless fragments. A skeleton collapsed into pieces, its soul fire extinguished as it hit the ground. Kuluo's lips curled upward. "Impressive destructive power. Killing you should push me to level 69 perfect for turning you into my subordinate." Hearing Kuluo's words, Xiong Jingbin's face showed a trace of unwillingness. Although he had just successfully killed a slumbering undead, it was no more than a drop in the ocean in terms of the overall battle. For the necromantic demon, as long as there were enough corpses, the slumbering undead were practically an endless supply of expendable forces. Losing a few meant nothing. He quickly scanned his companions behind him and made a decision in his mind. The priority now was to preserve their strength and wait for Jiang An to emerge from the dungeon before considering an escape. If he were in poor condition and unable to lead Jiang An to safety, that would be the greatest failure. As for Tang Bo and the others, he could only do his utmost to protect them. Thus, Xiong Zhangbin restrained his earlier aggressive stance and began an orderly retreat in the face of the advancing slumbering undead, doing his best to buy time. Tang Bo and the others, knowing their limited abilities offered little help, could only follow closely behind him, trying to avoid being attacked by the undead. These creatures were not like the monsters in ordinary dungeons that had fixed level caps. Their strength depended entirely on their levels in life, often reaching levels 40 or 50. A single touch would mean instant death. At that moment, however, an unspoken question arose in everyone's mind. Where was Jiang An? The 5 of them had already been forced to withdraw from the normal difficulty dungeon, yet Jiang An, who was facing the far more challenging nightmare-level dungeon, had still not appeared. Standing nearby with his arms crossed, Kuluo did not rush to eliminate these humans. Instead, he controlled the slumbering undead to slowly press forward, forcing them further away from the dungeon's entrance. The appearance of these humans had disrupted their plans. Since discovering that the once third-tier high-ranking necromantic demon Kui had fallen here and formed this high-level field dungeon, the plan to resurrect Kui had been secretly underway. A third-tier high-ranking necromantic demon was not so easily annihilated. As long as the body was not completely destroyed, it could be revived through a special blood sacrifice ritual. Once Kui was reborn, he would quickly regain his peak strength. The necromantic demons held an awkward position among the demon race. Their reliance on overwhelming numbers was not recognized by other demons, and their lack of strong individuals above the third tier often relegated them to cannon fodder in battle. However, Kui's resurrection would change everything. The presence of a third-tier necromantic demon would elevate the entire group's status within the Demon Legion. The resurrection ritual was extremely vulnerable to interruption. Although Kuluo was confident he could suppress these humans, the level 69 human might still manage to disrupt the ceremony if he fought recklessly. Rather than taking such a risk, it was safer to force them away. Besides, the area was already sealed off. Unless Kuluo himself died, there was no way for them to get the message out. Once Kui was revived, the outcome would be sealed. With this in mind, both sides maintained a tenuous balance of confrontation, each harboring their own thoughts. Meanwhile, Jiang An, who was in the hell-level dungeon, remained completely unaware of the changes outside. He was still focused on grinding and leveling up. The experience points here were astonishing. Even the ordinary slumbering undead provided tens of thousands of experience points. Combined with the sheer number of monsters, it was like an upgrade paradise tailor-made for him. At this terrifying rate of experience gain, both Chanchio and Xiaoyao's levels were skyrocketing as well. If this pace continued, they could reach level 30 in just 1 month, far ahead of the expected 2-month timeline. Empowered by elemental sacrifice, the enlarged Chanchio was like an efficient harvesting machine, slaughtering the dense hordes of slumbering undead. With high attributes and Xiaoyao's skill boosts, even basic attacks could decimate groups of undead. Meanwhile, Yining followed Jiang An's instructions to remain in observation mode. Although all summoned creatures shared experience points, Those that directly killed monsters received additional experience rewards. Yin, as Jiang An's first summoned beast, naturally shares his level, requiring no additional experience points. However, for Chanxiu, who has yet to reach level 21, these experience points are incredibly valuable. Jiang An's arrangement clearly has its own deeper purpose. Master, is this pressure all right? A pair of slender fingers gently massaged Jiang An's shoulders. Yining leaned behind him, her unique and faint fragrance lingering subtly in the air, her soft form occasionally brushing against his back. Yes, it's perfect, Jiang An replied with a nod. His eyes closed as he enjoyed the moment. That's good to hear. I was worried I might use too much or too little force and make you uncomfortable, Yining murmured, her lips almost brushing against his ear, her warm breath caressing his skin. This intimate gesture made Jiang An involuntarily excited. Peering over Jiang An's shoulder, Yining noticed his obvious reaction, a sly, satisfied smile flickering across her face. For some reason, seeing Jiang An become so thrilled because of her always filled her with a deep sense of fulfillment. She was willing to do anything to make him happy. With a wave of his hand, Jiang An conjured a plate of translucent crystal grapes out of thin air. Yining instantly understood his intent and gracefully took the plate. Crossing her two tails together, she transformed them into a fluffy little table to securely hold the fruit. Carefully, she peeled the skin off the grapes, revealing the plump flesh inside, and gently held one up to his lips. When Jiang An didn't open his mouth, Yin Ying's smile deepened. With her soft, rosy lips, she delicately held the grape herself and leaned in closer to him. Their lips brushed briefly, and a peeled grape, carrying a hint of enticing sweetness, fell into Jiang An's mouth. It was soft and sweet. Jiang An let out a sigh of appreciation. Yining naturally understood that Jiang An wasn't just praising the grape. A flush of red quickly crept up her usually icy face. As long as you like it, master, she murmured. Like it? Of course, I do, Jiang An replied, smiling. Yining lowered her head and continued peeling grapes for him. On the side, Xiao Yao, who was tasked with assisting, widened her eyes in astonishment. In her mind, she was already jotting down notes in an imaginary notebook. Master enjoys eating grapes. No, wait, he likes being fed grapes mouth to mouth. She resolved that once she could fully take on a human form, she would also try to please the master in the same way. A sudden roar erupted from Chanxiu. Xiao Yao, don't stop assisting. Coming. Xiao Yao responded quickly. As Jiang An watched Chanxiu and Xiao Yao skillfully work together to clear the monsters, while enjoying Yin Ying's attentive care, he couldn't help but sigh contentedly. Now this is the life of a summoner. With Chanxiu's continuous attacks, more and more slumbering undead were roused from their rest. Eventually, a dormant lich appeared before Chanxiu. Chanxiu shouted excitedly, finally, I've been waiting for you. A barrage of thunder palms rained down, and clusters of damage numbers floated above the lich's head. Before it could even cast a single spell, the lich was effortlessly obliterated by Chanxiu. As the loot notification popped up, a flash of light revealed 4 lich tokens now resting in Jiang An's hand. The ground began to tremble once more. Shortly after, an ornate tomb emerged before Jiang An, accompanied by a dark, ominous passageway. It seems that the mechanics of this hell-level dungeon aren't much different from the nightmare level one, Jiang An mused as he walked toward the passage. After using one of the lich tokens, his appearance transformed back into that of a lich. Yin Ying and the other summoned beasts were immediately forced back into their summoning space. Prioritizing safety, Jiang An took out an amulet and held it tightly in his hand before entering the passage. The stone-carved monsters inside were identical to those had encountered before, but their strength had noticeably increased. Previously, the stone-carved Thunder Dragon's power was around the 2nd transition level. This time, Jiang An could clearly see a 3rd horn growing on its Hiata, distinctive feature of a 3rd transition Thunder Dragon. This hell-level dungeon is already at its highest difficulty, and the strength of these stone-carved guardians is all at the 3rd transition. Doesn't that mean the undead demon at the end must have been at a 3rd transition level of power when alive? Jiang An was startled by his own speculation. A 3rd transition powerhouse was at least level 150 or above, a rarity by any standard. Moreover, the dungeon's boss, Kuei, had demonstrated extraordinary intelligence, even attempting to manipulate Jiang An into helping him resurrect. It was entirely possible that Kuei had been a being even stronger than a 3rd transition powerhouse. Lost in thought, Jiang An's footsteps didn't falter. He soon crossed the passage and arrived at the familiar black jade platform, waiting silently for Kuei to awaken. As the human corpse disintegrated into ash, all the remains settled onto Kuei's form. As Kuei gradually regained mobility, Jiang An's lich transformation was automatically dispelled. Without hesitation, he summoned all his beasts, including Yin Ying. Perhaps due to the increased difficulty, Kuei regained full mobility much faster this time. In just a few seconds, Kuei's eyes snapped open, locking onto Jiang An with a piercing glare. Jiang An, intending to see if he could extract another hidden dungeon key item from Kuei, was surprised when the boss spoke first. I underestimated how shameless you humans can be, Kuei sneered. Jiang An raised an eyebrow in surprise. This guy actually remembers events from the nightmare-level dungeon, he thought. Normally, dungeon bosses existed independently within their respective instances. I will kill you and turn your bones into the lowest form of bone hound. Kuei roared. Jiang An sighed, feigning boredom as he dug a finger into his ear. Seriously? You're just going to keep repeating that same line? Don't worry, they'll finish you off quickly this time. Just make sure you drop something valuable, or you'll be really disappointed. Kuei's fury erupted. Whether as a third transition powerhouse in life or as a dungeon boss, he had never been humiliated like this. Where others would tread carefully around him, this human dared to mock him so openly. Brat. They'll show you what true power. Kuei's words were cut short as Yin, standing behind Jiang An, launched her attack first. Skill. Six-tail obliteration. The six tails behind Yin expanded instantly, stretching out like a canopy to engulf Kuei. Before Kuei could react, the tails bound him tightly, locking his neck, limbs, and waist in place. The tails pulled taut, and a devastating obliteration force began emanating from them, tearing through Kuei's form. His health plummeted rapidly. Kuei, realizing something was wrong, tried to activate his skills, only to find himself unable to concentrate. Even casting a spell became a struggle. Where he could once summon thousands of slumbering undead, now he could barely manage to awaken fewer than 10. Seeing this, Jiang An smirked. Oh, come on. You're the hell-level dungeon boss. Don't tell me you've gotten weaker over time? You can't even summon 10 undead now? Kuei was livid. His exposed chest revealed a shriveled heart that had now turned an angry shade of dark purple. Tisk, TSK. Tisk. Jiang An didn't say much more, but his disdainful gaze spoke volumes. Finish him, he ordered. As you command, my master. Yining replied. The six tails tightened further, and Kuei's health bar dropped dangerously low. At that moment, the six tails ignited with fierce black flames the platinum tier skill, Flame Tails. Kuei's instinct screamed danger. He knew this attack would kill him. His gaze toward Yining shifted, now filled with fear. What kind of creature was she? Back in the nightmare-level dungeon, she had needed some explosive skill to defeat him. But now, even with his enhanced hell-level attributes, she didn't require such a skill to overpower him. Before Kuei could make sense of Yin Ying's origins, the six tails unleashed their flame tail skill, sealing his fate. Crack! With a sharp, resounding noise, six blazing tails of fire lashed simultaneously against Kuei's body. This was the terrifying power of Yin Ying after evolving into a six-tailed flame beast. Each tail could independently unleash the flame tail skill, delivering six-fold devastating damage in an instant. Kuei's health plummeted rapidly. A fleeting look of unwillingness flashed across his face before he collapsed entirely. The system notification immediately chimed in. Congratulations on defeating the level 28 Death Demon Kuei boss above your level. Bonus experience reward, 20,000. Materials obtained. Kuei's Wings X2. Congratulations on your first hell level clear of Resting Grounds of the Dead. Completion time, 4 hours 13 minutes. New record for fastest clear. Experience reward, 30,000. A surge of experience points enveloped Jiang An and Yin Ying in golden light. Their levels shot up directly to level 22. To jump from level 20 to 22 in just a single day was a feat that likely shattered any existing records. Though no particularly rare equipment dropped, the bountiful experience alone left Jiang An quite satisfied. However, as the dungeon's teleportation vortex appeared, his expression grew serious. This vortex was unlike the usual. It fluctuated violently, as if on the verge of shattering. Jiang An had only encountered such instability in one-time dungeons, yet the Resting Grounds of the Dead was supposed to be a regular dungeon and should have remained stable. Something might be happening outside. Gripping a talisman tightly in his palm, Jiang An stepped into the vortex without hesitation. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, the battle had reached a critical point. Xiong Zhangbin, Tang Bo, and the others were being relentlessly pushed back, unknowingly increasing their distance from the dungeon's vortex. Suddenly, one of the death demons spat black blood, its health inexplicably plummeting until it collapsed and died. Shortly after, a second death demon began to exhibit the same symptoms. Death sacrifice. Xiong Zhangbin exclaimed in alarm. What shocked him even more was the abnormal fluctuation of the dungeon's vortex. After a brief analysis, he realized the death demons were likely attempting to resurrect someone or something inside the dungeon. Sun Yu reacted instantly, conjuring a massive, powerful ice spear aimed at the death demon about to complete the sacrifice. However, a shield forged of white bone materialized out of nowhere, blocking the fatal strike entirely. How foolish, came the cold, chilling voice of Kulo. Did you really think I'd let you ruin my plans? Now, stop struggling. Isn't it better to become one of the sleeping dead after your demise? Xiong Zhengbin regretfully realized that he had missed the best opportunity to sabotage the plan. In his efforts to protect Jiang An, he had completely overlooked the fact that the resurrection target was inside the dungeon. To stop Kuyi's revival now, he would have to forcibly shut down the dungeon. But the undead bone shield summoned by the level 68 Kuluo was far beyond Sun Yu's ability to break. To even get close to the target, they would first need to clear the densely packed sleeping undead in the vicinity, and such a time-consuming effort would inevitably allow the sacrificial ritual to be completed. To hell with it. Upon grasping the dire situation, Xiong Jingbin's expression turned resolute as he roared, "Even if it costs me my life, I will never stop resisting. So what if you bring that old skeleton back to life? If we killed him once, we can kill him again. No matter how strong he is, he's no match for Lord Wei Qing." Kuluo sneered and shook his head. Such ignorance. Wei Qing? In the presence of Lord Ku Yi, he's nothing but a junior. If not for Wei Qing's master, Bai Qi, ambushing him at the cost of his own life, how could Lord Ku Yi have fallen here? Even then, Bai Qi perished here as well. Do you really think Wei Qing is worthy? At the mention of Bai Qi, Xiong Jingbin's pupils contracted sharply. The infamous killing god Bai Qian, unparalleled legend in history. Back when the defenses at Shanhai Pass were nearly breached by the abyssal cultists, it was Bai Qi who single-handedly cleared the entire stronghold. Though the blood he spilled on the walls belonged to the abyssal cultists, his actions earned the respect of all. Later, he even trained Wei Qing, but then he mysteriously disappeared, with no one knowing where he went. Hearing Kuluo's words, Xiong Zhengbin suddenly understood the discovery of the dungeon of the resting dead had indeed occurred after Bai Qi's disappearance. Could it be that the demon within the dungeon was so terrifying that even Bai Qi had to sacrifice his life to defeat it? Not only Xiong Zhengbin, but also Sun Yu and the others turned pale. If even the legendary Bai Qi had to exchange his life to defeat such a demon, its revival would undoubtedly overturn the entire battlefield. Prepare to fight to the death, Xiong Zhengbin said calmly. I won't be able to protect you going forward. If you get the chance, run. Let's do this. Tang Boss blood surged with determination. Even if it costs my life, it'll stop that thing from reviving. Sun Yu was equally resolute. Running away isn't an option, it's better to fight. We came to Shanhai Academy to wipe out these demons, and he'll die without regret if that's what it takes. The other three didn't speak, but they gripped their weapons tightly, ready for battle. Good. Seeing the unwavering resolve in their eyes, Xiong Zhengbin felt his blood boil. From this moment on, you're not students or soldiers fighting for humanity. Before his words had even faded, a red glow enveloped Xiong Zhengbin's entire body, and his health instantly dropped to 30. This was Berserk, the core skill of the advanced warrior class Berserker, sacrificing vitality to gain a 16 damage boost, a 15 speed increase, and a 70 damage reduction. His heavy sword, now shrouded in blood-red light, cleaved through the air as he leapt forward, striking the sleeping undead ahead with immense force. With a thunderous explosion, his vitality erupted like molten lava, instantly clearing a large area. Any undead attempting to approach were immobilized by ice arrows flying in from all directions. A scream rang out from behind him, causing Xiong Jingbin's heart to clench, but he dared not look back. His eyes were locked on the undead demon closest to the dungeon vortex, the final target required for the sacrificial ritual. 10 undead demons had already completed their sacrifices, leaving 8 more. Each sacrifice required 5 seconds, meaning he had only 40 seconds left to stop it all. Theoretically, this should be enough to stop the sacrificial ritual. Faced with a life-and-death crisis, Xiong Zhengbin unleashed a combat power he had never shown before. He chose to endure the attacks of the low-level slumbering undead heathen, his heavy sword slicing through the air with sharp, dazzling arcs as he desperately pushed toward the direction of the undead demon. However, the slumbering undead swarmed around him in what seemed like an endless tide, densely packed and blocking his path forward. The support of ice arrows from behind was also weakening, forcing Xiong Zhengbin to slow his advance. His bloodshot eyes burned with determination as he swung his heavy sword relentlessly. Blood cross slash. Shattering mountain strike, he roared, releasing berserker skills one after another. Yet, despite his furious efforts, he was unable to carve a direct path through the army of undead to reach the undead demon. Standing off to the side, Kuluo watched the scene unfold, the twisted smile on his face growing wider. Tisk, TSK, TSK. See? You should have given up from the start. And now, here we are at the last one. Rest easy. Once Lord Kuei is resurrected, I will personally report your contributions. Lord Kuei will surely honor you by transforming you into glorious liches. The last undead demon's health dropped rapidly. There was no pain on its face, only devout reverence for the sacrificial ritual. Despair-filled Xiong Jingbin's Aishi had failed to protect Jiang An and had been powerless to prevent Kuei's resurrection. Just as the undead demon's health was reduced to its final 1%, a sudden flash of light emerged from the broken dungeon vortex. Jiang An's figure appeared before the swirling vortex, accompanied by 3 summoned beasts, Flame Shadow, Greedy Ball, and Little Yao. At the exact moment the undead demon's health hit 0, the dungeon vortex began to churn violently, its terrifying spatial forces threatening to shred everything into powder. Then, with a crisp pop, the vortex shattered and disappeared in an instant. The moment Xiong Zhengbin saw Jiang An, a surge of joy welled up in his heart. But it was fleeting, as the vortex of the dungeon was disintegrating before his eyes. His heart sank instantly. The resurrection ritual was complete, and the terrifying Tier 3 demon was about to awaken. Xiong Zhengbin acted immediately, quickly positioning himself to shield Jiang An. Jiang An scanned the surroundings, the dense sea of slumbering undead suffocating in its intensity. He asked in a low voice, "What's the situation now?" Xiong Zhengbin briefly explained the crisis. Jiang An frowned deeply, piecing things together quickly. "You're saying a Tier 3 undead demon is about to be resurrected? And Shen Haiguan has no idea what's going on?" As he spoke, he searched for Sun Yu and the others, but amidst the ocean of undead, they were nowhere to be seen. Xiong Zhengbin nodded bitterly. "Yes, once that thing revives, the measures they use to block detection will fail, and Lord Wei Qing will definitely intervene. But before that," his voice was filled with despair. "With the power of a Tier 3 demon, killing all of us here would be effortless. Even you, Jiang An, can't possibly stand a chance against it." At that moment, Kuluo's attention was entirely fixed on the shattered vortex of the dungeon. As the vortex disappeared, a lavish tomb and a pitch-black passage were revealed, identical to what Jiang An had seen inside the dungeon. Excitement overtook Kuluo as he gestured, releasing a streak of black light. The light shot into the tomb, instantly blasting it open. A black jade platform was exposed, upon which lay 2 withered corpses: Tier 3 undead demon Ku-yi and the legendary god of killing, Bai Qi. Suddenly, 18 undead demon corpses emitted beams of deep purple energy, all converging on Ku-yi. His withered body began to rapidly regenerate, swelling like a dried sponge absorbing water. Jiang An's calm gaze rested on Bai Qi's corpse. He knew that against the resurrecting Tier 3 demon and the level 60+ Kuluo, their chances of survival were slim. Even the protective charm Su Su had given him could only withstand attacks from Tier 2 enemies at best. Their only hope lay with Bai Qi, the god of killing. A flash of light appeared, and the special dungeon reward item, the Soul of the Undead, materialized in Jiang An's hand. Without hesitation, he chose Bai Qi as the target for its activation. Instantly, a thick beam of energy surged from within Jiang An, pouring into Bai Qi's corpse. This sudden turn of events caught everyone's attention. Xiong Zhengbin stood dumbfounded, unable to believe what he was witnessing. Kuluo's expression darkened, his face contorted in shock. As an undead demon himself, he knew all too well what the Soul of the Undead, a rare item produced only by Tier 3 or higher demons, signified. Murderous intent flared in Kuluo's eyes as he raised his hand. Summoning a barrage of bone spears that shot toward Jiang An, Xiong Zhengbin tried to step forward to block them but found his legs bound tightly by skeletal claws. Helpless, he could only watch as the bone spears hurtled toward Jiang An. Yet, as the deadly attack closed in, Jiang An remained completely still. The bone spears struck but were entirely deflected by a sudden burst of white light. Not only Jiang An but his 3 summoned beasts were also enveloped in the same radiant glow. Xiong Zhengbin recognized the effect. It was the Tier 2 support skill, Life's Blessing. He was both overjoyed and puzzled. Clearly, the protective charm Jiang An had prepared in advance had activated at just the right moment. Meanwhile, Kuluo's expression twisted in frustration, as though he'd swallowed a fly. Kuluo stared in disbelief at the scene before him. This little guy, who had just emerged from the dungeon and was only level 22, not only obtained the game-breaking item, Soul of the Undead, but also carried a Life Blessing skill amulet. He clenched his teeth, glaring at Jiang An with such fury that it seemed ready to spill over. A soft white glow emanated from Jiang An's body, gradually dispersing, only to be replaced by a thick, protective shield that enveloped him and his summoned creatures. The shield was so formidable that it compressed their health bars to a thin line, with an astonishingly high shield value above it. This was the pinnacle of second-tier protection skills, Life Blessing, so powerful that even second-tier experts of the same level would struggle to break through. Kuluo could only watch helplessly as Jiang An activated the Soul of the Undead, channeling life energy into Bai Qi. On the black jade platform, the 2 withered corpses began to visibly regain vitality. Bai Qi's sunken abdomen gradually filled out, and his dried skin regained its luster. Before long, the Soul of the Undead completely merged into Bai Qi's body, and a consciousness began to awaken. Taking advantage of the time it took for Bai Qi and Ku-yi to resurrect, Jiang An's eyes swept over the vast number of dormant undead around him. Since he had already used such a precious item, he was determined to reap as many benefits as possible. Under Jiang An's command, Yanning immediately dispelled Chu Lian's disguise, revealing her true form as the six-tailed demon fox. Her size surged to human height, her fur flowing gracefully, exuding an aura of nobility. Meanwhile, Chan Xiu transformed into a small giant. Standing guard in front of Jiang and Xiao Yao began casting buffing skills on the two battle companions. Kuluo sneered in disdain. A mere level 22 summoner, even with life blessing, was only prolonging his survival. But in the next moment, his expression froze. Jiang and had sacrificed his elemental spirits, instantly casting a variety of debuffs on Kuluo and the dormant undead. When Yanning unleashed a storm of black flames, the scene was breathtaking. As the flames subsided, most of the dormant undead had been reduced to ashes. The few remaining high-level undead were barely hanging on. Before Kuluo could issue a command, Xiao Yao's dazzling light orb stunned them, and Chan Xiu's chain lightning strikes finished them off. Off to the side, Xiong Zhengbin stood dumbfounded, completely at a loss for words. Am I seeing this right? Kuluo's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the scene before him. Standing there was Jiang An, a level 22 summoner, commanding his summoned creatures to effortlessly wipe out a swarm of level 40+ dormant undead. The sight sent shockwaves through Kuluo's mind. Vividly remembered how even he, a first-tier berserker, struggled to break through such a horde of high-level dormant undead. Sure, berserkers weren't exactly built for group battles, but still, he was a first-tier expert. In that instant, Kuluo finally understood why Jiang An could clear nightmare-level dungeons with such ease. He had originally assumed Jiang An relied on some secret tools or items to achieve this, but now it was clear this was all pure, raw strength. Kuluo's expression darkened. A level 22 summoner capable of taking down level 40+ dormant undead in such a short time? That kind of power far exceeded anything he thought possible. The human race already has Wei Qing, who's been enough of a headache for us. And now, there's someone even more terrifying than Wei Qing. Suddenly, Kuluo's pupils contracted sharply. Wait a second, summoner? Jiang An? The name instantly matched a record buried in his memorial list of notable individuals. This was the same human genius who shattered the college entrance exam records. This guy can't be allowed to live. Kuluo swore silently to himself. Once Lord Kuei is resurrected, I'll make sure we eliminate this threat. Meanwhile, as more dormant undead fell, Jiang An's system notifications began to flood in. Congratulations on defeating a level 43 dormant undead across levels. Bonus experience awarded. 18,888. Congratulations on defeating a level 41 dormant undead across levels. Bonus experience awarded. 16,000. Congratulations on defeating a level 43 dormant undead across levels. Bonus experience awarded. 18,888. Experience points surged like a tidal wave, causing Jiang An's experience bar to skyrocket by 6% in an instant. However, instead of looking pleased, a hint of dissatisfaction crossed his face. Only over 10,000 experience points for level 40+ monsters, and no equipment drops? Seriously? Nearby, Xiong Zhengbin scratched his head awkwardly upon hearing this. Isn't over 10,000 experience points already a lot? Is over 10,000 experience points still not enough? Xiong Zhengbin muttered to himself, recalling his days at level 20. Back then, earning over 2,000 experience points from a single monster had been enough to make him ecstatic. But upon second thought, considering Jiang An could effortlessly clear nightmare-level dungeons, such expectations seemed reasonable. This is pretty normal, Xiong Zhengbin explained. These monsters are only temporarily summoned and will return to being corpses once the time is up. Plus, there's no experience bonus for fighting in the wild. Getting 10,000 experience points is already quite impressive. Jiang An nodded in understanding, but he couldn't help feeling a bit disappointed at the meager reward for his efforts. His gaze inadvertently fell on Kuluo, and a thought crossed his mind. If I killed him, the experience points would probably be substantial, wouldn't they? Noticing the shift in Jiang An's expression, Xiong Zhengbin shuddered. Before he could say anything to dissuade him, Yin Ying and Chan Xiu had already leapt into the air, soaring over the slumbering horde of undead and heading straight for Kuluo. The surrounding undead quickly filled the gaps left by Yin Ying's attacks, launching assaults on the two summoned beasts. However, under the protection of the life blessing, their attacks couldn't even scratch the shield, let alone harm them. In the blink of an eye, the two creatures closed the distance, now dangerously close to Kuluo. Kuluo's brows furrowed as bone claws erupted from the ground, attempting to restrain the two summoned beasts. Yet, under the effects of life blessing, as long as the shield remained intact, no negative effects could take hold. This brief hesitation gave Yin Ying and Chan Xiu the perfect opening to strike. Six-tailed obliteration. Yin Ying's tails coiled around Kuluo like iron chains, exerting such immense force that even the level 68 Necromancer demon couldn't break free. Qiao seized the opportunity, unleashing a barrage of lightning strikes that pounded relentlessly against Kuluo. Xiong Zhangbin watched in utter disbelief. A level 22 summoner was actually dealing such significant damage to a first-tier Necromancer demon. It completely shattered his perception of reality. While much of this was thanks to the powerful support skill Life Blessing, it was still astonishing. Kuluo, on the other hand, was enraged by the humiliation. He was a proud Necromancer demon. When had he ever been treated like this? You damned humans. Once your shield is gone, he'll personally turn you into the lowliest bone hound, he roared. This threat infuriated Yanning further. The black flames on its 6 tails flared violently. The sound of snapping lashes filled the air as Kuluo's face swelled from the blows, his health plummeting by a tenth. Immediately afterward, a fiery storm swept through, carving away another 5% of his life force. After the blazing storm subsided, Kuluo's body was covered in grotesque burn marks, with remnants of demonic flames still flickering on his skin. Due to Kuluo's exceptionally high level, the effects of the 6-tail annihilation lasted less than 10 seconds before dissipating, granting him freedom once again. Gazing at Yin Ying and Qiao, who were shielded by a heavy, shimmering barrier, Kuluo burned with rage, wishing to tear the fox apart. However, he was forced to suppress his urge for vengeance, at least temporarily. This round of Yin Ying's assault had made him acutely aware that, given Jiang An enough time, he might truly meet his end here. Feeling the searing pain coursing through his entire body, Kuluo prepared to retreat from the battlefield. But just as he was about to make his move, the tails behind Yin Ying began to sway violently, initiating the Phantom Mesmerize. Kuluo froze in place, and Qiao seized the fleeting opportunity, immediately striking with a thunder palm to deliver a follow-up blow. At the same time, the flames on Yin Ying's 6 tails flared up once more, forcefully activating an enhanced version of the stacked skill Flame Tail. The 6 scorching tail whips lashed ruthlessly across Kuluo's body, leaving distinct burn marks on his skin. This relentless series of fierce attacks finally brought Kuluo's health down to below 60%. Only 12 seconds had passed, yet the consecutive use of the stacked Flame Tail had clearly taken a toll on Yin Ying. Her breathing became labored and uneven. A trace of regret flashed in Jiang An's eyes. With his current level 22 strength, instantly killing Kuluo was still an overreach. Achieving this much was entirely thanks to Yin Ying and her team's formidable combat prowess. Although Kuluo still had 60% of his health remaining, Jiang An was clearly unwilling to give up. Unfortunately, Yin Ying's most powerful skill, Divine Might, was still on cooldown and unavailable. If only he could activate Yin Ying's Divine Might state, she would truly unleash unparalleled devastation. Xiong Zhangbin stood nearby, his eyes fixed intently on the battle scene. Watching Jiang An reduce Kuluo's health to 60 in just a matter of seconds, his breathing quickened. He wished he could rush to Kuluo's side to assist Jiang An, but lacking any life-protecting skills, he had no choice but to continue clearing out the obstructive slumbering undead. What a pity, Xiong Zhangbin sighed inwardly. If only he had known Jiang An possessed such strength, he would have attacked Kuluo right away, possibly helping to lower his health further. However, the odds now seemed slim. Jiang An's summoned beast's burst skills had already been exhausted. Though his damage output was top tier for a level 22 player, taking on a level 68 undead demon still seemed like a stretch. At that moment, Kuluo broke free from the constraints of the Phantom Bewitchment, using his exceptionally high mental strength. When he realized his health had dropped to 60, his expression darkened, and his killing intent toward Jiang An intensified. But in the next instant, Kuluo's eyes widened as he noticed a platinum-glowing staff appear in Jiang An's hand. A platinum-grade weapon. Before Kuluo could react, Jiang An had already unleashed Spider Eye Stare, plunging him into a dazed state once again. What followed was a rapid series of skill activations. Shadow Skill Twin. Duplicate. Divine Might. As Divine Might activated, an intense and unique pressure emanated from Jiang An, transforming his entire demeanor. Standing nearby, Xiong Zhangbin even felt an overwhelming urge to kneel, though fortunately, the pressure wasn't directed at him. Without hesitation, Jiang An activated the special skill granted by the Spider King's staff after its ascension to Platinum-grade Spider Realm Descent. This skill required the sacrifice of a summoned beast, absorbing 99 of the target's health and summoning a horde of venomous rainbow Spider Kings for a devastating assault, dealing 10 times the absorbed health as damage. Jiang An's gaze fell on Xiao Yao. At level 19, Xiao Yao's health exceeded even that of Yanning Qiao, making her the ideal sacrifice. Moreover, her life-protecting shield value would remain intact despite the sacrifice. Xiao Yao nodded resolutely, eager to fight for her master. As the sacrifice began, Xiao Yao's health instantly dropped to 1. The space around them seemed to freeze, countless cracks appearing as ferocious venomous rainbow Spider Kings emerged from within. Their spider legs had transformed into deadly spears, all aimed directly at Kulo, who had just broken free from control. Boom, boom, boom. The venomous rainbow spider king struck like a barrage of nuclear blasts, filling the air with dust and debris. Any nearby slumbering undead were instantly obliterated. Jiang An gripped his staff tightly, his mental energy surging like a flood. Unlike the large-scale attacks he had used during the high-level trials, this time he concentrated all his attacks around Kulo to maximize the damage. Under the amplification of divine might, the attacks of the venomous rainbow spider kings became even more terrifying. Trapped in place, Kulo's health plummeted rapidly. He wanted to roar in fury, but it was already too late to turn the tide. Just as he opened his mouth, a venomous rainbow spider king shot out like lightning and plunged straight into it. This deadly strike instantly wiped out the last sliver of his health bar. At the moment his life points hit zero, the level 68 Necro Demon Kuluo collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. Xiong Zhengbin stared in shock, his jaw almost hitting the floor. He swallowed hard, watching helplessly as the spatial rift slowly closed. Amid his astonishment, countless questions swirled in his mind. What kind of skill is this? Why have I never heard of it? What's even more baffling is that Jiang An is clearly a summoner. Isn't his combat capability supposed to rely entirely on his summoned creatures? How could he possibly use a single skill to instantly kill a level 68 Necro Demon with such an enormous amount of health? When his gaze shifted to Jiang An, he realized that the situation wasn't looking good for him either. Bright red blood was trickling from Jiang An's nostrils, and his right hand, tightly gripping the Spider King's staff, was trembling violently. It was clear that this powerful skill had pushed him to his absolute limit. At that moment, a strange golden light suddenly enveloped Jiang An, Yin Ying, the gluttonous ball, and Xiao Yao. The light around Jiang An was the brightest, flashing 4 times in succession. His level skyrocketed from 22 to 26 in an instant, with the experience points from defeating Kuluo propelling him up 4 levels in one go. Yin Ying and Xiao Yao were also bathed in the golden glow, their levels rising to 25 and 24 respectively. With the consecutive level ups, Jiang An's depleted mental energy began to recover slowly. He noticed a notification flicker across his interface, but before he could check it, the environment around them underwent a chilling transformation. The dormant undead that had been standing nearby collapsed lifelessly to the ground following Kuluo's death. The sky above was suddenly shrouded in heavy, oppressive clouds, plunging the already dim surroundings into even deeper darkness. Amid the howling winds, faint, sorrowful cries could be heard, drifting eerily through the air. Shanghai Pass Command Center. After returning to his office, Wei Qing suddenly felt a pang of unease, as if something significant was about to happen. His brows furrowed deeply, and amidst the swirling thoughts in his mind, an idea flashed through. With a wave of his hand, accompanied by a streak of red light, a badge symbolizing his status as the commander appeared in his palm. The badge was crimson throughout, adorned with 3 stars that flickered unpredictably. This was the token personally handed to him by his mentor, Bai Qi, signifying that Wei Qing had inherited Bai Qi's position as commander and the authority over the elite vanguard unit. Yet, less than a month after the handover, Bai Qi mysteriously disappeared. No one knew his whereabouts, and even Wei Qing had received no further word from him. As time passed, everyone assumed Bai Qi had met a tragic end, and Wei Qing was forced to accept this harsh reality. Sensing the coordinates transmitted by the badge, Wei Qing didn't hesitate. He shattered the office window and leapt out. Landing heavily on the ground, the impact created a web of cracks beneath his feet. But he seemed unfazed, pushing off the ground with a burst of speed, vanishing like a bolt of lightning. Near the vortex of the dungeon of the resting dead, the sky suddenly darkened, and the wind carried a mournful wail. Following Kulo's death, Jiang An and Xiong Zhengbin both noticed a subtle shift in the surrounding atmosphere. Xiong Zhengbin excitedly pulled out a flare gun and fired it, quickly receiving a response from the distance. At that moment, Jiang An noticed 2 disheveled figures approaching from the other side of Qi's corpse site, was Sun Yu and the support girl. Both were in tattered clothes, covered in blood, with the support girl's face streaked with tears. They cast grateful glances at Jiang An, recounting their harrowing ordeal among the slumbering undead. Just then, one of the 2 corpses stirred by Qi was the first to awaken. His skin regained a lifelike tone, and his sharp features carried a trace of confusion. His gaze landed on Jiang An, and he quickly grasped the situation, though he shook his head, indicating he was unable to stop Qi's revival. Furthermore, he explained he could only remain for 3 minutes, and at just 80 of his full strength. Despite this, Bai Qi gave a faint smile. "Don't worry, I can feel my student is on his way. While I may not be able to kill Qi, I can certainly buy us some time." As the group deliberated, Bai Qi's attention was suddenly drawn to the fiery figure beside Jiang An. A 6-tailed fox spirit? He abruptly stood, staring intently at the fiery shadow, his voice trembling with emotion. You are." Bai Chi's breathing grew rapid, and a trace of reminiscence flickered in his eyes. Does Lord Bai Chi know Yining? Jiang An asked curiously. Bai Chi snapped out of his thoughts, retracting his gaze. After a moment's hesitation, he said softly, she just reminded me of an old friend. As he spoke, his gaze toward Jiang An softened. Is she your summoned beast?
Yes.
What is your name? Jiang An, Bai Chi murmured, repeating the name. A good name. He lifted his head, his eyes sharp as they met Jiang An's. I have a way to deal with Kui, but I'll need Yin Ying's help. Will you agree? Jiang An frowned slightly. The method you mentioned, will it harm Yin Ying in any way? Bai Chi shook his head. Rest assured, it won't. I have a skill that allows me to temporarily transfer my attributes to a specific target. Yin Ying meets the conditions for the transfer. Once transferred, shall possess the same level as me. With the racial potential of a six-tailed fox spirit, shall be strong enough to kill Kui. After the effect wears off, she might be exhausted and unable to fight for a day, but there will be no other harm. Hearing this explanation, the furrow in Jiang An's brow finally eased. He glanced at the awakening Kui, then back at Yin Ying, and slowly nodded. All right, I'll leave it to you, Lord Bai Chi. Yin Ying stepped forward, standing before Bai Chi. Just as Bai Chi was about to speak, a sudden surge of energy erupted from Kui's direction. Bai Chi's expression turned serious, and in an instant, he transformed into a beam of white light, merging into Yin Ying. Yin Ying's level began to break through its limits, rapidly climbing from level 22, 23, 27, 50, 60 as her level soared. Her aura intensified, and her form completely shifted into that of a human woman. By this time, Kui had fully recovered. His eyes snapped open, and the fatal wounds on his body had vanished without a trace. He flapped his wings and took to the air, his gaze sweeping over the battlefield littered with corpses. I died once? That Bai Chi, even in a severely injured state, he managed to trade his life for mine. But in the end, I still won. As his gaze landed on Jiang An, his expression froze. Memories of humiliation surged back, and a burning rage ignited within him. You! Kui dove down, shattering the protective life shield around Jiang An with a casual flick of his hand. If you had escaped back to Shanghai Pass, I might not have been able to find you. But you dared to deceive me? They'll make sure you die in the most excruciating way possible. Bone hell. Countless tiny bone spikes emerged, filling the space around Jiang An. Yet, at that moment, Kui had already fallen into Yin Ying's illusion. In reality, he was attacking a mere rock. Now transformed into an exquisite beauty, Yin Ying stood to the side, her 9 tails swaying gently. Master, shall I kill him? Kill him. As you wish. In an instant, Yin Ying teleported near Kui, her 9 tails extending silently, radiating immense power. 9-tailed flame dragon annihilation. Flames erupted into the sky as the 9 fox tails transformed into 9 vividly lifelike dragons of fire. They coiled around Kui, trapping him within. His health began to plummet at an alarming rate. Under the intense pressure of his rapidly depleting health, Kui finally broke free from the control of the phantom enchantment. As clarity returned to his eyes, he realized that the Jiang An he had just tormented to death was nothing more than a shattered stone reduced to dust. The real Jiang An stood unharmed nearby. At this moment, Kui was tightly bound by 9 blazing dragons. These fiery creatures not only inflicted massive damage, but also caused continuous burning effects. Seeing this alto-familiar scene, he was momentarily dazed. Could it be that I haven't resurrected? Am I still in the dungeon? Is this just a hallucination before death? However, he quickly dismissed the thought. He was certain he had regained his third-turn strength. Even if he hadn't had the chance to summon other powerful dormant undead, he shouldn't be someone a mere level 22 summoner could contend with. As he pondered this, he suddenly noticed that Jiang An's level had risen to 26. His expression immediately became complicated. When his gaze shifted to Yin Ying standing nearby, his face changed drastically. The strength emanating from Yin Ying shocked him. She had previously been only in her 20s in terms of level, but now she had reached the third-turn realm. From her presence, Kui faintly sensed the unique aura of Bai Chi. Bai Chi. Kui instantly understood. He wasn't the only one who had been resurrected. This was Bai Chi's trap to completely eliminate any chance of Kuei's revival, even after death. Kui thrashed violently, trying to break free from the fiery dragon's grip. But when his eyes inadvertently met Yin Ying's, a strange sensation surged within him. He found himself thinking that surrendering and dying at her hands might not be such a bad idea. This bizarre allure didn't just affect him. Even Xiong Jingbin and Sun Yu, upon seeing Yin Ying, felt a similar inexplicable pull. Now, Yin Ying had ascended to the level of a 9-tailed entity. Even standing still, she exuded an irresistible charm that evoked a sense of pity and admiration from others. Fortunately, Kuei's combat instincts jolted him awake, making him realize the terrifying nature of his thoughts. However, This brief lapse in focus had already reduced his health to 40. Gritting his teeth, Kuei shut his eyes tightly and covered himself with a layer of bone armor, attempting to slow the depletion of his health. He was betting that the fiery dragon's skill wouldn't last much longer. Noticing his actions, Yin Ying's alluring lips curved into a faint smile, her eyes flickering with mysterious black flames. Heavenly flame baptism. Suddenly, the dark sky brightened as hundreds of burning meteors appeared on the horizon. Each one radiated an eerie black glow. As Kuei heard the whistling sound of their descent and felt the immense pressure surrounding him, he had no choice but to open his eyes. The sight before him made his face twist in fury. A massive, flaming meteor was hurtling straight toward him. Who the hell threw out a forbidden curse? He roared, struggling desperately to break free. But the 9 fiery dragons clinging to him were as immovable as if they were welded in place. The sky seemed to rain meteors as Yining stood proudly at the center of the impact zone. Each meteor whizzed past her with precision, slamming into Kuei directly. The powerful collisions caused the ground to tremble violently. Yin Ying's hair danced elegantly in the wind, making her appear like an ancient deity of destruction. This awe-inspiring scene was forever imprinted in the minds of Xiong Jingbin and Sun Yu. Meanwhile, 1,000 meters away from the battlefield, Wei Qing's pupils contracted sharply as he saw the meteors falling from the sky. Their trajectory coincided with the location of his master Bai Qi and Jiang An. The destructive power was nearing the level of a 4th turn forbidden curse. While his master Bai Qi might withstand it, Jiang An definitely could not. A fierce determination flashed in Wei Qing's eyes. Merging his long sword into his body, he transformed into a shadow and sped toward the battlefield. When the meteor shower finally ceased, the spot where Kuei had stood was now a massive crater. Everything around had been vaporized by the intense heat, leaving only Yining standing gracefully amidst the devastation. Kuei's health had dropped to 0. He was dead. A notification flashed across Jiang An's interface. Congratulations on defeating the level 186 undead demon Kaluo. Extra experience reward. 888,888. The staggering amount of experience far exceeded Jiang An's expectations. Although the kill had relied on Bai Qi's power, and most of the experience should have been distributed due to the level gap, the share he received was still astonishingly high. If he could achieve such a cross-level kill on his own, the experience gained might increase dozens or even hundreds of times. Golden light continuously shimmered around Jiang, and as his level soared from 26 to 30 in one go. Witnessing this, Sun Yu stood as if struck by lightning, her small cherry lips agape, rising from level 20 to 30 in a single day, surpassing her own Levelon entire 10-level leap. It was simply unbelievable. Not only Sun Yu but also Xiong Jingbin was equally shocked. The fact that Jiang An had managed to kill a level 68 Kuro was astonishing enough, but now he had even taken down a 3rd transformation undead demon. Even with Bai Qi's assistance, such an achievement was far beyond what anyone could imagine. If this news were to spread, it would undoubtedly shake the entire world. As the group was still immersed in the joy of the crisis being resolved, Yin Ying's expression suddenly turned serious. She turned to Jiang An, her voice tinged with caution. Master, I sense a powerful presence approaching. How strong? Jiang An asked. Very strong. Yin Ying's emerald eyes glimmered with vigilance. Xiong Jingbin and the others felt their hearts tighten. It was important to note that Yin Ying had just effortlessly defeated the 3rd transformation undead demon Qi. For someone to make her this wary, their strength must be extraordinary. Jiang An frowned briefly, but then quickly relaxed. This place wasn't far from Shanhai Pass, and theoretically, any demon stronger than the 1st transformation would trigger an alarm when approaching. Kuro had evaded detection because he was barely at the 1st transformation level and had made prior preparations. However, for someone powerful enough to be called a strong presence by Yin Ying, the cost of avoiding detection would be far beyond what a few undead demons could afford. The approaching presence should be human, Jiang An said quietly. Before his words finished, a figure appeared on the horizon and quickly reached the group. Xiong Jingbin immediately lowered his heavy sword and greeted, Lord Wei Qing. Wei Qing's sharp eyes scanned the surroundings. Upon seeing Jiang An unharmed, he visibly relaxed. However, he did not see Bai Qi and only noticed the corpse of a level 60+ undead demon on the ground. He asked warily, what about the enemy? Was the enemy taken away by the teacher? Xiong Jingbin glanced between Jiang An and Yin Ying, hesitating before replying, it's already been dealt with? Dealt with? Wei Qing frowned, staring at Xiong Jingbin. If he didn't know the man's character, he would have doubted the truth of that statement. He was about to question Jiang An when his attention was drawn to Yin Ying, standing beside Jiang An. This cold and stunning woman carried traces of Bai Qi's aura. Upon sensing her power, Wei Qing's expression changed drastically. This was the same formidable individual who had unleashed that terrifying meteor. However, judging by her respectful demeanor toward Jiang An, she seemed to harbor no hostility. Jiang An stepped forward and carefully recounted the entire sequence of events, including using the soul of the undead to temporarily revive Bai Qi and how Yining had temporarily inherited his power. Wei Qing's face darkened immediately. The teacher was temporarily revived and passed his power to Yining. Yining bowed respectfully. Yining greets Lord Wei Qing. At that moment, a white light emerged from within Yining. The inheritance time had ended. Her form rapidly shrank, and 3 of her 9 tails disappeared, returning her to her 6-tailed state. Her natural talent as a spirit allowed her to revert to her usual adorable and innocent appearance, though she was clearly exhausted, panting heavily. Jiang An quickly held her in his arms. From the white light, Bai Qi materialized, looking at Wei Qing with a face full of relief. It seems the little one from back then has grown up. Seeing Bai Qi's still youthful features, Wei Qing's eyes instantly reddened. Over the years, he had understood that Bai Qi might have passed away, but he had refused to accept it. Teacher, why? Wei Qing's voice choked. You should have waited for me. I could have saved all of you. I could have done it. Why use the inheritance method? If you dissipate like this, the world will no longer remember your existence. You will be completely erased from the river of time. Wei Qing wept like a child. I don't want to forget you. Jiang An's pupils contracted. The side effects of this skill were far more severe than he had imagined. No wonder he had never heard of a skill that could elevate someone's level to this extent. Bai Qi hadn't lied. This skill only caused Yan Ying to be temporarily drained, but the price was entirely borne by him. Being erased from the river of time meant that all of Bai Qi's achievements and renown would vanish forever. Bai Qi smiled. Silly child. Why are you crying? You're the commander of the Vanguard Corps now. Crying like this, what kind of example does that set? Being able to see you again is already a blessing. As for the rest, it's just fleeting fame. Wei Qing wiped his tears and glanced at Xiong Zhengbin and the others. They quickly pretended to look around, as if they hadn't noticed his moment of vulnerability. Bai Qi shook his head with a wry smile. Still, before I dissipate, I have a few questions. Please go ahead. Is Shanghai Pass secure? How is the Vanguard Corps? Shanghai Pass remains strong. Though there are internal conflicts among humans, we have always united against external threats when it matters. The Vanguard Corps has never been defeated. Wei Qing declared firmly. Good. Bai Qi's face lit up with satisfaction. Do you have a student? Wei Qing looked at Jiang An. He is my student. Bai Qi repeated, good 3 times. Excellent judgment. I never thought that today, we 3 teacher and students would have a reunion. Ha ha ha. Wei Qing forced a smile that looked more pitiful than tears. At this moment, Bai Qi's body began to crumble. His time was up. One last question. Bai Qi's voice quickened. How have you been all these years? I've been doing well, though there are times I wish you were here. Wei Qing's eyes brimmed with tears again. I believe in you. Even if I'm not around, you will lead the Vanguard Corps to defend Shanghai. Before Bai Qi could finish saying, pass, his body completely disintegrated, vanishing into the air like dust carried away by the wind. As Bai Qi's figure completely dissipated, a heavy silence fell over the crowd. Confusion was etched on everyone's face, as if certain memories had been forcibly erased from their minds. Only Jiang An remained clear-headed, murmuring to himself, farewell, killing God Bai Qi. Wei Qing wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes and turned to Jiang An in surprise. Killing God Bai Qi? Never heard of such a person. Using such an arrogant nickname, aren't you afraid of getting beaten up? Jiang An froze, glancing around. He noticed the same puzzled expressions on Xiong Zhengbin and the others, who seemed completely clueless about what he had just said. He quickly pulled out his phone to search for Killing God Bai Qi, but all he found were a few poorly made paid advertisements. There was no trace of any relevant information online. At that moment, Jiang An finally understood Bai Qi's existence had been completely erased. But why was he the only one who still remembered? Through the unique telepathic bond of a summoner, he asked his 3 little companions if they remembered Bai Qi. Who? Xiaoyao doesn't remember, one replied. Bai Qi? Is that something you can eat? Is it tasty? Another chimed in. Nestled in Jiang An's arms, Yanning struggled to lift its head. Master, I remember Lord Bai Qi. It's probably because I inherited his power, so the memories remain. You, Master, might have retained the memories due to the influence of the soul contract. A complex mix of emotions surged in Jiang An's heart. In this world, it seemed only he and Yin Ying still remembered the legendary killing god. Ah, why is there something in my eye? Wei Qing muttered, rubbing at it. He glanced casually at Jiang An, only to suddenly widen his eyes in shock. You're already at level 30? How is this possible? As Jiang An contemplated how to explain, Xiong Zhengbin jumped in, recounting the events. The resurrection of the undead demon, the appearance of an unknown powerful figure, and how Jiang An acquired the soul of the undead and defeated a high-level demon. By the end of his story, Xiong Zhengbin's voice grew quieter, as if even he found the tale too far-fetched to believe. Wei Qing was left dumbfounded. This is all true? Jiang An nodded in confirmation, deciding against revealing the true identity of the unknown powerful figure. Wei Qing immediately straightened his posture. Impressive. That's my student for you. To obtain rare items like the soul of the undead and the life guardian, he paused mid-sentence, then cleared his throat and added, ahem, of course, in terms of combat prowess, you're still a little behind where I was back in the day. Xiong Zhengbin and the others struggled to stifle their laughter. Everyone knew that Wei Qing wasn't some prodigious talent. His success came from years of steady effort and perseverance. If he had truly been capable of defeating a level 68 demon at level 22, the entire demon army would have retreated into the Chaos Rift long ago, too terrified to emerge. After wrapping up the battlefield matters, Wei Qing escorted Jiang An back to his residence at Shanghai Academy. He informed Jiang An about the upcoming opening of the Mirage Realm ruins in 2 months. This secret realm was said to contain not only rare materials for crafting various talismans, but also resources essential for advancing summoned beasts. After hearing the details, Jiang An began to ponder. The ruins would undoubtedly be rich in metallic materials perfect for unleashing Chanchio's insatiable appetite for devouring gold. After Wei Qing left, Jiang An immediately turned on his computer and quickly typed Phantom Realm Ruins into the search bar. Detailed information appeared on the screen. The Phantom Realm Ruins are currently under the control of Shanghai Academy, and the exact date of their discovery is unknown. Each activation requires a significant amount of rare materials, so participants must pay a high number of points as an entry fee. Currently, the ruins are only open to students within Shanghai Academy. Points as an entry fee, huh? Jiang An narrowed his eyes. Level 30 is just the minimum threshold. There will definitely be higher-level elites to deal with when the time comes. A slight smile curved his lips. But that just makes it more interesting. Closing the computer, Jiang An began to inventory his gains from the level 20 trial. Although he had used up a considerable amount of his most valuable items, the rewards were substantial. The experience points alone had propelled both him and Yin Ying from level 20 straight to level 38 10 level leap in a single day, surpassing even his record during his first job advancement. Meanwhile, Chanchio and Xiaoyao had reached levels 29 and 28 respectively. With a thought, the attribute panels of his 3 summoned beasts appeared before him. Yin Ying's panel was the most impressive. Species: Divine Six-Tailed Fox Purity 50. Gender: female. Level: 30 synced with Master. Core attributes: Strength: 80. Spirit: 3,300. Agility: 2,475. Constitution: 2,400. The skill list was comprehensive, including everything from innate talents to combat abilities. Next was Chanchio's attributes. Species: Divine Iron-Black Panda Purity 40. Level: 29, with all attributes and skills significantly enhanced. Finally, Xiaoyao's panel was equally exciting. Species: Divine 5-Colored Deer Purity 40. Level: 28, possessing unique support abilities. The strength of the 3 companions had undergone a dramatic transformation, especially Yin Ying, who had now become Jiang An's most formidable ally. Even more thrilling was the fact that each of them had learned powerful new skills during this level up. Xiaoyao mastered Fate Decay, which could plunge enemies into a state of genuine misfortune. Chanchio acquired Thunder Dash, solving its mobility issues, and Yin Ying unlocked Heavenly Flame, a skill that summoned meteors to inflict massive damage. After reviewing the state of his summoned beasts, Jiang An turned his attention to his inventory. While the second revival of Ku Yi had only yielded experience points, the initial defeat of Ku Luo had dropped a special piece of equipment. He retrieved the palm-sized, golden glowing wings and examined their properties carefully. Necro Demon Wings. Type: Back Special Equipment. Class Restriction: None. Level Requirement: None. Quality: Gold. Special Effect: Grants the wearer the ability to fly briefly. Though this gold-tier equipment offered no attribute bonuses, its unique effect alone made Jiang An's eyes widen in astonishment. Wearing it granted the ability to fly, even if only for a short time. This feature made Jiang An's heart race with excitement. In this world, the value of flight far surpassed imagination. Even spiritual swordsmen like Wei Qing, who could manipulate swords to attack in midair, couldn't truly achieve flight. The majority of professions didn't even qualify to learn flying skills. Even for specialized professions like wizards, mastering flight required reaching the second advancement. As a summoner, Jiang An was well aware of the limitations of his profession. To achieve flight, he would usually rely on summoning large flying creatures and riding them. However, this piece of equipment, despite not enhancing any of the 4 primary attributes, was enough to drive countless people mad with desire solely because of its unique flying effect. Without a moment of hesitation, Jiang An chose to put it on. To his surprise, the miniature wings suddenly came to life, as if they were alive, burrowing into the flesh of his palm and disappearing in an instant. Moments later, A strange sensation surged across his back, and two wings identical to those of a necromantic demon emerged from beneath his skin, as though breaking free from a cocoon. The feeling was utterly unique, as if these wings had always been a natural part of his body. Jiang An tried to control the wings and discovered that they responded entirely to his will. With just a thought, the wings could fold neatly, and once retracted, they left no trace, as if they had never existed. When he tentatively flapped them, a powerful lift immediately buoyed his body, lifting him off the ground with the lightness of a feather. Despite it being his first attempt, the movement felt innate, as if he'd been born with it. Nearby, Chanchio witnessed everything, covering its mouth in astonishment and letting out a gasp of amazement. Wow, Master is flying. An invisible wind howled past Jiang An's ears. He soared high above, gazing down as the villa below shrank to the size of a sesame seed, with distant buildings faintly visible on the horizon. Just as he was reveling in the thrill of flight, a wave of emotion from Yin caught his attention. With a faint smile tugging at his lips, Jiang An suddenly descended to the ground. He wrapped an arm around Yin Ying's slender waist as she transformed into her human form, and a flicker of surprise flashed in her eyes. In the next moment, the two of them soared into the sky together. Wow! Sister Yin is flying with the master. Cheers erupted from the ground below. Moonlight cascaded over them, illuminating Yin Ying's stunning features, making her beauty even more enchanting. It was then that Jiang An became acutely aware of the situation's subtle complexity, had only meant to bring her along to share the experience after sensing her envy, but he hadn't anticipated how soft her waist would feel, nor how the gentle sensation of her touch would stir his heart. Seemingly worried about falling, Yin Ying's 6 tails wrapped lightly around Jiang An's legs, their perfect pressure making his heart race. When their eyes met, the silvery moonlight cast an ethereal glow on Yin Ying's fair skin, adding a touch of mystery to her allure. A gentle breeze swept through, her silky hair brushing against Jiang An's face, while her faint fragrance and warm breath left him momentarily dazed. Under his unrelenting gaze, a blush crept across Yin Ying's cheeks, and the fierce aura she had displayed when slaying Kui earlier seemed to have completely vanished. Snapping out of his thoughts, Jiang An spread his wings and flew forward, carrying Yin Ying as they glided under the moonlight. 10 minutes later, they descended slowly to the ground. Yay, my turn now. Chanchio cheered, bouncing with excitement. Jiang An shook his head and explained that while the equipment allowed for flight, its speed was only comparable to running, with each session lasting no more than 10 minutes before requiring a cooldown. Elevating higher would further reduce its duration. Nevertheless, it remained highly useful in challenging terrains. Seeing Chanchio and Xiao Yao's disappointed expressions, Jiang An quickly conjured 3 boxes of premium pet food. Chanchio eagerly devoured his share, while Yin Ying and Xiao Yao ate gracefully in small bites. Taking advantage of the moment, Jiang An began mapping out his next steps. He decided to first locate the hidden dungeon known as the Bone Dragon Cavern to prepare for the upcoming Phantom Realm ruins. Later, as Jiang An went to take a shower, Yining slyly pushed the remaining pet food toward Chanchio, who had been eyeing it hungrily, and then quietly made her way to Jiang An's bedroom. When Jiang An returned, drying his hair with a towel, he froze in place at the sight before him. Yining had not reverted to her usual small fox form. Instead, she lay on the bed in her human form, her eyes gently closed. At this moment, Yining was completely bare. When Jiang An's footsteps halted at the doorway, Yining, pretending to be asleep, slowly opened her eyes and looked at him with an innocent and pure expression. Master, didn't you say it was time to sleep? The sight before him made Jiang An's breath hitch. He instinctively swallowed. Before he could finish speaking, Yin Ying tilted her head and asked, "What's wrong, master?" She glanced down at where she was lying and continued in the same innocent tone. "This is where I usually sleep, isn't it?" Jiang An let out a wry smile internally. "Normally, you're covered in fur," he muttered under his breath. His gaze involuntarily traveled down her fair neck, and he sighed inwardly. "This is really testing my willpower. Master, aren't you sleepy yet? Then I'll go ahead and sleep," she whispered softly. After a pause, she added, "When I sleep deeply. No matter what happens, I won't wake up with that." She pursed her lips, lay back down on the bed, and closed her eyes. Jiang An took a deep breath. Through the soul contract, he could clearly sense Yin Ying's mixed emotions of nervousness and anticipation. "Be a man. You're not a eunuch. Go for it," he silently encouraged himself. Tossing aside the towel, he quietly climbed onto the bed from the other side. He wrapped his arms around Yin Ying from behind, a position she used to love the most. The sensation of their skin touching made Jiang An's heart race. The soft, smooth feeling was entirely different from their previous embrace in midair. Every point of contact was an assault on his self-control. Pretending to be asleep, Yin Ying's lips curved into a faint smile. The room lights went out. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Xiao Yao stared at the now dark bedroom with a puzzled expression. "Chanchujia, Master just gave orders not to go to the bedroom all night. Is he playing some kind of game with Yanningjia? Chan Xiao, still chewing with a trace of food at the corner of her mouth, looked up. Huh, I don't know. But who cares? Master said he's giving us premium pet food tomorrow morning. Long live Master. The next morning, golden sunlight streamed onto Yin Ying's fair skin. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, and a pair of bright, slightly feral eyes slowly opened. When she saw Jiang An gazing at her, a soft blush crept across her cheeks, as if she had just recalled something. Master. Her gentle murmur sent a ripple through Jiang An's heart. With such a stunning beauty calling him master, who could resist? Glancing at the clock, it was just past 6. Jiang An was pondering whether to linger in the warmth of the moment when the bedroom door was suddenly pushed open. Chan Xiao and Xiao Yao cheerfully bounded in. Master. Time to open the pet food. Chan Xiao sat upright at the foot of the bed, staring eagerly at Jiang An. Jiang An sighed helplessly and gave Yinning a light pat on her firm, supple hip before getting up to prepare breakfast. Chan Xiao eagerly followed him, while Xiao Yao curiously approached Yin Ying. Yin Yingjiji, did you get in trouble? Didn't the master just spank you? Xiao Yao asked innocently. Yin Ying's blush deepened. She stole a glance at Jiang An, then leaned close to Xiao Yao's ear and whispered a few words. Xiao Yao was left standing by the bed, her adorable little face full of confusion. So it's because he likes you? But the master has never spanked me? Does that mean the master doesn't like me? Her mood sank rapidly. She began comparing herself to the others. Yin Yingjiji was not only beautiful but also powerful. Chang Qujiji, though a bit silly, was very cute and also quite capable. As for herself, she had no combat abilities and wasn't as beautiful as Yin Yingjiji. She even thought of the worst-case scenario summoners could terminate contracts at a cost, but doing so would result in the immediate death of the summoned beast. Just as Xiao Yao's thoughts spiraled, Jiang An's voice called out, "What are you thinking about? Come eat." His face wore a warm smile. Xiao Yao immediately perked up. Her master was so kind. He would never abandon her. She silently resolved to learn more from Yin Yingjiji and strive to make her master like her more. Jiang An noticed Xiao Yao's brief emotional shift, but, seeing her return to normal, decided not to press further. Just as he was about to prepare his own breakfast, a knock came at the door. Standing outside were Su Chan and Wei Yu. Jiang An raised an eyebrow. He had only arranged to meet Su Chan the night before, so Wei Yu's presence was unexpected. Even more surprising was the large bag of food Wei Yu was holding. You haven't had breakfast yet, right? Wei Yu lifted the bag, her eyes gleaming with determination. I brought this from the cafeteria. If you want it, you'll have to fight me for it. Su Chan shook her head helplessly. Even though she was familiar with Wei Yu's personality, she still found such behavior hard to comprehend. Jiang An chuckled. Are you serious? I have to fight you to get breakfast? Of course. Wei Yu exclaimed excitedly. Don't underestimate me, I'm level 18 now. We're about the same level. If I win, Lord Wei Qing will definitely notice me. Before she even finished speaking, Wei Yu handed the food to Su Chan and summoned a gleaming silver longsword. Sensing the challenge, Yinning instantly transformed into her six-tailed form, stepping protectively in front of Jiang An. Her wild eyes scanned Wei Yu coldly. If not for Jiang An's timely intervention, she might have already attacked. Wei Yu's legs went weak. The killing intent emanating from Yinning felt almost tangible, far more oppressive than anything she had ever experienced, even when facing a high-level boss. Yinning? Su Chan exclaimed in surprise. Yinning recognized her old acquaintance and slightly retracted her killing intent. Wei Yu gasped for air, her back drenched in cold sweat. Your tails. You're already at 6 tails? Su Chan's excitement grew as she confirmed Yin Ying's identity. From a firefox to 3 tails and now 6 tails, Yin Ying's strength had undoubtedly increased significantly. This also meant Jiang An had a better chance of meeting the requirements to enter the secret realm in 2 months. Yinning nodded and, with Jiang An's permission, transformed back into her human form. Her elegant qipao accentuated her flawless figure, leaving Su Chan and Wei Yu momentarily stunned. Yu. Wei Yu stammered, unable to form a sentence. Su Chan regained her composure and gave Jiang An a meaningful look. It seems you've made quite a bit of progress recently. Wei Yu, startled, hurriedly used an identification skill, only to receive the message, level difference exceeds 10. Unable to view, she was completely baffled, her long sword clattering to the ground. Just days ago, she had been level 16 while Jiang An was level 17. Now, after finally reaching level 18, Jiang An was already more than 10 levels ahead? How was the gap growing wider? Seeing Wei Yu's ghostly expression, Su Chan immediately guessed she had used the identification skill. Unable to curb her curiosity, she asked, So, what level is Jiang An at now? Wei Yu's face turned pale, and she swallowed hard. I can't see it. My level isn't high enough. Not high enough? Su Chan's eyes widened in surprise. As her roommate, She had witnessed firsthand all the effort Wei Yu put in to catch up to Jiang An. Though she had known all along it was a losing battle, the fact that Wei Yu, at level 18, couldn't even identify Jiang An's level was staggering. For Wei Yu's identification skill to fail, didn't that mean Jiang An had already surpassed level 28? Both of their shocked gazes landed on Jiang An. He scratched his nose awkwardly and said, well, I got lucky yesterday and hit level 30. Level 30? Wei Yu felt like the sky was falling. When Jiang An was at level 17, she could still muster a shred of fighting spirit. But level 30? That level was enough to dominate not just their cohort, but even the previous year's students. Your leveling speed is insane. How did you manage to gain over 10 levels in such a short time? Before Wei Yu could finish, Su Chan clapped a hand over her mouth, a trace of sympathy flashing in her eyes. Don't ask. You wouldn't be able to handle the answer. Wei Yu silently picked up the long sword she had dropped, stashed it back into her inventory, and retrieved the bag of food from Su Chan's arms. She cast a complicated glance at Jiang An. It seems Lord Wei Qing's judgment was spot on. If that's the case, there's no point in competing anymore. But don't get complacent. I'll keep working hard. With that, she handed the bag of food to Jiang An and turned to leave. Su Chan shook her head helplessly, knowing Wei Yu was off to grind and level up out of frustration. With Jiang An as her target, she had no choice but to push herself even harder. Su Chan turned to Jiang An, her eyes sparkling. Since you're already at level 30, did Wei Qing tell you about what's happening in 2 months? The Mirage Ruins Secret Realm? Jiang An nodded. That's right. Su Chan's eyes lit up. At your current level, as long as you have enough points, passing the assessment should be a breeze. And the treasures in that secret realm are much more than just materials. Seeing Jiang An's interest piqued, she elaborated. You know that when you hit level 60 and undergo your first class advancement, there's an opportunity for a profession upgrade, right? Aside from meeting the completion requirements, you'll also need specific class advancement materials. These materials are usually only found in hidden dungeons or secret realms. Are you saying the Mirage Secret Realm contains class advancement materials? Exactly. It's the most stable source of class advancement materials. Every time it's opened, a good amount is brought out. So, what you want from me is class advancement materials. To be precise, it's a specific class advancement material called the resonance bamboo, Su Chan admitted readily. It's essential for advancing in the soundweaver profession. As for why the only hidden support profession can still advance, I have no idea. Jiang An gave Su Chan a surprised look. Not only did she know about the secret realm's opening in advance, but she also understood its specific drops. Clearly, her background was anything but simple. If I get the chance, I'll do my best to obtain the resonance bamboo. But there will definitely be level 60 experts competing for spots in the secret realm, so I can't guarantee success, Jiang An said honestly. Don't worry. My family has hired others as well. You're just there to assist. Do your best, and even if you don't get it, it's just my lack of fate. Hearing this, Jiang An let out a sigh of relief. He pulled out Su Chan's skill amulet. Now that I'm level 30, this amulet is no longer of use to me. I've used it quite a bit, but I've already arranged for an academy alchemist to repair it. The cost will come out of my account. Su Chan took the amulet and put it away. So, what are your plans now? A glint of determination flashed in Jiang An's eyes. First, I'll unlock my new summoning slots, then focus on leveling up as much as possible. You already have a target pet egg in mind? Su Chan recalled the recent buzz about the Height Ear Boss pet egg auction. Is it that golden dragon eel egg? My family wanted me to bid on it, but I thought it was kind of ugly. If you want it, I won't compete for it. Jiang An scratched his nose awkwardly. Is there a chance that golden dragon eel pet egg is the one I put up for auction? What? You again? Su Chan stared at him in shock. First, it was the venomous rainbow spider king, and now the golden dragon eel was also Jiang An's drop? She couldn't help but wonder, was this guy deliberately targeting boss hatchlings? Su Chan studied Jiang An with a peculiar gaze for a long time before finally sighing. Thank goodness I'm not in a combat profession. Knowing a freak like you would be truly exhausting. With that, she turned and walked away, not even bothering to ask about Jiang An's new summoned beast. In her opinion, someone who could casually sell a summoning beast as rare as a golden dragon loach clearly no longer cared about creatures of that level. After a simple breakfast, Jiang An arrived at the entrance of the academy. He had already booked a vehicle on the school forum the previous night, spending 2,000 yuan for a round trip. His destination was the Hongduan Mountains, located at the border between Shanghai City and Tianhai City, a popular outdoor leveling spot. Over 3 hours later, the car stopped at the edge of Duanshan Town, the closest settlement to the Hongduan Mountains. This area was vastly different from the Bamboo Grove Mountains, with monster levels ranging from 18 to 35. There were no low-level monsters here, so beginners wouldn't accidentally wander in. Official guard posts were sparse, serving only to monitor monster outbreaks, while human disputes were often ignored. As a result, the Hongduan Mountains were regarded as a true wilderness. The driver cautioned, "Just contact me when you're ready to leave. I'll wait here for 3 days. Be careful, this place isn't exactly safe." Duanshan Town got its name from its location in the middle of the Hongduan Mountains, where it appeared to split the range like a knife. Despite being a small town, it was bustling with activity. Adventurers clad in silver-grade armor came and went, their gear stained with the scent of blood. Many noticed the cute little fire fox perched on Jiang An's shoulder, but quickly looked away. Here, people only paid attention to adventurers with formidable combat capabilities. A summoner with just a fire fox didn't warrant much interest. As Jiang An was about to head straight into the mountains, he suddenly paused. He spotted an adventurer's guild nearby and, recalling what he'd learned from Tangong, decided to go in and gather some information. The moment he stepped inside, the lively chatter hit him like a wave. Looking for a team to hunt golden armored scorpions. Recruiting for a hard mode tree demon dungeon. Need teammates for a medicinal herb gathering quest. Among them, the most eye-catching figure was a burly man holding a banner that read, "Recruiting for the Flame Wolf Guild. Level 20 required. Hidden professions preferred. Benefits negotiable." From the surrounding discussions, Jiang An learned that this guild was founded by the son of Tianhai City's wealthiest man. Their goal was to become the top guild for players below level 30 in Tianhai City. The guild was said to be exceptionally powerful. Simply joining would grant members silver-grade weapons, and they had already taken control of several leveling areas in the Hongduan Mountains. After purchasing a map and a monster distribution guide, Jiang An quickly pinpointed the exact location of the Bone Dragon's lair. Coordinates 1032, 2331. Once inside the mountains, Yin Ying leapt off Jiang An's shoulder and began scanning their surroundings vigilantly. Jiang An reached into his pocket and pulled out a sleepy Chan Xiao, who rubbed its eyes and grumbled, "I'm so hungry." He then opened his summoning space, and Xiao Yao cheerfully jumped out, nuzzling his arm. Xiao Yao missed Master so much. Jiang An habitually pinched Xiao Yao's cheek. "I missed you too, Xiao Yao. You're just the cutest." Hearing this, Xiao Yao turned around and stuck out her backside, hoping for the same affection Yin Ying received. But Jiang An, oblivious, was focused on directing Yin Ying and Chan Xiao to keep watch. A flicker of disappointment crossed Xiao Yao's face, but she quickly perked up again. She encouraged herself silently. "Once I grow as big as Sister Yining, Master will definitely like me more." Sister Yining did say that Master likes them fair and big. Congratulations on defeating the level 28 Golden Armored Scorpion Elite, earning an additional experience bonus of 2888. Jiang An stared at the notification on the panel, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. This amount of experience was far too little for him. Instead of wasting time on these ordinary monsters, he figured it would be better to focus on finding the Bone Dragon's nest dungeon. Yining, full speed ahead. Ignore all monsters unless they're directly in our way. As you wish, Master. Yining revealed her true form, 6 flaming tails swaying behind her. Her tails gracefully wrapped around Jiang An's waist, lifting him effortlessly onto her back. Feeling the touch of her master's presence, a trace of shyness flickered in Yin Ying's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure and focus. Yining darted swiftly through the Hongduan Mountains. To save time, they chose to cut straight through the forest rather than taking a detour. Although they occasionally encountered wild monsters along the way, Yin Ying's strength rendered these obstructions insignificant. Even the thorny underbrush was no match for her demon flames, disintegrating into ashes with ease. Half an hour later, as they neared their destination, Yining suddenly came to an abrupt stop, her nose twitching slightly. "Master, I smell a strong scent of blood." Before her words had fully settled, a ragged figure emerged from the forest. It was a man clad in leather armor, a lion emblem hanging on his chest. 2 arrows were lodged in his left arm, with blood pouring out profusely. Jiang An quickly cast his identification spell level 31 assassin. Suddenly, a volley of arrows whistled through the air, 3 projectiles hurtling toward them. 1 arrow struck the assassin's right leg, while the other 2 were aimed directly at Jiang An. Yining reacted instantly, dodging the attack with ease. Moments later, a man and a woman stepped out from the forest. The woman, clad in finely crafted gear, wielded a silver greatsword, while the man held a silver bow. "Yang Jian," the woman sneered, "you think you can escape the Flame Wolf Guild and live?" It turned out that the assassin, Yang Jian, had discovered a rare metal, copper essence, which made him a target for pursuit. Realizing he was doomed, Yang Jian unleashed his final burst of strength, teleporting behind the archer in a desperate attempt to take him down with him. However, his plan had already been anticipated, and he was severely injured by a devastating strike from the great sword-wielding woman, Wu Mengmei. As the archer, Lu Wanhu, prepared to fire a fatal arrow, Jiang An summoned beast, Chan Xiao, intervened just in time to save him. The flaming arrow struck Chan Xiao, but it caused only negligible damage. "Kill them," Jiang An commanded coldly. Without hesitation, Chan Xiao lunged at the enemies. Despite Wu Mingmei and Lu Wenhu both being above level 33, the overwhelming disparity in attributes and skill levels rendered their resistance futile. With a heavy thud, Wu Mingmei fell beneath Chanchio's massive paw. Wu Mingmei was smashed to the ground by Chanchio's paw, shattered into pieces without even a chance to resist. Lu Wenhu, who had just witnessed his companion full of life one moment and reduced to a bloody pulp the next, was gripped by fear. His legs trembled as he turned to flee. However, to his shock, the seemingly bulky black and white creature moved with astonishing speed, appearing in front of him in the blink of an eye. Wait, don't do it. I was wrong. I shouldn't have tried to harm you. Lu Wenhu stammered in terror, never expecting a level 30 summoner he encountered in the wild to possess such overwhelming strength. Faced with this dire threat, even his fear of level 40 opponents paled in comparison. I am with the Flame Wolf Guild. If you kill me, the Flame Wolf Guild won't let you off. He clung desperately to this slim hope, like a drowning man grasping at straws. Chanchio was momentarily stunned by his rapid-fire pleas and looked up at Jiang An coldly uttered, "Kill." Chanchio moved without hesitation. With another dull thud, the deed was done. Yang Jian stood frozen, his emotions a mix of relief at surviving and disbelief at what he had just witnessed. At this moment, Yin Ing carried Jiang An leisurely to Yang Jian's side. "Are you with the Lion Guild?" Jiang An asked. Yang Jian instinctively nodded. Jiang An thought for a moment, recalling a donation check sent to an orphanage from Shanghai City, signed by someone named Tang Feng. "Is your guild leader named Tang Feng?" "Yes. Are you a friend of the guild leader?" Yang Jian asked eagerly. "A friend? You could say that," Jiang An replied, his ambiguous answer giving Yang Jian a glimmer of hope. However, Yang Jian quickly knelt before Jiang An, clutching at his injured leg, and pleaded, "Please, save the guild leader and the others. They're still trapped in the mine. I can't make it back myself. Please, help deliver the message and get the officials involved." Jiang An frowned deeply, calculating the situation. A round trip would take at least an hour, and that's assuming the officials act quickly, he said. "Tell me what's going on first." Yang Jian hurriedly recounted the events. The more Jiang An listened, the deeper his frown grew as the story unfolded. It turned out that the Lion Guild had recently discovered a vein of rare metals in the Hongduan Mountains. Such undiscovered veins could either be handed over to the authorities for a one-time reward or privately developed while paying a hefty annual tax. The latter option promised greater profits but came with risks, including the possibility of attracting unwanted attention from other guilds. Everything had been going smoothly for the first 2 months, but somehow news of the discovery leaked. The Flame Wolf Guild secretly targeted the vein, brazenly planning to annihilate the Lion Guild and seize the mining rights. Today was the day they launched their attack. Most of the Lion Guild's members were trapped in the mine. The Flame Wolf Guild, wary of desperate retaliation, intended to slowly wear them down. Yang Jian had been leading a team for a handover, but was ambushed by the Flame Wolf Guild. Everyone in his team was killed except him. If not for encountering Jiang An, he would likely have met the same fate. "What are the coordinates of the vein?" Jiang An asked. 1031, 2330. Yang Jian replied without hesitation. Though unsure of Jiang An's exact relationship with their guild leader, he was certain Jiang An was an ally, not an enemy, judging by how he had dealt with the 2 Flame Wolf Guild members. Jiang An frowned, thinking to himself. The coordinates were dangerously close to the dungeon entrance. Entering the Bone Dragon Cavern would likely require passing through the mine. Suddenly, he said, "Lead the way." "Lead the way?" Yang Jian was stunned. Shouldn't they be heading back to alert the authorities? Before he could process this, Yanning had already grabbed him by the collar with its teeth. The Flame Wolf Guild has sent at least 100 people this time, all level 30 or higher with hidden classes. Rushing in is suicide, Yang Jian exclaimed anxiously. He wasn't afraid of dying himself, but was worried the message wouldn't get out. Jiang An cast him a cold glance and said calmly, "How long have you been running? How long would it take to go back and forth? Are you sure anyone will still be alive by then? If they're all gone, all that's left is hearsay. Besides, do you really think the Flame Wolf Guild hasn't already greased some palms to pull this off?" Yang Jian's already pale face turned even whiter. Following Jiang An's directions, they pushed through the forest, heading straight until they reached a crooked tree and turned left. Before Yang Jian could react, Yanning had already taken off, its terrifying speed leaving him wide-eyed. Who would have thought that the black and white creature could move even faster than the fox? In just a few minutes, Jiang An and his group had already reached the crooked tree. Occasionally, Jiang An would come across a corpse wearing the emblem of the Lion Guild on its chest, former teammates of Yang Jian. "Master, the scent of blood ahead is getting stronger," Yanning warned, slowing its pace cautiously to avoid alerting any potential threats. After pushing through a patch of thorns, Jiang An finally spotted a mining cave that had clearly been excavated by human hands. The ground around the entrance bore numerous bloodstains, but there was no sign of the Flame Wolf Guild members. Yang Jian's breathing grew heavier clearly, Those animals from the Flame Wolf Guild had already rushed into the cave in their impatience. Jiang An nodded, but didn't enter immediately. Instead, he took out the replica artifact piece of obsidian. The artifact emitted a faint, unusual black glow, which grew brighter the closer he got to the cave. Jiang An was now entirely certain. The entrance to the Bone Dragon's lair dungeon was inside this cave. "Let's go and take a look," he said. The interior of the cave appeared to have several naturally formed chambers. After some basic reinforcement and modifications, it was surprisingly spacious, wide enough to allow more than 10 people to move through at the same time. Yang Jin whispered, "There used to be a wild boss here. After we killed it, we discovered rare metals deeper inside." Jiang An nodded in understanding. As they delved further into the cave, the light around them gradually dimmed. Fortunately, light sources had been placed along the walls, so visibility wasn't significantly affected. The cave sloped downward, and the air grew increasingly stale and oppressive. After rounding a corner, Jiang An finally encountered members of the Flame Wolf Guild. A man and a woman stood guard, their eyes scanning their surroundings vigilantly, clearly keeping watch for the others deeper inside. In an instant, Yanning unleashed its full speed, appearing before them like a bolt of lightning. The sheer speed left the guards utterly stunned. Just as they opened their mouths to raise an alarm, black flames erupted and expanded rapidly before their very eyes. Deep within the mine, Sima Bai, the second-in-command of the Flame Wolf Guild, stood before a narrow cave entrance that resembled a dog hole, a confident smirk plastered across his face. The last 10 core members of the Lion Guild were hiding inside. As long as they were all eliminated, the Lion Guild would crumble and collapse. Standing with him were over 20 subordinates, each a formidable hidden-class warrior above level 30. According to the reconnaissance of the archers, the cave was not only unusually narrow but also a dead end, with no other exits and no supplies of food. "Tang Feng, why struggle any longer? Come out now, and it'll spare the lives of your remaining people," Sima Bai said leisurely, but his words were met with silence. Unbothered, he continued, "Don't want to come out? Very well. Listen up, everyone. Whoever brings me Tang Feng's head will not only gain membership in the Flame Wolf Guild, but will also receive a silver-grade weapon and elite status." Rustling noises echoed from within the cave, and Sima Bai's smirk deepened. Bribery and division always the easiest methods. But the next moment, an angry female voice shot out from the cave. "Sima Bai, stop playing your dirty tricks. The Lion Guild doesn't have cowards. And you call yourself a man? Shameless scum." Sima Bai's expression darkened instantly. "Fine. Very well. Let's see how long you can hold out." Inside the cramped cave, 10 people huddled together with barely any room to move. At the very back, Tang Feng lay unconscious, gravely injured, on a small patch of space the others had managed to clear for him. He had endured multiple attacks hidden to cover everyone's retreat, and now he could only cling to life with the help of healing potions. "Sister Yue, what do we do now?" All eyes turned to the ponytailed woman among them. She was Tao Yu, the vice president of the Lion Guild, and the one who had just lashed out at Sima Bai. Tao Yu scanned the group and decisively said, "Wait one more hour. Yang Jian has gone to seek reinforcements. If nothing unexpected happens, an hour should be enough. If things change, we'll have no choice but to fight to the death." This group came from double heart orphanages scattered across the country, drawn together by shared ideals. Even in the face of life-threatening danger, none of them showed any intention of backing down. They were united in their resolve. If they had to die, they would make sure to take a piece of the enemy with them. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed from outside, followed by a cacophony of anguished cries. The temperature in the cave rose sharply, and beads of sweat began to roll down their foreheads. "Who are you? Stay back," someone from the Flame Wolf Guild shouted in terror outside. A female corpse slammed heavily against the wall near the cave entrance. Tao Yu recognized here it was a blazing witch, the one whose skills had severely injured Tang Feng. "President, Sister Yue, come out. They've all been taken care of." Yang Jian's voice called from outside. Tao Yu hesitated for a moment before deciding to check for herself. Bending down, she crawled out of the cave, only to freeze in place at the sight before her. The once surrogate members of the Flame Wolf Guild were either reduced to piles of mangled flesh or charred remains. The air was thick with an indescribable stench. Among the wreckage, she barely recognized Sima Bai's clothing in one of the heaps. Her mind struggled to process the scene. A level 34 hidden-class powerhouse, wiped out in an instant, without even a chance to resist. "Sister Yu, are you all okay? Where are the others?" Tao Yu slowly regained consciousness. When her gaze fell on Yang Jian and his alarming injuries, her heart sank. "The guild leader is injured, but his life isn't in danger. And your wounds." Yang Jian waved dismissively, brushing off her concern, and quickly pointed to Jiang An nearby. "This time, it's all thanks to this brother here. If it weren't for him, I would have died at the hands of those flame wolves." and taking them down? That was entirely his doing. Tao Yu looked at Jiang An in astonishment, her eyes shifting between him and the fiery shadow in its Chu Lian form. Suddenly, as if recalling something, she gasped, Shaoan. The nickname made Jiang An freeze. Only people from the orphanage used to call him that. He scrutinized Tao Yu carefully but couldn't remember who she was. Seeing his confusion, Tao Yu immediately untied her ponytail, letting her black hair cascade over her shoulders. It's me, Tao Yu. Don't you remember? Jiang An stared at her now fully matured face, and memories began to resurface. Back then, her complexion was fair, her hair wasn't tied up, and she was a year ahead of Lu Tingyu. She used to tease him by pinching his cheeks. Later, she left the orphanage because her leveling progress didn't meet the standards to get into a top academy. He hadn't expected her to join the Lion Guild, but then again, considering that the Lion Guild's leader, Tang Feng, also came from the Linen Shuangxin orphanage, it wasn't too surprising. I remember now, Sister Yu. I never thought I'd run into you here. Jiang An smiled warmly. As the two caught up, Yang Jian suddenly realized something. Wait a minute, so you're the Jiang An the guild leader keeps mentioning. Just then, the others in the cave began emerging one by one. When they saw the scene around them, their faces were filled with shock. Just moments ago, the arrogant members of the Flame Wolf Guild had been utterly wiped out. Finally, when the unconscious Tang Feng was carried out, Jiang An's brows furrowed deeply. Compared to Yang Jian, Tang Feng's injuries were far more severe. His health was critically low, and his body was covered in burn marks. The fiery shadow spoke in Jiang An's mind, Master, the burn debuff on him will take his life soon. Seeing Tang Feng's health bar continue to drop, Tao Yu's face turned pale. Everyone frantically searched for healing items, but nothing seemed to work. They'll handle this, Jiang An said, summoning Xiao Yao. The adorable creature, with its human-like face and deer-like body, immediately activated its water essence and with spirit protection skills. A soothing blue-green light enveloped the injured, especially Tang Feng. His condition began to improve rapidly. The burn effect dissipated, his health bar climbed, and his breathing steadied. Whoa! Yang Jian felt the buffs taking effect on him and couldn't help but exclaim, this support is insane. Overjoyed, Tao Yu cupped Xiao Yao's face and planted a kiss on it. You're amazing. At that moment, Tang Feng finally regained consciousness. When he learned it was Jiang An who had saved them, his expression became incredibly complex. Jiang An? You saved us? How did you even manage that? Tang Feng couldn't help but chuckle at the overly dramatic expression on Tang Feng's face. Tao Yu burst out laughing. Before Jiang An could say anything, Yang Jian quickly explained how he had met Jiang An and how effortlessly Jiang An had dealt with their enemies. Tang Feng's expression grew increasingly complicated as he listened. Coming from the same Shuangxin orphanage, the gap between them was staggering. Had struggled for years to reach level 30-something and had painstakingly established the Lion Guild, which was often under attack. Meanwhile, Jiang An had shattered world records during the college entrance exams and, in no time, could easily handle foes that Tang Feng couldn't even dream of defeating. The stark contrast made Tang Feng question if all his years of effort had gone to waste. However, Tang Feng quickly adjusted his mindset. Suddenly, he raised his voice and shouted, Amazing! That's what I call a true Shuangxin orphanage graduate. The others joined in enthusiastically, cheering, Shuangxin orphanage is the best. Shuangxin rules. Only Yang Jian muttered with a hint of grievance, Guild Master. I feel like you're all targeting me. After all, he was the only one present who wasn't from the orphanage. Laughter filled the mining cave, echoing cheerfully. Even Jiang An, usually composed, allowed a faint smile to appear on his face. After the jokes subsided, Tao Yu's expression turned serious. But we can't ignore the fact that the Flame Wolf Guild suffered a huge loss this time. They might not let this slide. Even if they want to, I won't allow it, Tang Feng said coldly, a glint of icy determination in his eyes. He explained that the setback had been due to being caught off guard and without support. If they had been given time to prepare properly, the outcome might have been very different. The others nodded in agreement, their faces filled with indignation. After all, Yang Jian's team had been wiped out except for him. This grudge was deeply rooted now. Let's not dwell on that for now, Tang Feng said. Turning to Jiang An, you must have another reason for coming here, right? Jiang An was about to explain his intention to borrow the mining cave when a crisp crunching sound came from behind. Everyone turned in surprise to see a black and white bear-like creature sitting on the ground, holding a chunk of black metal in each paw. It was chewing on them with great relish, occasionally mumbling in muffled satisfaction. Delicious. So good. Everyone stared in stunned silence. That was rare black feather ore, a high-grade material for crafting equipment. Its hardness surpassed that of ordinary steel, yet the bear was treating it like a snack. Jiang An was about to stop Chank, but then he noticed notifications flashing across his interface. Your summoned beast Chank has permanently gained 3 defense by consuming rare black feather ore again. Your summoned beast Chank has permanently gained 3 defense by consuming rare black feather Oregon. Your summoned beast Chank has permanently gained 3 defense by consuming rare black feather Oregon. Realizing this, Jiang An quickly changed his mind and turned to Tang Feng. Guild Master Tang. Don't call me Guild Master, that's too formal. Just call me brother. Tang Feng interrupted. Brother Tang. I'd like to buy a batch of black feather Oregon. My summoned beast seems to have a taste for it. Tang Feng's eyes widened. Hey, what are you saying? We come from the same place, so you're like my younger brother. What kind of brother charges his sibling for something? Especially after you saved our lives. Take it, take it. Let your summoned beast eat as much as it wants. Tao Yu chimed in with mock annoyance. You're treating us like strangers. Let it eat all it wants. You've helped us so much already, and we haven't had the chance to repay you yet. Besides, how much can it possibly eat? The others all voiced their agreement. With their insistence, Jiang An stopped arguing. Once permitted, Chank became visibly excited. She approached an unmined vein of ore, and with a light swipe of her paw, the hard rock crumbled like tofu, revealing a trove of black feather ore inside. She devoured it eagerly, as though it were a rare delicacy, while Jiang An's interface continued to flood with notifications. In just a few minutes, Chank had created a deep pit in the ground. Her appetite was astonishing. She had consumed enough rare metal to craft dozens of pieces of equipment. But instead of feeling distressed, Tang Feng and the others started betting on how much more Chank could eat. Watching the scene unfold, Jiang An couldn't help but smile. This felt just like being back at the Shuangxin orphanage, surrounded by friends who could joke and laugh freely. He could almost picture the lively atmosphere of the Lion Guild's daily life. Seeing how much Chank was enjoying herself, Xiaoyao curiously leaned in to take a bite as well. Yuck, yuck, yuck. This tastes awful. I can't even bite through it. Chanchio grumbled in dissatisfaction, but still swiftly picked up the nearly intact piece of ore and stuffed it into her mouth. Doesn't this taste like crispy chicken? She said, crunching loudly as she chewed. As Chanchio continued eating, system notifications began flashing rapidly on the panel. Your summoned beast Chanchio has consumed the rare metal black feather stone, permanently gaining 2 defense. Your summoned beast Chanchio has consumed the rare metal black feather stone, permanently gaining 2 defense. However, as more black feather stones were consumed, the defense increase began to diminish. From the initial 2, it gradually dropped to 1, and by the time Chanchio swallowed the final piece of black feather stone, she let out a loud, satisfied burp. Your summoned beast Chanchio has consumed the rare metal black feather stone, permanently gaining 0 defense. At that moment, Jiang An realized the limitations of the gold-devouring ability. Its growth effect had a cap for any single type of rare metal. To further enhance Chanchio's defense, he would have to find other types of rare metals. I'm so full. So stuffed. Chanchio exclaimed, rubbing her round belly contentedly. In front of her, an enormous pit, even larger than her own size, had appeared. Although Jiang An had lost track of exactly how much defense had been gained, it was clear that Chanchio's fur now shimmered with a metallic sheen, each strand looking as if it were forged from refined steel. Jiang An then explained to Tang Feng why he needed to borrow the mine. Tang Feng readily agreed without even asking what it was for. It's about time we settle the score with the Flame Wolf Guild, Tao Yu remarked. We'll head back to organize our team. Shaoan, contact me once you're done here. With that, she and Tang Feng exchanged contact information with Jiang An before hurrying off. Once the area was deserted, Jiang An took out the token. The black glow emanating from the obsidian had grown so intense that it was almost impossible to look away. It seems this is the place. Time to unlock the hidden Dungeon Bone Dragon's lair. Do you want to use this token? Please note, once used, the token will disappear. Make sure you're fully prepared before proceeding. Jiang An made his choice without hesitation and activated it. The obsidian token dissolved into a streak of light in his hand, and a vortex emitting a faint yellow glow appeared in the corner of the mine. A chilling air seeped out from the vortex, quickly coating the surrounding walls with a thin layer of frost, signaling the icy tundra environment that awaited. Yining flicked her head in dissatisfaction, the flame on her tail flaring up more intensely. Let's go. Bone Dragon, here I come. Jiang An reached out to touch the vortex. Just like the secret realms before, there was no difficulty selection prompt this time either. His vision blurred, and the temperature around him plummeted to below freezing. Achoo! Achoo! Xiaoyao sneezed twice. Yin Ying immediately ignited her flames, dispersing the cold around Jiang An. Scanning his surroundings, Jiang An was surprised they were still inside a mine. The ground was littered with exposed pieces of black feather stone, and the environment was almost identical to where they had been before entering. Yin Ying led the way, clearing the path ahead, with Jiang An and Xiaoyao following closely behind. Only Chanchio, wrapped in its thick fur, seemed unbothered by the cold. Before long, they reached the mine's exit. Blinding light poured in as large snowflakes drifted through the entrance, blanketing the ground in thick snow. Stepping to the edge, Jiang An was stunned by the sight before him. This was no dense forest, but a bottomless abyss. The mine had been carved into the face of a sheer cliff. Clouds obscured the view below, but faint dragon roars could be heard echoing from the depths. Could the bone dragon's lair really be down in this abyss? Jiang An muttered to himself. This dungeon is seriously tricky without the ability to fly. You'd either have to give up or just jump and hope for the best. He quickly prepared himself. He returned Xiao Yao to the summoning space, tucked the now palm-sized Chan Xiao into his pocket, and allowed Yin Ying, still in her Chu Lian form, to perch on his shoulder. Her 6 tails wrapped around his neck like a scarf, emanating a black flame that warmed without burning. With a thought, wings unfolded behind him. Instead of immediately taking flight, Jiang An leapt forward, carving a perfect arc as he plunged into the abyss. Breaking through the thick cloud layer, the view below became clear, a vast snowy plain dotted with countless tiny black specks that resembled sesame seeds. These were none other than the ghouls he had encountered before. As he neared the ground, Jiang An flapped his wings, using the air currents to hover midair. He quickly cast an identification spell. These ghouls, clad in tattered animal hides and covered in blood, had significantly stronger attributes than before. All their stats had multiplied several times over, and they had gained a new skill called Frenzied Claw. Jiang An descended slowly, but before he could land, Chan Xiao leapt out of his pocket and rapidly expanded in midair. With a loud thud, it landed heavily, instantly crushing several ghouls beneath it. The remaining ghouls immediately launched their frenzied claw attacks, but their claws only produced metallic clangs against Chan Xiao's body, reducing its health by a mere 3%. This scene caught Jiang An's attention. Compared to before consuming the black feather stone, when Chan Xiao would lose about 7% of its health, its Devour Gold talent seemed to have grown significantly stronger. Considering Yin Ying's Divine Might talent, which could double her combat power, could it be that Chan Xiao and Xiao Yao's talents were equally powerful? After all, they both possessed divine bloodlines. At this point, Chan Xiao was rampaging on the battlefield. With its enhanced defense, it practically ignored the ghouls' attacks. Coupled with the fearless battle roar that nullified the plague effect and Xiao Yao's with spirit blessing for continuous healing, Chan Xiao was unstoppable. Jiang An's experience points surged rapidly, with notifications incessantly flashing on his interface. Congratulations on defeating a level 32 ghoul and earning an extra experience bonus of 23,333. Several system notifications flashed before Jiang An's eyes, accompanied by the drop of 2 ghoul hearts. Watching the experience points steadily rise, a faint smile appeared on Jiang An's lips. As expected, the fastest way to level up is through dungeons, he mused to himself. Especially hidden high-level dungeons like this one, the rewards are indeed substantial. However, he quickly reminded himself of his main goal for this trip, finding the bone dragon. Earlier, he could still hear its roars from atop the cliff, but now there was no trace of it. Jiang An carefully scanned his surroundings, his gaze finally settling on another towering peak that pierced the clouds. Could the bone dragon be up there? Should I fly up to check? Just as he hesitated, Xiao Yao suddenly ran up to him, gently tugging at his clothes with her mouth. Master, don't fly up there. Xiao Yao feels. Staying here is the best choice, she said nervously. Recalling Xiao Yao's fortune-sensed ability, Jiang An immediately asked, Did you sense something? Xiao Yao nodded emphatically. Yes, though I can't explain it. I have a feeling that if we wait here, something good will happen. After a moment of thought, Jiang An decided to trust Xiao Yao's instincts. After all, there were plenty of ghouls around, making it a good opportunity to level up. At that moment, Yin Ying, who had been perched on Jiang An's shoulder, yawned and leapt down. The temperature around them instantly plummeted. Jiang An quickly summoned a fire elemental spirit to counter the cold. As Yin Ying landed, its lazy demeanor transformed into sharp focus. Its 6 tails swayed violently, and flames erupted from their tips. Diamond-level skill, Inferno Storm. Jiang An immediately followed up with his own skill. Shadow Technique, Twin Strike. Copy skill, Inferno Storm. A humanoid shadow of flames appeared behind him, and the 2 Inferno Storms combined, amplifying their power and range dramatically. The fiery onslaught consumed the surrounding ghouls mercilessly, their health bars rapidly depleting until they were reduced to ashes. Even the perpetually frozen snowfield beneath them began to melt under the intense heat, revealing the black permafrost below. This single attack boosted Jiang An's experience by 5, a significant gain at level 30. Nearby, Chan Xiao watched Yin and clear the area with an envious expression. So what if you have an AoE skill? I'll learn one of my own someday. With that, he charged at the newly spawned ghouls, while Yin and casually moved to another area to continue the cleanup. Meanwhile, in the Flame Wolf Guild's headquarters, guild leader Li Jihai angrily smashed a teacup, glaring at Shi Kuan, who had been recruited from the Lion Guild. This can't be. You bastard. Are you trying to set me up? Kuan quickly tried to explain. No way. If I were scheming against you, why would I have left the Lion Guild to join the Flame Wolf Guild in the first place? I genuinely believed the Lion Guild was doomed. Li Zhihai calmed down slightly, then demanded. Then explain this. Based on the intel you provided, there's no way the Lion Guild could have resisted Mo Bai and his team. Kuan fell silent, his mind racing to analyze all possible scenarios. I previously suggested a surprise attack because the Lion Guild only has a level 30 support member, and she usually takes a break at this time of the month, one subordinate explained to Li Zhihai. But if, by chance, she didn't take a break this time, having support present, combined with the complex terrain of the mine, and if President Su underestimates the enemy, there's indeed a chance something unexpected could happen. Unexpected? Li Zhihai slammed the table, his face dark with rage. These were the elite members we handpicked for the Flaming Wolf Guild, and now they're just gone? You call that unexpected? Seeing Li Zhihai's fury, Kuan quickly stepped forward. President, please calm down. Even if the Lion Guild managed to survive by relying on their familiarity with the mine, they must have suffered heavy losses. For all we know, Tang Feng might be the only one left standing. A glint flashed in his eyes. If you launch a guild war now, it'd be an easy victory. Not only would the mine vein be ours, but even the Lion Guild's base would fall into your hands. A guild war is a special battle mechanism that occurs exclusively between two guilds. Once initiated, members of both guilds have only 10 minutes to choose whether to leave their guild. After that, they can join but cannot leave. During the war, the bases of both guilds become the primary targets, and the outcome is determined by which base is destroyed. During this period, casualties among members are unrestricted. The losing guild is immediately disbanded, and all its resources are automatically transferred to the victor. Of course, initiating a guild war has a high threshold. It can only occur between guilds of the same level, or when a lower-level guild challenges a higher-level one. Li Zhihai's eyes grew increasingly bright. He knew Su Mabai and his group strength all too well. There was no way the Lion Guild could have taken down their team without significant losses. If they seized this moment, the rewards would far exceed expectations. Notify everyone immediately. Li Zhihai ordered decisively. Prepare to initiate a guild war. Upon victory, everyone will be rewarded with 2 pieces of silverware equipment and 200,000 in cash. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Jiang An continued his relentless assault on the ghouls across the snowy plains. The snow beneath his feet had completely melted, and the temperature in the area was noticeably higher than elsewhere. The once densely packed ghouls had significantly decreased in number under the intensity of his attacks. From above, the horde that had resembled a sea of black sesame seeds now appeared sparse and scattered. This massacre yielded substantial rewards. Jiang An's experience points surged to 89. At this rate, he was confident he could reach level 31 before the dungeon ended. However, one thing puzzled him: there was still no sign of the bone dragon, not even the faintest echo of its roar. His gaze shifted once more to the towering mountain peaks in the distance. Determined, Jiang An resolved silently. Another half hour. If there's still no movement, I'll fly up there myself to investigate. Just then, a deafening dragon's roar shattered the silence, reverberating through the sky. The sound carried an invisible pressure, causing all the ghouls to freeze in place instantly. Only Jiang An and his summoned beasts remained unaffected. A massive figure leaped down from the mountain summit, hurtling toward the snowy plains with astonishing speed. As the distance closed, the creature's form became clear: a colossal skeletal dragon. Its wings were reduced to skeletal outlines, and its hollow eye sockets burned with ghostly blue flames. The bone dragon landed with a thunderous crash, its sharp claws snatching up several ghouls in one swift motion. Strangely, the ghouls seemed to shrink significantly the moment they came into contact with the dragon's claws. The bone dragon lowered its massive head to examine the meager handful of ghouls in its grasp. The flames in its eye sockets flickered violently, as though perplexed by the sudden reduction in their numbers. Soon, it abandoned its thoughts and turned its attention to seeking new prey. Coincidentally, the bone dragon's chosen direction led it straight toward Jiang An. As Jiang An prepared to use his identification skill, Xiao Yao suddenly spoke up. Master, don't resist. Let it take us back. Jiang An frowned slightly. Xiao Yao's warning undoubtedly stemmed from her innate ability to sense fortune and danger. Observing the bone dragon's skeletal structure more closely, a realization struck him. This bone dragon wasn't in a gravid state, and it couldn't possibly be capturing ghouls for sustenance. Coupled with Ku Yi's earlier mention of a bone dragon offspring, could the truth be that it already had a pure-blooded dragon descendant that hadn't yet turned into an undead? With this thought, Jiang An abandoned the idea of using his identification skill. He ordered Yin Ying and Chan Xiu to shrink down and attach themselves to him, while temporarily recalling Xiao Yao into the summoning space. Under the oppressive aura of the dragon, the surrounding ghouls remained frozen in place. The bone dragon soon grabbed Jiang An in its claws and spread its wings, ascending swiftly toward the mountain peak. Through the gaps in the dragon's claws, Jiang An observed several unidentified birds approaching. The bone dragon immediately unleashed a torrent of blue soul fire, incinerating them into ashes. The sight sent a chill down Jiang An's spine. Had he recklessly flown up the mountain earlier, he might have already met his end at the dragon's claws. At the summit, there was an unexpectedly flat area. The bone dragon landed and released its clutch, tossing both the ghouls and Jiang An onto the ground. Yin Ying quickly reverted to his humanoid form and caught Jiang An steadily. Just as the bone dragon was about to leave, Yin Ying's presence caught its attention. It seemed to sense the immense threat emanating from him. Sensing the shift, Jiang An immediately activated his identification skill. Undead Bone Dragon. Boss level. Name: Misha Gardner. Level: 32. Strength: 2000. Spirit: 80. Agility: 1800. Constitution: 2200. Innate skill: Dragon's Might. Combat skills: Undead Breath Platinum, Dragon's Fury Gold, Tail Sweep Gold, Bone Dragon Claw Strike Gold, Nest Recall Platinum. As expected of a dragon, its power was formidable even in its undead form, boasting 2 platinum tier skills. The bone dragon opened its massive jaws and let out an earth-shaking roar, unleashing its innate skill, Dragon's Might. A terrifying pressure instantly radiated from the bone dragon, akin to the aura of divine authority, though significantly weaker in intensity. Yin Ying, Chan Xiao, and the newly summoned Xiao Yao, immune to such pressure due to their innate divine bloodline, remained unaffected. However, the ghouls, who had just regained their composure, were paralyzed under the dragon's might, as if the scene on the snowy plains was repeating itself. Realizing the dragon's aura wasn't as effective as expected, the soul fire within the bone dragon's skull flared more fiercely. It opened its skeletal jaws filled with sharp teeth, and the blue soul fire began to rapidly condense within. Yin Ying, fully aware of the devastating power of this soul fire, knew that even she would suffer severe injuries if struck. Only Chan Xiao might be able to withstand it. With a glint of cold light in her eyes, Yin Ying immediately unleashed her six-tail annihilation and phantom enchantment. The 6 tails behind her shimmered with a purple glow and swept forward like a storm. Noticing the abnormality of the purple light, the bone dragon hesitated briefly, redirecting its attack to unleash the soul fire upon the immobilized ghouls. The ghouls were instantly reduced to black ash under the scorching flames. As the bone dragon shook off the effects of the phantom enchantment, it found 6 fox tails tightly wrapped around its critical points. Furious, the bone dragon struggled with all its might, but could not break free from the unyielding restraint. Black, demonic flames spread along the foxtails, searing the dragon's skeletal frame. At the same time, Yin Ying activated a newly mastered skill, Heavenly Flame. A burning meteor streaked down from the sky. Jiang An had also completed the summoning of elemental spirits and immediately initiated elemental sacrifice. The stacking of multiple negative effects further weakened the bone dragon's resistance. Haha, my turn. Chan Xiao exclaimed excitedly, enlarging its body to match the size of the bone dragon, each step it took causing the ground to tremble. Take this. Its paw, crackling with blinding lightning, came down heavily. Meanwhile, Xiao Yao continuously cast support skills, even utilizing its newly learned fortune drain skill on the bone dragon. Under the combined assault of everyone, the bone dragon's health rapidly plummeted. Yet just as it was about to hit zero, countless immune indicators suddenly appeared across its body. Both Yin Ying and Chan Xiao were taken aback. Jiang An immediately recalled the results of the appraisal spell. This bone dragon possessed a platinum-level nesting skill. True to form, the bone dragon broke free from the 6-tail annihilation's grip and took flight, heading westward. Chase it, Jiang An decisively commanded. That mountain peak must be where its lair is. Chan Xiao quickly shrunk down and leaped into Jiang An's embrace, while Yin Ying's tails gently lifted Jiang An, propelling them in pursuit of the bone dragon. Jiang An decided to have Xiao Yao follow along, as it had proven invaluable in battle and was even slightly faster than Yin Ying. The skeletal dragon soared through the sky at a speed comparable to Yin Ying's sprinting pace on the ground, allowing Yin Ying to steadily keep up alongside it. The mountain peak was not particularly wide, and soon the skeletal dragon slowed its pace as it approached the highest point of the peak. Surrounding the area were numerous towering rock pillars, with gaps just wide enough to accommodate the skeletal dragon's massive frame. As the dragon was about to pass through the cluster of pillars, an unidentified bird suddenly darted past. Distracted by this unexpected appearance, the dragon's enormous body collided heavily with one of the pillars. The tremendous impact instantly shattered the pillar into pieces, and a thunderous crash echoed throughout the mountains. Jiang An witnessed this scene and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. This mishap was likely the result of the luck diminishing effect Xiao Yao had cast earlier. After all, as the skeletal dragon's lair, it should have been intimately familiar with the terrain here and would not normally crash into a pillar right at its own doorstep. At that moment, a faint dragon's cry, seemingly from a newborn dragon, came from behind one of the rock pillars, possibly startled by the sound of the collapsing debris. Jiang An raised an eyebrow and immediately directed Yin Ying to swiftly navigate through the gaps between the pillars. After passing through the cluster of rock formations, a broad mountaintop came into view. The ground was covered with dry branches, and the injured skeletal dragon lay atop the pile, rapidly recovering its health. Beside it was a half-broken dragon egg, with the creature inside still partially encased, yet to fully hatch. It was clear that the earlier weak dragon cry had come from this egg. A fiery intensity lit up in Jiang An's eyes. This was no mere golden dragon carp or anything of such rank. This was a true dragon with a pure bloodline, undoubtedly carrying divine heritage. However, the immediate priority was to deal with the skeletal dragon first. The skeletal dragon, lying on the ground to recover its health, noticed Jiang An's presence. The soul flames in its eye sockets flared up instantly. Despite its health only recovering to 24, it let out an enraged roar and charged fiercely at Jiang An. In an instant, Flame Shadow made its move. The flames on its 6 tails surged upward and struck the skeletal dragon simultaneously. The dragon's bone-white, jade-like skeleton shattered with a loud crack, extinguishing the soul flames in its skull. Its health dropped to 0. Just before collapsing with a thunderous crash, the skeletal dragon's hollow eye sockets remained fixed on the shattered dragon egg. As the massive skeleton hit the ground, the lifeless skeletal dragon and its undead power dissipated, leaving behind a field of broken bones. A system notification promptly appeared. Congratulations on defeating a level 32 undead skeletal dragon boss beyond your level. You have gained bonus experience points 38,888 and obtained materials. Dragon Wing 1, Broken Dragon Bone 1, Intact Dragon Bone 1, bathed in golden light. Both Jiang An and Flame Shadow leveled up to 31. However, Jiang An had no time to celebrate, as his attention was drawn to the partially shattered dragon egg. He approached cautiously. The creature inside the egg seemed to sense his presence and began to tremble uneasily. Jiang An stopped and waited for it to calm down before moving closer. A timid eye peered at him through the cracked shell. It was an eye that left him in awe. One was a deep, oceanic blue, while the other held a hollow soul flame flickering within. As Jiang An's gaze lowered, the creature instinctively retreated deeper into the shell. Yet, he still caught a glimpse of her unique body, half covered in golden scales, exquisite like a work of art. The other half was a pure white skeleton devoid of flesh. The stark contrast yet perfect harmony of this paradoxical form astonished Jiang An. He immediately used an identification skill. Holy Undead Dragon Female. Level 1. Base attributes: Strength 300, Spirit 300, Agility 300, Constitution 300. Innate skills: Holy Dragon's Might, Undead Whisper. Combat skills: Undead Breath LV1 Platinum Tier. Holy Dragon's Fury LV1 Platinum Tier. Sacred Dragon Scale LV1 Platinum Tier. The description revealed her origins: a posthumous child of the holy dragon Misha Gardena, who had been transformed into a skeletal dragon. She had absorbed half of the undead power, becoming a unique holy undead dragon. However, the conflict between these two forces meant she could only live for 1 year unless she entered a summoning space. Yet, the pride of a holy dragon made it unlikely for her to submit to anyone. As Jiang An pondered this dilemma, a system notification flashed. This creature possesses divine bloodline. Would you like to form a contract? A holy dragon indeed carried divine blood and held a revered status among dragons. Throughout history, no one had ever managed to tame a holy dragon, and this realization made Jiang An chuckle wryly. Inside the dragon egg, the holy undead dragon gazed up at Jiang An. For the first time, she felt a comforting presence. Since birth, the internal conflict of her two powers had caused her immense suffering, which was why she had never left the safety of her shell. Yet now, in this human's presence, she sensed a glimmer of hope for survival. She extended a claw to gently touch Jiang An's hand and, through telepathy, asked, "Can you take me with you? You're willing to come with me? Then are you willing to become my summoned beast? That way, you can enter the summoning space and gain the power to recover," Jiang An said, feeling slightly like a kidnapper. To his surprise, the holy undead dragon nodded in agreement. "I feel that you're not an ordinary human. Being near you feels comforting. I'm willing to become your summoned beast." Jiang An glanced down at his chest, where his beating heart pulsed, and realized it was due to the heart of God. "All right then, I will now form a soul contract with you. Don't resist, relax your body, and leave everything to me." Hatched young beasts typically cannot become pets for other professions, but for summoners, it's a different story. As a profession that relies on summoned creatures for their livelihood, summoners can attempt to form contracts with already hatched beings. However, This method is far more dangerous compared to contracting with an unhatched pet egg. Jiang An understood the principle well. Creatures within unhatched pet eggs have not yet developed self-awareness and thus exhibit little resistance to a summoner's will. On the other hand, the divine undead dragon before him had already hatched. To form a contract with it, he needed to directly connect their souls and gain its consent. If the summoned creature resisted during this process, not only would the contract fail, but the summoner's soul would also be damaged, rendering them unable to form new contracts for a month. Even worse, the divine undead dragon, already tormented by two opposing forces, might suffer fatal injuries from a failed contract. Holding his breath, Jiang An carefully placed his hand on the forehead of the divine undead dragon and silently recited the contract incantation. In an instant, a white light burst forth from the point of contact. Through this light, Jiang An sensed a soul that was pure and filled with curiosity. There was no resistance. Instead, it readily accepted his soul contract. Only when the interface displayed soul contract bound, current summoned B slots, 44, did Jiang An dare to believe he had truly succeeded. The moment the contract was completed, the young dragon's gaze toward Jiang An shifted from innocent curiosity to deep reliance and trust. She gracefully emerged from the eggshell, revealing her full form. The left side of her body exuded a divine and noble aura, covered in neat, pale golden scales that shone like rare treasure. The right side was a translucent dragon skeleton, emanating an eerie undead energy. This contradictory yet harmonious combination left Yin Ying and Chan Xiu utterly mesmerized. When Chan Xiu jokingly remarked about wanting to take a bite out of her scales, the young dragon was startled and hid behind Jiang and Yin and quickly scolded Chan Xiu, then transformed into the form of an unparalleled beauty, gently stroking the young dragon's forehead and soothing her. Don't worry, we're all your companions now. No one will bully you. The young dragon's face lit up with a joyful expression. When Jiang An opened the young dragon's attribute panel, a series of astonishing statistics appeared. An unnamed divine undead dragon with a purity level of 50, and all base attributes reaching 300 points. Even more remarkable was her skill set. 2 powerful innate abilities, Divine Dragon's Might and Whisper of the Undead, along with 3 platinum-level combat skills, including a rare short-term invincibility skill called Sacred Dragon Scale Aegis. Through experimentation, the little one also demonstrated the ability to transform. In her human form, she appeared as a girl of about 14 or 15 years old, with thick black hair, fair skin, and delicate features. Her ocean blue eyes radiated purity. A lifelike bone dragon tattoo adorned her right arm, and a skull pendant hung from her right ear, perfectly embodying her dual attributes of divinity and the undead. However, like Yin Ying, she still retained some dragon characteristics. Among her hair, 2 faint yellow dragon horns could be vaguely seen. Master, is this okay? She asked timidly, looking at Jiang An with wide eyes. Jiang An's heart melted instantly. Yes, of course it's okay. Chan Xiu, who was standing nearby, exclaimed, Oh my gosh, even the new one can take human form now. For the first time, Chan Xiu, usually focused solely on food, felt a sense of crisis. Yining swiped her tail toward Chan Xiu and huffed, Ha, you're one to talk. You're the only one left who can't shapeshift. At least Xiao Yao has a human head she can manage with her mouth in critical moments. But you? Useless. A question popped into Xiao Yao's mind. Sister Yining, what do you mean by managing with her mouth? Jiang An immediately shot Yin Ying a warning glare. Such inappropriate topics were not to be discussed any further. Yining reluctantly held her tongue. Xiao Yao quietly took note of the phrase, planning to secretly ask Yining about it when Jiang An wasn't around. Soon after, her gaze landed on the chest of the new companion. Flat-chested. Master likes them fair and big, so she doesn't seem like a threat. Oh, right, I haven't given you a name yet. Jiang An murmured as he looked at the little one. A holy dragon and a skeletal undead dragon, elegant yet eerie. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. How about Shunyu? The little one blinked her big eyes and then nodded. Shunyu. I like that name. Then it's settled. Watching Shunyu begin to bond with the other 3 companions, a smile played at the corner of Jiang An's mouth. This venture into the bone dragon's nest had been incredibly fruitful. Not only had he leveled up, but he had also acquired a rare dragon companion, perfectly addressing his deficiencies in aerial combat. Jiang An could already foresee that once the little one grew stronger, she would undoubtedly dominate aerial battles, making her an unstoppable force against any flying enemies. Alright then, since everything's settled, let's move on. We can take advantage of the Hengduan Mountains to help Xinyu level up further. Meanwhile, at the Lion Guild's headquarters, Tang Feng wore a grim expression. Beside him, Tao Yu spoke with concern. Since the Flame Wolf Guild initiated the guild war, over 20 members have left our guild. They all refused to participate in the guild war and chose to join other guilds instead. Tao Yu fumed. Those people are so short-sighted. The Flame Wolf Guild suffered heavy losses and the Mindthier significantly weakened. If those deserters had stayed, the Flame Wolf Guild would have stood no chance. But no, they didn't even think it through. Just hearing the name Flame Wolf Guild was enough to scare them off. Enough, Tang Feng interrupted, shaking his head. No need to dwell on it. Everyone has their own path. Leaving was their choice. This is actually a good opportunity to identify our core members. If the Lion Guild wins this time, all remaining members will have their benefits doubled. Tao Yu nodded but hesitated. Still, without those members, our combat strength is at a disadvantage. Should we? She trailed off, hesitant. Ask Shaoan for help? Absolutely not. Tang Feng immediately cut her off. He's here for his own reasons, and helping us might take up a day or two of his time. He's already done us a great favor in the mine. We can't just barge in and disrupt him for our own issues. Besides, I don't believe we'll lose. Tang Feng stood up, instructing everyone to prepare for battle. The fastest way for the Flame Wolf Guild to get here is through the Hengduan Mountains. There's only one path from the mountains to our base. You mean? Tao Yu's eyes widened in realization, though she still seemed uncertain. Tang Feng's voice was firm. Instead of waiting for them to come to us, we'll take the initiative and catch them off guard. I want to see just how tough the Flame Wolf Guild really is. Back in the Hengduan Mountains, Jiang An and his 4 companions finally located a small spawn point for lightning scorpions. These scorpions were level 33. Though this wasn't particularly high for wild monsters, they were perfect for leveling up Xinyu. In her human form, Yin cast a glance at Chanqiu, who immediately stepped forward obediently and swung his bare paw at one of the scorpions. Bang! A lightning scorpion was instantly obliterated before it could even counterattack. Experience points surged into Xinyu, and 7 golden beams of light rose from her body in quick succession. The level gap was so large that even a single monster was enough to help Xinyu level up rapidly. Chanqiu's bare paws continued to strike down one scorpion after another. Bang bang bang. Xunyu's experience soared as golden beams of light kept appearing. By the time the small group of lightning scorpions was wiped out, Xinyu had reached level 17. Jiang An couldn't help but marvel. If only he had been able to level up this quickly when he first changed classes. He opened Xunyu's attribute panel to take a look. Species: Divine Holy Undead Dragon. Purity: 50. Gender: female. Level: 17. Strength: 2,200. Spirit: 2,200. Agility: 2,200. Constitution: 2,200. Innate skills: Divine Dragon's Might, Undead Whispers. Combat skills: Undead Breath LV1 Diamond Tier, Holy Dragon's Wrath LV1 Platinum Tier, Dragon Scale Divine Shield LV1 Platinum Tier, Dragon Dance LV1 Platinum Tier, Undead Curse LV1 Platinum Tier. Jiang An took a sharp breath. At just level 17, Xinyu already had a terrifying 2,200 in all 4 attributes. This was the sheer power of the dragon race. Not only that, but upon reaching level 17, her Undead Breath skill had been upgraded to Diamond Tier, and she had gained 2 additional skills: Dragon Dance LV1 Platinum Tier and Undead Curse LV1 Platinum Tier. Dragon Dance was an active skill that summoned the power of dragons to enhance the user, increasing skill damage by 10 for 1 minute. It could stack up to 10 times. Undead Curse was also an active skill that cursed enemies within range. Killing cursed enemies would transform them into undead minions with 70 of the user's attributes, lasting for 10 minutes. Both skills were incredibly practical. Dragon Dance allowed Xinyu to continuously stack damage, eventually doubling her output true godder skill. Undead Curse was even more astonishing, enabling her to create endless undead minions with 70 of her attributes. If Jiang An had possessed Xinyu during his college entrance exams, he could have farmed points endlessly in the 4th stage. As her power grew stronger, Xunyu's expression became overwhelmingly exhilarated. In the wilderness of the Hengduan Mountains, Jiang An led his 4 pets forward and soon encountered a small group of lightning scorpions. Xinyu licked her lips in excitement and looked at Jiang An expectantly. Master, may I give it a try? Receiving Jiang An's approval, Xunyu's face lit up with joy. A deep, resonant dragon's roar echoed from her throat. Under the imposing dragon's might, the ordinary lightning scorpions trembled uncontrollably. Many of them displayed the fear of battle status above their heads, standing frozen in place just like the ghouls from the previous dungeon. Xinyu swiftly transformed into her dragon form. With a powerful flap of her wings, she soared into the air. Before even reaching her targets, the soul fire in the dragon head on her right side flared intensely, initiating her undead curse. A pristine, jade-like skull emerged from her body and instantly split into thousands, enveloping each lightning scorpion. Some of them displayed a panic status above their heads, a result of Xunyu's passive skill, Undead Whispers, which reduced the target's defense by 20. Opening her dragon jaws, Xunyu unleashed her undead breath. The faint white energy swept across the battlefield in an instant. This was no ordinary flame but a force that directly destroyed souls. The lightning scorpion's health plummeted rapidly, unable to last even a second before being completely annihilated. Shun Yu's level immediately rose to 19. She spun joyously through the air, celebrating her first successful hunt. However, the fallen lightning scorpions suddenly rose again, their status shifting from hostile to allied. This was the effect of the Undead Cursia Platinum Tier active skill that transforms cursed enemies killed into undead minions, inheriting 70 of the caster's attributes and lasting for 10 minutes. Jiang An inspected the attributes of these undead servants, level 17, with strength, spirit, agility, and constitution all at 1540. They also possess the Platinum Tier passive skill Undead Poison Touch, which inflicted undead poison on attacks, reducing the target's maximum health by 1 per second for 30 seconds. The effect could refresh but not stack. Just as Jiang An was about to leave, Xin Yu suddenly communicated telepathically, "Master, I see many people heading this way." Through a vision projection, Jiang An observed a group of about 40 people. Leading them was a pale-faced, unsteady young man. Despite his fatigued appearance, his golden tier equipment gleamed conspicuously. The rest of the group, though slightly less equipped, still carried silver tier weapons. Judging by the Flame Wolf Guild emblems on their chests, it was clear they were remnants of the Flame Wolf Guild, with their leader being the guild master, Li Zhihai. Originally planning to ambush the Lion Guild, they had intended to avoid the area upon hearing the dragon's roar. However, upon seeing Shun Yu's unique appearance and petite size, greed flickered in Li Zhihai's eyes. Even as his subordinate, Shikuan, reminded him of the unresolved trouble with the Lion Guild, Li Zhihai insisted, "It's just a young dragon, its level must be low. Capturing it alive will be worth a fortune. Clear the area. Kill anyone who gets close. That dragon is mine." The surrounding guild members chimed in one after another, their eyes gleaming with greed. Excitedly, they shouted, "With so many of us, taking it down won't take long. We'll still have time to deal with the Lionheart Guild." "Exactly. And it's a baby dragon. I've never seen a dragon in my life. Imagine the stories we'll have to tell over drinks once we catch it." Shikuan, seeing the group's rising enthusiasm, stopped trying to dissuade them. To be honest, he was intrigued by the young dragon as well, but his earlier warning was out of concern that it might delay their confrontation with the Lionheart Guild. Li Zhihai, noticing no objections, smirked confidently. "Charge. Take down the baby dragon first, then crush the Lionheart Guild." As soon as he finished speaking, the group of over 40 people surged forward, racing towards Shan Yu's location. Thanks to Shan Yu's heightened senses, Jiang An observed everything clearly. The Flame Wolf Guild. A guild war? He quickly grasped the critical information. Not only were these people relentless, but they had initiated a guild war. This meant only one guild could survive, and the other would be forcibly disbanded. What infuriated him even more was that they had set their sights on Xin Yu. A cold gleam flashed in Jiang An's eyes. "Let's see what you're capable of." Sensing its master's killing intent, Xin Yu spread its wings and dived toward Li Zhihai and his group. The undead minions on the ground followed closely, surging forward like a tide. It wasn't until Xin Yu drew near that Li Zhihai and his group finally got a clear look at it. They froze collectively, staring in awe at the dragon that radiated a divine glow yet exuded an air of death. What kind of dragon is this? If we capture it alive, the resources we'd get would last a lifetime. Someone hastily used an appraisal skill, but the result was minimal. Holy undead dragon, level 19. Why can't we see its full stats? Could it be a summoned beast? Impossible. This is a dragon. Throughout history, only a handful of people have ever tamed dragon pets, and they've all but disappeared now. It's probably because dragons are so powerful that their stats can't be fully revealed. Staring at Shun Yu hovering in midair, the greed in their eyes practically overflowed. To them, no matter how unique this dragon was, a level 19 young dragon couldn't pose much of a threat. Li Zhihai wasted no time giving orders. "Quick, use control skills to capture it. Avoid high-damage attacks." At that moment, rustling sounds came from the forest. Undead minions resembling lightning scorpions emerged, encircling the group. Li Zhihai dismissed them with a wave, casually assigning a few members to deal with them, his focus entirely on capturing Xin Yu. A forest which acted first, casting Vine Prison to restrain Xin Yu. However, a blue light flashed around Xin Yu, and it effortlessly broke free with its protective shield. Before anyone could react, piercing screams erupted from the surrounding area. The team tasked with handling the lightning scorpions had been quickly overwhelmed. Each hit left deep gashes, and the venom seeping into their wounds caused excruciating pain, making it nearly impossible to fight back. Li Zhihai scowled and cursed angrily. "Useless. You can't even handle a few lightning scorpions." Several support members hurriedly cast purification spells, but the glowing white light had no effect. Finally, someone used an appraisal skill on the lightning scorpions, and the results shocked everyone. These were not ordinary lightning scorpions but level 17 undead minions with a staggering 1540 in total stats and platinum-grade skills. It's them. The dragon must be controlling them, Shirkuan exclaimed. Only then did the group realize the gravity of the situation. Guild leader. This dragon is not normal. Should we kill it? Li Zihai's face twisted with pain. He knew these undead minions were undoubtedly tied to the holy undead dragon, but the thought of destroying a dragon hatchling that could fetch an astronomical price was unbearable. Still, seeing his members being completely overrun by the undead army, which showed no signs of stopping, he finally gritted his teeth. No choice. Kill the dragon. Attack. The group unleashed their most powerful skills, aiming to bring down Shen Yu in midair and put an end to the relentless undead minions. Through Shan Yu's perspective, Jiang An carefully observed the combat performance of the undead servants. These creatures exhibited strength far beyond his expectations. They ignored pain, were unaffected by injuries, and continued their relentless attacks with unwavering determination even when their bodies were damaged. It was this almost maddened fighting style that quickly plunged the hidden class adventurers into dire straits. While Jiang An gained a clear understanding of the undead servants' power, Li Zihai's team was already preparing to launch their assault. Kill them all, Jiang An commanded. Understood, master. A glint of coldness flashed in Shan Yu's eyes. To be hunted like prey by this group was an unbearable insult to her, a being with the noble bloodline of a dragon. The skills of the group below erupted almost simultaneously. Though they had the advantage in numbers and levels, Shen Yu merely flapped her wings lightly, evading most of the attacks. The few skills that did land were completely nullified by the sudden appearance of massive golden dragon scales, triggering a series of immune notifications. This was Shan Yu's invincible defensive skill Dragon Scale Divine Aegis. Before Li Zihai's team could react, Shen Yu unleashed her dragon's aura, activating her platinum tier skill, Wrath of the Holy Dragon. In an instant, clusters of radiant energy, formed by divine dragon power, materialized above each enemy's head. Boom, boom, boom. With a series of explosions, the radiant clusters detonated, and the elite members of the Flame Wolf Guild fell one after another, leaving no survivors. This was almost the entirety of their fighting force, yet they couldn't withstand even a single skill from Shen Yu. Transforming back into her human form, Shen Yu timidly glanced at Jiang An, who emerged from the trees. Impressive work, Yining praised. Jiang An immediately ordered the collection of the fallen enemy's equipment. While the gold and silver items individually weren't highly valuable, their sheer quantity made up for it. Conveniently, the auction would begin after a day's rest. However, there was one more matter to address: completely eliminating the Flame Wolf Guild. Since they were now sworn enemies, Jiang An couldn't afford to leave them any chance for retaliation. Meanwhile, at another location near the Lion Guild's base in the Hengduan Mountains, Tang Feng and his team were lying in ambush along a roadside. They had gone through great lengths to camouflage themselves, making it nearly impossible to spot them without a skilled archer's reconnaissance. However, the mosquitoes in the Hengduan Mountains were particularly relentless, leaving everyone covered in bites. Even Tao Yu's delicate, flawless face wasn't spared. Guild leader, it's been over an hour. Do you think they might have taken a different route? Tao Yu asked, unable to suppress her frustration. Just as Tang Feng furrowed his brows in thought, his communicator suddenly buzzed. Seeing that it was Jiang An calling, he quickly answered. After a brief conversation, Tang Feng's expression shifted from astonishment to jubilation. When Jiang An asked for the coordinates of the Flame Wolf Guild's base, Tang Feng provided them without hesitation. As Tang Feng ended the call, a rare smile of relief spread across his face, leaving Tao Yu and the others puzzled. Their usually stern and serious guild leader was now radiating an unusual sense of ease. Gulp, the sound of swallowing echoed repeatedly. Tao Yu finally couldn't hold back, her eyes sparkling with disbelief. President, are you saying Jiang An encountered Li Zihai and his group alone, and wiped them all out? At least, that's what Jiang An claims. He's currently on his way to the Flame Wolf Guild's base. Tao Yu suddenly leapt up from the ground with a scream. So we don't have to lose anyone, right? Although the Flame Wolf Guild had already lost much of their hidden class combat strength in the mine, the Lion Guild's advantage was still minimal. Even with a sneak attack, injuries, or even deaths were likely. Tao Yu had already braced herself for a desperate fight, but she never expected the war between the two guilds to end before it even began. The joy on her face was almost overflowing. The others also wore expressions of delight, until someone couldn't help but murmur, Jiang An's strength is terrifying. Isn't he only level 30? Everyone froze for a moment before Tang Feng broke into a hearty laugh. Who cares, as long as he's not a lackey of the heretics. The stronger he is, the better. After all, he's one of us from the Twin Hearts Orphanage. He straightened his posture. Brothers and sisters, get ready to move out. Move out? To where? To clear the way for Jiang An and bring him home. Meanwhile, The Adventurers Association in Duanshan Town was bustling with activity. Aside from those taking on quests as usual, a large crowd had gathered to watch the spectacle. After the two guilds declared war, both sides had started live streaming from their bases. However, the current scene left many disappointed. There were only a handful of people in both guilds' bases. What the hell? Why are there so few people in both guilds? What's even worth watching? Someone grumbled. The large screen was split in two, with the Flame Wolf Guild on one side and the Lion Guild on the other. Each base had only 7 or 8 members guarding their core areas, but their attitudes were starkly different. The Lion Guild members were tense and vigilant, while the Flame Wolf Guild members lounged around lazily in small groups. In a corner, a few former members of the Lion Guild who had recently defected were whispering among themselves, relieved they had left in time. One chubby man even boasted smugly, "You guys don't know this, but Shirkuin has already joined the Flame Wolf Guild. He's the one who leaked the info about the mines." As the crowd speculated and chatted, a sudden commotion rippled through. All eyes turned toward the live feed of the Flame Wolf Guild's base where a rapidly approaching figure appeared on the screen, growing larger and clearer with each passing moment. When the figure finally stopped midair, hovering about 10 meters above the base, the entire association fell silent. The only sound that remained was the collective gulping of the crowd. After what felt like an eternity, someone muttered under their breath, "Oh my god, is that a dragon?" On the large screen, a uniquely majestic dragon could be seen clearly hovering above the Flame Wolf Guild's headquarters. What caught everyone's attention was the dragon's strikingly contrasting appearance. Its left side radiated a divine and serene glow, while its right side exuded a chilling and sinister aura. This stark contrast made it impossible for the audience to look away. So cool. If this dragon were mine, I could become a dragon knight instantly since I'm already in the knight class. An excited spectator blurted out. "Keep dreaming," someone nearby teased with a chuckle. But honestly, the Flame Wolf Guild is so unlucky. They just started their guild war, and now a dragon happens to pass by their base. If it accidentally destroys the core of their headquarters, they'll be crying for sure. Wait, couldn't this dragon have been sent by the Lion Guild? Someone suddenly suggested. The crowd was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. The Lion Guild? With their reputation? A middle-aged man with a beard stepped forward, speaking with an air of authority. Not a chance. Historically, no dragon pets have ever belonged to the Huaxia Empire. They've all come from abroad. If the Lion Guild somehow managed to contract a dragon, forget Flame Wolf, they'd be the #1 guild in the world. And we're only talking about second-tier dragons here. What exactly is a second-tier dragon? Someone asked curiously. The bearded man began to explain in detail. Second-tier dragons are species like wind dragons, fire dragons, and water dragons, which have single elemental attributes. They're part of the dragon race but are naturally weaker than first-tier dragons. First-tier dragons, like the sacred dragon or the eastern divine dragon, are the pinnacle of the dragon species. It's said that first-tier dragons are incredibly proud and would never form a contract with humans, not even through their eggs. That's why no dragon pets have ever appeared in the history of the Huaxia Empire. Then this dragon, someone gasped. It doesn't look like an ordinary wind or fire dragon. Could it be a first-tier dragon? Exactly, the bearded man confirmed. The left side of its body clearly has characteristics of a sacred dragon. The right side, while resembling a bone dragon, must be on the same level to coexist with the sacred dragon side. Plus, sacred dragons are known to be gentle by nature, and this one still seems to be in its juvenile stage. It shouldn't attack unless provoked. As long as the Flame Wolf Guild members don't act recklessly, it'll likely leave soon. Hearing this analysis, the crowd collectively exhaled in relief. Their earlier worries about the guild war ending in a ridiculous manner began to dissipate. Many people took out their communication devices to capture photos and videos. After all, it wasn't every day you got to see a dragon up close. Just then, a ripple of energy suddenly emanated from the dragon, named Shenyu. In the next moment, several Flame Wolf Guild members stationed at the base were simultaneously engulfed in a glowing wave of draconic power. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, several headless bodies collapsed to the ground. It all happened so fast that most people hadn't even seen how Shenyu had attacked. The scene fell into a stunned silence. Everyone was left in awe of Shan Yu's immense power. Though it was clear this was a juvenile dragon, its exact level was indiscernible. By all logic, it shouldn't have surpassed level 20. Yet, the slain Flame Wolf Guild members, who were all level 30, had been utterly defenseless against its dragon abilities. Didn't they say sacred dragons are gentle? Why did it attack so suddenly? And it's not like the Flame Wolf members provoked it. Someone finally broke the silence. The bearded man coughed awkwardly, trying to come up with an explanation. Well, there are always exceptions. Plus, look at its sinister right side. It might be influenced by that half, making it more aggressive. Still, it's probably not a big deal. Sure, the guards were killed, but dragons usually don't care about things they can't eat, like the core. ITLL probably leaves soon, and the Flame Wolf members can still. Before he could finish, Shun Yu began descending slowly toward the guild's core, and the man's expression froze. The few individuals who had recently left the Lion Guild turned pale. They hadn't expected this turn of events at all. If the dragon truly destroyed the Flame Wolf Guild's core, the Guild War would automatically declare the Lion Guild victorious, transferring all resources to them. For those who had left the Lion Guild, it would be an embarrassing disaster. It's okay, they mumbled, trying to comfort themselves. It's probably just resting. The core isn't that fragile, it won't break unless it's deliberately attacked. The core was not as fragile as it seemed. Unless subjected to specialized attacks, it wouldn't break easily. As if responding to the enemy, Shun Yu suddenly opened its dragon mouth and unleashed a blast of necrotic breath. The moment the attack landed, the durability of the base core was displayed as a long string of numbers on the large screen. However, under Shun Yu's necrotic breath, the durability visibly plummeted at an alarming rate. Soon, it hit 0. With a soft crack, the crystal-clear core was covered with dense cracks and shattered into countless fragments. The large screen slowly loaded a notification. Guild War. Flame Wolf Guild vs. Lionheart Guild. Victor. Lionheart Guild. All resources owned by Flame Wolf Guild will be transferred to Lionheart Guild, including the guild base, funds, warehouse, etc. The screen flickered, and the insignias on the chests of the headless corpses within Flame Wolf Guild's base faded away. The once soaring banners now displayed Lionheart's emblem. All of this signified the conclusion of the Guild War. Everyone present was still in shock. It was insane. A level 1 dragon had conveniently appeared at Flame Wolf Guild's base during the Guild War, slaughtered the defenders, and destroyed the core, ultimately deciding the outcome of the battle. It felt as though fate itself was favoring Lionheart Guild. Incredible. Lionheart Guild's luck was unbeatable. They should probably buy a lottery ticket. I could only imagine the bewildered look on Li Zihai's face when he realized his guild had been dissolved out of nowhere. Perhaps he was already on his way to Lionheart's base, only to witness this scene. Totally worth it. Even though I didn't get to see the big battle, just seeing that dragon made it all worthwhile. Most people, after the initial shock, turned their thoughts to the spectacle. However, those who had recently left Lionheart Guild looked visibly regretful. Wasn't Flame Wolf supposed to have a guaranteed victory? How could this dragon overturn everything? Although Flame Wolf Guild was relatively new and didn't yet control fixed assets like mines, they were rich. Their guild funds alone were several times that of Lionheart's. With these resources, Lionheart Guild was bound to develop rapidly. After this incident, the benefits for Lionheart members would surely increase significantly. In hindsight, it felt like leaving the guild had cost them millions. Wait. Something's not right. Look. As the Guild War ended, the live stream on the electronic screen was about to close. Just before the screen went dark, the dragon turned to leave, briefly revealing its back to the audience. On the dragon's terrifying form was a clear silhouette, a young man with black hair. Many spectators who had been seated jumped to their feet in shock upon seeing this. There was someone on the dragon's back the entire time? Oh my god. This dragon didn't appear here by chance, it was intentional. Black short hair, and the style of clothing, it doesn't look like he's from another empire. Could he be from the Huaxia Empire? A Huaxia citizen with a dragon as a pet? Damn. The revelation struck like a bomb, stirring waves of excitement among the crowd. A bearded man, who had been struggling to justify the dragon's actions, finally found a reasonable explanation. I knew it. Sacred dragons are supposed to be gentle creatures. So, it was being controlled by someone all along. That makes sense now. But wait, didn't you just say a level 1 dragon couldn't possibly be contracted by a human? The bearded man was momentarily speechless, unable to respond. The surrounding chatter, however, showed no signs of dying down. This was unprecedented, a level 1 dragon, contracted by someone from the Huaxia Empire. Does this mean the Huaxia Empire now has a dragon rider? Did anyone record that scene? Damn. I closed the stream as soon as the Guild War ended and missed it. Haha, I recorded it. Hey, buddy, sell me the recording, I'll pay $2,000 for it. Forget it. I've already contacted the media. This exclusive footage is worth a fortune. Damn it, missed another chance to make money. By the way, aren't you curious who that person is? The timing of the dragon's appearance was too perfect right when the Guild War started between Flame Wolf and Lionheart. There's definitely a connection to Lionheart Guild. Maybe it's Lionheart's guild leader, Tang Feng. No way, stop spouting nonsense. That's clearly a teenager, no older than 20. Tang Feng is in his 30s, it can't be him. Then who could it be? Lionheart must have kept this trump card hidden well. If they had revealed it earlier, Flame Wolf Guild wouldn't have dared to start a guild war. They probably wouldn't have dared to provoke them at all. Aren't there former Lionheart members here? Why not ask them? Maybe they know. Come on, if they knew, they wouldn't have left Lionheart so early. They're probably regretting it now. As the footage was sold to major media outlets, the news spread rapidly. A dragon pet controlled by a Huaxia citizen. Countless people wanted to know the identity of this dragon's master. Not just people from Huaxia, but even those from other empires were equally curious. On one hand, they wanted to know more about the master. On the other hand, they were desperate to understand how a creature as powerful as a level 1 dragon could willingly become someone's pet. For those familiar with dragonkind, this seemed utterly impossible. Even a level 2 dragon was considered incredibly powerful, and the humans who managed to contract them had their names etched into history. Who was this extraordinary person capable of contracting a level 1 dragon? For now, all eyes were on the Guild War footage, hoping to glean more information. Unfortunately, the glimpse of the dragon's master was far too brief, just a fleeting moment. Aside from the fact that the individual appeared young, there was no other meaningful information. Meanwhile, the dragon's master, Jiang An, was already seated inside Lionheart Guild's base, enjoying a feast laid out before him. His cheeks were faintly flushed from alcohol. Behind him, in their human forms, stood Yin Ying and Shen Yu, both half kneeling by his side. Yin Ying's alluring red lips held a slice of seasoned meat, slowly moving it toward Jiang An's mouth. The room was filled with an array of exquisite dishes and fine wine laid out on a long table. To keep things low-key, the banquet was attended only by Jiang An, Tang Feng, and Tao Yu. Jiang An had just taken a bite of the delicacies handed over by Yin Ying when Shen Yu enthusiastically poured him a glass of wine. This scene made Tang Feng stare in envy, prompting him to exclaim, "What incredible luck you have!" Before he could finish his sentence, a sharp pain shot through his waist. Tao Yu leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Oh, such great fortune, are you saying you want some of it too?" Tang Feng stiffened immediately, straightening his posture. "Ahem, I'm getting too old for such blessings. Having you is more than enough." That's better," Tao Yu replied with a satisfied smirk, finally releasing her grip. Watching their affectionate interaction, Jiang An suddenly realized something. "You too." Tang Feng's face flushed as he put an arm around Tao Yu's shoulder. Yes, you guessed it. She's practically your sister-in-law now. We just thought it might not look good to announce it in the guild before making it official, so we're waiting until we register. Congratulations," Jiang An said with a laugh. "The two of you being from the Lin and Doubleheart orphanage makes things easy. No need to worry about whose family to visit during the holidays. Besides, with Sister Yu's personality, I'm afraid only Brother Tang can keep her in check." Shen Yu, still holding the wine, looked on in confusion, unsure why her master had changed his drinking habits. Tao Yu, for once, showed a hint of shyness. "Him? He's just a guild leader in name. If it weren't for your help twice, forget being a leader, the guild itself might not have survived." Though her words sounded like complaints, her gaze toward Tang Feng was brimming with happiness. Tang Feng raised his glass toward Jiang An. "You was right. We owe you big time. Without your assistance, the Lionheart Guild would have been finished. I can't even begin to repay this debt of gratitude." His eyes fell on the Lionheart Guild emblem on Jiang An's chest, a badge he had temporarily earned upon joining the guild to infiltrate the Flame Wolf Guild. They had agreed he would leave afterward. "How about this? From today forward, you will be the honorary leader of the Lionheart Guild. You'll have all the rights of a leader, and this will always be your second home. Being an honorary leader won't affect your future plans to join or create other guilds. Plus, unless you choose to reveal it, the emblem will remain hidden." Faced with their sincere expressions, Jiang An finally nodded in agreement. The emblem on his chest glowed, the bronze lion symbol transforming into a golden lion before gradually fading from sight. After a hearty meal, Jiang An stood up to leave. Tang Feng frowned. "It's so late, and there are no cars outside." Jiang An smiled and patted Shen Yu on the head. Shen Yu understood immediately, transforming into a majestic dragon. "I almost forgot you have such an incredible dragon companion," Tang Feng said with a laugh. "She's been trending all day. Plenty of people are trying to figure out who her master is." Jiang An scratched his head sheepishly. "I didn't realize the guild battle was being streamed live. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let Shen Yu step in. Please keep this a secret for now." "Don't worry," Tang Feng assured him. "Everyone who saw you riding the dragon is a trusted member from the orphanage. I've already spoken to them." "That's good. I'll take my leave now. When you two get married, make sure to invite me back for the celebration." "Of course." Tang Feng and Tao Yu watched Jiang An ride the dragon into the night, exchanging a smile. Meanwhile, in a spacious office, dozens of men and women in suits sat with perfect posture. Among them were notable figures in military uniforms, either commanders of Shanhai Pass or rising generals. A large screen repeatedly displayed footage of Shen Yu leaving the Flame Wolf Guild's territory. At the head of the table sat a striking woman with a commanding presence. Her nameplate read, Tang Ruxing. Even someone as distinguished as Wei Qing, the commander of Shanhai Pass, sat respectfully below her. 4 hours ago, the Flame Wolf Guild initiated a guild battle. Within 1 hour, this rare dual attribute dragon caused devastating damage to their territory, Tang Ruxing said solemnly. From the footage, it's clear that this is a level 1 dragon with Holy Dragon bloodline. What's even more shocking is that it appears to have chosen a master. The room erupted in murmurs. A researcher specializing in dragons stood up to object. Impossible. Level 1 dragons possess intelligence and power far beyond humans. Their pride would never allow them to submit to a human. The professor is correct. That's the general consensus, Tang Ruxing acknowledged. But let me ask, if this person isn't its master, why would it allow him to ride on its back? This is a female juvenile dragon with inherited memories. You of all people should know what that implies. The researcher's expression grew serious. Under the weight of everyone's gaze, he slowly said, a dragon's back is an extremely private area. They would never allow a male creature to ride them, unless the dragon has fallen for that human. As soon as the words were spoken, the speaker immediately shook their head in denial. But that's impossible. The pride of dragons makes them utterly indifferent to humans, let alone a first-tier dragon. I once had close contact with a second-tier dragon in Eagle Nation, and it completely disdained communicating with humans. Tang Ruxing seemed unsurprised by this comment, her face still carrying a faint smile. Precisely because of this, it makes the matter all the more important. We must find out who this person is. If he has discovered a replicable way to gain a dragon's acceptance. She gave a meaningful glance at everyone present. If any of you could form a pact with a dragon pet, your strength would undoubtedly skyrocket. The conference room fell into a moment of silence, with everyone's eyes gleaming with longing. Historically, every individual who owned a dragon pet became a renowned powerhouse. The reason was simple. Even a second-tier dragon's power far surpassed that of high-level dungeon bosses. Successfully forming a pact would at least double one's combat strength. Many in the room had yet to bind themselves to a pet due to not finding a suitable match. While second-tier dragon eggs occasionally appeared, obtaining one wasn't particularly difficult for them given their strength. The greatest obstacle lay in earning the dragon's approval. If this method could be replicated, not only could they benefit personally, but their descendants and students would also gain significant advantages. Even Wei Qing and Bai Gu, who had been appearing indifferent, now perked up. Though they had already formed pacts with pets, their students happened to be summoners. Mastering this method to acquire second-tier dragon eggs for their students was undoubtedly a priority. Seeing everyone's reaction, Tang Ruxing revealed a satisfied smile and froze the projection on Jiang An's silhouette. This image is too blurry, and it's just a silhouette. The system cannot make an effective match. Moving forward, I need each of you to closely monitor your respective airspace and locate this individual as soon as possible. Of course, we mean no harm. We only wish to confirm if this method can be replicated. As long as the individual cooperates, there will be no conflict. Meanwhile, Jiang An was gliding through the air, scrolling through his phone and reading the overwhelming stream of trending topics about Shenyu. From speculations on Shenyu's owner to suspected Sakura Nation spy, all sorts of absurd theories were circulating. This is getting out of hand, Jiang An murmured softly. Even teacher Wei Qing isn't answering my calls. Sensing her master's concern, Shenyu conveyed her apology through their soul bond. I'm sorry, master. Shenyu should have been more careful. Jiang An quickly leaned forward to reassure her, but his hand inadvertently brushed against a peculiar scale on her chest, a reversed scale that grew in the opposite direction from the others. Shenyu's body suddenly wavered, nearly causing the two of them to plummet from the sky. Master, please don't touch that. Shenyu steadied herself and explained, that is my reverse scale, and it's usually only touched by the one I trust the most. It creates a very strange sensation. Through their soul bond, Jiang An sensed Shenyu's unusual emotions and immediately understood. He quickly avoided the area. Sorry, I won't touch it again. It's not that. Shenyu tried to explain, her voice growing softer and softer. Others can't touch it, but you? You can, master. Just not right now. Jiang An caught her barely audible words, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Together, the man and dragon continued flying through the night sky, weaving through the clouds. As the online speculation grew increasingly outrageous, Jiang An decided to seek Wei Qing's help to resolve the issue. Meanwhile, back in the conference room, Wei Qing, who was analyzing potential candidates with Bai Gu, suddenly noticed the excitement on Tang Ruxing's face. Everyone! Tang Ruxing exclaimed, her eyes fixed on the newly received information. The Sky Eye system has just detected the location of that first-tier dragon. It's heading straight for our Shanghai Command Center. In less than 3 minutes, we'll finally see the true identity of this mysterious owner. The night sky above the Shanghai Command Center was dotted with countless stars. A group of powerful individuals hovered midair, each displaying their unique abilities. Wei Qing sat atop a massive white eagle, the pet of Bai Gu, gazing intently into the distance through the veil of night. Hey, do you think the person who contracted a level 1 dragon could be some Ultimer? Wei Qing suddenly asked. What makes you say that? Bai Gu responded, surprised. Wei Qing analyzed seriously. Think about it. Can you take on a level 2 dragon of the same rank by yourself? Of course, Bai Gu began to reply before Wei Qing interrupted. Cut the bragging. I mean unknown. Well, no, Bai Gu admitted honestly. Exactly. The easiest way to gain the recognition of a level 2 dragon is to defeat it in a unknown battle, and that's assuming you're of equivalent rank. To earn the approval of a level 1 dragon, you'd have to defeat one in a duel. Who could possibly manage that without top-tier diamond-grade equipment? Only those ultimers would stand a chance, Wei Qing said with a look of disdain. But the figure clearly looks like a young person, Bai Gu countered. Come on. With the skills those ultimers have, how hard would it be for them to disguise themselves? Want to bet on it? Bai Gu challenged, clearly unconvinced. Wei Qing, brimming with confidence, replied, Sure thing. In truth, Wei Qing's strongest hunch came from the fact that the individual had headed straight to Shanhai Pass after revealing their Dragon Peta level of awareness that only seasoned veterans typically possessed. Just as the two began discussing the stakes, exclamations erupted around them. It's here. It's here. Despite the late hour, the strength of those present allowed them to clearly make out the distinct figure of Shen Yu and the faint yet unmistakable dragon aura it exuded. What a pure dragon aura! Wei Qing and Bai Gu exchanged glances. While the average person might struggle to discern its authenticity, their level of expertise allowed them to sense its remarkable quality. Even among level 1 dragons, such an aura was rare. Master, there are many strong individuals ahead. Very strong, Shen Yu warned. Jiang An frowned slightly. Though surprised by the number of powerful figures gathered at the Shanghai Command Center, he relaxed upon sensing Wei Qing's presence. Keep moving forward. Ignore them. As the distance closed, Wei Qing found the figure increasingly familiar. When he finally got a clear look at the young face, his jaw nearly hit the floor. Bai Gu was equally stunned. Before they could recover, Tang Ruxing had already spread her pristine white wings and flown up. She first examined Shen Yu's distinctive form, then turned her gaze to Jiang An. So handsome, so young. Why does he seem familiar? Wait, isn't he this year's record-breaking top scorer in the college entrance exam? Yeah, isn't he Wei Qing's student? Hearing the murmurs around her, Tang Ruxing suddenly recalled seeing his face on the news. Wei Qing finally snapped out of his daze and quickly directed the white eagle closer. Seeing his teacher, Jiang An greeted him respectfully. Hello, teacher. No need to be so formal, my excellent student. Wei Qing's face flushed slightly. Is this the new summoned beast you contracted after reaching level 30? Yes, her name is Shen Yu. Shen Yu, great name. Wei Qing praised. What brings you here? Tang Ruxing was about to explain when Wei Qing waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. We were just out for a walk after dinner and happened to run into you. Let's discuss this in my office. As soon as they landed, Wei Qing pulled Jiang An along, heading quickly toward his office. Tang Ruxing called out anxiously from behind. Commander Wei Qing, I don't need to remind you how important this matter is, do I? I need to be involved. Wei Qing turned, his expression serious. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't mind. But Jiang An is my student. He has a right to privacy, and I won't let him be exposed in front of so many people. However, I swear on the medal on my chest, if his methods can be replicated, I will make them public. For now, please wait outside. With that, he led Jiang An into the office, shutting the door firmly behind them, leaving the crowd outside exchanging bewildered looks. The crowd outside exchanged bewildered glances, with Tang Ruxing and Bai Ze's expressions being particularly striking. Tang Ruxing bit her lip, her brows furrowed. Wei Qing's attitude had caught her completely off guard. This wasn't merely about personal interests. After their brief interaction, she had confirmed that Jiang An had indeed formed a contract with a level 1 dragon. This groundbreaking discovery was enough to send the entire research community into a frenzy. If such a method of contracting could be replicated, it would fundamentally change countless lives. Bai Gu, on the other hand, was stomping her foot in frustration. I should have made Wei Qing clarify the stakes earlier. It's such a rare chance to profit off him, and now the opportunities just slipped away. She then shouted excitedly, Get Wei Qing out here. This is the method to form a contract with a level 1 dragon. And he's trying to keep it all to himself. A few scholars specializing in dragon studies couldn't hold back either. Since even Tang Ruxing had discerned that Jiang An had established a contract with a level 1 dragon, they could naturally recognize it as well. Just as they were about to storm into the office, Bai Ze's expression suddenly turned icy, and she stepped in front of the door. This is the office of the commander of Shanhaiguan, she said in a cold, low voice. Unauthorized entry, regardless of your identity, will be met with death. Think carefully before you act. The researchers instantly deflated, casting pleading looks at Tang Ruxing. However, Tang Ruxing glanced around and slowly shook her head. Let's wait for Wei Qing's update. I trust he'll make the right decision. Bai Ze's expression softened immediately. In that case, Please wait here, everyone. Inside the office, Wei Qing promptly activated the signal blocking device. This feature, standard in commander-level offices, was designed for handling military secrets. For the next hour, the room would be completely shielded from any form of surveillance or eavesdropping. Breathing a sigh of relief, Wei Qing turned to Jiang An with a hint of exasperation. You've really given me a massive surprise this time. Why didn't you notify me about something this important? It would have saved us a lot of awkwardness. I did try to contact you, but you hung up on me. Jiang An scratched his head in response. Wei Qing was momentarily at a loss for words, recalling that he had indeed ignored Jiang An's call. Quickly shifting the topic, he focused on the unusual dragon behind Jiang An. Even with his extensive experience, this dragon was a rare sight. Its dual unique auras were captivating. Is this the level 1 dragon? Yes, her name is Shunyu. Shunyu immediately changed her form, transforming into a timid-looking young girl. Shunyu greets Lord Wei Qing, she said softly. Wei Qing's demeanor instantly shifted to that of an affectionate elder. A level 1 dragon, and already capable of transformation at such a young age. Impressive. By the way, he suddenly remembered something. Your Yin can transform too, right? Yes, Jiang An nodded, explaining. Xinyu and Yin are on par in terms of bloodline purity. However, Xinyu has the edge due to her dragon physiology. That said, if they were to fight at the same level, Xinyu might not necessarily win. Yin Ying's divine power is just too overwhelming. Wei Qing enthusiastically exclaimed good, 3 times in succession before pulling Jiang An into a seat. The people outside are all here for her. I was careless this time and shouldn't have hung up on you. But don't worry, since she's your contracted dragon, I won't let anyone push you around. He glanced toward the door, as if his gaze could pierce through and see the people outside. What they want to know boils down to 2 things. How you formed a contract with a level 1 dragon, and the origin of this dragon. You don't need to tell me every detail. I understand you have your secrets. Just let me know if this method can be replicated. Jiang An's heart skipped a beat. His ability to form a soul contract with Shunyu was likely due to his unique divine heart talent, something he absolutely couldn't reveal. Had been hesitating about how to explain it, but Wei Qing's trust in him choosing not to press for details was unexpected. Teacher, Jiang An said, meeting Wei Qing's gaze directly, the method I used to contract Shunyu cannot be replicated. It's unique to me. Good. Wei Qing nodded, unsurprised. That's what I thought. Otherwise, all these years of research would have been for nothing. Jiang An awkwardly scratched his nose and added, but her origins can be disclosed. He then recounted in detail how he had acquired the item to unlock the hidden instance, as well as the events within the instance itself. Since the whirlpool had already shattered after his departure, making a second entry impossible, there was no harm in sharing. Wei Qing's expression grew increasingly astonished. Incredible. At your age, you've already experienced a secret realm and a hidden instance. That's the kind of opportunity most people wouldn't encounter in a lifetime. While marveling at Jiang An's luck, Wei Qing was also contemplating how to deal with the group of people outside the door. He eventually opened the office door, signaling Tang Ruxing to enter. Tang Ruxing strode into the room, her gaze immediately locking onto the strange little girl who had suddenly appeared. Her eyes carried a clear sense of scrutiny. So this is what a level 1 dragon in human form looks like? She has a name. It's Shunyu. Jiang An interrupted coldly. Shunyu. A nice name, Tang Ruxing remarked, withdrawing her gaze and turning to Wei Qing. So, you must have drawn a conclusion by now? Wei Qing nodded. Shunyu's appearance was an accident. It cannot be replicated. That's a rather hasty judgment. Tang Ruxing raised an eyebrow. Whether it can be replicated or not requires verification. Wei Qing's face darkened instantly. What do you mean by that? I swear on my commander medal that the process of contracting Shunyu cannot be replicated. Are you accusing me of lying? I'm not saying you're lying, Tang Ruxing replied calmly. But contracting a level 1 dragon is unprecedented. You aren't an expert in dragon research, so there might be gaps in your judgment. It would be better to have Elder Tang conduct a detailed study. Although his mount isn't a level 2 dragon, it does possess dragon blood. Only he can provide the most accurate assessment. Wei Qing suddenly realized the truth. They had planned this all along. They were determined to uncover the method of contracting the dragon. After all, the secret to contracting a level 1 dragon was a priceless treasure. I've already informed Elder Tang. He'll be here soon, Tang Ruxing said with a smile. Noticing Jiang An's confused expression, Wei Qing explained that the Huaxia Empire had not only the openly known commanders of the Shanhai Pass, but also many hidden commander-level figures. These individuals didn't lead armies, but undertook extremely dangerous missions. The few older generation members who had survived to this day held power and status far exceeding that of current commanders. Jiang An immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. If Elder Tang showed up, things would likely take a turn for the worse. Just then, a powerful aura suddenly descended, forcing Shunyu to revert to her dragon form. The overwhelming dragon might fill the entire room. Well. It's actually a contracted level 1 dragon. An elderly man with silver hair appeared in the office out of thin air. Tang Ruxing, seemingly prepared, dodged the pressure and affectionately approached him. Grandfather, you're finally here. This is Jiang An, the one I mentioned. Wei Qing claims the process of contracting the dragon cannot be replicated. The old man's clouded eyes scrutinized Jiang An. Ah, the younger generation is truly impressive. We've spent years failing to contract a level 1 dragon, yet you've managed it. As for whether it can be replicated, that's not for a youngster like him to decide. Wei Qing instinctively stepped in front of Jiang An, but the old man waved his hand, and a long sword shimmering with diamond-like brilliance appeared. The terrifying aura, mixed with a strange force, pushed Wei Qing aside. Wei Qing, is it? You're quite capable, but you'd better behave in my presence. Wei Qing hurriedly said. Elder Tang, Jiang An is this year's top scorer in the National College entrance exam, breaking world records. He has immense potential and has even thwarted abyssal cultists and chaos legions. Aren't you worried this will damage your reputation? Elder Tang frowned slightly, and Tang Ruxing added, Yes, grandfather. Many people are paying attention to him. Don't worry, Elder Tang said with a smile. I won't harm a talented human. I merely want to test him. Of course, if he's willing to reveal the method of contracting a level 1 dragon, I can skip the test. With that, he stepped closer to Jiang An. The oppressive aura grew heavier, as if Jiang An were carrying a mountain that kept increasing in weight. Shen Yu let out an enraged roar and howled toward the sky. Diamond-level necrotic breath. Activate. White flames erupted from her mouth. Tang Lao stood with a faint smile as the breath of the undead fell upon him. Though it appeared to be flames, the breath had no heat and was purely an attack on the soul. Even a lightning scorpion, more than 10 levels above Shen Yu, couldn't withstand this power. However, when the undead breath reached Tang Lao, it met resistance for the first time. His health bar remained completely unaffected, as if to say, come back when you're stronger. Shen Yu was furious but helpless, the gap in strength too vast. Tang Lao looked at the enraged Shen Yu, his face calm with a faint smile. In the face of such a disparity in power, anger seemed almost laughable. Tang Lao had no intention of harming Jiang An. His goal was simply to use his overwhelming presence to pressure Jiang An into revealing the method of forming the contract. Shen Yu, realizing he couldn't harm Tang Lao, turned his attention to Jiang An, who was clearly enduring immense pain as if burdened by 1,000 pounds. Shen Yu anxiously leaned against Jiang An, attempting to shield him from Tang Lao's oppressive aura with his own draconic presence. With Shen Yu's help, Jiang An felt the pressure on him lighten significantly. Huh. Tang Lao let out a curious hum, seemingly surprised by Jiang An's reaction. His clothes fluttered without wind as he intensified the pressure. Jiang An frowned deeply, feeling the weight bear down on him again, as though a mountain had been placed on his back. All you need to do is reveal the method for forming the contract, and I will withdraw this pressure, Tang Lao said, his voice calm yet commanding, carrying an undeniable sense of authority that compelled obedience. Jiang An gritted his teeth and resolutely replied, There is no method. It was merely a coincidence, something that cannot be replicated. Tang Lao raised an eyebrow, the pressure increasing further. Jiang An's knees began to bend under the weight, as though he was carrying an even larger mountain. At this moment, Jiang An sensed multiple mental connections, filled with emotions tension, urgency, concern, and anger all interwoven. He paused in surprise, realizing these connections were coming from the summoning space. The intense pressure Tang Lao exerted was also affecting the creatures within. Jiang An's eyes lit up as he opened the summoning space. A rift appeared, and Yin Ying, Chan Xiao, and Xiao Yao eagerly leapt out, immediately positioning themselves in front of Jiang An. Master. 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 Their voices rang out in unison, tinged with concern. They willingly took on part of the pressure, transforming the scene into a battle of wills, with Jiang An and his 4 summoned creatures resisting Tang Lao's spiritual oppression together. Tang Ruxing, standing nearby, was utterly shocked. As Tang Lao's granddaughter, she knew her grandfather's power all too well. She had seen him crush a rank 1 expert with nothing but his spiritual pressure. Even if he was holding back against Jiang An, it should have been just enough to push Jiang An to his limit. Yet now, Jiang An was managing to hold his ground, even forming a stalemate. It seemed Jiang An indeed had some remarkable strength. Wei Qing, on the other hand, watched Jiang An with deep concern. While Jiang An's endurance surprised him, he was far more worried about Jiang An's safety. If possible, Wei Qing would have preferred Jiang An to reveal the contract method to Tang Lao. However, he knew that a secret Jiang An wouldn't even share with him was unlikely to be willingly disclosed to Tang Lao. Thankfully, Wei Qing had already taken the opportunity to notify Su Chan, hoping she would arrive in time. Across from Jiang An, Tang Lao's eyes flickered, his expression tinged with confusion. This young man named Jiang An had some truly peculiar summons. That dragon being able to resist part of his pressure was expected, After all, it was a level 1 dragon with noble bloodline. But why were his other summoned creatures also able to withstand his oppression? Tang Lao's gaze swept over Yin Ying and the others, his brows furrowing. A six-tailed fox demon? Not only did it wield some kind of demonic flame, but it also had the ability to take on human form. As for Chan Xiao and Xiao Yao, though he couldn't identify their species, their extraordinary talents were evident. No wonder Jiang An had broken the world record as a top scholar. His summons were all incredibly powerful. Such an impressive young talent, could he be a descendant of an old acquaintance? Tang Lao pondered but found no familiar names with the surname Jiang, which put him at ease. Young man, your potential is remarkable. I have no desire to make you my enemy, but the method to form a contract with a level 1 Dragoni must have it. Offer it willingly, for I do not wish to harm you. Jiang An looked at the elderly man before him, flames of anger igniting in his chest. The contract spirit is my own freedom. It neither consumes resources nor concerns anyone else. Even if there is a method for the contract, whether I hand it over or not should be my decision. What justification is there for taking it by force? Jiang An firmly reiterated, I've already said, there is no so-called contract method. Elder Tang squinted his cloudy eyes, a cold smirk appearing on his lips. Stubborn fool. Don't blame me for being ruthless then. Before his words had fully settled, a spiritual pressure erupted, powerful enough to rival a first-tier master. This was Elder Tang's true strength, a terrifying figure capable of materializing spiritual energy. The pressure descended like a mountain crashing down, and Jiang An felt his entire body crackling under the strain, as if his bones could shatter at any moment. He knew clearly that he was already at the limit of what the human body could endure. Seeing the unmasked killing intent in Elder Tang's eyes, Jiang An understood that the old man was absolutely determined to use violence to force out the so-called contract method. In his desperation, Jiang An suddenly remembered the crowd of media reporters gathered downstairs, waiting to capture first-hand footage when he had flown in earlier. His gaze quickly locked onto the window, and his expression turned fierce. Time to risk it all. Jiang An growled inwardly. Shadow technique, twin manifestation, replication, divine might. Beside him, the flame shadow sensed its master's resolve. Its eyes ignited with blazing fire as it simultaneously activated the divine might ability with Jiang An's coordinated use of this power for the very first time. Elder Tang's arrogance instantly turned to shock. He could distinctly feel two unique pressures rising from across the room. Though not overwhelmingly strong, these pressures carried an imperial majesty, as if they were above all. In comparison, the spiritual pressure he had unleashed seemed subservient, like that of a mere vassal. In that moment, Tang Lao was momentarily stunned, only to see a sudden surge of blazing flames erupting from Jiang An and the fox. The diamond-level flame storm skill and shadow technique twin release were unleashed in quick succession, with fire instantly engulfing the entire office and even spewing out through the windows. The flames obscured Tang Lao's vision as he instinctively shielded Tang Ruxing, failing to notice that Chang was already launching a thunderbolt assault, hurtling straight out of the window. Jiang An followed closely, activating shift and shadow switch, swapping places with Chang. In one seamless motion, Jiang An had already summoned the four small beasts into the summoning space and called upon Shunyu to shield himself below. Trying to escape? Tang Lao became increasingly convinced that Jiang An was connected to the Tier 1 dragon and prepared to pursue. However, with the flame storm still raging, he had to prioritize his granddaughter's safety. Yet, to his surprise, Jiang An didn't flee. Instead, he maneuvered Shunyu to dive straight toward the ground. By now, night had fallen, but the area outside the Shanghai Command Center was brightly lit. Countless media personnel, who had been waiting for hours, stood eagerly, hoping to capture first-hand information about the owner of the Tier 1 dragon. Just as doubts began to arise about whether their target had already left, a deafening explosion shattered the silence. Boom! All cameras turned sharply toward the sky. A sudden burst of intense fire erupted from one of the command center's floors, with tongues of flame surging out of the windows. The crowd buzzed with chatter, and someone recognized it as the office of Commander Wei Qing. Suddenly, a figure plummeted from the fire. Lights on. Focus the cameras. Media leaders shouted anxiously. But soon, someone noticed something unusual. The figure was in free fall. Shunyu crashed heavily into the ground, creating a deep crater and rolling forward before coming to a halt. Upon closer inspection, the Tier 1 dragon appeared to be gravely injured. Its left side scales were dim, its right side's frame was covered in debris, and its eyes were nearly extinguished. The media had already begun crafting sensational headlines for the next day. However, an observant individual pointed out, its health bar still looks fine? But this remark was quickly drowned out by the surrounding commotion. A weak cough drew everyone's attention. Cameras shifted focus to the figure beneath the dragon. There, a young boy was curled up, his face covered in dust, his clothes torn and tattered, and bruises covering him from head to toe. As the recent top trending topic, Jiang An's appearance immediately caught the attention of the crowd. Gasps of surprise rippled through the onlookers. Unbelievable! The top scorer of the college entrance exam, Jiang An, is a level 1 dragon master. A level 1 dragon is critically injured, and Jiang An is gravely wounded. Speculations spread like wildfire. Isn't Jiang An a student of Wei Qing? Could this be a betrayal between master and disciple for power? Hearing the murmurs around him, Jiang An, lying on the ground, slowly opened his eyes. He suppressed his weakness, trembling as he propped himself up with the support of Shen Yu's body, inch by inch. Tears rolled perfectly down his cheeks. Shen Yu, I'm sorry. I failed to protect you. Shen Yu cooperated, feigning severe injuries, and gently licked Jiang An's face with its tongue. The sound of camera shutters clicking filled the air, capturing this deeply moving moment. Just as the crowd grew increasingly curious about the truth, Jiang An suddenly raised his head, pointing firmly at the Shanghai Command Center office, where flames were still raging. His voice was loud and filled with anger. I, Jiang An, this year's top scorer of the college entrance exam, broke the world record. I've cleared out abyssal cultists. I've fought against death demons. I've shed blood for humanity. If nothing else, I've worked hard for the cause. He paused for a moment before continuing his accusations. This time, I was lucky enough to contract Shen Yu in a hidden dungeon. My first thought was to report the situation to my teacher, Wei Qing. But who would have thought I'd encounter an old man surnamed Tang? He stormed into the Shanghai commander's office with brute strength and tried to forcibly take Shen Yu from me. What a disgrace to humanity. Jiang An's voice was filled with anger and defiance. I have shed blood for humanity, and even I am treated this way. Imagine how recklessly he must treat others. These heartfelt accusations echoed in the ears of everyone present, even reaching the elderly Tang, who was hovering in midair. At that moment, Tang's expression completely changed. Tang Lao's face turned ashen, his lips trembling uncontrollably. How dare Jiang An twist the truth like this? He had merely used spiritual pressure to force him into revealing the method for forming a contract. How did it become a story about him using brute force to steal a dragon companion? The two were worlds apart. One could at most be considered an underhanded tactic, while the other was a heinous crime tantamount to robbery and murder. If this rumor spreads, Tang Lao was inwardly startled and instinctively prepared to stop Jiang An from spouting more nonsense. However, just then, Tang Ruxing swiftly grabbed the corner of his sleeve. Grandfather, no. Acting now will only validate his accusations. Tang Lao suddenly realized how he had let a mere brat throw him off balance. He turned to his granddaughter. Then what do you suggest we do? Tang Ruxing cast a cold, calculating glance at Jiang An below. There are numerous media outlets broadcasting live right now. We must clarify the situation immediately, or the news will spread like wildfire. Grandfather, take me down there. I'll handle this. The two descended slowly to about a meter above the ground, but what greeted them was a chorus of angry jeers. Jiang An's right. This Tang guy is absolutely despicable. He's the first person in the world to contract with a level 1 dragon, the first dragon companion owner in Huaxia. Exactly. And who does this old man think he is, barging into Lord Wei Qing's office like that? Each word pierced Tang Lao's ears like steel needles. The veins on his forehead bulged, and his mouth twitched uncontrollably. For someone of his stature, such humiliation was unprecedented. Thankfully, Tang Ruxing managed to stabilize the situation in time. She put on a polished, professional smile. Everyone, please rest assured no harm has come to Jiang An. That's nonsense, someone in the crowd sneered. What are you saying, he hurt himself? Jiang An's heart skipped a beat, worried that his ruse might be exposed. However, the crowd seemed intent only on mocking the Tang family for skirting the issue. Tang Ruxing remained composed. Think about it, given my grandfather's strength. If he truly intended to harm Jiang An, would he still be standing here unharmed? We only wanted to learn about the process of contracting with a dragon. If we could replicate it, wouldn't that benefit everyone? As the crowd's emotions gradually calmed, Wei Qing and Bai Gu arrived on the second floor. Wei Qing quickly saw through Jiang An's ploy and whispered to Bai Gu, "Attack me with all your strength." Though puzzled, Bai Gu didn't hesitate. She drew a platinum glinting dagger and activated her throat seal skill. Wei Qing's health dropped to 40 in an instant, blood gushing from his neck and staining his collar deep red. Taking a deep breath, he straightened his posture and began descending the stairs step by step, blood dripping from the hem of his clothing onto the floor. Like Jiang An, a nameless fire was also burning in his chest. As the current commander of the Shanghai Pass, watching his student being pushed to such extremes was something he could not tolerate. His sharp gaze locked onto Tang Laosan, who hovered in midair, his posture exuding an arrogant air as if looking down on all living beings. Even if you once contributed to the human race, that doesn't give you the right to bully the younger generation with your strength, Wei Qing thought to himself. Striding out of the building before anyone could react, he let out a thunderous roar. Tang Lihai, I respect you as a senior of the human race, which is why I address you as Tang Lao. But I never expected you to harm a junior so ruthlessly over a pet dragon. If I hadn't risked my life to protect him, he would have already fallen victim to your hands. Today, I will not let you have your way. All eyes fell on Wei Qing's bloodstained clothes. The emotions that Tang Ruxing had barely managed to calm instantly erupted. Who was Wei Qing? The current commander of the Shanhai Pass. Unlike the up-and-coming Jiang An, he was already a recognized hero of the human race. Yet this revered hero now stood before them in such a battered and disheveled state. This scene completely ignited the crowd's fury. If Jiang An's words alone might have been disputed, the sight of the Shanhai Pass commander in this condition was undeniable proof of Jiang An's claims. In an instant, countless angry glares shot toward Tang Lihai in the sky like sharp blades. Standing at the forefront of the crowd, Bai Gu widened her eyes, silently marveling. What a brilliant move to strike at the root. Jiang An's expression also grew more intriguing. Wei Qing's actions were truly masterful. Not only did they perfectly patch the gaps in Jiang An's improvised plan, but they also completely pushed Tang Lihai into the eye of the storm. This old man, trying to intimidate him with sheer force, was now left with no room to defend himself. Although the plan was good, Jiang An knew he had to tread carefully. His goal was to muddy the waters and not give Tang Lihai any chance to act. However, if he pushed Tang Lihai too far, the man might strike recklessly. With Tang Lihai's strength, no one present would stand a chance against him. Out of the corner of his eye, Jiang An glanced at Tang Ruxing and Tang Lihai, who were hovering a meter above the ground. Their faces were grim, but Tang Ruxing was still clutching Tang Lihai's sleeve. This sight made Jiang An breathe a little easier. It seemed the old man had decent self-restraint. Tang Lihai, however, paid no attention to Jiang An's subtle movements. His gaze was fixed on Wei Qing, seething with anger. In his mind, it was one thing for a young man like Jiang An to stir up trouble, but why was Wei Qing, someone of his stature, joining in this nonsense? What puzzled him even more was the severe injuries on Wei Qing's body. Ridiculous. When have I ever used my abilities to harm anyone? You're making baseless accusations. Tang Lihai bellowed, his expression shifting between fury and disbelief. Seeing her grandfather struggle to handle the situation, Tang Ruxing quickly interjected, Master Wei Qing, why resort to such theatrics? The Shanhai Command Center is filled with surveillance cameras. If we truly made a move, how could we possibly avoid being caught? Why not just retrieve the footage and clear everything up? Jiang An's expression darkened. Wei Qing had already disabled all surveillance and recording equipment and activated anti-leakage tools. Even if there were footage, releasing it would expose the conversations between Wei Qing and Jiang An, giving Tang Lihai a reason to relentlessly pursue him. Tang Ruxing's suggestion was indeed cunning. As Wei Qing frowned, pondering his next move, Jiang An suddenly felt an unfamiliar mental connection. Unlike his bond with Yan Ying, this felt more like a private communication channel. What surprised him even more was that the connection carried two entirely distinct consciousnesses. Keep going. Anger Tang Lihai, and force him to act. Only then can I step in. A calm and unfamiliar voice echoed in Jiang An's mind. The ability to establish such a discrete mental link in plain view of everyone was a clear indication of this person's superior strength. Jiang An scanned his surroundings but found nothing unusual. However, when his eyes landed on Wei Qing, the latter gave him a subtle nod. Immediately, another voice came through the connection. Do as he says and I'll explain later. This voice belonged to Wei Qing. Jiang An quickly composed himself. This mysterious figure was evidently an ally and had already reached an agreement with Wei Qing. No wonder Wei Qing had gone to the extent of injuring himself to provoke Tang Lihai. Everything made sense now. If Wei Qing trusted this plan, it meant the mysterious individual was undoubtedly far stronger than Tang Lihai, capable of intervening at the critical moment. With this realization, Jiang An felt a sense of relief. The objective was clear: provoke the old man and force him to act. Tang Ruxing, noticing the silence from Wei Qing's side, thought she had found a breakthrough. Everyone can see if he can't produce the surveillance footage. This is pure slander. Her words caused some of the crowd to waver, and hushed discussions broke out. If there's nothing wrong, why not show the footage? But Master Wei Qing's injuries are real, aren't they? Maybe we should wait for the surveillance before deciding. Tang Lihai looked pleased with his articulate granddaughter, who, though not a combatant, was adept at arguments. Just then, Jiang An, who had remained silent until now, suddenly shouted, Shameless. You're only acting so brazen because the recording equipment was turned off when my teacher spoke with me. There may be no footage from the office, but there's definitely surveillance in the corridor. Tang Lihai, you trespassing into the office is undeniable. White Dove, you were there at the time, weren't you? Caught off guard, White Dove froze for a moment. With everyone's gaze now on her, she reluctantly admitted, it's true. Master Wei Qing only invited Jiang An and Tang Ruxing. Tang Lao did enter of his own accord. The crowd erupted into uproar. White Dove's statement was the final straw, tipping the scales entirely in Jiang An's favor. Some even began speculating. Had Tang Lihai and his granddaughter planned this all along? Did they intend to ambush the two once the surveillance was disabled, aiming to kill and seize their treasures, only to be thwarted by Wei Qing's determination to protect his student? Damn, that makes sense. These two are utterly shameless. Someone in the crowd exclaimed angrily. Tang Ruxing stomped her feet in frustration, helpless as one accusation after another piled onto her grandfather. Without the surveillance footage, they had no way to clear their names. At this point, even jumping into the Yellow River wouldn't wash away their guilt. Jiang An raised an eyebrow slightly, a smirk forming in his mind. This old geezer could actually hold back from making a move. Seems like it's time to add fuel to the fire. He immediately put on a sorrowful expression, his voice laced with deep helplessness. Teacher, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have brought Shun Yu to find you. If I had known such calamity would follow, I should have left Shanhai Pass, or even the Huaxia Empire entirely. I never wanted this, but only in other empires could I escape Tang Lihai's grasp. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd erupted into chaos. No way. I refuse to believe our mighty Huaxia can be overshadowed by this old scoundrel. Jiang An is the record-breaking top scorer in the college entrance exams. If he goes to another empire, he'll be treated like a treasure. Look at how quickly his level is rising. And that level 1 dragon pet of his, there's nothing else like it in the entire world. Tang Lihai, you shameless bully. Abusing your power like this. Angry curses echoed one after another. Jiang An's reputation as a prodigy of the human race had long been etched into the hearts of the people. Combined with the presence of Shun Yu, his potential seemed limitless. Even the most ordinary dragon tamers could rise to prominence with a level 2 dragonlet alone. Jiang An, who commanded a level 1 dragon. Seeing such a promising young genius considering fleeing Huaxia was something no one present could accept. Tang Lihai's face grew darker and darker. He had never endured such humiliation, especially over something he hadn't even done. Finally, he could no longer suppress his fury. Everyone, shut up. With a thunderous roar, a powerful mental pressure swept across the area. Everyone present felt as though they were carrying an immense weight on their backs, unable to utter a single word. The scene fell into complete silence. However, Tang Lihai keenly noticed that while fear had silenced the crowd, the indignation over Jiang An's plight had not dissipated. On the contrary, it had grown even stronger due to his actions. Left with no choice, Tang Lihai shook his head and abandoned any attempt to explain. A flash of light appeared in his hand as he summoned a rare, chain-like artifact. Though slow in speed, this chain could effectively restrict an opponent's ability to use skills, particularly against those of lower levels. Just as the chain was about to entangle Jiang An, a sudden flash of white light streaked through the air. Jiang An strained to open his eyes wide and vaguely saw the silhouette of a sword. With a sharp crack, the chain shattered into fragments, scattering across the ground. As Jiang An tried to guess the identity of the mysterious sword's wielder, a steady voice rang out. Have you caused enough trouble? Hearing this familiar voice, a hint of apprehension flashed across Tang Lihai's face. Wei Qing's tension instantly eased, while Bai Gu first looked astonished, then broke into a smile. This voice was unmistakable to them. It was the very person who had helped establish this Shanhai command center. Though this individual had not shown up for a long time, it was clear they had always been watching. Jiang An looked up toward the direction of the voice. A figure dressed in white descended from the rooftop of the Shanhai Command Center building. The newcomer appeared to be an ordinary middle-aged man with an unremarkable face and plain attire that seemed no different from cheap market clothes. However, the 8 long swords neatly arranged on his back were particularly striking. One of them was the very sword that had just severed the chains. He landed steadily, his gaze locking directly onto Wei Qing. Xiao Wei, dismiss these people. I'll take care of this matter. As soon as the words left his mouth, the once furious Wei Qing instantly became docile and nodded repeatedly. All right, I'll arrange it right away. In no time, the gathered crowd dispersed under his command. The middle-aged man then turned to Jiang An, who was still feigning weakness, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Kid, well done. But you can drop the act now. Jiang An immediately straightened up, shedding all signs of weakness. The scales on Shun Yu's body regained their luster, and the soul fire reignited. This sudden transformation left Tang Ruxing and Tang Lihai seething with rage, wishing they could summon the media back to expose Jiang An's starkly different demeanor. Let me introduce myself, the middle-aged man said with a smile. My name is Bai, one of those old guys you mentioned. Though I'm a bit older than the others. Although Jiang An had already guessed as much, hearing the introduction still surprised him, not because of Bai's identity, but because of how youthful he looked. In comparison, Tang Lihai appeared aged and frail, while Bai looked about the same age as Wei Qing. At this moment, Wei Qing stepped forward. Elder Mo, I didn't expect this to alarm you. Mo Bai waved his hand dismissively. No matter. If I don't step out and take a look, how would I know that these old guys out here have become so arrogant? As he spoke, his tone suddenly turned icy, and his sharp gaze pierced through Tang Lihai. Tang Lihai instinctively took half a step back, lowering his head unconsciously. Mo Bai, what are you trying to do? I didn't lay a hand on them. This was all their little act. Oh, is that so? Mo Bai's voice dripped with sarcasm. Then the spiritual pressure I felt was that not from you? If it weren't for that, do you think I'd have bothered to show up? Tang Lihai's expression shifted, and then he realized the truth. Mo Bai had clearly been observing everything from the Shanghai command center, and it was his spiritual pressure that had ultimately drawn Mo Bai's attention. Even so, Tang Lihai stubbornly defended himself. I was merely testing the younger generation with spiritual pressure. Is that not allowed? It's not allowed. Mo Bai replied decisively. If it were just an ordinary test, I wouldn't care. But the intensity of your pressure anyone else of his age would have been crushed into pulp. To harm the younger generation for your own selfish reasons, Tang Lihai, you've crossed the line. Tang Lihai's face darkened. What? You want to fight me? Mo Bai, don't forget the oversight regulations. Unless I directly harm them, am not subject to punishment. I only used spiritual pressure. You have no right to act against me. Mo Bai raised an eyebrow. Oh, that's just your version of the story. His gaze shifted to the shattered remnants of the chains on the ground. But what I see tells a different tale. What do you mean? These were just restraining tools, they don't cause any harm, Tang Lihai said, gradually regaining his composure. Among their kind, even those who had retired were bound by strict regulations and oversight. The most critical rule was that they could not harm the younger generation without cause. This was why Tang Lihai had refrained from using any skills and had only employed tools to restrain Jiang An. Is that so? Mo Bai's expression remained calm. But to me, this looks like a murder weapon. Now that it's been reduced to rubble, how will you prove it was only meant for restraint? Hearing this, Jiang An couldn't help but look at Mo Bai with admiration. Initially, he had only thought of Mo Bai as someone immensely powerful. He hadn't expected him to be so adept at playing dirty as well. Tang Lihai finally realized what was happening. Mo Bai was deliberately making trouble for him. Yet he couldn't fathom why Mo Bai would go to such lengths for someone like Jiang An, a junior who had yet to fully prove himself. After all, the contributions Tang Lihai had made for humanity far outweighed anything Jiang An had achieved so far. Tang Lihai drew out the diamond-grade weapon in his hand, its blade gleaming with a cold light. Mo Bai walked toward him slowly, his voice calm yet chilling. Credit? You've already enjoyed years of privilege, far luckier than those who have passed away. Now, it's time to settle the score. Before his words had fully settled, an intense and terrifying killing intent erupted. From the swords behind Mo Bai, one sword engraved with the character Du suddenly flew out on its own. Jiang An, standing nearby, took in the astonishing scene with wide eyes. Tang Lihai gripped his sword tightly in his right hand, but he suddenly realized he had been affected by a brief silence effect, rendering all his skills unusable for 0.1 seconds. Though insignificant to most, this fleeting moment was all Mo Bai needed. The Du sword shot toward Tang Lihai in an instant. Its blade expanded rapidly, and its edge split open like the gaping maw of a beast, swallowing Tang Lihai whole. Even Tang Ruxing, standing right beside him, couldn't react in time. She only saw a blur of movement before Tang Lihai vanished without a trace. The Du sword swiftly returned to Mo Bai's hand, and faintly, Tang Lihai's furious face could be seen etched on the blade. Mo Bai spoke softly, I won't kill you. Instead, you'll accompany me for the next 30 years. For attacking the younger generation, 30 years of imprisonment is already a light punishment. He cast a meaningful glance at Jiang An. As for killing you, that is not my responsibility. With that, Mo Bai sheathed the sword on his back, a faint smile returning to his face. Jiang An watched everything unfold, his heart filled with shock. Even Tang Lihai, whose strength was formidable and had bested the likes of Wei Qing, was subdued so effortlessly by Mo Bai. It was only then that Tang Ruxing regained her senses, her body trembling uncontrollably. For years, she and the entire Tang family had relied on Tang Lihai's protection to act with impunity. Now that their pillar of support was gone, those she had wronged would surely come seeking revenge. The thought sent her into a panic, and she let out a hysterical scream. Mo Bai cast her a cold, piercing glance, the killing intent in his eyes unmistakable. Leave on your own, or don't leave at all. The aura of the swords behind him radiated an icy menace, sending chills down Tang Ruxing's spine and covering her skin with goosebumps. The moment the sword flew out from Mo Bai's back, Tang Ruxing's survival instincts kicked in, and he scrambled away into the darkness of the night. With the two troublesome individuals gone, a smile once again graced Mo Bai's lips. Wei Qing bowed deeply to Mo Bai. Thank you, Elder Mo, for standing up for me. You, this guy, Bai said with a shake of his head and a chuckle. Already a grown man, yet you let little Dove go all out. Aren't you afraid she'd actually take you down in a second? He wishes. Wei Qing raised an eyebrow in defiance. Too bad he doesn't have what it takes. From the side, Bai Gu added with a cheerful grin, next time. I'll see if I can really finish him off in one move. Bai looked helplessly at the two young generals who, despite their ranks, still bantered like children. Suddenly, he was reminded of the past. Speaking of which, Bai Qi used to be like this too. The remark didn't elicit much of a reaction from Wei Qing or Bai Gu, but Jiang An's pupils constricted sharply. He was taken aback. Bai still remembered the god of slaughter. Bai Qi? Hadn't everyone already forgotten him? Before Jiang An could voice his thoughts, Bai's gaze shifted to him. Are you Wei Qing's student? Yes, Elder Mo, Jiang An replied, suppressing his curiosity. This time Wei Qing made a reliable choice. Good eye, Bai said, scrutinizing Jiang An closely. When Tang Lihai unleashed his spiritual pressure, there were two very unusual forces. Did they come from you? In truth, Tang Lihai's pressure was insignificant to someone of Bai's caliber. What caught his attention were the two nearly identical yet subtly distinct pressures, like twin forces. More intriguingly, within those pressures, he sensed something incredibly pure, albeit faint a quality he had pursued for years but never achieved. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang An admitted it. At Bai's request, he summoned Yin Ying. The figure of Yin Ying, dressed in a cheongsam, appeared and bowed to Bai. Activating his mind's eye ability, Bai observed the flows of energy surrounding everyone. Wei Qing's energy was a fiery orange, Bai Ji's was nearly colorless, and Shun Yu's was a blend of gold and pure white. However, the energy around Jiang An and Yin Ying was an indescribable fusion of hues, perfectly harmonious without any discord. Wei Qing asked nervously, Elder Mo, do you think there's something wrong with this pressure? No, it's an extraordinary blessing. Bai shook his head with a smile but answered Wei Qing's further questions ambiguously. I can't say. You'll find out in due time. At this point, Jiang An could no longer hold back his question. Elder Mo, you still remember Bai Qi, the god of slaughter? Bai began recounting Bai Qi's feats with a smile, but he quickly noticed the confusion on Wei Qing's and Bai Ji's faces. His expression turned grave. His existence has been erased? After listening to Jiang An's account of his encounter with the death demon, Bai let out a long sigh, lamenting how Bai Qi had erased all traces of himself to ensure no future calamities would arise. My summoning beast inherited Bai Qi's power, which is why I can remember him. Jiang An pressed further. But why do you also remember? Because my memories can no longer be altered by any means, Bai replied calmly. When Jiang An asked if it was possible for people to remember Bai Qi again, Bai shook his head. Unfortunately, no. Then, with a meaningful look, he added, perhaps, you might be able to in the future. Jiang An held deep respect for this legendary figure. It wasn't just because of Bai Qi's deeds during his lifetime, but also because that brief encounter had left an indelible impression on him. He recalled the idea of the 3 stages of death, the first being physiological death, when the heartbeat and breathing cease. The second being social death, marked by funerals and the severing of social ties. And the final stage, when the last person who remembers you forgets you. Bai Qi, however, uniquely skipped the second stage, going straight from physiological death to being forgotten by the world. This filled Jiang An with an intense sense of injustice, and he silently vowed that one day, when he was powerful enough, he would ensure that the world remembered Bai Qi once more. It's about time we put an end to this matter. Bai turned to Wei Qing, his expression stern. Pass down the order. Jiang An contracting with a first-tier dragon is his personal opportunity, and it's entirely his choice whether to make it public or not. No one is to force him under any circumstances. If anyone dares to act against him, I won't hesitate to intervene personally. As he finished speaking, the sword on Bai's back trembled violently, as if eagerly anticipating the battle to come. Wei Qing was overjoyed upon hearing this. With Bai's backing, even if they dealt with Tang Lihai, the other covetous parties would not dare to act rashly. Jiang An bowed deeply to Bai in gratitude. As Bai's figure gradually disappeared, Wei Qing suddenly slapped his thigh. Damn it! I forgot to demand compensation for emotional damages from Tang Lihai. After causing such a mess, they should at least pay something, right? Bai Gu chuckled from the side. If you feel shortchanged, isn't the Tang family still around? Wei Qing's eyes lit up, and he was just about to set his sights on the Tang family when Bai's voice echoed in his mind. No. Leave the Tang family to Jiang An. A genius needs stepping stones to grow. Wei Qing suddenly realized Bai's foresight and silently admired his wisdom. Bai Gu, unaware of the deeper reasoning, continued, I've never liked Tang Ruxing. How about we split the Tang family's assets 50-50? After pretending to deliberate, Wei Qing declined the suggestion and instead patted Jiang An on the shoulder. This task is yours. Take apart the Tang family, and you'll have officially graduated. Jiang An nodded firmly, his resolve igniting. Not only would he deal with the Tang family, but he would also settle the score with the imprisoned Tang Lihai. At that moment, an overwhelming aura descended upon the area. It turned out to be Su Chan, accompanied by an elderly woman with white hair, striding toward them. Each step they took seemed to traverse space itself, and in the blink of an eye, they stood before Jiang An. Wei Qing and Bai Gu immediately bowed. Greetings, Elder Su. Before Elder Su could speak, Su Chan had already rushed forward with concern. Jiang An, are you okay? Su Chan, why are you here? I came as soon as I received a message from Lord Wei Qing and brought Grandma along. Looks like we're still a step too late. Seeing that, although a bit disheveled, Jiang An was in stable condition, Su Chan let out a sigh of relief. Elder Su regarded Jiang An with kind eyes. So, you're Jiang An. No wonder my precious granddaughter is so worried about you. You're indeed impressive. These words instantly brought a blush to Su Chan's cheeks. Su Chan's expression, which had just relaxed upon realizing Jiang An was unharmed, immediately tensed again. Oh, Grandma, what nonsense are you saying? She exclaimed in a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. All right, I won't say anything more, the elder Su replied, her eyes glinting with amusement. Clearly, teasing her granddaughter brought her great joy. She then turned her sharp gaze toward Wei Qing and the others. Where is that old fox Tang Lihai? With his temperament, if he's made a move, there must be some outcome by now. Have you all already yielded? Wei Qing hesitated briefly before recounting the events that had just transpired. When he mentioned Mo Bai, Elder Su's eyes lit up with an unusual brilliance, and a blush, identical to Su Chan's, appeared on her face. Mo Bai appeared? Elder Su's voice trembled slightly. Yes, he just left, Wei Qing said, pointing in the direction Mo Bai had gone. If you hurry now, you might still catch up. Clearing her throat, Elder Su quickly turned to Su Chan, my dear granddaughter. Since Jiang An is fine now, I just remembered something urgent I need to take care of. I'll be off. Before her words had fully landed, she was already striding briskly in the direction Mo Bai had disappeared. Jiang An watched this scene in astonishment, while Wei Qing sighed beside him. Ah, beauty truly knows no bounds when it comes to heroes. It's heroes who can't resist beauties. Bai Gu corrected him. Same difference, Wei Qing said with a grin. Mo Bai may not be particularly striking in appearance, but his strength is unmatched. No wonder they call him the man closest to the divine. Back when he was less low-key, who knows how many hearts he broke among the ladies. Bai Gu chuckled. Mo Bai is not the kind to hold grudges. You don't get it, hats called charisma, Wei Qing remarked, glancing at Jiang An and Su Chan. At that moment, Su Chan's cheeks were still flushed, her shy demeanor making her all the more endearing. Ahem, let's head upstairs. Jiang An, since you're fine, we'll leave you to it, Wei Qing said, pulling Bai Gu toward the building. Faint remarks like no sense of timing and a moment for just the two of them drifted back, making Su Chan's ears turn even redder. Since you're okay, they'll be on my way, Su Chan said, turning to leave. It's so late, why don't we head back to the academy together? Jiang An suggested. Su Chan readily agreed. After Jiang An recalled Shen Yu and the other summoned beasts into their space, the two began walking leisurely along the riverbank. The water was crystal clear, and small fish occasionally swam by. Though the path wasn't particularly long, they walked slowly, savoring the rare moment of tranquility. Hearing the voices cheering for him, Jiang An felt the resentment in his chest gradually dissipate. Being treated so unfairly by Tang Lihai, it was hard for him to completely suppress his displeasure. The words he had spoken earlier, while pretending to be injured, did carry some genuine emotion. Such treatment could chill anyone's heart. Jiang An didn't linger at the spot. He commanded Shen Yu to fly at full speed, taking him back to the villa. Upon opening the door, Shen Yu curiously examined the interior decor. Jiang An noticed multiple missed calls displayed on his communicator calls from the Dean, Qian Duo, and Tang Feng. He immediately called them back to let them know he was safe. With a wave of his hand, he summoned his other three pets. Yanning transformed into her human form and gently massaged Jiang An's shoulders, speaking softly, Master, you've had a hard day? Her eyes shone with a look of concern. As the first pet to follow Jiang An, she had the deepest bond with him. It was the first time she had seen him so angry. Even the usually lively Chan Xiao and Xiao Yao quietly nestled by Jiang An's side. It's nothing. Jiang An shook his head. I just lack the strength. If I had the power of someone like Elder Mo, I'd truly have nothing to fear. He couldn't help but recall Mo Bai's breathtaking sword strike. Not only had it subdued Tang Lihai, but it also carried the aura of dominion over heaven and earth. What was even more astonishing was that while everyone else had their memories of Bai Qi erased, Mo Bai had remained unaffected. Perhaps this was the closest one could get to divinity. As Jiang An was lost in thought, A strong wave of guilt caught his attention. Looking up, he saw Shunyu in her human form, standing nearby with a face full of remorse. Jiang An immediately understood that she was blaming herself for what had happened that day. "Don't do this," Jiang An said, taking Yu's soft hand and pulling her into his embrace. "This has nothing to do with you." Seeing that Yu still seemed troubled, Jiang An glanced at Yining for help. With grace, Yining approached and whispered something into Yu's ear. Yu's face instantly turned bright red. She shyly glanced at Jiang An before quickly looking away. Encouraged by Yining, Yu slowly stepped forward, gently grasped Jiang An's hand, and knelt down on one knee. Xiao Yao, watching from the side, was dumbfounded. "Huh, so it can be done like this? Shouldn't it have been my turn according to the order?" The next morning, Jiang An walked out of the villa with 2 massive dark circles under his eyes. He had thought his physique could handle Yu, but he had overlooked one crucial fact: Yu was a dragon by nature, with an inherently strong constitution, and as a first-tier dragon, she seemed even more insatiable than ordinary dragons. Yin Ying's guidance was quickly surpassed by Yu, and after barely coping with Yu, Yining seamlessly took over for another round. At this moment, Jiang An felt like his back was about to break. Su Chan was already waiting at the door, carrying freshly bought soy milk and fried dough sticks. Seeing Jiang An's exaggerated dark circles, she couldn't help but tease. "Wow, did Chanqiu possess you last night?" The two ate as they walked toward the Huaxia trading hall within the academy. Their striking appearance naturally drew plenty of attention. When they reached the trading hall entrance, they found a crowd had already gathered. A display board listed the items for today's auction, including several pieces of gold tier equipment, rare materials, and the highlighted golden dragon eel pet egg. Seeing the pet egg, Jiang An remained indifferent. Su Chan teased, "No wonder you're not interested in this golden dragon eel egg. Your target is a first-tier dragon, huh?" Looking at the crowd at the entrance, Jiang An was slightly puzzled. Su Chan explained that this auction required special qualifications to participate, either sufficient points or a special invitation. Just as Jiang An was about to take out his invitation, a voice suddenly called out from the crowd. "Jiang An." A man with a sharp face and monkey-like features pushed through the crowd toward him. The surrounding people recognized him. "It's Tang Xuanglin from the Tang family? He's already level 56, isn't he? What's he planning to do? Is he going to use his strength to bully someone again? Typical Tang family behavior, shameless as always." Listening to the surrounding murmurs, Tang Xuanglin's temples throbbed with anger as he instinctively clenched his fists, only to slowly loosen them moments later. He took deliberate steps toward Jiang An, his eyes burning with venomous resentment. "You're the one who brought my Tang family to such ruin," he growled through gritted teeth. Flashes of his former glory flickered in his mind. Once the brightest star of the Tang family, he was celebrated everywhere he went, enjoying the finest privileges. The family's abundant resources, combined with what he earned at the academy, seemed limitless. His every outing was accompanied by a grand entourage, surrounded by loyal friends. But now, he had fallen to the status of a despised outcast, shunned by all. Though the Tang family had yet to face direct attacks from their old enemies, they had chosen to lay low for safety's sake. Resources had dwindled sharply, and even though he was still recognized as a prodigy in the academy, the sycophantic friends and followers he once had all vanished. Even the teachers, who once favored him, now deliberately kept their distance. Before Jiang An could respond, the crowd around them began to mock openly. "Your Tang family provoked Jiang An, and now you're blaming him for the consequences? Shameless! You reap what you sow." Is this the kind of twisted logic all Tang family members have? No wonder they turn out to be scum. Tang Xuanglin's eyes widened in fury as he suddenly unleashed a powerful aura. The pressure forced those around him to retreat in fear, silencing their jeers. Despite their disdain for the Tang family, none could deny his formidable strength was undeniably one of the top talents of his generation. However, Jiang An stood unfazed, his expression calm and unyielding. To him, Tang Xuanglin's display of power paled in comparison to the mental pressure Tang Lihai had once exerted. As for Su Chan, the mysterious artifact she carried effortlessly nullified the oppressive aura. "Tang Xuanglin, what do you think you're doing?" Su Chan's voice was cold and sharp. "Need I remind you that this is the academy?" Tang Xuanglin's gaze flickered with a trace of apprehension as he looked at Su Chan. While he dismissed most others as insignificant, Jiang An included, whom he saw as an unseasoned upstart, Su Chan was a different matter. Even before Tang Lihai's downfall, the Tang family had been cautious not to provoke her. In the preparation room behind the auction house, the staff member who had previously attended to Tang Xuanglin gently knocked on the door. "Come in," a crisp voice replied. The door opened, revealing a woman seated in front of a vanity. She was dressed in a white cheongsam, her hair elegantly pinned up. Even her silhouette exuded an air of allure that sparked the imagination. "Miss Jing, Jiang An has arrived and is currently in VIP room 5. Also, Tang Xuanglin is indeed provoking Jiang An, but I've handled it as per your instructions, the staff member reported respectfully. Bai Jing turned around, a faint look of disdain crossing her captivating face. Tang Shuanglin is just a greenhouse flower who lucked into becoming the sole hidden profession. With the Tang family backing him, he's grown arrogant. Someone like him is bound to clash with Jiang An honestly. The Tang family should have dealt with him long ago. Jiang An is in room 5, right? Bai Jing murmured to herself, a blush rising to her cheeks. The auction hasn't started yet. Maybe I should go check on little brother Jiang. She hurriedly exited the room, with the staff member quickly following behind to hand her the phone she had left behind. Once Bai Jing's figure vanished around the corner, the staff member muttered to themselves, I've never seen Miss Jing this flustered before. The VIP room 5 was spacious and bright, covering about 50 square meters. It came equipped with a restroom and a bed. One wall featured a one-way glass that provided a full view of the auction hall below. This branch of the Shanghai Academy is way more extravagant than the one in Linen City. Even the VIP room 5 here is more high-end, Su Chan remarked as she glanced around the room. Jiang An recalled hearing Su Chan's voice from afar during the venomous Rainbow Spider King auction, and how he had envied those who got to use the top 10 VIP rooms. He hadn't expected that he would now qualify for one himself. As she popped a grape into her mouth, Su Chan gave Jiang An a sly look. Last time at the auction, I helped you raise the bids. Want me to do it again this time? She suddenly slapped her forehead. Oh wait, you're the seller this time. My bids from this room wouldn't count. It's fine. The golden dragon minnow eggs are attractive enough on their own, Jiang An replied. True. That level 1 dragon of yours is enough to make people jealous. For those who can't form a bond with a dragon pet, even one with dragon blood is a good consolation prize, Su Chan teased. Why don't you summon your level 1 dragon and let me have a look? Jiang An waved his hand, opening a spatial rift. One by one, Yin Ying, Chan Xiao, Xiao Yao, and Shen Yu emerged. Both Yin Ying and Shen Yu appeared in their humanoid forms, and the 4 little creatures greeted him simultaneously with different pitched voices, calling out, Master. Su Chan was momentarily dazed by Shen Yu's youthful yet stunningly beautiful face. When she saw the level 1 dragon kneel before Jiang An and begin massaging his legs, her shock deepened. After all, the more powerful a summoned beast was, the harder it was to tame, let alone one that willingly served its master. As Su Chan was lost in thought, the sound of high heels clicking against the floor echoed from outside the door. A sweet and coquettish voice soon followed. Little brother, did you miss me? As soon as Jiang An opened the door, a figure in white rushed toward him. Bai Jing, dressed in a cheongsam, threw herself into his arms without hesitation and said softly, I was so worried about you yesterday when I saw that old man from the Tang family bullying you. Let me give you a proper hug. A faint fragrance filled the air, and the soft sensation against his chest made Jiang An's heart race. Realizing there were others in the room, he quickly pushed Bai Jing away. Just as Bai Jing was about to tease him, her gaze fell upon the 3 stunning women inside the room. She raised an eyebrow and remarked, well, bringing people back to your place, huh? Just wait until they leave, let's see how I'll deal with you then. After Jiang An gave a brief introduction, Bai Jing finally understood that 2 of the strikingly elegant women were Jiang and summoned beasts. As for the third woman, there was no need for an introduction. She recognized her immediately as Su Chan from the Su family. Bai Jing gave Jiang An a meaningful look. Not bad, kid. You've even managed to charm someone from the Su family. Su Chan, meanwhile, was also sizing up Bai Jing. Unlike the faint sense of threat she felt from Yin Ying and Shen Yu, Bai Jing's presence made her highly alert. A woman's intuition told her that this woman in the white cheongsam was anything but ordinary to Jiang An. Despite her simple white attire, Bai Jing exuded an irresistible allure, innocent yet seductive, all without compromising her dignity. Suddenly, realization dawned on Su Chan. I remember now. You're Linen City's top auctioneer. Were you specifically transferred to Shanghai Academy because of Jiang An? Bai Jing admitted it openly. That's right. And didn't you come to Shanghai Academy because of Jiang An too? The 2 women fell silent, their gazes locking in a heated exchange. Jiang An sensed a strange tension, but couldn't quite put his finger on it. Fortunately, Bai Jing's communicator buzzed at just the right moment. I have to go host my first auction here at Shanghai. Wait for me, okay? As she left, she intentionally brushed against Jiang An's chest before turning and walking away. Su Chan remained silent, her eyes following Bai Jing as the 2 of them watched the auction downstairs together. The moment Bai Jing stepped onto the stage, the attention of all the men in the audience immediately focused on her. She briefly explained the auction rules and playfully added, if you're confident about your looks, being public about it might help you find a partner. As the auction progressed, each item was sold at prices far exceeding expectations under Bai Jing's skillful direction. When the first staff was sold for 69 points, Bai Jing smiled in satisfaction. Out of nowhere, Su Chan asked, are you and Bai Jing in a relationship? Jiang An was taken aback. What relationship? She's just joking around. That's how she is. Bai Jing is a really good percentage helped me a lot recently. Hearing his response, Su Chan let out a long sigh of relief. That's good to hear. At that moment, Bai Jing was showcasing a dazzling, diamond-like piece of metal and explaining its properties to the audience. She introduced it as a platinum crystal, a material that could significantly enhance the success rate of upgrading equipment. Bai Jing elaborated that this material could increase the original 5 success rate of upgrading platinum-level equipment by an additional 10%. The crowd gasped collectively, their breaths quickening. Though the number seemed modest, its significance was monumental after all. The base success rate for upgrading gold-tier equipment to platinum was only about 5%. This material could double that rate, making its value immeasurable. In the crowd, Tang Xuanlin's eyes gleamed as he locked his gaze on the platinum crystal displayed on the stage. He hadn't originally planned to attend this auction, as he was neither a summoner nor seeking to enhance his pet. But this rare platinum crystal completely changed his mind. It was the kind of prized material typically hoarded as a treasure for future generations. Coincidentally, the Tang family's stock of platinum crystals had been depleted, and this was an opportunity he couldn't afford to miss. Inside Box 5, Jiang An initially showed little interest in the metal. Although he had planned to purchase some rare metals from Bai Jing after the auction to enhance Gluttony Ball's defenses, he knew the platinum crystal's value would skyrocket at auction. Even with a substantial influx of points on the horizon, he couldn't justify such extravagance. However, Jiang An soon noticed Gluttony Ball behaving unusually. She had dropped the grape she was holding and was now standing frozen by the floor-to-ceiling window, staring intently at the platinum crystal below. Her gaze was unwavering, and she was even drooling unconsciously. The metal seemed to exert an irresistible pull on her, as if every cell in her body was screaming to devour it. Gluttony Ball turned to Jiang An with a hopeful look in her eyes. "Master, can we buy that for me to eat?" Jiang An frowned. "You want to eat rare metals? I'll talk to Sister Bai Jing later to get you a batch." That response only made Gluttony Ball more anxious. Mimicking Yin Ying's gestures, she rested her round head on Jiang An's lap and began to plead. "Master, I want this one. I feel like eating it would help me a lot. It could greatly enhance my strength." Su Chan, sitting nearby, was utterly charmed by Gluttony Ball's antics. If not for the auction's rule requiring points as the sole currency, she would have gladly paid for it out of her own pocket. Jiang An, however, caught onto a crucial detail. "You're saying eating this will boost your power? Even more than when you devoured the black feather stone?" Gluttony Ball nodded vigorously. "Much better. It's just, I can't explain it clearly." Through his vision projection, Jiang An quickly grasped the significance of the platinum crystal to Gluttony Ball. It wasn't just any consumable metal. It seemed to be a vital substance that could address some inherent deficiency in her body. At that moment, Jiang An's interface suddenly displayed a task notification. Exclusive random task for summoned creature Gluttony Ball triggered. Further purification of divine bloodline. Task requirement: consume at least 10 pounds of platinum crystal within 3 months. Reward: divine bloodline purity increased to at least 50. Penalty for failure: none. The task left Jiang An thrilled. He had long known that reaching 50 bloodline purity was a significant threshold. Once surpassed, his summoned creatures could gain the ability to transform just like Xinyu and Yanning. Currently, only Xiao Yao and Gluttony Ball remained stuck at 40 purity. Moreover, the task hinted that acquiring more platinum crystals could push Gluttony Ball's bloodline purity even higher, potentially making her the most purified among his summoned creatures. While Jiang An was deep in thought, Bai Jing's elegant voice resonated through the auction hall. Lot 38, the platinum crystal. Starting bid, 50 points. Minimum increment, 10 points. Bidding starts now. The moment her words ended, Tang Xuanlin raised his paddle. 100 points. 120. 150. 200. As the bids climbed higher and higher, Tang Xuanlin's expression grew grim. Back when the Tang family participated in auctions from their VIP suite, they often received some courtesy from other bidders. But now, no one was giving him any leeway. Gritting his teeth, he decided to make a bold move. 500 points. The abrupt jump of 300 points caused many to hesitate. For Tang Xuanlin, this price was already painful, but he was in too deep to back out. With his slot in the Secret Realm expedition secured in 2 months, upgrading his weapon to platinum tier beforehand would grant him the power to contend with level 60 opponents. The treasures within the Secret Realm would then be his for the taking, potentially revitalizing the entire Tang family through his efforts. Bai Jing cast a subtle glance at Tang Xuanlin. Though her professional smile remained intact, she couldn't hide her disdain for the man who had once bullied Jiang An. She silently hoped someone would outbid him. Any further bids? If no one else is interested. Before she could finish her sentence, movement suddenly came from Box 5. 510 points. The synthesized mechanical voice echoed throughout the auction hall. This bid immediately drew everyone's attention. The VIP rooms at the Shanghai Academy Exchange were thoughtfully designed. allowing participants to bid either directly or electronically via controllers. At this moment, the bid came from one of the top 10 VIP rooms, the only height-tier room participating in this auction. Tang Xuanglin frowned deeply, his face filled with unease. He had already raised the price to a steep 500 points, yet someone was still willing to outbid him. What worried him even more was that his competitor was in one of the prestigious VIP rooms. He was caught in a dilemma. Raising his bid might offend an influential figure, but giving up was simply too frustrating. On the auction stage, Bai Jing silently speculated about the situation. She was aware that Su Chan from the Su family was in VIP room 5, and for the Su family, acquiring platinum diamond was no challenge. This suggested that the bidder was likely Jiang An. Remembering the prior conflict between Tang Xuanglin and Jiang An, Bai Jing couldn't help but smile faintly. 510 points, going once, Bai Jing announced in her melodious voice. Tang Xuanglin suddenly stood up and called out toward VIP room 5. My apologies, senior. Under normal circumstances, I would certainly yield. However, this piece of platinum diamond is of critical importance to me. I hope you can understand. After speaking, he raised his paddle and shouted, 600 points. In VIP room 5, Jiang An calmly pressed the button for a bid of 610 points. Su Chan, sitting beside him, chuckled. You're doing this just to annoy him, aren't you? Bumping the bid by only 10 points each time. I'm genuinely broke here. I have to save where I can, Jiang An replied, feigning innocence. Tang Xuanglin's face grew darker. He was certain now that the other party was deliberately mocking him. This tactic of increasing the bid by only 10 points each time was clearly meant to humiliate. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, 700 points. That was the absolute limit of what he could afford. Jiang An turned to Su Chan and asked about the value of platinum diamond, particularly how likely it would be to acquire over 10 pounds of it within 3 months. Su Chan was startled by the quantity he mentioned and explained that even for a prominent family like hers, acquiring such an amount through regular channels was nearly impossible. However, she did offer a glimmer of hope. There's platinum diamond in the illusory realm ruins, but it's all about luck. Jiang An silently made up his mind. If the only way to acquire a significant amount of platinum diamond in the short term was through the illusory realm ruins, then he absolutely couldn't miss this piece. Besides, his opponent was Tang Xuanglin. Without hesitation, he pressed the button for 710 points. With 3 strikes of Bai Jing's gavel, VIP room 5 successfully won the platinum diamond for 710 points. The hall erupted in applause, with the exception of Tang Xuanglin, whose face was clouded with gloom. To him, the applause sounded like ridicule, and even Bai Jing's enchanting gaze felt like a stab to his heart. In the end, he stormed out of the exchange in anger. Tang Xuanglin's departure caused no disruption to the auction. As one exquisite piece of golden-tier equipment after another was unveiled, the atmosphere in the auction hall grew increasingly intense. In a world where golden-tier equipment was common but top-tier items were rare treasures, each piece of top-tier golden equipment was regarded as the precursor to platinum-tier gear. Jiang An's 2 golden-tier items sparked fierce bidding. Among them, the golden shield, despite being a defensive item with a more limited audience, still managed to fetch 355 points from a bidder representing the Huaxia Academy, thanks to its exceptional attributes. When Bai Jing retrieved the crimson flame blade from its specialized case, its sleek, streamlined design immediately captured the attention of the entire room. What truly stunned the crowd, however, was its attribute panel. Crimson flame blade. Type, assassin weapon. Level requirement, level 20. Quality, golden. Base attributes, agility 50, strength 50, constitution 50. Special effects. 1. Attacks trigger lifesteal, restoring 3 of the damage dealt as health. 2. Attacks inflict a tearing effect, causing bleeding damage equal to 0.1 of the target's max health per second, non-stackable. 3. Skills that hit deal an additional 3 damage. Attached skill. Bat Veil LV5 Silvered Ear. Upon activation, enter an undetectable stealth state immune to skill detection, but unable to move. Bai Jing meticulously highlighted the advantages of this dagger, stirring excitement among the attendees. Even the level 20 restriction became an appealing factor for many bidders considering it for their successors. In a private viewing room, Su Chan was equally astonished by the dagger's attributes. This weapon is terrifying. If an invisible assassin got close to me, someone as fragile as me wouldn't stand a chance. Where on earth did this drop from? Jiang An coughed lightly. If I recall correctly, it came from that one-time dungeon we cleared before starting school. It dropped from the flaming bat boss. It was your drop? Again? Su Chan stared at Jiang An in disbelief, as if he were some kind of monster. Since they had met, Jiang An had acquired an unbelievable number of rare items. Ball-level pet eggs, top-tier golden equipment, and even a rare platinum weapon that he currently used. The bidding for the dagger soon began, starting at 50 points and quickly escalating. 300, 350, 400, 560. It climbed rapidly to 800 points before slowing down. Ultimately, the Crimson Flame Blade was won by a student from Jotian Academy for a staggering 880 points. Shortly after, the grand finale of the auction was brought onto the stage. A golden dragon loach pet egg. The entire hall fell silent as Bai Jing smiled and addressed the crowd. I believe everyone here knows what this pet egg is, correct? Golden dragon loach. The crowd responded in unison. Bai Jing nodded in satisfaction. That's right. This is none other than the boss-level pet egg from an advanced dungeon, the Golden Dragon Loach. Bai Jing surveyed the crowd below and introduced to the participants from other academies. This dungeon is typically only accessible to students of the Shanghai Academy. Even top-tier students who venture here often face failure, or even death. The boss of this dungeon is the Golden Dragon Eel. Her gaze swept across the crowd, and as expected, she noticed the pained expressions on the faces of many Shanghai Academy students. The infamous skill, Dragon Eel's Fury, a group-targeted locking attack, was devastating under the enhanced attributes of a high-level dungeon. A single mistake could lead to the annihilation of the entire team. This skill alone was enough to elevate its value as an exceptional pet. What's more, its body contained precious dragon blood. As Bai Jing passionately introduced the dungeon, Shenyu from Box 5 seemed to sense something. She approached Jiang An and fixed her gaze on the dragon egg. There's a faint trace of kinship here, she remarked. Huh, you can sense the aura of other dragons? The dragon bloodline in this golden dragon eel should be incredibly weak, Jiang An said, somewhat surprised. Shenyu nodded. The purer the bloodline, the clearer I can sense it. The dragon blood in this egg, her eyes flashed with a hint of disdain. It's very weak technically, it's only a sub-dragon species. Jiang An fell into thought. It seemed that in terms of lineage, dragon blood was inferior to divine blood. After all, even Shenyu, a top-tier dual-attribute dragon species, only possessed 50 divine blood. This implied that his current summoned beast had far greater growth potential than any so-called dragon species. It was fortunate that he couldn't form a contract with the golden dragon eel. Missing out on Shun, you would have been the real loss. Meanwhile, Su Chan appeared thoroughly intrigued, her eyes glued to the dragon egg. As a pure support class professional, she had no offensive or defensive abilities and relied on her teammates for protection. If she could contract a powerful summoned beast, it would significantly enhance her ability to protect herself. She had been tempted by the toxic Rainbow Spider King before, but ultimately decided against it due to its unattractive appearance. The golden dragon eel, however, was much more to her liking in terms of looks. But just as Su Chan was about to place a bid, a voice from VIP Room 2 preempted her. 1,000 points. This bid lasted only a second before being surpassed by a participant from Bowen Academy. 1,100 points. VIP Room 2 immediately countered without hesitation. 1,500 points. Huaxia Academy soon joined the fray, and the bidding war escalated rapidly, reaching 3,000 points in no time. Each time, VIP Room 2 raised the bid by 500 points, making it clear they were determined to win. Watching the price climb higher and higher, Jiang An's lips curled into a faint smile. The 3,000 point bid had already surpassed his entire current savings of just over 2,800 points. After deducting the cost of purchasing platinum diamonds, he was left with only 2,000 points. This price was already more than satisfactory to him. Looks like you've attracted a big spender. The price might go even higher, Su Chan said with a smile. But if you're planning to enter the Mirage Secret Realm, you should think it through. That secret realm hasn't been opened in a long time, so there should be plenty of valuable treasures inside. Tickets to enter will definitely be in high demand. Based on the Su family's estimates, it would take at least 10,000 points to secure a chance to enter the secret realm, Su Chan said casually as she mentioned the figure. Jiang An's eyes widened, and his fingers instinctively tightened around the armrest of his chair. 10,000 points? Are you sure it's that much? That's outrageous. Which student could possibly come up with that amount? Su Chan smiled and explained. Actually, the price is quite reasonable. Opening the secret realm requires a lot of rare materials, and 10,000 points just about covers the cost. She paused briefly before continuing. As for the reliability of this information, you can rest assured. My grandmother is the one responsible for opening this secret realm. However, according to the rules, members of the elder family in charge of the realm are not allowed to enter. That's the reason I'm asking for your help. Seeing Jiang An still looking worried, Su Chan added, 10,000 points may seem like a lot, but keep in mind that this secret realm is primarily meant for senior students. Those elite students who have already qualified for the front lines at Shanhaiguan can easily exchange their military merits for points. Jiang An suddenly understood but quickly sank into distress again. He had initially thought that his current points, combined with the earnings from selling the pet egg, would be enough, but now the gap seemed insurmountable. His eyes flickered as a sudden idea struck him. Wait a minute. Jiang An slapped his thigh. The military merits from killing those undead demons haven't been settled yet. Even though I borrowed Bai Chi's power, I still contributed to taking down that third-ear undead demon. I should at least get some credit. A conservative estimate would be about 2,000 points, right? He quickly did the math. In that case, as long as I can sell the pet egg for 6,000 points, they'll have enough. His gaze shifted to the auction screen, where the current bid was displayed at 3,000 points. Swallowing nervously, he realized that doubling the price wouldn't be an easy feat. In private room number 2, Bai Gu kept his eyes glued to the pet egg in front of him, his face brimming with unconcealed joy. Behind him stood a young woman in her early 20s, Sun Yu. She had a delicate and charming appearance, with features that bore a slight resemblance to Sun Mei and Sun Yu. What drew even more attention, however, was the two-winged angel standing beside her. The angel, clad in golden armor, held a golden holy sword. Her eyes closed, and her pristine white wings slightly spread. "Beware, this golden dragon eel is perfect for you," Bai Gu said with a hint of excitement in his tone. Not only does it have excellent group attack capabilities, but its growth potential is also remarkable. It's an ideal choice for your new level 60 summon. With the Illusionary Realm's secret land opening soon, and its level cap also set at 60, this timing is just right. You can complete your level 60 assessment after the secret land expedition. 2 months should be enough to level it up. By then, you shouldn't have much competition in the secret land, and it will be a great opportunity to build a solid foundation. As the eldest of the Sun family and also Bai Ge's student, Sun Yu's gaze never left the pet egg, her eyes filled with anticipation. "Then, it'll trouble you to spend so much, teacher," she said with a slight bow. "It's no trouble at all," Bai Gu replied dismissively, waving his hand. "Don't worry, the actual value of this pet egg is only about 3,000 points. I doubt anyone would bid much higher. Besides, do you think everyone has as many military merits as your teacher to exchange for points? This pet egg is meant for you." Before he could finish speaking, a mechanical voice suddenly rang out in the auction hall. For 1,000 points, the bidder was revealed to be in VIP room 1. Bai Ge's expression froze instantly. Who just came out of nowhere to ruin this? And raised it by a whole 1,000 points? Sun Yu also frowned slightly. The rest of the audience, however, was thrilled, eagerly anticipating a showdown between two prominent figures. On the auction stage, Bai Jing's expression turned subtle. She was well aware that VIP room 2 housed Bai Gu, the commander of the Shanghai Pass, while the bidder in VIP room 1 was none other than Wei Qing, another commander of the Shanghai Pass. In room 1, Wei Qing lounged comfortably in his chair, popping grapes into his mouth as he muttered to himself, "Don't blame me, Bai Gu. My hands are tied too. Just look at Jiang An's leveling speed, soon he'll be heading into the secret land, and I can't afford this many points as his teacher. Since you're practically a half-teacher to him as well, isn't it only fair for you to chip in?" Before long, room 2 raised the bid to 4,500 points. Wei Qing, leisurely munching on an apple, unhesitatingly bumped the bid to 5,500 points. This offer completely infuriated the usually composed Bai Gu in room 2. While 5,500 points wasn't an astronomical figure for him, it far exceeded the planned budget for this pet egg. Yet this golden dragon eel, imbued with holy attributes, was the best match for Sun Yu, who was transitioning to a holy summoner. As the price soared, Sun Yu's eyes reflected a trace of reluctance, but she still tried to persuade him, "Teacher, let's just let it go. Even without this pet egg, I won't be inferior to anyone in the secret land." Her words made Bai Gu feel a stinging embarrassment. He had just boasted that this pet egg was destined for her, and now he was about to give up? No way. Absolutely not. No, I can't just let it go. Bai Gu gritted his teeth and decisively entered the number 6,000 on the bidding device. This time, he didn't rely on the mechanical bidding system but spoke up himself. To the friend in room 1, "This is Bai Gu. This pet egg is extremely important to my student. Would you be willing to part with it?" His voice rang clear throughout the auction hall, causing a stir among the attendees. People began whispering to one another. So it's Bai Gu, the commander of Shanhaiguan. No wonder he can bid so many points. He's buying it for his student? That must be Sun Yu, right? Wait a second, Bai Gu is in room 2. So who's in room 1? Could it be one of the elders attending in person? On stage, Jiang An, the seller, couldn't hide the growing smile on his face. In just a few minutes, the price had skyrocketed to 6,000 points, far exceeding his expectations. Two prominent figures competing for his pet egg. This was the kind of scene he couldn't have imagined even in his wildest dreams. However, room 1 quickly responded. The mechanical, synthesized voice sounded again. 7,000 points. The number sent the entire auction hall into an uproar. Su Chan nearly jumped off the sofa, stunned by Jiang An's incredible luck. The chatter among the other participants grew louder. 7,000 points? Do you even know what that means? Why hasn't room 1 revealed their identity yet? What's so special about this egg? Inside room 1, Wei Qing sat leisurely with his legs crossed. Tisk, tsk. Bai Gu is getting desperate, trying to use his status to pressure others? If it weren't me he was up against, he might have actually pulled it off. But 7,500 should be his limit. In room 2, Bai Ze's expression had completely changed. He glanced back at Sun Yu. Although the student tried to act indifferent, the longing in his eyes for the pet egg was impossible to hide. Let it go, teacher. 7,000 points is just too much, Sun Yu advised. After careful consideration, Bai Gu still pressed 7,500 on the bidding device. It's just points, nothing more than worldly possessions. But despite his words, the pained expression on his face betrayed his true feelings. The auctioneer, Bai Jing, began the final countdown. 7,500 points going once, going twice, going 3 times. Sold. Congratulations to the bidder in VIP room 2. As the gavel struck, signaling the end of the auction, Bai Gu suddenly realized something was off. The bidder in room 1 had never revealed their identity, always increasing the bid by exact thousands. Clearly determined to win, so why had they stopped just when he reached his limit? Wait a second. Was this a setup by the exchange? Bai Gu finally put the pieces together, his face darkening. In private room number 5, a soft knock sounded at the door. Jiang An raised an eyebrow slightly. Come in. The door opened, and Bai Jing's graceful figure came into view. She was dressed in a white cheongsam with a slit reaching almost to her waist, carrying a golden tray in her hands. On it were neatly arranged platinum diamonds and a points card. Congratulations, little brother Jiang An, on becoming the biggest winner of this trade fair. Bai Jing approached Jiang An, leaning forward slightly, her stunning figure on full display. Nearby, Su Chan's gaze turned wary. This woman, with her exceptional beauty and figure, was undoubtedly captivating. More importantly, she knew how to showcase her charm better than Su Chan did. By protocol, Bai Jing, as the organizer, should visit the top 10 bidders in order after the auction concluded. Yet, she came to Jiang An's room first, her intentions as clear as day. Unlike Su Chan's guarded demeanor, the gluttonous creature sprawled on her lap, Chanchio, was entirely captivated by the platinum diamond on the tray. Its eyes were glued to the sparkling gemstone, drool dripping uncontrollably and even soaking the fabric of Su Chan's dress. The damp cloth clung to her skin, unintentionally adding an alluring touch. Sensing Chanchio's intense longing, Jiang An casually tossed the platinum diamond toward it. Chanchio immediately perked up, catching the diamond in its mouth and carefully cradling it in its paws before taking a hearty bite. To everyone's astonishment, the supposedly indestructible platinum diamond crunched like a biscuit in Chankia's mouth. This bizarre scene left both Bai Jing and Su Chan stunned. Was the 710-point platinum diamond really being eaten like a snack? Even more shocking was the fact that this mineral, which required specialized techniques even for blacksmiths to smelt, was effortlessly crushed by Chanchio. Within seconds, the fist-sized platinum diamond was completely devoured. Burp, Chanchio let out a loud belch, looking unusually satisfied. Jiang An quickly checked his interface and found that the task progress had updated. Chanchio had consumed 1 pound and 2 ounces of platinum diamond, leaving a significant gap to the 10-pound target. However, an unexpected bonus came with it. Chanchio had gained a permanent defensive buff, increasing its defense by 12. This discovery made Jiang An's eyes light up. Compared to the fixed stat boost from devouring Black Featherstone previously, this percentage-based enhancement was clearly superior. It seemed that the level of the metal consumed greatly influenced the effects on Chanchio's growth. Are these the points for the equipment and the pet egg? Jiang An shifted his attention to the points card on the tray. Bai Jing snapped out of her daze. Yes. The dragon eel pet egg is 7,500 points. The 2 pieces of golden equipment are 1,235 points, and the other items add up to 79 points. Here's the detailed breakdown. She handed over a list. I trust you, Sister Bai Jing. Just tell me the final number. Jiang An replied with a polite smile. Bai Jing beamed at his trust. Originally, based on your membership level, we would have taken a 1 handling fee, which amounts to 88 points. However, I've upgraded you to VIP level 1. So the fee is only 0.5, which is 44 points. Besides, from now on, whenever you attend the auction, even if you're not the seller of the finale item, you'll still enjoy one of the top 10 VIP boxes, Bai Jing said, raising her eyebrows at Jiang An. What do you think? Your big sister takes good care of her little brother, doesn't she? This is a privilege only geniuses from the founding families get to enjoy. Hearing this, Jiang An's face lit up with delight. Thank you, Sister Bai Jing. Bai Jing pouted, pretending to be dissatisfied. A simple thank you is all I get? Then how should I thank you? Jiang An scratched his head, looking genuinely puzzled. Bai Jing extended her slender finger, lightly tapping her fair cheek. While her gaze subtly shifted towards Su Chan, at the very least, a kiss would suffice, don't you think? Sure enough, Su Chan, standing nearby, immediately tensed up, her breathing becoming noticeably quicker upon hearing those words. Jiang An assumed Bai Jing was teasing him, as she often did. He figured that if he played along, she would back off as usual. Closing his eyes with a playful smile, he said, "All right then, here I come." With that, he leaned in as if to kiss her. But in the next instant, Jiang An felt a soft sensation on his lips. His eyes flew open, only to find himself face-to-face with Bai Jing's long lashes and slightly flushed cheeks. For a brief moment, their gazes locked, and Jiang An noticed, perhaps for the first time, just how captivating Bai Jing's eyes were, like two shimmering gemstones. Realizing they had actually kissed, Jiang An quickly pulled back and leaned against the sofa, his face a mix of shock and embarrassment. Bai Jing, though inwardly flustered, maintained her composure, especially with Su Chan nearby. She forced a playful smile and said, It seems your kissing skills have declined, little brother." Jiang An was utterly confused. "What are you talking about? When have I ever kissed you before?" He failed to notice the unnatural expression that appeared on Su Chan's face after hearing those words. "All right, check your points card now. I have other things to take care of," Bai Jing said, steering the conversation away. The total points came to 8,814, and after deducting a 0.5 handling fee, 8,770 remained. Jiang An nodded and took the points card. A prompt immediately appeared on the screen. "Would you like to use the anonymous points card? Current balance, 8,770. Use it." Jiang An confirmed. The points card dissolved into a stream of light, and his total points balance jumped from 2,092 to 10,862. Looking at the exciting new figure, Jiang An let out a long sigh of relief. What once seemed like an astronomical goal of 10,000 points, as Su Chan had mentioned, was now achieved, with time still left to earn more before the secret realm opened. Just as Bai Jing was about to leave, her communicator suddenly buzzed with urgency. A voice on the other end exclaimed, "Bad news, Sister Jing. Lord White Dove from Box 2 is accusing us of price manipulation, and it's causing a scene. A crowd has already gathered. What should we do?" Bai Jing frowned deeply, quickly piecing together the situation. Every bid had been pushed to its limit before the other party abruptly gave up, a pattern that could easily raise suspicions. This was a matter that could jeopardize the reputation the Huaxia trading house had built over the years and needed to be handled carefully. "I understand," Bai Jing replied, cutting off the communication. She turned to Jiang An and said, "Little brother, I really need your help this time." In the trading hall, White Dove stood with Sun Yu, his sharp gaze fixed coldly on the staff. The aura he emitted was so intimidating that none of the security personnel dared to approach him. They weren't about to risk their lives for a meager monthly salary in the face of a commander-level powerhouse. A middle-aged man in a well-tailored suit was trying to explain in a low voice, "Lord White Dove, I assure you, we absolutely did not engage in price manipulation. Please rest assured." White Dove sneered. "You expect me to believe that? My points balance is 7,583. Someone conveniently bid up to 7,000, and when I raised it to 7,500, they suddenly backed out. If this isn't price manipulation, then what is?" His words sparked a wave of murmurs among the onlookers, with some even calling for the participant list to be made public. The staff's expressions turned grim, revealing the list would severely damage the trading house's credibility. The man quickly tried to placate him. "We are under strict imperial oversight. Every step of the process is monitored by regulators. We would never dare to do such a thing." White Dove let out a cold laugh, his sharp eyes gleaming with sudden inspiration. "Even if you have oversight, who's to say someone isn't making undefeatable deals? What if the seller of this pet egg colluded with someone inside to inflate the price? If you want me to believe you, it's simple. Bring the seller and the person from Box 1 here. Then we'll see the truth." Bai Gu stood at the entrance of the auction house, her expression ice-cold, exuding an aura that suggested she was ready to act at the slightest provocation. A staff member, with beads of sweat forming on his forehead, forced a smile and said, "Lady Bai Gu, revealing the identity of bidders is indeed against the rules. This involves personal privacy, and disclosing it without consent is a serious offense. If they have a clear conscience, then why not show themselves?" Bai Gu shot him a cold glance. If they're too afraid to appear, it only proves there's something wrong internally. As time went on, more and more people gathered at the scene, not just bidders who had left the auction, but also curious onlookers who had heard the news. The crowd buzzed with murmurs and discussions. "Exactly. I was bidding on a platinum diamond, and the price shot up to 710. If I hadn't stopped in time, I'd have ended up losing big like Bai Gu." Tang Shuanglin, who had already left, hurried back upon hearing the commotion. Standing in the crowd, he cast a disdainful glance at Jiang An. In his eyes, Jiang An was just a young upstart relying on Wei Qing's support. As the situation escalated, it began to threaten the reputation of the entire Huaxia exchange. The staff member explaining the situation was now drenched in sweat, fully aware that mishandling this could cause damage far beyond the value of a single auction. At that moment, a crisp voice rang out from the crowd, "Lady Bai Gu, were you asking to see me?" The crowd parted, forming a pathway as Bai Jing walked gracefully forward in a qipao. What drew even more attention were the two people following closely behind her, Jiang An and Wei Qing, both keeping their heads down. Observant individuals would notice the slight twitching at the corner of Wei Qing's mouth, as if he was trying hard to suppress laughter. Bai Jing stopped in front of Bai Gu and said solemnly, "I am the person in charge of this auction. Regarding your concerns, I can assure you with absolute certainty that such incidents will not occur. However, revealing bitter information is something we simply cannot do." As she spoke, she glanced meaningfully at Jiang An and Wei Qing. Bai Gu grabbed Wei Qing and Jiang An, pulling them to her side. "You've come at the right time. There's definitely something fishy about this auction. Someone inside the exchange is pulling strings." She patted Wei Qing on the shoulder. "You're familiar with the exchange. You need to give me an explanation." Hearing this, Jiang An's barely maintained composure began to crumble, his expression twisting as if he was holding back something. Meanwhile, Wei Qing was struggling so hard to stifle his laughter that tears were nearly streaming down his face. Seeing their unusual reactions, Bai Gu froze. "What? Did I say something wrong?" Wei Qing finally managed to steady his breathing and looked Bai Gu in the eye with a straight face. "I think, in this matter, you can't blame the exchange. I can also vouch for there's no insider manipulation. I can also testify that the exchange didn't engage in any underhanded dealings." These words caused Bai Gu to furrow his brows deeply as he turned to look at Wei Qing in confusion. He couldn't understand why Wei Qing, who had always been on his side, was now speaking up for the exchange. "And how exactly can you testify? You're not part of the exchange. Can you monitor VIP Room 1? Bai Gu asked skeptically. Wei Qing couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter at this question, his laughter so loud it seemed to ripple through the surrounding air. Seeing the increasingly puzzled expression on Bai Ji's face, Wei Qing pulled out a black invitation card with golden edges from his pocket and handed it over. The invitation clearly bore Wei Qing's name, and at the bottom, the bold words VIP Room 1 instantly froze Bai Gu in place, as if his mind had momentarily stopped working. Ha ha ha. Wei Qing finally managed to stop laughing. "Sorry, little pigeon, but the person in VIP Room 1 is none other than your dear Wei Qing." He spoke loudly, unbothered by the gazes around him, ensuring every onlooker could hear him clearly. "What? The big shot in Room 1 is Wei Qing? So the official organization isn't as shady as we thought?" Well, Wei Qing's status is indeed higher than Bai Ji's. A wave of murmurs spread through the crowd. Standing amidst the onlookers, Tang Shuanglin looked utterly perplexed. Isn't Wei Qing on good terms with Bai Gu? Why would he do something like this to him? My platinum diamond was outbid too. Bai Gu, however, didn't seem angry. Instead, he asked with a deep sense of confusion, "Why?" "The reason is simple," Wei Qing said, putting his arm around Jiang An. "I don't have that many points. You know how hard it is to train a student." Hearing the words, "train a student," Bai Gu couldn't help but nod in agreement. As someone who carried on the legacy of the Shanghai Pass commander, he knew all too well the immense effort required to nurture a successor. Suddenly, Bai Ji's eyes widened. "Wait, that pet egg is yours? No, that can't be right. With your level, you wouldn't have been able to enter that dungeon." His gaze shifted to Jiang An, who gave a slight nod of confirmation. This realization left both Bai Gu and Sun Yu visibly stunned. A pet egg of a golden dragon eel, a boss-level creature with dragon lineage and powerful area effect skills, was an irresistible treasure for any summoner. Yet Jiang An hadn't kept it for himself. Instead, he had put it up for auction a week ago. A wave of gasps swept through the crowd. So it was Jiang An who got it. No wonder it sold for such a high price, 7,000 points. That kid has incredible luck. Among the crowd, Tang Shuanglin's eyes flickered with jealousy and resentment. If it weren't for Jiang An bringing down the Tang family, he wouldn't have been reduced to the point of having to buy his own platinum diamond. Bai Jing, seeing that the crowd was no longer focused on the exchange's alleged misconduct, slightly bowed to Bai Gu. "Sir Bai Gu, this should prove—" "I understand," Bai Gu interrupted her, his gaze fixed on Jiang An. "You're impressive. Wei Qing has truly surpassed me in one regard this time." This rare compliment made Jiang An scratch his head in embarrassment, while it drew a dissatisfied glare from Sun Yu. The hidden class summoner with her angelic creature bit her lip, a rare spark of competitiveness igniting within her due to her mentor's words. "That's nonsense." Wei Qing's roar suddenly exploded from the side. "Since when have I ever been worse than you? Don't think you can run your mouth just because you earned a bit of contribution points. If it weren't for the fact that I just exchanged my military merits for materials, I wouldn't have needed you to step in." His bold and straightforward demeanor elicited chuckles from the surrounding crowd. This was the Wei Qing everyone knew, brash and unrefined. Now that it was confirmed the highest bidder wasn't a shill for the trading house, the atmosphere visibly lightened. Bai Jing elegantly clapped her hands, her voice crisp and pleasant. "All right, everyone, the misunderstanding has been cleared up. Please disperse now. Rest assured, The Huaxia trading house will never betray your trust. As the crowd began nodding and preparing to leave, an unpleasant voice suddenly broke the moment. Tang Shuanglin stepped out from among the onlookers with a mocking expression. And what about the person in VIP box number 5 who was bidding against me? How can you guarantee that they weren't a shill? He continued, platinum diamonds are valuable, sure, but 600 points was already a fair price. 701? That's clearly unreasonable. Your trading house must have shills. Tang Shuanglin's gaze swept over by Jiang An, and the others, his dissatisfaction obvious. He had long noticed the closeness between Jiang An and this beautiful woman, which only fueled his resentment toward Jiang An. The crowd, originally preparing to leave, stopped in their tracks, not necessarily agreeing with Tang Shuanglin but simply eager to watch the drama unfold. Bai Jing's expression grew subtle as she glanced at Jiang An out of the corner of her eye. Are you questioning the bidding process for the platinum diamond? Exactly. Tang Shuanglin unabashedly eyed Bai Jing up and down before continuing. The matter of the pet egg transaction between Bai Gu and Wei Qing has been explained. But Jiang An is Wei Qing's student, isn't he? That relationship in itself could constitute shill bidding, don't you think? Wei Qing frowned, not expecting to be questioned like this. Jiang An didn't even know I was at the trading house. If Bai Gu hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have told him at all. I only bid against Bai Gu because I can't stand her. Don't go spreading rumors, or it'll make you regret it. Faced with Wei Qing's threat, Tang Shuanglin instinctively took 2 steps back but quickly regained his composure. If you say so, I'll take your word that Jiang An didn't know. But whether others believe it or not, that's another matter. With Bai Jing and Jiang An stepping in to hold him back, Wei Qing refrained from actually making a move. Bai Jing suppressed her anger and maintained her professional demeanor. If you have something to say, just say it directly. That's the only way to clear up any misunderstandings. It's simple. There are definitely shills in the trading house, Tang Shuanglin declared firmly. Not to mention the pet egg other auction items prices are also obviously inflated. An epic level dagger for level 20 selling for over 800 points? Anyone can see that's unreasonable. His words sparked a wave of murmurs among the crowd. Some pointed out that a top-tier dagger typically went for no more than 600 points. Others complained about not being able to buy what they wanted, and a few even began demanding refunds. Bai Jing's face instantly turned cold. The high price of the dagger was due to supply and demand in the market, but under Tang Shuanglin's instigation, the crowd now believed it was due to shill bidding. Seeing that his words were having the desired effect, Tang Shuanglin pressed on. You probably don't just have one shill, there are likely dozens, spreading out bids to avoid detection. I'm certain the person in VIP box number 5 is one of them. Unless you can publicly disclose their identity, this is undeniable proof. Bai Jing tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, a mischievous smile flickering in her eyes as she glanced at Jiang An. Her voice was soft yet carried an undeniable authority. Those who enter the VIP rooms are all distinguished guests, their status naturally extraordinary. If you have doubts, I can inquire with the guest in room 5 to see if they're willing to disclose their identity. But if it turns out they aren't a plant, how do you plan on making amends? Tang Shuanglin furrowed his brows, hesitation flickering in his heart. At that moment, he keenly noticed that Bai Jing's right hand was trembling slightly, and her gaze seemed to waver. She's bluffing. The thought flashed through Tang Shuanglin's mind. He quickly analyzed the situation. The guests in rooms 1 and 2 were both high-ranking generals of Shanhaiguan, so even if the person in room 5 was slightly less powerful, the gap shouldn't be significant. With such a status, a person of that caliber wouldn't need to resort to such tactics to obtain a platinum diamond. The points spent far outweighed the benefits. With this realization, Tang Shuanglin's confidence grew. Bai Jing appeared somewhat anxious. So, what will it be? As long as you're willing to bear the consequences, I'll contact the esteemed guest in room 5. For the reputation of the exchange, it's worth the risk. To the onlookers, her words seemed impeccable. But from his close vantage point, Tang Shuanglin could clearly sense her unease. A smirk crept onto his face. Then please do. If it's proven that the person in room 5 isn't a plant, I'll kneel and apologize on the spot. Just as Tang Shuanglin was reveling in the anticipation of exposing the truth, he suddenly noticed something unusual. Bai Jing's trembling had stopped, and instead, a trace of mockery appeared on her face. She turned toward Jiang An, who had been silently observing from the side, and flashed a brilliant smile. What do you think? This was the first time Jiang An had seen such a genuine expression from Bai Jing. Before Tang Shuanglin could fully grasp the situation, Jiang An stepped forward, positioning himself between the two. Since you're so insistent on getting to the bottom of this, how could I let Sister Bai be put in such a difficult position? The guest in room 5 is me. His words landed like a bomb, igniting the crowd. What? Jiang An? Wait, does he even deserve room 5? Hold on. Isn't he the seller of the final auction item, the pet egg? Look at Tang Shuanglin's face, it's gone pale. Ha ha ha. As Tang Shuanglin, now visibly pale, tried to muster a rebuttal, Jiang An casually tossed an invitation card onto his face. When the crowd caught sight of the large, bold letters spelling out Jiang An in VIP Room 5, the jeers erupted once again. Tang Shuanglin just said head kneel and apologize. Serves him right. Trying to tarnish the reputation of the Huaxia exchange, this is going to be good. The murmurs around him seemed distant and irrelevant to Tang Shuanglin, as if they were coming from another world. He was in a daze, his mind buzzing incessantly. Jiang An stared coldly at Tang Shuanglin, a mocking tone in his voice. You want to know why someone matched your price? It's simple, because I find you unpleasant. As for why I spent 710 points at such a high price, that's simple too, because I have the points to spend. Satisfied now? These words hit Tang Shuanglin like a heavy blow to the chest. He opened his mouth to respond but found himself at a complete loss for words. That Jiang An was in box number 5 was entirely beyond his expectations. Now, does this prove the trading floor wasn't colluding? Jiang An said calmly. Tang Shuanglin nodded dejectedly. He could already foresee the devastating impact this incident would have on his reputation once it spread. The dream of restoring the Tang family's former glory was shattered in an instant. Just as he was about to leave, Bai Jing stepped in front of him, blocking his way. Hold on. You made it very clear earlier I offended the big shot in box number 5 because of what you said. Now that the trading floor's innocence has been proven, shouldn't you honor your promise? Tang Shuanglin's face darkened. That was just a joke. The moment the words left his mouth, a wave of jeers erupted around him. Mocking voices rose from the crowd. Thought he was a man. Turns out he's just a coward. Doesn't even stand by his own words. This is the Tang family's legacy, huh? He should kneel and apologize to Jiang An, might as well make it an apology from the entire Tang family. Bai Jing smiled faintly. Listen, everyone thinks you should apologize. Tang Shuanglin turned to leave, but Wei Qing suddenly appeared in front of him, a dangerous smile on his face. It seems that after all these years of dealing with the Demon Legion, some people have forgotten the consequences of crossing me. You're the commander of Shanhaiguan Fortress. Are you really going to target someone of my generation? Tang Shuanglin's expression changed drastically. Wei Qing casually cleaned his ear with a finger. You messed with my disciple. Forget just taking action if I killed you. Do you think the Tang family would dare say a word? A suffocating aura of murderous intent emanated from Wei Qing, as if a sharp blade were poised above Tang Shuanglin's head. Now, kneel, bow your head, and apologize. Under this terrifying pressure, Tang Shuanglin finally gave in. With humiliation written all over his face, he turned to Jiang An, knelt down slowly, and lowered his head to the ground. I'm sorry, he said. Too quiet. I can't hear you. Wei Qing snapped coldly. Tang Shuanglin gritted his teeth and practically pressed his face to the floor as he shouted. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Jiang An stepped closer and looked down at him. Feeling resentful, aren't you? Thinking I'm only relying on my teacher's strength? Well, this is exactly how I felt yesterday when Tang Lihai treated me that way. Consider this a taste of your own medicine. He continued. Want revenge? I'll give you the chance. 2 months from now, at the ruins of the illusory domain. Life and death. No holds barred. Well, sign a life and death agreement. A flicker of approval flashed in Wei Qing's eyes, clearly impressed by his disciple's composure. Tang Shuanglin's eyes widened in shock before realizing this was the perfect opportunity. With a life and death agreement, he could openly deal with Jiang An at the ruins. You said it yourself. If you die then, there won't be any tricks, right? A gentleman's word is as good as gold, Jiang An replied calmly. After Wei Qing assured that he wouldn't intervene, Tang Shuanglin's face twisted into a sinister grin. In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless when the time comes. Jiang An smiled faintly. I'd like to return those words to you as well. As Jiang An watched Tang Shuanglin's figure vanish from the exchange, a sudden burst of cheers erupted from the crowd. He turned around in surprise, greeted by faces alight with excitement. Well done. The Tang family should have been dealt with long ago. Give it your all in 2 months. Take him down. The hall echoed with enthusiastic shouts of encouragement. Wei Qing stood to the side, raising an eyebrow. The scene set him thinking. While the Tang family had clearly lost the people's support after these events, which was good news, he was more concerned they might lash out in desperation. If the Tang family only sent someone like Tang Shuanglin to deal with Jiang An, it wouldn't be a big issue. With Jiang An's growth rate, such opponents would at best serve as stepping stones. What truly worried Wei Qing was the Tang family's deep roots as an elder family. Whether they enlisted powerful experts or sent their senior members, the situation could become far more complicated. No, I need to pay the Tang family a little visit. Wei Qing murmured to himself, his gaze lingering on Jiang An for a moment. Their eyes met, and after a small nod to Jiang An, Wei Qing turned and left. Bai Gu, noticing Wei Qing's intentions, chuckled helplessly. That guy is as bold as ever, he said, turning to Sun Yu behind him. Let's head out too. However, Sun Yu was still gazing at Jiang An. After a long pause, she finally spoke. Teacher, why would he challenge Tang Shuangli? A gap of over 20 levels, even if he reaches level 35 in 2 months, that's still an insurmountable chasm. Isn't this just sending himself to his death? Bai Gu sighed softly. Having witnessed Jiang An accomplish the impossible numerous times while Bai Wei Qing sighed, he was surprised by the challenge but not overly worried. Sun Yu, on the other hand, had spent most of her time in dungeons and knew little about Jiang An, so her doubts were understandable. Don't underestimate him. He might just surprise you in 2 months. Come on, let's go. Urged by Bai Gu, Sun Yu finally tore her gaze away. Regardless, the fact that Jiang An dared to issue a life-or-death challenge to an opponent over 20 levels higher left a deep impression on her. As for her teacher's claim that she was not as good as him, time would tell. I won't lose to him. Sun Yu vowed silently as she followed Bai Gu out. Meanwhile, Bai Jing looked at Jiang An with bright, admiring eyes. Wow, I didn't expect you to be so bold, Jiang An. Was this all to stand up for your big sister? I knew I wasn't wrong about you. Jiang An scratched his head awkwardly. Actually, Tang Shuanglin probably came after you because of me. This all started because of me, and besides, since you set the trap for him, it's only right that I don't let your efforts go to waste. Bai Jing raised an eyebrow. They went too far yesterday, and then they had the nerve to provoke you today. I just wanted my colleagues to humiliate him a bit, but it seems they don't know when to quit. Her words left Jiang An both surprised and touched. He hadn't expected Bai Jing to go to such lengths for him. At that moment, Su Chan emerged from the crowd, her eyes sparkling with the same admiration as Bai Jing's. As a non-VIP box user, she had been waiting among the crowd but had unintentionally witnessed Jiang An's commanding presence, which only deepened her already favorable impression of him. Bai Jing keenly noticed Su Chan's growing affection for Jiang An. She knew that someone as exceptional as Jiang An would inevitably attract many outstanding women in the future. All she could do was offer her help when he needed it. Still, as she saw Su Chan approach, she couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. Just as Su Chan was about to speak, Bai Jing suddenly stepped closer to Jiang An, leaning in so that he could feel her breath and faint fragrance. Little brother Big Sis has things to take care of later, so I won't be inviting you to stay the night this time. Her words were delivered at just the right volume, ensuring Su Chan could hear them clearly. As expected, Su Chan's smile froze instantly. Bai Jing smirked and strutted off toward the auction house interior, leaving Jiang An bewildered by her cryptic remark. Su Chan's chest heaved with frustration as she tried to calm herself. Jiang An said they don't have that kind of relationship. This must be Bai Jing's ploy to make me back off. No way. After taking a deep breath to steady herself, she regained her composure and walked up to Jiang An, heading back to school together. Jiang An shook his head. Not yet. It's not even noon. I want to make the most of the time to level up. I think I can clear another dungeon today. Though Su Chan felt a twinge of disappointment at his initial refusal, she quickly became intrigued by the topic of dungeons. Have you decided which dungeon to tackle? She asked. She explained that at level 31, there were plenty of dungeons to choose from, some better for gaining experience, others for farming loot with high drop rates or specific treasures. Jiang An frowned in thought. I haven't decided yet. Do you know which dungeon offers the most experience points? Level 31 dungeons? Su Chan pondered for a moment before lighting up with excitement. I remember now. There's one where the monsters give twice the experience of other dungeons at the same level and difficulty. But this dungeon does have its drawbacks. However, this dungeon does have its drawbacks, Su Chan said, her voice trailing off. As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang An raised an eyebrow, signaling his interest. For him, the most pressing goal right now was leveling up as quickly as possible. At level 31, it would typically take at least a month to gain a single level under normal circumstances. A dungeon with abundant experience like this was exactly what he had been yearning for. The thing is, the regular monsters in this dungeon basically don't drop any items, Su Chan explained somewhat apologetically. But I suppose you could say it's not entirely a drawback. The boss monsters have a chance of dropping elemental cores. Elemental cores? Jiang An repeated thoughtfully. Su Chan immediately elaborated. Elemental cores are special stones imbued with different elemental properties. Using one can enhance the power of skills tied to that element. However, the effects of cores with the same element don't stack, they only take the highest value. For example, if you use a core that boosts fire skills by 10 on Yin-Ing, and then use another that boosts by 9, the second one won't have any effect. Due to their unique effects and rarity, elemental cores were highly sought after, especially high-quality ones, which could be incredibly valuable. Jiang An carefully considered the information. By all logic, elemental cores usually only appeared in dungeons designed for players after their first class advancement. Based on the characteristics Su Chan described, he quickly thought of a very obscure dungeon, the Fallen Abyss. This dungeon had a level restriction of 3050 and a unique structure, consisting of 20 floors. Each floor had monsters of a fixed level that increased incrementally. The first floor housed level 30 monsters, the second floor level 31, and so on. Despite the large number of powerful monsters, the dungeon offered no item drops besides experience points. Only the randomly appearing bosses had a chance to drop elemental cores. You actually know about this dungeon? Su-chan exclaimed in surprise. I only know about it because an elder in my family mentioned it. After analyzing the details, Jiang An realized that the dungeon's disadvantages didn't affect him much. On the contrary, the doubled experience rewards were highly appealing. As long as the bosses appeared after the 5th floor, the experience gained would far surpass that of other dungeons. That's fantastic. Thanks to your analysis, I now have a clear plan, Jiang An said sincerely, expressing his gratitude. Su-chan's face flushed, her heartbeat quickening. To hide her reaction, she added quickly, oh, by the way, this dungeon is in Tianhai City, not in our Shanghai City. Hearing Tianhai City, Jiang An recalled a rumor he'd heard back in Duanshan Town about the connection between the Flame Wolf Guild leader and a wealthy figure in Tianhai City. This trip would be a good opportunity to address that matter as well. After bidding farewell to Su-chan, Jiang An headed straight to the station to prepare for his journey. Watching his departing figure, Su-chan made a silent vow to level up faster so as not to fall too far behind. Meanwhile, in a villa somewhere in Tianhai City, an obese man named Li Tianhua was smoking a cigarette. The television screen was paused on an image of Shan Yu destroying the Flame Wolf Guild's base core. Across from him, a well-dressed woman was sobbing. Li Tianhua, Jihai is gone just like that. Are you going to keep being a coward? The woman cried hysterically. What can I do? That was Jiang An's first-tier dragon, Li Tianhua muttered, his hand trembling as ash fell from his cigarette. His heart was filled with resentment, but he also understood all too well the spoiled nature of his son after years of indulgence. While he could have protected his son in Tianhai City, Jihai had insisted on venturing out to establish his own guild. This time, his son's arrogance must have provoked Jiang An, leading to such a disastrous end. Li Tianhua remained unusually calm in the face of his wife's fury, which only served to further enrage Tang Wei. She grabbed the vase on the table and hurled it at her husband with all her strength. Tianhua instinctively raised his arm to block, and the vase shattered on the floor, shards scattering everywhere. I must have been blind to marry a useless coward like you, she screamed hysterically. Don't forget, everything you have today is thanks to the Tang family's support. Even though we're not as powerful as before, we can still take back everything we've given you. Hearing her words, the corner of Li Tianhua's mouth twitched slightly. The pain of losing their son had indeed cut him deeply, but compared to the potential loss of his wealth, that anguish seemed almost bearable. He was no longer the ambitious young man he once was and lacked the courage to start over. Worst case, they could have another child. Or he could bring back the illegitimate one he'd refused to acknowledge before. Enough, he finally stood up. You don't need to say anything more. I know what to do. I'll arrange for someone to track his movements and then eliminate him in secret. Hearing this, Tang Wei's anger began to subside, replaced by a glimmer of vengeful satisfaction. But then a thought struck her, and she quickly asked, who are you planning to hire? My family can't get involved this time. If we're exposed, the Tang family will be finished. Li Tianhua shot her a glance. I know that. Don't worry, I know who to contact. You mean, those people? Tang Wei's eyes widened in surprise. At this point, who else but them would dare target Jiang An? Irritated, Li Tianhua stubbed out his cigarette. Enough. Stay out of this. Just stay home for now. The Tang family is under heavy surveillance, and we can't afford any leaks. All right, she nodded repeatedly. As long as we can avenge our son, I'll do whatever it takes. But be cautious when contacting them. If anyone finds out we're connected to those abyss cultists, the consequences will be disastrous. Got it. Li Tianhua replied impatiently, eager to leave. If not for this woman, he wouldn't have needed to provoke Jiang An or deal with those cultists. Forget it decided to visit his mistress to clear his head. After he left, Tang Wei muttered to herself, those cultists are ruthless. They'll make Jiang An wish he were dead. Just the thought of it brought a vengeful smile to her face. An hour later, at Tianhai City Station, Jiang An stepped off the high-speed train, his hat and sunglasses partially obscuring his face, as he checked the city's map on his phone. His eyes finally found the location of the Fallen Abyss dungeon on the edge of the map, a remote wilderness area with minimal information, a limited variety of monsters, and a maximum level of 20. Talk about collecting all the disadvantages, Jiang An muttered to himself. The location was remote, the rewards were poor, and even opportunities to earn extra along the way were scarce. Only someone like him, eager to level up quickly, would bother coming here. Taking a taxi to the outskirts near the dungeon, Jiang An noticed a rundown adventurers guild. Its sign was cracked and weathered, clearly neglected for a long time. Just as he was about to leave, a commotion came from inside. Moments later, a group of well-equipped adventurers emerged, their levels ranging between 48 and 50. Nearby, he overheard whispers. They're heading out again. Wonder if they'll manage to get an elemental core this time. Don't count on it. They've been going every day and haven't even seen the boss, let alone any loot. I heard their leader offered 500,000 to hire an expert. It's Bai He, the eldest daughter of the Bai family. You mean the niece of General Bai Ge? Jiang An's gaze landed on the leader of the group. She was clad in pristine white armor, a massive sword strapped to her back, with strands of golden hair peeking through the gaps in her armor. He couldn't help but smile. What a coincidence to run into a relative of General Bai Ge here. Jiang An had no intention of stepping forward to greet them or removing his sunglasses. Instead, he quietly followed the group from a distance. Riding atop Yanning, his summoned beast, he utilized its exceptional hearing to trail them discreetly, taking care not to draw anyone's attention. This group was clearly familiar with the path. In the complex terrain of the wilderness, even with a map, the shifting landscape often led to detours. With them leading the way, Jiang An could save at least 30% of his time. Before long, Bai He, clad in heavy armor, led the 10-person team to the entrance of the Fallen Abyss dungeon. Through her tightly sealed helmet, she glanced at the group and spoke in a crisp voice that carried through the armor. All right, same rules as always. If we manage to drop an elemental core, there's 3 million in bonus for each of you. Even if we don't, there's still 500,000. This trip won't be for nothing. Great. Sounds good. The group responded enthusiastically. Although the Fallen Abyss dungeon wasn't particularly valuable, the promise of a reward changed the stakes entirely. Satisfied, Bai He nodded and murmured to herself beneath her helmet. 42nd attempt. This time, I must get a shadow elemental core. It'll prove to you that even the commander of Shanghai Pass can make a mistake. Once the group entered the dungeon, Jiang An emerged from the woods, raising an eyebrow. So, it's all to prove a point? He had overheard Bai He's muttering clearly, thanks to Yin Ying's sharp hearing. This also revealed another benefit of the visual projection, being able to fully access Yin Ying's 5 senses. This Bai He may be a level 50 powerhouse, but her actions resemble those of a stubborn child. Jiang An mused to himself. It seems Bai Ge and the others have sheltered her far too well. Standing before the dungeon's swirling portal, Jiang An reached out to touch it. As expected, there was no difficulty. Selection entry was automatic. A flash of white light enveloped him and Yin Ying, transporting them into the dungeon. Immediately, Jiang An summoned his other 3 beasts. With a resonant dragon's roar, Shun Yu, Chan Xiu, and Xiao Yao appeared before him. In its dragon form, Shen Yu affectionately licked Jiang An's face. Chan Xiu clung tightly to his leg, while Xiao Yao gently nudged him with its antlers in a reserved manner. Master, all 3 called out in unison, their voices brimming with longing. Though they had been apart for only 2 hours, it seemed like an eternity to them. After soothing the trio, Jiang An surveyed his surroundings. The so-called Fallen Abyss was, in reality, a mist-covered swamp. Under the dim sky, the thick fog severely limited visibility. Yet, with Yin Ying's enhanced vision, Jiang An could still make out the grotesque and twisted trees around him. According to the guide, the most troublesome aspects of this place were twofold. First, the swampy environment slowed movement and could cause poisoning. Second, the presence of hidden twisted treants, which camouflaged themselves as ordinary trees, waiting to strike. Jiang An immediately used his identification skill on the surrounding trees and quickly received feedback. Twisted treant level 30. Strength, 1100. Spirit, 80. Agility, 800. Constitution, 1500. Innate skill, camouflage. Combat skills, life drain silver, vine lash silver, mud bomb silver. A smile spread across Jiang An's face as he glanced at Shenyu, who was only level 17. Having Shenyu defeat these monsters would be the ideal way to level up. Not only would it gain experience through the soul contract, but it would also receive bonus experience for the kills. Eagerly, Shenyu soared toward the treants, completely unaffected by the swampy terrain. Watching Shan Yu's effortless movements, Chan Xiu looked on enviously. Wow, Shenyu can fly, that's so cool. I wish I could fly too. Just as Jiang An thought Chan Xiu might be having a moment of self-reflection, it added, if I could fly, I'd be able to eat so much more. The fruit at the tops of trees is the sweetest, and I could easily grab some honey too. And honey too. If it could fly, it would be easy to pick. Jiang An silently withdrew his gaze. Sure enough, he was overthinking things. He refocused his attention on Shunyu. At this moment, Shunyu had already unleashed terrifying speed, reaching the center of the swamp. The twisted tree spirits around seemed to sense Xian Yu's approach, and the nearest one began to stir restlessly. Whoosh! Suddenly, a thick vine shot out from the previously calm swampy mud. Upon closer inspection, one could see its sharp tip lined with tooth-like structures. The vine came straight up from below, moving so fast that Jiang An barely had time to react before it was already near Shenyu, aiming directly at her abdomen. Shenyu flapped her wings forcefully, her slender dragon body soaring into the air just in time to dodge the attack. Before the twisted tree spirit could strike again, a skull-like head, as pristine as white jade, appeared on Shunyu. The skull split into countless heads midair and fell upon all the twisted tree spirits within a 50-meter radius of Shunyu. Once the undead curse skill successfully left its mark on them, Shunyu raised her head and let out a roar. The half of her body belonging to the Holy Dragon suddenly radiated a dazzling light. Holy Dragon's wrath activated. The immense power of the Holy Dragon rapidly gathered and swelled above the twisted tree spirits' heads. Then boom! Not only was the attacking twisted tree spirit obliterated, but even those that thought their camouflage was flawless had their health bars wiped out in an instant under the devastating damage of Holy Dragon's wrath. Congratulations on killing a level 30 twisted tree spirit. Gained 25,000 experience points. Congratulations on killing a level 30 twisted tree spirit. Gained 25,000 experience points. Congratulations on killing a level 30 twisted tree spirit. Gained 25,000 experience points. A flood of kill notifications flashed wildly on Jiang An's panel. Then, 4 consecutive golden lights lit up on Shunyu. In just a few seconds, her level soared from 17 to 21. Watching the rapid increase in his experience bar, Jiang An couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. This Fallen Abyss Dungeon's experience rewards truly lived up to its reputation. While it didn't drop items, the high experience gain made up for it. And this was only level 30 monsters. If he could overlevel and kill higher level monsters later, the experience reward would likely be even more astonishing. As Jiang An pondered, he suddenly sensed a wave of frustration coming from Shunyu. Looking up, he noticed that all the twisted tree spirits marked by Shunyu's undead curse had transformed into undead minions upon death. These minions retained the appearance of twisted tree spirits and inherited their greatest flaw: they couldn't move. The strength of undead minions lay in their overwhelming numbers and fearless combat capabilities. But without mobility, these minions became practically useless, as they also lacked the skills they had in life. Shunyu's frustration stemmed from her skill not yielding the desired results, making her feel like she had lost face in front of Jiang An. Jiang An waved at Shunyu. Don't be discouraged. Even without undead minions, with your combat strength, taking them down is a piece of cake. Besides, this swamp area is your territory. I'll be counting on you for the rest. Shunyu's dragon eyes and soul flames flickered with intensity. To her, being able to help Jiang An made her genuinely happy. But then, she instinctively glanced at Yan Ying and the others. Shunyu knew very well that even though she was a noble first-tier dragon, far superior in both status and strength to ordinary summons, she could sense through her soul connection with Jiang and the terrifying potential flowing in the bloodlines of her 3 companions. Even if Yan Ying and Chanxiu were at the same level as her, their combat strength might not be any less than hers. These swamp monsters would likely be dealt with even faster if handled by Yan Ying and Chanxiu. Yan Ying smirked slightly, her Chong Sam swaying gently. This swamp is so filthy. If I go down there and it dirties my Chong Sam, the master will be upset. Chanxiu, still not catching on, mumbled after Yan Ying's refusal. Really? Then maybe I should. Before Chanxiu could finish, Yan Ying shot her a cold glare. Chanxiu shivered. Haha, maybe I shouldn't go down either. My smooth fur can't get wet. Shunyu's gaze shifted to Xiaoyao, looking at her eagerly. Xiaoyao shook her antlers. Don't worry, Shunyu. I'll buff you up. As soon as she finished speaking, with Spirit's protection and water essence were cast on Shunyu, cleansing the poison on her body completely. Yay! Shunyu was overjoyed, circling in the air a few times before diving down and stopping in front of Jiang An. Master, please get on. Hearing this familiar phrase, Jiang An's face flushed slightly, involuntarily recalling certain memories. She had said this just last night. Ahem. Jiang An cleared his throat and climbed onto Shan Yu's back, glancing at Yan Ying and the others. Just as he was about to temporarily recall Yan Ying and the others to the summon space, Shinyu spoke up. Why not bring them along? Sister Yan Ying and Sister Chanxiu can change their sizes. Sister Xiaoyao can sit in front of the master, and the master can hold Sister Xiaoyao. Jiang An raised an eyebrow, looking at Shunyu in surprise. Over the past 2 days, Jiang An had occasionally overheard others discussing first-tier dragons and knew about their pride. He originally thought Shunyu only let him ride her because of the hidden effect of the godly heart, which made contracted creatures fully submit and synchronize with their summoner, even taking damage on their behalf. He hadn't expected her to be so unbothered by Yan Ying and the others. Jiang An looked at Yan Ying and the others, wanting to know their thoughts. But before he could say anything, he noticed Yan Ying had already transformed into her Chu Lian form and leapt onto his shoulder. Meanwhile, Chanxiu's form was quickly shrinking as well. Clearly, the two of them had long been curious about what it felt like to ride on a dragon. Jiang An turned to Xiaoyao. What about you? What do you think? Xiaoyao's face turned bright red, her heart racing. Huh, master holding me? Yes, that way, you won't fall off easily. Then, if that's the only way. Okay. Xiaoyao lowered her gaze, but inside, she was over the moon. This new sister really knew how to play her cards right. Above the swamp, thick tree vines shot out from the muddy depths like venomous snakes, lunging toward Xinyu, who was soaring gracefully through the air. Yet, no matter how fast the vines moved, they couldn't match Shun Yu's agile movements. Jiang An clung tightly to Shun Yu's back, acutely feeling the sting of the rushing air against his face. The vines occasionally grazed past them, sending chills down his spine. Shun Yu, however, seemed to treat it all as a game, twisting and turning nimbly in midair. Each maneuver forced Jiang An to grip her scales tightly to avoid falling off. The adrenaline rush was so intense that Jiang An couldn't help but feel the urge to scream out loud. In Jiang An's arms, Xiaoyao was lost in a completely different emotion. Oh my goodness, the master is holding me. She recalled the mornings when she would see Yining being carried by the master, and now, here she was in the same position, held close by him, bare and vulnerable. In contrast, Yin Ying and Chanxiu were entirely immersed in the exhilaration of flight. They clung to Jiang An's clothing, thrilled by this unprecedented experience. Woohoo! Chanxiu cheered. This is amazing. I want wings too. I want to fly. But before she could finish her bold declaration, Shunyu performed a sudden 360-degree aerial flip to avoid a vine, and Chanxiu's shriek echoed across the swamp. Sorry. Shunyu apologized, before unleashing the holy dragon's wrath. In an instant, a dense, divine power gathered above the heads of the twisted tree spirits below. With a deafening boom, the entire swamp seemed to burst into a dazzling display of fireworks. After 20 minutes of intense battle, Shunyu finally dispatched the last twisted tree spirit with a breath of necrotic energy. Above the corpses of the monsters, a swirling blue vortex began to take shape. This was the gateway to the second layer. Shunyu dove straight into the vortex with everyone in tow. As a blinding blue light enveloped them, they found themselves in a desolate land. The ground was cracked like a tortoise shell, crisscrossed with vein-like fissures. Towering trees, large enough to require 4 or 5 people to encircle them, stood all around. But they were all dead bare branches devoid of leaves. Despite the current devastation, it was easy to imagine how lush and vibrant this forest must have been in the past. During this brief skirmish, Shinyu's level had surged from 17 to 24, and even Jiang An's experience points had skyrocketed from 31 at level 31 to 15 at level 32. This meant they could reap substantial rewards without even needing to reach the 10th layer, assuming they didn't encounter a boss too soon. If I remember correctly, the monsters on the second level should be dark elves, right? Jiang An's words had barely left his mouth when a black arrow whistled through the air. Whoosh! Relying on his combat instincts, Jiang An instantly used his shadow step technique, redirecting the attack towards Chanxiu. In the next moment, the arrow pierced through Chanxiu's rear with terrifying force, leaving behind only the faintly quivering black feather of the arrow. Hissed. Chanxiu sucked in a sharp breath, grimacing as he pulled the arrow out. Blood gushed out immediately. Although he had lost less than 5% of his health, the sight still made Jiang An wince internally. If not for his quick reaction, the consequences of that arrow would have been unimaginable. Even with damage transfer, the pain was all too real. Master, could you warn me next time? Chanxiu said pitifully, rubbing his wounded area. So I can activate my iron body first. Jiang An ignored Chanxiu's complaints and instead focused intently on the direction from which the arrow had been fired. About 50 meters away, a dark silhouette was faintly visible atop a large tree. Activating his vision projection and borrowing Yin Ying's enhanced sight, Jiang An took in the details of his opponent's appearance. It was a classic dark alpha female with waist-length, bluish-black hair framing her signature pointed elven ears. Her body was barely covered by cracked pieces of tree bark, revealing glimpses of fine hair matching her hair color. Though her skin was jet black, her curvaceous figure exuded a wild and untamed allure. In the dark elf's hands was a bow as long as her arms combined. It was clear that the arrow from earlier had been fired by her. At this moment, she wore a puzzled expression, seemingly confused as to why her target had shifted positions. Jiang An seized the opportunity and immediately used his identification skill. Dark Elf Archer. Level 31. Attributes: Strength 1000, Spirit 500, Agility 1000, Constitution 1000. Innate skill: Armor Break. Combat skills: Piercing Arrow Silver, Trap Silver, Leap Shot Silver. Seeing the combination of Armor Break and Piercing Arrow, Jiang An furrowed his brows. No wonder even Chanxiu's defense, which was several times stronger than a same-level tank, couldn't withstand it. The Armor Break Talon alone reduced defense by 30, and Piercing Arrow added another 30 defense reduction. Combined, it slashed the target's defense by 60. This was practically every tank's nightmare. Roar! Chanxiu will crush you. Chanxiu bellowed as he charged towards the dark elf, his body expanding with each step. The dry trees around him shattered like paper under his massive frame, the sound of splintering would echoing through the air. The dark elf's expression shifted slightly at the sight, and she immediately turned to flee. However, she had already entered the thunder rush range. Just as she turned, a flash of lightning streaked past, and Chanchio was suddenly in front of her. How dare you shoot at Chanchio? Watch me smash you with one strike. Chanchio sneered, raising his hand to unleash a flurry of thunderous strikes. The dark elf reacted swiftly, flipping her longbow upside down to use it as leverage to propel herself into the air, narrowly avoiding the attack. Even in an inverted position, she still managed to fire an arrow with pinpoint accuracy at Chanchio. A sharp thud was heard as the arrow struck Chanchio squarely on his rear. This is too much. Arg! Chanchio roared as he yanked the arrow out. Meanwhile, vines from the traps below had already begun to entangle his feet, threatening to immobilize him. Fortunately, Xiaoyao quickly used her water essence ability to dispel the binding, but the dark elf took advantage of the moment to create more distance between them. Just then, a flash of red streaked across the battlefield. Yining, moving at an incredible speed, caught up with the dark elf. The searing heat from the flames at her tail caused the elf's hair to sizzle audibly. With one sweeping strike of her fox tail, the dark elf's health bar was instantly reduced to 0. System notification. Congratulations on defeating the level 31 Dark Elf Archer. Experience gained, 26,666. Yining gracefully returned, her eyes filled with slight annoyance. Chanchio immediately apologized. I was wrong. Sister Yining. Oh? What were you wrong about? I shouldn't have talked so much. I should have just smashed it right away. They'll take care of all the Dark Elf Archers on this floor later. You all can just rest. Seeing Chankia's sincere attitude, Yining finally let out a soft snort, signaling her acceptance, and returned to Jiang An's side. Watching the scene unfold, Jiang An couldn't help but feel that being a summoner was almost too easy for him. Most summoners had to constantly monitor their summoned creatures' statuses and skills during battle, while also timing their buffs and debuffs perfectly. By the end of a fight, they were often mentally exhausted, and their results might not even compare to those of a brute force mage. During this adventure, Jiang An deeply realized the vast differences between himself and other summoners. For him, leveling up had almost become a laid-back, hands-off experience. Monsters of similar levels posed no threat and were effortlessly dealt with by his summoned beasts without needing his direct involvement. Only when facing truly formidable and challenging creatures did he need to personally engage in battle. Now, even tasks like guiding combat strategies could be entirely entrusted to Yining. If other summoners knew about this, they would undoubtedly be green with envy. After admitting her mistake, Chanchio noticeably became more proactive. She darted her round panda-like eyes around in search, though sensory perception wasn't exactly her strong suit. Ultimately, she still relied on the help of her companions. Yining, with her extraordinary sensory abilities, carefully scouted for any signs of hidden dark elf archers in the vicinity. These elves were naturally adept at concealing themselves, and their dark skin only made the search all the more challenging. Even with Yin Ying's capabilities, she could only pinpoint a roughly vague area. Fortunately, Shunyu, who possessed the ability to fly, joined the search at this critical moment. She flapped her wings powerfully and soared into the sky. As she ascended, the trees below shrank in size until they looked no larger than sesame seeds. Using the general area marked by Yin Ying, Shunyu quickly spotted a small dark elf settlement. She immediately relayed this crucial discovery to Jiang An through their mental connection. For Chanchio, who was eager to find their target, this was undoubtedly great news. Watching his summoned beasts work together so seamlessly, Jiang An couldn't help but feel a surge of pride for his team. At that moment, his vision for the future grew even clearer. Was determined to build a divine beast army capable of annihilating enemies effortlessly, even without his direct involvement. In a secret hideout of the abyssal cultists in Tianhai City, a woman clad in a black cloak stood with her back facing the crowd. Beneath the heavy hood, a face marked by a knife scar faintly emerged. The shaped scar, though menacing, failed to overshadow her stunning beauty. Instead, it added a unique allure to her presence. If Wei Qing and the others were here, they would immediately recognize her as the Shadow Priestess, who roamed between Shanghai City and Tianhai City. At this moment, her attention was focused on a document handed to her by one of her subordinates. Her gaze briefly swept over the gray-cloaked followers behind her before settling on the one standing furthest back. Gray 18. At your service, a crisp voice responded. The person stepped forward, revealing a delicate and fair face with a distinctive tear-shaped beauty mark near the corner of her eye. Was none other than Li Yuan, who had previously dealt with Jiang An. The Shadow Priestess scrutinized her closely. I recall you were once Gray 1 under the Crescent Priestess. Li Yuan gave a slight nod. After the Bamboo Forest Secret Realm incident, she had noticed the Crescent Priestess descending into a near-mad state of vengeance. Sensing the impending danger, Li Yuan had prepared her escape plan early on. When the Crescent Priestess perished, she immediately sought refuge under the far more powerful Shadow Priestess. As a figure second only to the three red-clad priests within the Abyssal Cultists, the Shadow Priestess, having completed her second evolution, possessed extraordinary strength. Even though Li Yuan had been the top-ranking subordinate of the Crescent Priestess, she ranked only 18th under the Shadow Priestess. If not for the irreversible nature of her rank promotion, she would have preferred to be demoted to the ranks of the white-clad followers, some of whom rivaled her in strength. Suddenly, the Shadow Priestess tossed the document in her hand toward Li Yuan. The paper bore a striking photograph of Jiang An, priestess. Alarm bells rang in Li Yuan's mind, but her expression remained calm. Someone has placed a bounty to assassinate Jiang An. These 6 words sent a chill down Li Yuan's spine, her throat visibly tightening. Priestess, Jiang An's strength is exceptional. Relax, the Shadow Priestess interrupted. I know your level 43 strength alone won't suffice. Zhu Bai will be the main force. You only need to assist. The burly Zhu Bai stepped forward. I will not fail, priestess. Li Yuan's expression faltered, and the Shadow Priestess's tone grew colder. What? Do you doubt Zhu Bai's ability to handle Jiang An? Forgive my boldness, but the Crescent Priestess. The Shadow Priestess snorted. Don't compare my people to that useless fool. Zhu Bai may only be level 60, but the Crescent Priestess didn't even have a chance to resist against him. Even as the overwhelming killing intent emanating from Zhu Bai left her pale-faced, Li Yuan persisted. Jiang An has contracted a level 1 dragon. His strength must have increased significantly. Months ago, he could already contend with the Crescent Priestess. Now, he's even more fearsome. Priestess, please do not underestimate him. The Shadow Priestess's eyes flashed with cold light, and the shadows at her feet began to stir ominously. The Crescent Priestess's death had nothing to do with Jiang An. It was Tang Guodong and Su Piao who killed her. I can confirm that Jiang An has no one protecting him. Are you questioning my judgment? Li Yuan's heart pounded wildly. I wouldn't dare. I will fully support Grey One in completing this mission. After a few tense seconds, the bone-chilling pressure gradually dissipated. Since this is your first offense, they'll let it slide. But if it happens again, Sacred Flame, Scorching Heart. At these words, everyone present shuddered. Zhu Bai, bring me Jiang An's head. Understood, priestess. Zhu Bai clasped his fists, his eyes blazing with fervent devotion as he looked at the Shadow Priestess. 30 minutes later, in the fallen Abyss dungeon, Chanchio's body expanded dramatically, growing to tens of meters tall. In front of her stood a small dark elf tribe, with over 20 dark elves simultaneously drawing their bows and aiming at her. With the sharp sound of arrows slicing through the air, a dense barrage of arrows rained down like a storm. The continuous sound of arrows piercing flesh echoed as they embedded themselves into Chanchio's body, leaving trails of blood that made the massive panda appear battered and pitiful. For my master! Chanchio roared, her massive paw crackling with lightning as she slammed it down with tremendous force. With a thunderous crash, 3 dark elf archers fell instantly, while the surrounding elves were severely injured by the residual shockwave of her thunderclap paw, their health bars plummeting. Come on, you scum. I'll take you all on. Chanchio bellowed furiously. The remaining dark elves fired even more frantically, their arrows blotting out the sky. Yet Chanchio stood her ground, unfazed, focusing solely on taking down the enemies around her. Screams of pain filled the air. This is what Chanchio must do. Master doesn't need to use premium pet food to comfort me, she shouted, though her small eyes kept darting toward Jiang An, gauging his reaction. Despite having several arrows lodged in her chest, she pulled them out without hesitation and let out a long howl. For my master, even if I die today, I'll take you all down with me. Jiang An shook his head helplessly. Chankia's pitiful act was far from convincing. With Xiaoweo's support, her health bar remained above 80, and although she looked disheveled, her injuries were mostly superficial. Even Yin Ning couldn't help but face palm, feeling embarrassed on behalf of his fellow summoned beast. That said, Chankia's performance in battle was undeniably impressive. The Dark Elves on this level appeared in groups, and while defeating one group required trekking hundreds of meters to find the next, Chankia's high damage output, combined with the teamwork of the other 3 summoned beasts, had drastically sped up their progress. What would normally take 1 to 2 hours was nearly cleared in just 30 minutes. As the last Dark Elf fell, a blue vortex began to form. Jiang An checked his stats panel. His experience had reached 32, Shenyu had leveled up to 27, and Xiaoyao had caught up to Chanchio, with both reaching level 30. As Jiang An prepared to head to the next level, Chanchio sidled up to him, repeatedly showing off her wounds with an expectant look in her eyes. Jiang An couldn't help but laugh. Weren't you gravely injured? How are you still so full of energy? Chanchio immediately feigned a weak and lifeless appearance, but the anticipation in her eyes was impossible to hide. All right, I'll get it for you after we finish farming. Jiang An relented with a sigh. Yay. Thank you, master. Chanchio loves you the most. Chanchio instantly perked up, hopping around with joy. Through the teleportation vortex, they arrived at the third level, a landscape of black rocky terrain with fiery magma flowing through the cracks. The intense heat distorted the air, and the four summoned beasts reacted differently. The waterline Xiaoyao was the most uncomfortable, quickly using water essence to cool everyone down. Chanchio and Xinyu appeared slightly uneasy but managed to endure. Only Yining seemed to relish the environment. Jiang An pulled out the lava amulet he had obtained from the lava giant. Once equipped, he felt a refreshing coolness, and the oppressive heat dissipated entirely. This item, which was effective even in the Black Dragon Cavern, was more than sufficient to handle the current environment. Thinking back to how Baigu was willing to pay a hefty price to rent the amulet, Jiang An recalled the woman he had met earlier that day, Sun Yu. Stuck at level 60 but still avoiding the Black Dragon Cavern, she was likely waiting for the secret realm to open. If they were planning to rent the amulet after entering the secret realm, wouldn't that mean Jiang An would have to wait 2 months to craft more cooling amulets? Over the past 2 months, if Jiang An hadn't had the cooldown amulet, his leveling speed would have slowed to an unbearable crawl. This was absolutely unacceptable to him. He decided that after completing the Fallen Abyss dungeon today, he would consult his teacher to see if there was a solution. At this moment, Jiang An refocused his attention on the dungeon before him. Go, Flame Shadow, he said softly. The monsters here live near the magma, and they'll attack as soon as we get close. Flame Shadow nodded in acknowledgement and strode gracefully toward the magma. As the distance closed, the surrounding temperature soared dramatically, but it seemed inconsequential to her. Not a single drop of sweat appeared on her delicate face. Suddenly, a faint sizzling sound came from the magma. Flame Shadow focused her gaze and spotted several fish-like creatures swimming within the molten rock. Jiang An immediately used his identification skill. Flamefish. Level 32. Strength 50. Spirit 1300. Agility 800. Constitution 700. Combat skills. Magma Spray Silverdeer. Fission Silverdeer. Spark Silverdeer. Tail Whip Silverdeer. Perhaps sensing the fluctuation of the identification skill, the previously calm flamefish suddenly locked their gaze on Flame Shadow. They opened their magma-filled mouths and launched fist-sized magma projectiles at her. Instead of dodging, Flame Shadow stood her ground with a faint smile. The magma struck her body, but astonishingly, it was quickly absorbed, losing its heat and solidifying into ordinary stone, which fell harmlessly to the ground with a light shake. This sight left Jiang An astonished. According to the dungeon guide, these flamefish were not only highly aggressive and skilled at ranged attacks, but their magma sprays also caused persistent burn damage. Mishandling them could even leave permanent scars on the skin. Only creatures with extremely high fire resistance could withstand their attacks. This was precisely why he had chosen Flame Shadow for this battle. However, the reality exceeded expectations. Flame Shadow not only nullified the damage, but even seemed to absorb energy from the attack. Nearby, Xinyu witnessed the scene, and something seemed to stir in her memory. She exclaimed, "Plunder? Plunder? Is that a talent or a skill?" Jiang An asked, puzzled, as he opened Flame Shadow's attribute panel. Yet, he found no relevant description. Xin Yu's gaze was filled with reverence as she explained, "Plunder is neither a talent nor a skill, it's an instinct. This ability is unique to noble-blooded creatures like us dragons. When one has mastered a powerful element, any damage from skills involving a lesser version of that element can be forcibly absorbed and temporarily used to enhance oneself. If the opponent's damage is too weak, it can even lead to complete elemental immunity." Her excitement grew as she continued, "If I'm not mistaken, Flame Shadow must have mastered an extraordinary flame, right?" Jiang An thought of the black demonic flame and nodded slightly. "My goodness." Xinyu became even more animated. "To use Plunder with just one special flame, that's incredible. Even for us dragons, it usually takes mastering 3 or 4 special elements to achieve that." Listening to Xun Yu's unabashed praise, a smile spread across Jiang An's face. But then a question occurred to him. How do you know all this? None of this information is in the textbooks. Hereditary memory, Xinyu answered with a blink. We can actively search our memories or have them unlocked in specific scenarios. One of my ancestors possessed the plunder instinct, so the memory was passed down. She turned to the other summoned creatures. Don't you all have hereditary memories? Faced with Shan Yu's curious gaze, Chanchio looked blank, while Xiaoyao shook her head honestly. Jiang An understood. Whether it was Flame Shadow, Chanchio, or Xiaoyao, their original species couldn't compare to the dragons. They merely carried traces of divine blood in their veins and had grown stronger under the influence of the Godheart. Naturally, they wouldn't have hereditary memories. But did that even matter? Watching Flame Shadow ahead as she spread her arms, adopting an open embrace to calmly await the next attack, Jiang An felt a surge of pride in his heart. Even without hereditary memories, She would never lose to any powerful creature, not even a prime dragon. The molten lava fish within the magma frantically spewed streams of molten rock at Yining, fist-sized chunks of lava raining down like a storm. However, each fragment lost its heat the moment it touched Yin Ying's skin, instantly solidifying into ordinary stones that scattered at her feet. Over time, her body began to glow with an increasingly intense red light, resembling a humanoid furnace on the verge of eruption. Xinyu, who had been pondering the lack of inherited memories among Chan Qiu and the others, was now entirely captivated by Yin Ying's unusual state. Her expression grew serious as she observed such a powerful absorption ability. These lava fish attacks are no small threat, yet Sister Yin Ying is able to take in so much fire element energy. Jiang An confirmed that this was indeed Yin Ying's first display of her absorption ability. Normally, during the initial awakening of such an instinct, absorbing even a small amount of energy would be remarkable. Yet the amount of energy Yin Ying was taking in far exceeded any reasonable expectation. With a hint of concern, Xinyu asked, "Is this really okay? If she exceeds her limit, she could explode and die." Jiang An replied, his brow furrowed. He was just about to intervene when he received a telepathic message from Yin Ying. "Master, I'm fine. This state is beneficial to me, please don't worry." As the fire element energy continued to accumulate within Yin Ying, her skin gradually took on the appearance of translucent glass, giving her an almost divine, untarnished aura. Even the fur on her tail began to shift to a crystalline hue. Just as this transformation was nearing completion, Yin Ying suddenly let out an earth-shaking howl. Heavenly flame release. With her incantation, 3 massive meteors appeared in the sky, their size and temperature far surpassing her usual heavenly flame attacks. Boom! The 3 meteors struck the largest magma pools with pinpoint accuracy. The terrifying shockwaves caused the ground to quake violently, sending magma splattering in all directions, while the lava fish were instantly reduced to dust. The sheer destructive power of the attack sent shivers down the spines of both Chan Qiu and Xinyu, who silently admitted to themselves that they could never wield such immense strength. Standing at the center of the 3 blazing meteors, Yin Ying turned to look at Jiang An. Though the glass-like texture of her skin began to fade, it retained a faint, distinctive glow that made her appear even more mesmerizing under the flickering firelight. Chan Qiu and Xiao Yao immediately rushed forward, exclaiming in admiration, "Sister Yin Ying, that was incredible. How did you do it?" "This is the instinct of absorption," Xun Yu explained. "It's said that only a select few of the strongest individuals are capable of mastering it." When pressed for details, Yin Ying seemed somewhat puzzled. "I'm not entirely sure, it's just that when I was being attacked, I suddenly felt as though the attacks weren't harming me but were actually beneficial, so I just went with it." After hearing her explanation, Chan Qiu was momentarily disappointed, but quickly reignited her determination. "Then I'll work hard too. I'm going to master the ability to absorb lightning energy." Only Xunyu remained deep in thought. She understood that the instinct of absorption couldn't be deliberately learned, but for someone to surpass their limits so easily on their first attempt was utterly baffling. According to her inherited memories, even the mighty dragon race had narrowly avoided bodily collapse when pushing slightly beyond their limits. Yet Yin Ying not only exceeded her limits, but emerged completely unscathed, a feat that seemed nothing short of miraculous. Xin Yu's gaze toward Yin Ying grew increasingly contemplative. Could she also possess inherited memories? But earlier, she had clearly been unfamiliar with the term absorption. Even if she did have inherited memories, it wouldn't explain why she could so effortlessly surpass her limits. These mysteries left Xun Yu deeply perplexed. Jiang An stepped forward and interrupted the group of little ones. "All right, since we're done here, let's head to the 4th level." Xun Yu's gaze quickly scanned the surroundings, and her heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, near a meteorite, a faint blue vortex had quietly appeared. "Done already?" Xun Yu blinked her dragon eyes in disbelief. It wasn't until she checked her level panel that she realized she had jumped from level 27 straight to level 29, with her panel flooded with endless experience notifications. She turned to look at Yin Ying with a newfound expression. Though the 3rd level was densely packed with monsters, obliterating so many in one go was no easy feat, even with Yin Ying absorbing a substantial amount of fire energy. The power of the meteor strike alone had reached a strength equivalent to level 60 or higher, far beyond Xian Yu's capabilities. In contrast, Chan Qiu and Xiao Yao remained much calmer. Chan Qiu seemed indifferent, as though Yin Ying being stronger than her was simply the norm. Xiao Yao, on the other hand, was purely delighted by her elder sister Yin Ying's incredible prowess. Xun Yu silently reflected, "This master and his summoned beasts are truly extraordinary." Sensing Xun Yu's astonishment, Jiang An's lips curled into a subtle smile, his mood uplifted. It wasn't just Yin Ying's impressive display of talent that pleased him, but also the significant experience boost from the 3rd level's monsters. His current experience bar had reached 52, and just the 3rd level alone had given him an additional 20 increase. If luck was on his side and he could clear a few more levels, he might even jump from level 31 to level 33 in a single die, an achievement that would seem utterly impossible to the average person. As they entered the 4th level, the environment noticeably improved. The temperature was pleasant, and they were surrounded by lush, verdant mountains with fresh, crisp air. Suddenly, a strange, almost human-like howl echoed through the forest. Jiang An frowned slightly. This sound could only belong to a fallen ape. Before he could say more, a large, burly figure leapt out from among the trees. It was covered in thick, black fur, its facial features nearly indiscernible. Jiang An immediately activated his appraisal skill. Fallen ape, elite level, equipped with multiple skills such as Savage Charge and Ultimate Strike, 2 of which were at the gold level. Though fallen apes weren't particularly renowned, their high intelligence and significant individual variations made them formidable opponents. The one before them, with 2 gold-level skills and elite status, would be a nightmare for an ordinary team. But for Jiang An, it was merely another source of experience points served on a silver platter. Xinyu wasted no time and flew toward the fallen ape, casting her necromancer's curse. The creature reacted instantly, its powerful legs bending as it launched itself like a cannonball toward her, using the flexed branches as a springboard. Xinyu, however, swiftly activated a golden dragon scale projection, completely nullifying the savage charge attack. The fallen ape froze in shock, clearly not expecting its assault to be rendered ineffective. Before it could regain its footing, Xinyu unleashed a breath of necrotic energy, obliterating its health bar entirely. For Xinyu, being forced to use the Dragon Scale Sanctuary, a top-tier defensive skill, against a low-level fallen ape was a great humiliation. She resolved to annihilate every fallen ape in this forest to restore her honor. In the 3rd layer of the Abyss of Despair dungeon, Bai He stood at the edge of the lava, eyeing the churning surface cautiously. Everyone, be careful. These flamefish might not be high-level, but once they touch the lava, the burn effect could be quite troublesome. Relax, we're all veterans here. A hearty laugh came from the team. After all the times we've been here with you, we've gained plenty of experience. Otherwise, we wouldn't have made it to the 3rd layer so quickly. When I used to team up with others, it would take at least another hour to get this far. Bai He nodded in agreement. Although this team consisted of ordinary adventurers, their levels were already above 40, far surpassing the flamefish they now faced. Even though the dungeon's monsters were challenging due to terrain and additional buffs, their extensive experience allowed them to progress quickly. At that moment, the designated defender easily blocked the flamefish's attacks, while the ranged attackers seized the opportunity to rain down skills on the lava below. Under the barrage of concentrated firepower, the number of flamefish rapidly dwindled. Bai He calculated silently. Though they had been delayed slightly on the 2nd layer, the monsters on the 3rd layer were more clustered together. Clearing this level in under 20 minutes seemed achievable. At this pace, they might even encounter the boss before the next day. According to the strategy guide, the boss in this dungeon had an extremely low drop rate, and obtaining the elemental core relied purely on luck. However, the boss's level increased with the depth of its appearance, and the chance of dropping the core rose slightly the deeper they went. Even a marginal improvement in odds was something Bai He was unwilling to pass up. She needed the dark elemental core to prove herself. Meanwhile, outside the Abyss of Despair dungeon, 2 gray-robed disciples, Zhu Bai and Li Yuan, led a group of white-robed followers to the dungeon's vortex. The dungeon was located in a remote area, with no one else in sight for hundreds of meters, ensuring they wouldn't be discovered. Li Yuan, seated atop her demon wolf king, scanned the surroundings warily. Her cautious behavior drew amused laughter from the white-robed followers behind her. To them, Zhu Bai, who had fought his way from a white robe to the top rank of gray robes, was the true embodiment of strength. Noticing the unease on Li Yuan's face, Zhu Bai sneered. Still worried about Jiang An? I'm just concerned this might be a trap, Li Yuan replied. Like what happened with the Crescent Priest? At the mention of the Crescent Priest, a look of disdain, identical to that of the Shadow Priest, appeared on Zhu Bai's face. That brainless fool couldn't even discern false information deliberately leaked by others. Honestly, their death saved the priest lord a lot of trouble. He added, this time, Jiang An's whereabouts were revealed by a local tycoon in Tianhai City. The power dynamics are too complex for him to have set this up in advance. Look around, this place is completely empty, not a soul in sight. You're just scared stiff by Jiang An. If you're truly that afraid, you can just sit back and watch later. But don't expect to share in the credit. Li Yuan nodded silently, Zhu Bai's words aligning perfectly with her own thoughts. She planned not only to observe from a distance later, but also to position herself as far away as possible, ready to retreat and escape at any moment. Her caution was not without reason. The overwhelming impression Jiang An had left on her was simply too powerful. Li Yuan vividly remembered how Jiang An's strength had been intimidating even during his initial class transition. Now, after spending some time studying under teacher Wei Qing at Shanghai Academy, his abilities had likely grown even more formidable. What was even more alarming were the recent rumors that he had formed a contract with a level 1 dragon. Such power was almost beyond comprehension. Although Zhu Bai was indeed very strong, even surpassing the Crescent Priestess, Li Yuan wasn't confident he could definitively defeat Jiang An. Offending someone like Jiang An over a few resources was simply not worth it. If it weren't for the existence of the sacred flame which bound her to the Holy Church and made defection impossible, without severe consequences she would have left long ago. In fact, the mere thought of leaving would immediately bring an intense burning sensation throughout her body, forcing her to abandon the idea. Seeing Li Yuyan's timid demeanor, Zhu Bai's scorn became even more evident. In his eyes, Crescent was useless, and even her top follower was no better too afraid to even face a level 31 Jiang An. She wasn't even on par with his own disciples. Soon, Zhu Bai and his team arrived at the dungeon vortex of the Fallen Abyss. He carefully scanned the surroundings, ensuring the area was clear, before giving a nod to his disciples. The group quickly split into two teams. One spread out to keep watch and prevent anyone from approaching, while the other gathered near the vortex, ready to attack anyone who emerged. Dressed in a conspicuous gray robe, Li Yuan stood out among the white-robed disciples. Without hesitation, she moved toward the outskirts, muttering to herself, "Idiots. I'm not about to throw my life away." Time flew by swiftly, and before they knew it, 3 hours had passed. Jiang An and his companions had already reached the 10th floor, their faces beaming with joy. As they advanced through the levels, the difficulty of the monsters increased, but so did the rewards. The extra experience points gained from defeating higher-level monsters brought immense satisfaction. On the 9th floor, each level 38 monster provided nearly 40,000 experience points. With such bountiful rewards, Jiang An's level had already risen to 32 with 73 progress. Yin Ying, Jiang An's bound summon beast, was also at level 32. Chan Xiao and Xiao Yao trailed close behind at level 31. Even Shun Yu, who had been contracted last, had managed to catch up to level 30. Thanks to her formidable combat abilities, she had taken on most of the kills starting from the 4th floor. "Master, leave the monsters on this floor to me," Shun Yu exclaimed eagerly, scanning her surroundings with excitement. The area was a barren wasteland, no grass in sight, with dark red rocks and soil exuding a faint metallic scent of rust. Just as Jiang An nodded in agreement, a sharp screech pierced the air. Dozens of massive vultures were diving toward them. Each vulture was 4 to 5 times the height of an average person, its body covered in black feathers. Their bald, dark red heads and bulging eyes were unnerving, while the metallic glint of their sharp talons added to their menacing presence. Jiang An quickly cast appraisal. Corrosion Vulture. Level, 39. Strength, 1900. Spirit, 700. Agility, 1500. Constitution, 1000. Combat Skills, Skystrike Silver, Talon/Silver, Feather Barrage Silver. Shin Yu's brows furrowed in irritation. The audacity of these vultures to challenge the might of a dragon was intolerable. She wasted no time revealing her true form, unleashing a wave of dragon's aura that rippled through the air. With a light flap of her wings, she charged directly at the overconfident foes. The leading vulture was just about to attack when it was abruptly overwhelmed by the pure, primal pressure of a Tier 1 dragon's presence. Its bulging pupils contracted sharply, and even its wing beats faltered. The other vultures froze midair, as if paralyzed by an invisible force. Seizing the moment, Shun Yu opened her jaws and unleashed a blast of necrotic breath. Despite being 9 levels higher than her, the vultures were completely immobilized, unable to summon the will to resist. They succumbed to the breath, their eyes dimming as their lifeless bodies plummeted to the ground like broken kites. System notifications flashed repeatedly. "Congratulations on defeating a level 39 corrosion vulture. Extra experience gained. 48,888. The vultures' corpses lay shattered across the ground, and the air was thick with the metallic stench of blood. This pungent scent acted like a summoning beacon, drawing even more corrosion vultures to the scene. Soon, the sky was darkened by their overwhelming numbers. Faced with this unexpected feast of experience points, Shun Yu soared skyward with renewed excitement, diving into another round of carnage. Necrotic curses, sacred dragon's wrath, and necrotic breath were unleashed in rapid succession, cutting through the flock with unstoppable force. The once densely packed group of vultures rapidly diminished under Shun Yu's assault. Many of the vultures were transformed into undead minions. Stripped of their original consciousness, these undead immediately launched ferocious attacks on the living creatures around them. Shun Yu's power was like a spark in the pitch-black night, quickly spreading through the vulture swarm. Wherever it reached, ashes drifted down like snowflakes. Jiang An retrieved a table and a chair from his backpack space, along with fresh longans and lychees. He sat down leisurely, enjoying the spectacle of Shun Yu's battle. Yanning promptly appeared by his side, her delicate fingers peeling the skin off a longan and gently offering it to Jiang An's lips. Jiang An shook his head slightly, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Master, you don't want the longan? Yining asked, puzzled. Just eating longans is too heat-inducing. You need something refreshing to balance it out, Jiang An replied. Seeing the mischievous smile at the corner of Jiang An's mouth, Yining instantly understood his implication. A blush spread across her exquisitely beautiful face. As you wish, master. She placed the peeled longan between her moist lips and slowly leaned toward Jiang An. This time, Jiang An didn't refuse. Instead, he kissed her deeply. Nearby, Xiaoyao watched the scene unfold, her small face turning bright red. She quietly moved closer to Jiang An, resting her head lightly against his waist. With her antlers, she gently massaged his lower back. Yes, yes, that's the spot. Be gentle, it's a bit sharp, Jiang An said, looking down at Xiaoyao with a satisfied smile. Got it. Xiaoyao mumbled in response. Jiang An closed his eyes, savoring the moment of relaxation. He thought to himself, now this is the kind of luxury a summoner should enjoy. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Jiang An's experience points surged from 73 to an astonishing 96. Such a rapid increase was truly remarkable. For most players, reaching level 30 meant it could take 1 or even 2 months to level up, let alone gaining such a significant amount of experience in just half an hour. The battle continued, but the number of vultures in the sky had noticeably decreased, replaced by the numerous undead minions controlled by Shenyu. A few minutes later, Shenyu finally located the last hiding vulture. Before Shenyu could make a move, the undead minions swarmed forward like a tide, tearing the timid creature apart in an instant. The system notification promptly appeared. Congratulations on defeating a level 39 corrupt vulture in a cross-level kill. Bonus experience points, 48,888. With this final wave of experience, Jiang An's progress bar rose to 99.99, just a hair's breadth away from leveling up. Shaking his head in slight frustration, he realized he would need to reach the 11th floor to complete the upgrade. When he turned to the spot where the last vulture had fallen, the expected blue vortex was nowhere to be seen. Instead, a black teleportation array emanating an ominous aura appeared. According to the guides, this signified the arrival of the dungeon boss. Each boss had its own unique traits, with unpredictable appearances and races, which was one reason why this dungeon was so unpopular. The black teleportation array materialized in midair, and a pillar of dark light burst forth from it. Within the beam, a faint silhouette could be seen, the most striking feature being the 3 tails behind it. Yin Ying's gaze sharpened instantly as she murmured in a low voice, "A 6-tailed demon fox?" As the light dissipated, a gaunt 6-tailed fox revealed itself. Its body was jet black, with orange-red flames flickering across its fur. Jiang An quickly cast an identification spell. Corrupted 6-tailed demon fox boss. Level 40. Strength 80. Spirit 2100. Agility 1820. Constitution 1200. Combat skills: 6-tail annihilation gold tier, flame jet silver tier, blazing tail silver tier, inferno storm gold tier. This level 40 boss was vastly inferior to Yin Ying in both stats and skill quality. The corrupted 6-tailed demon fox seemed disoriented by its surroundings, but its wary beast eyes eventually fixed on Yin Ying, who had taken on human form, letting out a low, guttural growl. Yin Ying furrowed her brows slightly before revealing her true form as the divine 6-tailed demon fox. Her fiery red fur shimmered like silk, with flames dancing at the tips of her tails, exuding an aura of unparalleled strength and status. Facing Hera, fellow fox of the same lineage, but radiating the presence of a superior despite being only level 32, the level 40 corrupted 6-tailed demon fox showed a flicker of fear in its eyes. The fallen 6-tailed fox demon suddenly seemed to recall something, a fierce glint flashing in its eyes. Its 6 tails shot upright abruptly, whipping toward Yin Ying like chains in a rapid assault, unleashing its ultimate move, 6-tail annihilation. However, to Yin Ying, this attack appeared astonishingly fragile. Yin Ying's black tail swiftly countered, intertwining with the fox demon's crimson tails, forming a massive braid of black and red. The two flames clashed in midair, ordinary orange-red fire entangled with the pitch-black demonic blaze. This close combat instantly revealed the disparity between them to the fallen 6-tailed fox demon. It wasn't just the gap in skill level that stunned it, but the stark contrast in the quality of their flames. The fox demon's once prized fire now seemed to bow in submission before Yin Ying's demonic blaze. With just a subtle flick of Yin Ying's gaze, 3 of its black tails effortlessly slipped free from the entanglement. The fox demon tried to resist, but to its dismay, it found itself utterly powerless even though Yin Ying was only using half its strength. The freed tails swiftly coiled around the fox demon's body. A piercing, anguished scream echoed around them. The once mighty manipulator of flames now experienced firsthand the agony of being burned. Yin Ying advanced gracefully, letting out a series of meaningful fox cries. The fallen six-tailed fox demon glared at Yin Ying with hatred, stubbornly maintaining its silence. Seeing this, Yin Ying's three black tails tightened their grip, erupting with even fiercer black, demonic flames. The searing pain contorted the fox demon's expression further, forcing it to release a pained whimper and reluctantly communicate with Yin Ying in the language of the fox clan. Though the exchange was brief, lasting only 2 or 3 minutes, it was evident that Yin Ying had achieved its goal. With a cold nod, Yin Ying's three entwined tails suddenly flared with blinding firelight, unleashing the deadly flame tail technique. Flames erupted, and the fallen six-tailed fox's health bar instantly dropped to 0. A notification promptly popped up on Jiang An's interface. Congratulations on defeating the level 40 fallen six-tailed fox across levels. Bonus EXP 53999. Congratulations on clearing the Fallen Abyss dungeon for the first time. Completion time, 4 hours and 13 minutes. Bonus EXP 50,000. Golden light simultaneously rose from Yin Ying and Jiang An. The experience points that had been stuck at 99.99 finally broke through, and Jiang An successfully leveled up to 33. I didn't break the dungeon record? Jiang An frowned slightly. He had hoped to increase the drop rate of elemental cores by setting a new record, but he quickly figured out when it unlikely that someone had encountered the boss on the first floor, setting an unbeatable speed record. This obscure dungeon was indeed a time sink. It had taken Jiang An over 4 hours to reach the 10th floor, while ordinary teams might need 7 or 8. Despite the generous monster EXP, the challenges were formidable. Without an elemental core drop, the effort would be wasted. Only someone like Jiang An, focused on leveling up, would choose to come here. After the boss was slain, Yin Ying reverted to human form and returned to Jiang An's side, a hint of unease lingering between her brows. What did it say to you? Jiang An asked curiously. As a fellow fox spirit, Yin Ying could communicate with the boss in their kind's language. Jiang An had attempted to use his vision projection skill but could only sense Yin Ying's complex emotions. Yin Ying's gaze fell to the ground beneath Jiang An's feet, as if trying to pierce through it. There really is an abyss beneath this dungeon. Those bosses are teleported up here to undergo trials. They either succeed in killing everyone and escape the abyss, or they die trying. Jiang An suddenly understood. No wonder the bosses here appeared so unpredictably. That so-called abyss must be an even more brutal dimension. Let's head out, it's getting late. They'll buy you all some premium pet food. Yay. Yay. Chankyu eagerly rushed to Jiang An's side. Jiang An touched the dungeon's vortex with his 4 companions, instantly teleporting them out. Before he could take in his new surroundings, a large group of white-robed figures rushed toward him. Yin Ying immediately unleashed a platinum-level flame storm, its power surpassing that of a level 50 elite. The white-robed figures screamed in midair before crashing to the ground, dying in agony. Noticing the distinctive white robes on their bodies, Jiang An frowned. Abyssal cultists? How did they know I was here? Given his current status and potential, his information should be highly classified. Even if the abyssal cultists had a mole among the human elites, it shouldn't have been this easy to locate him. Scanning his surroundings, Jiang An quickly spotted 2 gray-robed figures. One was Zhu Bai, standing not far away with a calm expression. The other was Li Yuan, positioned farther off. Though their gender was indiscernible from this distance, something about them felt oddly familiar to Jiang An. He recalled the 5 ranks within the abyssal cult: white-robed acolytes, gray-robed believers, black-robed priests, red-robed high priests, and the elusive cult leader who had never appeared in person. And yet, they only sent 2 gray-robed believers to assassinate him this time? Not even a black-robed priest? Although puzzled, Jiang An remained vigilant and immediately used his appraisal skill on the nearest gray-robed believer. Zhu Bai, Sunblade, level 60. Seeing this level, Jiang An's frown deepened. This guy is clearly just a gray-robed follower, yet his level is almost catching up to that of a Crescent Priest. The number is unbelievable back then. The Crescent Priest was only level 63, and now this gray robe is nearly on par. Jiang An focused his gaze on the man who called himself Zhu Bai, a sun-piercer by profession. This unheard-of class made Jiang An particularly wary. Zhu Bai stood with his arms crossed over his chest, his expression cold and unyielding, his sharp gaze cutting like a blade as it locked onto Jiang An. Clearly, the swarm of white-robed followers rushing forward were nothing more than pawns in his eyes, mere probes to test the waters. Since Zhu Bai wasn't making a move immediately, Jiang An was more than happy to bide his time and observe. He gestured to Yin Ying and Chanqiu to deal with the white-robed followers, who were around level 30. While these low-level followers posed no fatal threat, their high-tier restrictive skills could still cause significant trouble if left unchecked. Upon receiving Jiang An's signal, Yin Ying and Chanqiu launched an overwhelming assault. The 20 or so white-robed followers were as fragile as paper before them, wiped out in an instant. From a distance, Li Yuan watched the scene unfold, her eyes wide with shock. Although most of the white-robed followers were only in their 30s level-wise, the elite among them had reached level 40. With the blessing of the sacred flame, these level 40 followers could even fight above their level, their combat prowess nearly matching her own as a sorcerer. Yet in front of Jiang An, these so-called elites didn't even have the chance to unleash a single skill before being incinerated into ashes by Yan. A wave of unease surged through Li Yuan, rising like a tide. She desperately wanted to turn and flee, but the thought of facing Zhu Bei's wrath if he escaped from the Shadow Priest paralyzed her. Trapped in this dilemma, she could only fix her gaze on the confrontation unfolding nearby, silently vowing to herself, "Today, one of you must die." After Jiang An effortlessly dealt with the 20 or so white-robed followers, Zhu Bai, who had been observing from the sidelines, finally made his move. Clapping his hands slowly as he approached, Zhu Bai's eyes gleamed with admiration. Impressive, truly impressive. A real genius. Leveling up twice in a single day and defeating opponents so far above your level, Yuri, probably the first to achieve this. Zhu Bai's gaze swept over the summoned beasts Yin Ying, Chanqiu, Xiaoyao before finally settling on Shunyu. They say you were lucky to contract a level 1 dragon, but it seems your other summoned beasts aren't weak either. Jiang An stared at Zhu Bai, his face expressionless. Who do you serve? You can't possibly be under Xiu. The gray-robed ones under Xiu's command don't have your level of strength. Good eye. Zhu Bai smirked disdainfully. Xiu? That trash isn't worthy of being called a priest. If we fought, Xiu and his pathetic summoned beasts wouldn't last 3 seconds against me. As for that gray one you mentioned, he's just a coward who was scared out of his wits by you. Zhu Bai shot a contemptuous glance at Li Yuan, who was cowering in the distance. Jiang An suddenly understood and recognized that familiar figurite was indeed the gray one, who had fled under Xiu's command. This revelation confirmed that Zhu Bai was likely the main force behind the current attack. Despite being 3 levels lower than Xiu at the time, Zhu Bai's arrogance clearly stemmed from immense confidence in his strength. While Jiang An maintained a calm exterior, his guard was up. The level gap between his own level 33 and Zhu Bai's level 60 was substantial. Although Yin Ying and the others could deal significant damage, Zhu Bai's attacks could just as easily take them out in one strike. This battle would not only test Jiang An's skills, but also measure how far he had progressed. With his arms crossed, Zhu Bai suddenly flashed a sinister smile. I have an idea. Someone as talented as you, wouldn't it be interesting if you joined our holy church? I'll give you a choice. Join us and live, his killing intent exploded mid-sentence, or die. While this murderous aura left Li Yuan trembling, Jiang An remained unfazed, as if facing a gentle breeze. After his encounter with Tang Lihai, such pressure no longer affected him. If you join the holy church, you can start as a gray-robed follower, replacing that coward, Zhu Bai added. Noticing Jiang An's contemplative expression, Jiang An's lips curled into a sneer, his eyes filled with contempt. Do you think you're worthy of me joining, gray-robed follower? Even if you offered the position of high priest, you wouldn't be worthy. Zhu Bai's fury flared at this blatant insult to the high priest. You're asking for it. When you die, don't regret your decision. With a wave of his hand, the white-robed followers lurking nearby revealed themselves. Though they had initially been terrified of Jiang An, their fear seemed to dissipate as the sacred flames burned brightly. They charged at Jiang An all at once. As Jiang An pondered why Zhu Bai would waste time with such ineffective cannon fodder, Zhu Bai's figure suddenly shattered like a broken mirror and vanished. Master, watch out! Yining cried out. He's been using an illusion all along. His real body must be nearby. Can you locate him? Jiang An asked. Yining perked up her ears, but the chaotic footsteps overwhelmed her senses. No, too many people. I can't pinpoint his position. Jiang An finally understood the source of Zhu Bai's confidence. As an assassin with an ability resembling illusionary clones, combined with stealth skills, Zhu Bai could approach his target undetected and execute a high-damage attack in an instant. Scanning his surroundings, Jiang An saw only the grotesque faces of the charging white-robed followers. Trying to use these people to distract me? Jiang An quickly regained his composure, a sharp glint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Since the opponent wanted to play hide and seek, then let the entire battlefield become a death zone. Flame Shadow, as if sensing its master's intent, bristled its fiery red fur, and flames erupted from its body. This time, the blazing storm was not as wild as usual, but instead precisely covered a 20-meter radius around Jiang An, forming a scorching sea of fire. The white-robed followers caught in the inferno were reduced to ashes before they could even scream, while the few who narrowly escaped the flames suffered burns and scrambled to retreat in panic. Jiang An's gaze swept across the charred remains within the fire but found no sign of Zhu Bai. That guy is like an annoying fly, Jiang An thought, analyzing his opponent's tactics. Zhu Bai appeared rough on the surface but was actually meticulous in planning. The first wave of white-robed followers was meant to test Jiang An's strength, while the second wave served to mask Zhu Bai's movements. However, An assassin's stealth ability always had a time limit at most 3 minutes before being forced to reveal himself. With this in mind, Jiang An commanded Flame Shadow and Xinyu, along with Greedy Ball, to unleash wide-range attacks. Even if they missed, it would force Zhu Bai to constantly change positions, lowering his guard. In his cloaked state, Zhu Bai smirked disdainfully, dodging the attacks with incredible speed. However, his white-robed subordinates were not as fortunate, their casualties increasing steadily. With time running out, Zhu Bai decided to stop waiting. As the blazing storm around Jiang An dissipated, Zhu Bai swiftly activated his flash step, appearing behind Jiang An in an instant. Flame Shadow and the others sensed the anomaly and turned to warn him, but Zhu Bai's dagger was already raised, its blade glinting with a searing light. Throat slash. Zhu Bai's eyes gleamed with a ruthless edge. This skill was the ultimate nightmare for any fragile class. However, as the dagger slashed across Jiang An's neck, the figure before him shattered like glass and disappeared. Zhu Bai froze for a moment before instinctively activating his stealth again. But just then, he spotted the real Jiang An standing nearby. Holding a weapon radiating a brilliant white glow, it was unmistakably a platinum-tier weapon. Before Zhu Bai could react, the Spider King's staff activated its Spider Eye Gaze. The countless spider eyes immobilized Zhu Bai momentarily, forcing him out of stealth. Immediately, Xiao Yao's Radiant Orb and the combined attacks of Xinyu, Flame Shadow, and Greedy Ball followed in relentless succession. Facing such a formidable opponent, Jiang An resolved to give Zhu Bai no chance to speak. As for extracting information, there were still the gray-robed followers left to interrogate. Deathly Breath, Flame Tail, and Chain Thunder Palm. Zhu Bai had already witnessed the devastating power of these skills during the battle. Facing just one of them alone, he might have survived, but being hit by 3 skills simultaneously, let alone at level 6, Dai might not survive even if he leveled up 10 more times. Zhu Bai's face darkened instantly, his eyes filled with a chilling venom. Suddenly, his body began to swell at an alarming rate, even faster than the speed of Yin Ying's and the others' attacks. Boom! With a deafening explosion, Zhu Bai's body burst apart right in front of Jiang An, the resulting force no less destructive than his full-powered strike. Fortunately, Quan Qiu reacted with incredible speed, instantly enlarging its form to shield Yin Ying and Xinyu, taking the brunt of the terrifying explosion. Even with Quan Qiu's formidable defense, its health plummeted to 40%. Jiang An's eyes narrowed, immediately sensing something was off. His gaze quickly locked onto a gray-robed cultist in the farthest corner, catching a flash of dazzling light emanating from the figure. Pursue. From a distance, Li Yuan, who had been observing the battle, was marveling at the sudden turn of events. Zhu Bai's fate was sealed the moment he was controlled. There was no escape for him. She couldn't help but silently curse this devil Jiang An. Against someone like him, unless they were at the level of Yu Ying, characters like Zhu Bai were nothing more than experience points. Just as she prepared to slip away quietly, a sharp, burning pain flared on her arm. Alarmed, she hastily rolled up her sleeve, only to see a brilliant light rapidly spreading across her skin before detaching and falling to the ground. The light quickly condensed into a humanoid shape, faintly revealing Zhu Bai's loathsome face. When the light dissipated, a weakened Zhu Bai emerged. His aura was depleted, fear etched across his face, and his level had plummeted from 60 to 30. Gripping Li Yuan's arm with trembling hands, he stammered, "Run, quickly run." Li Yuan froze for a moment, then fury surged within her. Zhu Bai had clearly placed an escape mark on her in advance. Now, not only had he dragged Jiang An straight to her, but he had also put her in danger. She turned to look, and sure enough, Jiang An was rapidly approaching on Yining, Shenyu circling above, and the massive Quan Qiu following like a terrifying beast. Zhu Bai, mistaking her stunned silence for hesitation, urgently urged, "Don't just stand the rear, run now. Jiang An's strength far exceeds anything we imagined. I suspect he's hiding his true level and class. A summoner with clone skills?" At this point, his terror of Jiang An's abilities had reduced him to a panicked wreck. He had never encountered such an eerie summoner before. Every summoned beast was absurdly powerful, effortlessly fighting opponents over 10 levels higher. And yet, all the information on Jiang An suggested he was just an ordinary summoner, not even classified as a hidden class. Zhu Bai kept urging frantically. As someone who relied on his innate survival skill, Zhu Bai was anxiously trying to come up with a plan. He knew all too well that without the sacred flame, he was no match for Jiang An. His only chance of survival was to retreat to their base and seek protection from the Shadow Priest. As the sole hidden class, the Sun Thorn not only possessed formidable combat abilities and illusion skills, but also had a little-known survival talent, leaving an imprint on any living being. In a life-or-death situation, this imprint could be used to self-destruct and reincarnate. However, the cost was steep. His strength would permanently be halved, the sacred flame within him lost forever, and though his memory would remain, he would essentially become a completely different person. Li Yuan withdrew her gaze from Jiang An and turned to glare at Zhu Bai with gritted teeth. This fool. She had warned him to be cautious, yet his arrogance had provoked Jiang An. Now, not only had he doomed himself, but he had also drawn this troublesome enemy to her. Even with the Demon Wolf King as her mount, she couldn't outrun Jiang An, especially while dragging Zhu Bai along. With Jiang An closing in and their escape routes completely cut off, a murderous glint flashed in Li Yuan's eyes. You deserve to die, she said coldly. Zhu Bai's face turned pale. What are you trying to do? Li Yuan, are you betraying the holy sect? Without the sacred flame, do you even count as part of the holy sect? Li Yuan's eyes were icy as she made a small gesture. The Demon Wolf King beneath her opened its massive, blood-stained jaws and crushed Zhu Bai's head in one bite. From less than 100 meters away, Jiang An raised an eyebrow at the scene his enemies were turning on each other. He urged his flame shadow to pick up the pace, determined not to let anyone escape. However, the gray-robed follower seemed to have given up running and stood still, waiting. As Jiang An approached and got a closer look, he was momentarily surprised. It's you. He recognized Li Yuan immediately. After all, his third summoned creature, Xiao Yao, had come from her. He hadn't expected her to be the gray one under the Crescent Priest, and the blood-stained Demon Wolf King only confirmed her identity. It seems I couldn't avoid this after all, Li Yuan said with a bitter smile. Long time no see. You were working with Zhu Bai? Jiang An asked. Yes, Li Yuan admitted after a brief hesitation. I didn't want to, but the Shadow Priest gave the order. I had no choice. Why would you refuse? I never wanted to be your enemy. I even tried to avoid you. But with the sacred flame inside me, I had no control. Tell me how you found me. Jiang An's voice turned cold. This was vital information to him. His identity should have been highly confidential. Just as Li Yuan was about to respond, her body suddenly trembled. She could feel the sacred flame within her resisting, threatening her with excruciating pain if she revealed the source. Noticing her expression, Jiang An guessed the reason. Tell me, and I'll make it quick for you. Otherwise, even if the black flame doesn't consume you, they'll make sure you wish for death. Behind him, Shun Yu and Chan Qiu stepped forward in unison. Li Yuan bit her lip. Though she looked pitiful, Jiang An remained unmoved. He remembered how her demon wolf had caused countless deaths and injuries in the bamboo forest mountains. Showing her mercy was already a generous act. Fine. I hope you'll keep your word, she said, taking a deep breath and speaking quickly. I don't know much about the source of the information. Zhu Bai only mentioned a wealthy businessman from Tianhai City. Although your data is classified, every time you go out, you interact with people and leave traces. This person has significant influence. Before she could finish, Li Yuan let out a piercing scream. Black flames erupted from within her, bypassing her clothes to burn her very soul. She fell from the Demon Wolf King's back, writhing in agony as if needles were piercing every inch of her body. Kill me, she gasped. Reaching out weakly toward Jiang An, you promise? The Demon Wolf King whimpered, lying beside its master and gently licking her face. Jiang An was about to signal Flame Shadow to finish her off when he noticed Flame Shadow approaching Li Yuan with a peculiar expression. Reaching out, Flame Shadow touched the black flames, which should have been perceptible only to Li Yuan, and actually made contact. Flame Shadow looked up with a strange expression. Master, it seems I can absorb this black flame and even alter its allegiance. Master, I think I can absorb this black flame and even change its loyalty. Yanning suddenly spoke up, her voice tinged with excitement. Once changed, it will be entirely loyal to you. Any harmful actions or thoughts against you will be punished by the black flame, just like now. A glimmer of sharp intent flashed in Jiang An's eyes. If Yanning could truly alter the black flame's allegiance, it would be a major breakthrough. This would mean he could convert these cultists to his side, easily gather intelligence, and even eradicate the cult entirely. For years, the black flame had been a major obstacle. Captured cultists would be burned to death before they could even speak, making it nearly impossible to uproot the cult. This won't harm you in any way, will it? Jiang An asked with concern. Yanning shook her head cheerfully. Not at all, master. In fact, it will help me better control my predatory instincts. Then let's test it on her, he instructed. Understood. Yanning approached Li Yuan, who was already writhing in pain and on the verge of passing out. Despite her agony, Li Yuan overheard their conversation and felt a glimmer of hope ignite within her heart. Yanning gently placed her slender fingers on Li Yuan's forehead. In an instant, the black flames on Li Yuan's body surged wildly, amplifying her pain tenfold. She bit down hard on her lips, blood seeping from the corners of her mouth, yet she seemed oblivious to it. The black flames flowed toward Yanning like liquid, while Yanning remained unusually calm, even appearing to relish the process. As all the black flames transferred to Yanning, her demonic flames began to fiercely intermingle with the black flames. A sizzling sound accompanied the process as black smoke rose from her body, as though something extraordinary was being burned away. Moments later, Yin gave a slight shudder and sent the purified black flames back into Li Yuan's body. Li Yuan instinctively closed her eyes, bracing for more pain, but was shocked to find there was none. The black flames continued to burn, yet they caused neither agony nor pleasure, merely granting her enhanced strength. She looked at Jiang An and Yin Ying with awe, fully aware that her loyalty had now been rewritten. Faced with this unprecedented miracle, Li Yuan dropped to her knees and begged for mercy. She confessed to inciting the demon wolf riots and voluntarily offered to sever her right arm as a gesture of sincerity. Before she could finish her sentence, the demon wolf king by her side bit off her right arm in one swift motion. Blood gushed from the wound, but she endured the unbearable pain and continued with determination. I am more suited to act as a double agent than the other captured cultists. My disappearance won't raise suspicion and… She hesitated briefly before continuing. I know the Shadow Priestess is plotting something big. She plans to ambush every prodigy entering the Mirage secret realm when it opens, aiming to use their blood to ascend to the rank of Red Priestess. Li Yuan revealed a shocking secret as soon as she spoke. Jiang An's brows furrowed slightly, and a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. The Shadow Priestess dared to make her move during the next secret realm opening. Such audacity was indeed in line with her notorious reputation. Recalling the countless atrocities committed by the Shadow Priestess, Jiang An's eyes grew colder. The anguished cries of innocents during the Monster City massacre, the massive casualties caused by forbidden spells in urban areas, and the citywide sacrifice that secured her position as a priestess, all these crimes weighed heavily. To fulfill the requirements for her ascension, she sacrificed the lives of an entire city to a so-called demon god. Although the summoning ultimately failed, the city's lives were forever lost. This time, the opening of the illusory realm would only admit talented individuals below level 60, the future pillars of the Huaxia Empire. If the Shadow Priestess succeeded, the consequences would be unimaginable. Seeing Jiang An's grave expression, Li Yuan hastily added, the Shadow Priestess's exact plan is still unclear. Please spare my life. I am willing to gather information for you to atone for my sins. Jiang An was silent for a moment before he slowly said, I'll give you one chance. If you can uncover the Shadow Priestess's plan, I will mention your case to Lord Wei Qing. Li Yuan's face lit up with joy, and she was about to express her gratitude when Jiang An coldly interrupted her. Remember, until then, I won't reveal your existence to anyone. If you're hunted down as a heretic by other members of the Empire, you must not expose my involvement. Jiang An had already made up his mind his ability to alter the loyalty of the Black Flame must remain a secret. Knowing that there was a traitor among the human high command, he trusted no one except Wei Qing. If this matter were exposed, it would surely alert the Abyss cultists, prompting a frenzied counterattack. In such a scenario, any intelligence gained would become utterly useless. To ensure absolute security, Jiang An instructed Yin Ying to impose an additional restriction. If Li Yuan even entertained the thought of exposing him, she would suffer a backlash from the Black Flame. That's enough. Go back and report to your superiors. If you delay too long, the Shadow Priestess might grow suspicious. Understood. Li Yuan mounted her demon Wolf King and disappeared into the forest. Jiang An watched her leave, toying with the communicator he had retrieved from Zhu Bai's corpse. Among its contacts was someone named Li Tianhua, evidently Li Zhihai's father. The communication logs contained clear evidence of Li Tianhua's collusion with the Abyss cult. Even more intriguing was the fact that Li Tianhua's wife was from the Tang family. A cold smile appeared on Jiang An's lips. Perfecti could collect some interest from the Tang family. Glancing at Zhu Bai's lifeless body on the ground, Jiang An's thoughts shifted. Shun Yu transformed into its dragon form and carried him as it soared toward Tianhai City. Sensing the murderous intent radiating from its master, Shun Yu pushed its speed to the limit, leaving a sonic boom in its wake high in the sky. Huang Yu, the safety officer of Tianhai City, was conducting a routine patrol when he noticed a rapidly approaching figure in the sky. He immediately summoned his magic eye dragonfly to intercept, but upon recognizing the rider, his expression turned to shock. It was none other than Jiang An, whose name had recently risen to prominence. He was riding a massive dragon, both of them bearing traces of blood. While not as battered as during the Tang Lihai incident, it was clear they had been through a fierce battle. Jiang An? Huang Yu, the safety officer of Tianhai City, Huang Yu called out as he approached cautiously. What happened to you? Jiang An patted Shan Yu's neck, signaling it to stop, and then exclaimed angrily, I was attacked by those lunatics from the Abyss cult. What? Where? Huang Yu's pupils constricted in alarm. Near the fallen Abyss dungeon, just outside Tianhai City. Huang Yu's heart sank. The Abyss cultists were always a top priority for strict monitoring, with even the slightest trace requiring thorough investigation. Now, with Jiang An being attacked within his jurisdiction, any mishandling of this situation could jeopardize his position. As he pondered his next steps, Jiang An continued to speak. Fortunately, I managed to turn the tables and kill the cultist. Huang Yu let out a long sigh of relief and said softly, That's good, that's good. Don't worry, we will thoroughly investigate this matter and make sure you get a proper explanation. Jiang An scoffed coldly, thinking to himself, an explanation? If it were just an attack by the Abyss cultists, I wouldn't even care. I've long been on their hit list. However, this time, the moment I arrived in Tianhai City, my whereabouts were exposed, and someone tipped off the cultists. Huang Yu's face turned pale as he asked in shock, Are you saying someone dared to collude with the cultists? Jiang An's lips curled into a mocking smile. Just collusion? Take a closer look at who it is. With that, Jiang An held up a communicator in front of Huang Yu. Huang Yu glanced at it and immediately understood the situation, his expression turning grim. If I remember correctly, Li Tianhua's wife is from the Tang family. So, is the person connected to the cultist Li Tianhua, or is it the Tang family? Who can say for sure? Cold sweat dripped down Huang Yu's forehead. As the security chief of Tianhai City, he was familiar with the local wealthy families and had even attended their children's graduation banquets. When Li Zhihai's incident occurred, he had personally visited Li Tianhua to offer his condolences. Who would have thought that this couple would tread such a dangerous path? Inwardly, he cursed Li Tianhua furiously, thinking, of all people to provoke, you chose to collude with the Abyss cultists and target Jiang An? Are you insane? And Tang Wei, that woman she used to seem so sharp and clever. How could she dare to involve the cultists? Doesn't she see the state the Tang family is in? If it weren't for Tang Wei, based on what I know of Li Tianhua, there's no way he'd take such a huge risk just to assassinate Jiang An for some good-for-nothing wastrel. So, what do you plan to do now? Huang Yu wiped the sweat from his forehead, fully aware that Jiang An wouldn't share this information without a reason. He also didn't believe Jiang An would naively think that a distant relative who married out years ago could bring down the entire Tang family. If Jiang An truly had such intentions, he would have contacted Wei Qing first, rather than flying recklessly in Huang Yu's jurisdiction to get his attention. Jiang An's eyes gleamed with icy determination. I don't like being manipulated. According to the laws of the Huaxia Empire, anyone who dares to collude with the Abyss cultists shall be executed without mercy. Today, I will enforce the law and eliminate the threat at its root. Huang Yu's heart trembled as he looked at Jiang An in fear, instantly realizing that Jiang An intended to act personally. He had only sought him out for official endorsement. Huang Yu hesitated slightly. Jiang An's voice turned cold. What? Are you planning to shield Li Tianhua? Or do you have connections with him? Huang Yu immediately shook his head in denial. No, of course not. I was just thinking that Li Tianhua has bodyguards. I can assist you to ensure they don't interfere with the enforcement. After speaking, Huang Yu silently thought to himself, Li Tianhua, don't blame me for not protecting you. You brought this on yourself by kicking such a hard wall. Seeing Huang Yu's reaction, Jiang An's expression softened slightly. Then I'll trouble you with that. I'll report the situation to Lord Wei Qing afterward. Since the attack didn't occur in Tianhai City, it won't affect your standing, Lord Huang Yu. Huang Yu's tense face relaxed immediately, and he breathed a sigh of relief, feeling fortunate. The two then quickly headed toward Li Tianhua's residence. Huang Yu was astonished to notice that his mount, the Magic Eye Dragonfly, couldn't match Jiang An's speed. Despite being a second-tier expert and having specifically acquired the Magic Eye Dragonfly for its flying capabilities, it still couldn't keep up with Jiang An's recently bonded Xinyu. For a moment, Huang Yu felt a twinge of dissatisfaction with his mount, forgetting how rare it was to have a pet with flying abilities in the first place. Xinyu, noticing the Magic Eye Dragonfly trailing behind, wore a satisfied expression. Truthfully, in terms of raw speed, the second-tier Magic Eye Dragonfly might not lose to Xinyu. However, when it came to flight, the comparison was entirely different. Every time the Magic Eye Dragonfly approached, it felt the dragon's aura emanating from Xinyu, significantly affecting its flying speed. Jiang An, on the other hand, paid no attention to these trivial matters. His mind was focused solely on one goal, eliminating the threat entirely. In the Fengqing Villa district, at the Li residence, Li Tianhua paced back and forth in the living room. The cigarette in his mouth had long burned out, though he seemed unaware. Tang Wei frowned with displeasure and said, Pacing, pacing. What's the point of pacing? You're making my head spin. Li Tianhua ignored her and continued pacing, his heart filled with unease. Normally, after taking on an assassination mission, the Abyss cultist would provide status updates every 3 hours. If the mission had been completed, the news of the failed assassination hit Li Tianhua and his wife like a heavy blow, shattering their world in an instant. 3 hours had passed since their last communication with the assassin, yet no new updates had come through. Li Tianhua, stop right there. Tang Wei's voice buzzed incessantly like a mosquito as she chased her husband in circles around the room. I'm talking to you. Li Tianhua suddenly spun around, his eyes wide with fury, veins bulging on his face. Shut up, he roared. The outburst left Tang Wei stunned. In all their years of marriage, Li Tianhua had never lost his temper with her like this. Her face flushed red as she prepared to bring up her influential family background, but before she could speak, Li Tianhua grabbed her by the collar. "Didn't you hear me tell you to shut up?" he snarled, his spit spraying her face. "They failed. We could be exposed at any moment. And you always harping on about the Tang family. Do you even realize what a mess your family is in right now?" His words seemed to drain all the strength from Tang Wei. She collapsed onto the sofa, her voice trembling. The assassination failed? Fear quickly overtook her as she stammered. "Tianhua, you have to think of something. If they find out we're connected to the Abyss cultists, it'll be a death sentence." Li Tianhua shook off her desperate grasp with irritation, but seeing the terror in her eyes, his tone softened slightly. "Don't panic. The Abyss cultists have their rules. If they reveal their employer's identity, the black flame will consume them. Even if they're caught, they won't betray us. At worst, we lose the deposit." He paused, then added, "But just to be safe, we should go to your family's residence and lay low for a while. With the Tang family's influence, we'll have some protection." Hearing this plan, Tang Wei finally let out a sigh of relief. But the thought of Jiang An still being alive made her grit her teeth in frustration. "It's a pity we couldn't get rid of that little bastard. Now that we've failed, it'll be even harder to make another move. If only I had a combat profession ID challenge him to a life-and-death duel and tear him to pieces myself." At that moment, a cold voice suddenly echoed from the floor-to-ceiling window of their villa. "It seems you really want me dead, don't you? It seems you all truly wish for my death." A calm voice drifted in from outside the villa. Tang Wei and Li Tianhua abruptly turned toward the window, only to see Shun Yu's iconic dragon form hovering midair, with Jiang An seated atop it, his expression cold and unyielding. Li Tianhua's heart raced with alarm. Before he could even attempt a feeble excuse like, "This is private property," Jiang An raised his hand and summoned something. A spatial rift suddenly appeared, and out leaped a miniature black-and-white panda none other than Chang. In an instant, its size expanded dramatically, towering over the entire villa. Its menacing fangs glinted ominously through the floor-to-ceiling windows. A massive paw, crackling with lightning, descended from above and slammed down with a deafening crash. The entire villa was split in half, reduced to rubble in seconds. Dust and debris filled the air, and the remaining half of the structure was riddled with web-like cracks, teetering on the verge of collapse. Tang Wei let out a hysterical scream. "Help! Murder! Someone stop him!" A squad of bodyguards, all seasoned professionals at level 80, arrived promptly at the scene. Yet, even these battle-hardened protectors exchanged uneasy glances at the sight before them. To act so recklessly in the middle of the city, was this sheer audacity or utter disregard for consequences? Li Tianhua quickly regained his composure. If Jiang An dared to strike so openly, it could only mean the assassins had already failed. Without hesitation, he shouted, "Breaking into private property. Take him down." The bodyguards hesitated. To cross Jiang An was to cross Wei Qing, and that could very well mean the end of their careers in Tianhai City. "What are you waiting for?" Li Tianhua roared furiously. "I pay you all handsomely, not to stand around gawking. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility." Just as the bodyguards reluctantly prepared to act, a commanding voice boomed from the sky. "Let me see who dares to make a move. Jiang An is here on my authority, enforcing the law on behalf of Huang Yu. Li Tianhua and Tang Wei are accused of conspiring with abyssal cultists to assassinate Jiang An. Anyone obstructing justice will share their fate." Huang Yu arrived, riding his weary demonic dragonfly. The bodyguards immediately recognized the head of Tianhai City security. At the mention of conspiring with abyssal cultists, they turned furious glares toward Li Tianhua and quickly withdrew from the scene. The crowd of onlookers continued to swell, their murmurs growing louder. Conspiring with abyssal cultists? I always knew something was off about Li Tianhua and Tang Wei. Her reputation's always been terrible. They should be interrogated by a soul hunter. Li Tianhua made a last desperate attempt to defend himself. "Lord Huang, this is slander. I've already come to terms with my son's death." Jiang An let out a cold chuckle and retrieved a communicator he had obtained from Zhu Bai. Pressing the playback button, Li Tianhua's voice rang out clearly. 500 million. I want Jiang An dead." This was followed by Tang Wei's eager agreement. "Not just dead, I want him torn to pieces. If the money's not enough, we can add more." A familiar voice echoed from the recording. Then came Zhu Bai's disdainful reply. 500 million? Assassinate Jiang An? That price won't cut it. Besides, you know Jiang An's whereabouts are currently classified. We're not taking this job. If I've reached out to you, it means I have a way to locate Jiang An. Some things don't require authorization, just connections. Listening to his own voice in the recording, Li Tianhua broke into a cold sweat. Jiang An tapped the screen, abruptly stopping the audio. "I suppose it never crossed your mind that the Abyss heretics might record you, did it?" Seems like there's no trust between you at all. Jiang An sneered. Huang Yu, standing nearby, shouted angrily, the evidence of your dealings with the Abyss heretics is irrefutable. What else do you have to say? Li Tianhua opened his mouth to defend himself but realized that faced with such damning evidence, any explanation would be futile. Huang Yu shook his head and said, in that case, let Jiang An enforce justice on my behalf. Afterward, I will take their corpses back for soul interrogation. The mention of soul interrogation sent a shiver down Tang Wei's spine. As a former member of the Tang family, she had witnessed the terrifying process firsthand. Its torment had haunted her dreams for 3 days. Driven by fear, she frantically turned to Huang Yu. This has nothing to do with me. The money was transferred by Li Tianhua. I even agreed to your backdoor request last time, please. Save me. Her words caused everyone present to fix their gaze on Huang Yu. Li Tianhua, in particular, stared at his wife and Huang Yu in utter disbelief. Silence. Huang Yu's expression darkened. The evidence is conclusive, and now you're trying to slander me? Let everyone here bear witness. I'm a man with a family. He quickly urged, Jiang An, please carry out justice. Jiang An nodded, gesturing with his hand. Shen Yu opened its massive jaws, and a blast of necrotic breath engulfed the pair. Tang Wei's final pleas were abruptly silenced, leaving behind only 2 seemingly intact bodies. I'll leave the rest to you, Lord Huang, Jiang An said as he dismissed his summoned beast and departed swiftly on Shen Yu. Huang Yu watched Shen Yu vanish into the distance, envy flickering in his eyes. Noticing someone in the crowd holding up a camera, he quickly clarified, Tang Wei was in collusion with the heretics. Her words cannot be trusted. Please refrain from spreading rumors. Our Tianhai city takes such matters very seriously. Once the crowd had put away their phones, he breathed a sigh of relief. Looking down at the corpses, he murmured to himself, why provoke anyone? Of all people, Jiang An, how did you manage to escape? Li Yuan's heart raced as she hurriedly explained, before encountering Jiang An, Zhu Bai had already sent me to patrol the surrounding area, claiming my lower rank might interfere. When I realized the situation had gone south, I feared the intelligence about Jiang An wouldn't reach you, so I fled back as quickly as I could. The Shadow Priestess narrowed her eyes. Summon the sacred flame for me to see. The Shadow Priestess wasn't a fool. The difference in strength between Zhu Bai and Li Yuan was significant. Jiang An could kill Zhu Bai, yet Li Yuan survived? The situation was suspicious, even if Li Yuan's explanation seemed perfectly reasonable. The Shadow Priestess couldn't completely dispel her doubts. She even suspected that the real Li Yuan might already be dead and replaced by an imposter wearing her face. After all, such occurrences weren't unheard of over the years. To verify, there was a simple method summoning the sacred flame. While appearances and identities could be falsified, the unique sacred flame, which had never been replicated, was impossible to forge. Li Yuan's heart skipped a beat, but her face betrayed no emotion. Calmly, she extended her hand. Instantly, black flames emerged from her palm. Recalling the familiar sensation of joy from before, Li Yuan smiled. The Shadow Priestess reached out a finger, and a small cluster of black flames appeared at its tip. The 2 flames immediately intertwined, merging seamlessly. Feeling the shared origin of the power, the Shadow Priestess's suspicions completely dissolved. All right, you may leave. Li Yuan, as if granted amnesty, quickly exited the chamber. Only after stepping out did she exhale deeply. Though she knew Jiang An had removed the restrictions of the black flame, there was no guarantee that the 2 seemingly identical flames could still merge. To her relief, Jiang An had truly managed to alter the flame's allegiance without changing its essence. Her admiration for Jiang An deepened. Meanwhile, the Shadow Priestess sat alone in the chamber. Zhu Bai's death was unexpected, though not particularly troubling for the moment. As for Jiang An, he was a nuisance, but she'd deal with him later. He would undoubtedly enter the Phantom Domain ruins, where she could capture him in one fell swoop. In a hotel room in Tianhai City, a sudden knock on the door startled Jiang An. As he opened it, Wei Qing slipped inside. I just heard you were attacked by an abyssal cultist? Yes, but I wasn't injured. Wei Qing scanned Jiang An nervously, only relaxing after confirming he was unharmed. Good, good. I'm relieved. Don't worry, I'll personally oversee the soul interrogation this time. If there's any connection to the Tang family, I will ensure justice is served. Jiang An felt a warm surge of gratitude and nodded. Thank you, teacher. Actually, the reason I asked you to come was for something else. Oh. Wei Qing looked surprised. What else could it be? Jiang An recounted the events of the attack in detail, especially emphasizing the fact that Yin Ing could forcibly alter the allegiance of the black flame. Wei Qing was stunned, his face lighting up with excitement. Are you certain Yin Ing can do that? I've already tested it on Li Yuan. I prevented the black flame's backlash, and now she's only loyal to me. Wei Qing paced back and forth, his initial joy gradually giving way to calm. Sending Li Yuan back to the Shadow Priestess as a double agent is indeed the best move. Does anyone else know about your ability to alter the Black Flame's allegiance? Jiang An shook his head. Aside from Li Yuan and myself, only you know. I've also set restrictions on Li Yuan through Yin Ying, preventing her from revealing this in any way. Good. Very good. Wei Qing looked at Jiang An with approval. This must remain absolutely confidential. For the time being, I won't let you interact with other captured cultists to prevent word from getting out. At least not until you've grown stronger. If the traitors hidden within the human leadership discover this, you'll become the abyssal cultists and demon army's top assassination target. They might even go to the extreme lengths of opening a chaos rift just to kill you. The Black Flame is essentially the lifeblood of the abyssal cultists. Until now, we thought it was impossible to eradicate them as long as the Black Flame existed. But your ability changes everything. Given enough time, we could slowly erode the abyssal cultists entirely, even turning them into assets for you. What about Li Yuan? Jiang An asked, surprised by how highly Wei Qing regarded this matter. Maintain normal contact with her. Try to gather information about their plans for the Phantom Domain secret realm, Wei Qing said gravely. There will be too many talented individuals entering the secret realm, including you. We must ensure its safety. For now, only convert Li Yuan. Jiang An nodded. Understood. By the way, there's something else I almost forgot. Wei Qing waved his hand, and a pile of materials appeared before Jiang An. Among them were a few items Jiang An didn't recognize but found vaguely familiar. These are materials for crafting a cooldown amulet. This should be enough for you to make one below level 60, Wei Qing said nonchalantly. Jiang An's eyes widened in surprise. It was like receiving a pillow when you were sleepy. He had recently found a dungeon perfect for leveling up, but without a cooldown amulet, he was forced to wait 2 days between attempts, which felt like a waste of time. Previously, he had struggled to gather the materials for even a level 40 cooldown amulet, relying on trade with Bai Gu. Now, Wei Qing had suddenly provided so much. Jiang An hesitated. Did you trade with Lord Bai Gu for these? Of course not. After taking so many points from Bai Gu, he'd probably fight me if I asked for materials too, Wei Qing replied with a smirk. Then where did these come from? Wei Qing's expression turned smug. The Tang family. After their underhanded actions, I paid them a visit. They were so worried I'd tear their house down that they handed over these materials as an apology. An apology? Jiang An was skeptical. Had the Tang family suddenly grown a conscience? Wei Qing had already experienced the shamelessness of the Tang family, but this time, their willingness to offer such valuable materials as compensation was truly surprising. After all, a level 60 cooldown amulet alone was worth an astronomical amount just for its crafting materials. Even Su Chan, renowned for her god-ear support profession, only possessed a level 30 cooldown amulet herself. Wei Qing let out a cold laugh. It's not like they wanted to give it up, but they couldn't beat me. So, they had no choice but to pay up. Oh, Jiang An suddenly understood. Now that's the Tang family and Wei Qing I know. Alright, since you've got the materials, just head straight to an alchemist to have it made, Wei Qing said with a serious expression. But for something this valuable, I suggest finding someone reliable. There's a well-regarded alchemist in Tianhai City. Just go to her. One thing, though. Don't mention my name. Jiang An raised an eyebrow. Did you have some kind of falling out with her? Wei Qing, for once, looked slightly embarrassed. Not exactly a falling out. I just kind of tricked her into losing a bet and took something from her. Don't worry, as long as you don't bring me up, she won't give you a hard time. But if you accidentally let it slip. He paused. Well, then be prepared to have a broken bone, or two literally. This was the first time Jiang An had seen Wei Qing look this sheepish, and he couldn't help but be curious about what exactly Wei Qing had taken. However, Wei Qing clearly had no intention of elaborating. He simply left an address and the alchemist's name to Qing at the Rongqing Alchemy Workshop before hastily departing. As the evening set in, Jiang An waved his hand to summon Yin Ying and Xiao Yao in their human forms, ready to relax for a while. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window, warming Jiang An as he woke. He glanced at Yin Ying and Shen Yu, still sound asleep, and a small smile crept onto his face. Life like this was perfect. Well, almost. Strictly speaking, there were still regrets. After all, Xiao Yao and Chanxiu hadn't yet achieved their full forms. Master, you're awake. The two summoned beasts stirred awake almost simultaneously. Yining traced her fingers lightly across Jiang An's chest. Master, shall we head out now, or perhaps? Before she could finish, Jiang An pulled her into his arms. For the next hour or so, the room was filled with intermittent soft murmurs. When they finally left the hotel, Jiang An was in high spirits as he made his way to the Rongqing Alchemy Workshop. Yin Ying, in her Chu Lian form, rested lazily on his shoulder, pretending to nap. Shen Yu had transformed into a young girl and was curiously looking around, while Chanxiu had shrunk into a small accessory on his clothing. Only Xiao Yao, due to her unique form, had to remain in the summoning space. About 20 minutes later, they arrived at a bustling street lined with various alchemy workshops. Street vendors were also selling alchemical trinkets and toys, attracting crowds of children and young women. Most of these items were playful novelties. Jiang An strolled leisurely through the crowd when a stall selling a whistle that projected an illusion of a holy dragon caught Shan Yu's attention. Even though it was just an 888 yuan toy, Shan Yu, with her holy dragon bloodline, couldn't hide her excitement at seeing something resembling her kin. Jiang An bought 2 whistles for her, then picked up a fox plush for Yan Ying and some cotton candy for Xiao Yao. Chan Xiu, on the other hand, opted for 10 cans of premium pet food. However, when they finally arrived at the Rongqing Alchemy Workshop, the scene before them was unexpected. The supposedly reputable workshop was completely deserted. The signboard was worn, the display cases were empty, and the place smelled faintly of mildew. As Jiang An stood there puzzled, a crisp female voice called out from inside. "Who's there?" As the voice faded, a woman in her 30s walked in through the back door of the shop. Although faint wrinkles framed her eyes, her every movement exuded the unique charm of a mature woman, making it easy to imagine how stunning she must have been in her youth. When she noticed Jiang An, she paused briefly before offering a professional smile. "Are you here to commission an alchemy item?" Yes. A friend recommended I come here to find an alchemist named Tuoba Qing." "You're looking at her," the woman said, bowing slightly. "Here, clients provide the materials, and I only charge for the craftsmanship. What kind of item do you need crafted?" Jiang An nodded, then with a wave of his hand, a large pile of materials instantly appeared on the floor. Tuoba Qing's sharp gaze swept over the materials, and with her extensive alchemy experience, she quickly deduced their purpose. "This is for crafting a cooling amulet?" Impressed by her quick assessment, Jiang An became even more confident in her abilities and took the opportunity to ask for more information. Squatting down to inspect the materials, Tuoba Qing explained in detail, "Cooling amulets are categorized by usage level. Below level 20 is considered basic, up to level 60 is intermediate, and up to level 100 is advanced." "And what about above level 100? Like for third turn levels above 150? Tuoba Qing chuckled softly. "Anything above level 100 is classified as a special grade amulet. However, the highest currently available only goes up to level 120. Anything beyond that hasn't been developed yet." "Why not?" Jiang An asked. "It's the materials," she replied, pointing to a frost crystal core. "Even level 60 materials are already rare treasures. Level 100 materials are often the prized possessions of founding families. For every level increase above that, the material cost grows astronomically. The cost-benefit ratio is just too low. The materials for a level 101 item could produce 5 level 60 items. Besides, after the second turn, leveling up is already slow, so an amulet doesn't make much of a difference. Using one amulet to support an entire team would be far too costly. No one is willing to go that far." Jiang An nodded in understanding. While these amulets might be of limited use to others, primarily aiding beginners, their value was different for him. As someone capable of solo clearing dungeons quickly, the benefits would be significant even after the second turn. He silently resolved to pay more attention to collecting materials for upgrades. After examining the materials, Tuoba Qing stood up. "The materials are all here. But I should warn you, the craftsmanship fee isn't cheap. I only accept points, 1,000 in total, non-negotiable." Seeing Jiang An hesitate, she added, "No one else on this street can guarantee crafting a level 60 amulet. Ordinary alchemists have a success rate of less than 30, and if they fail, the materials are lost. I can guarantee a 98 success rate, and if I fail, they'll replace the materials myself." Her face radiated confidence, but then she shifted the conversation. "However, if you can bring Wei Qing here to see me, they'll do it for free." Jiang An looked at her in surprise. "Don't be so shocked. After the commotion you caused in Tianhai City yesterday, everyone knows you're Wei Qing's student. I'm guessing he sent you here, didn't he?" Her eyes bore into Jiang An, unwavering. Jiang An nodded in admission. Tuoba Qing's expression immediately darkened with anger. "Then where is he? My teacher didn't come." "Ha, as I thought, he doesn't dare to." A trace of disappointment flickered in her eyes, but she quickly composed herself. "Forget it. Let's just call this my lucky first commission of the day. We'll do it for free." "Huh? What? You're not willing to accept it for free?" I am. Thank you, Senior Tuoba." With a wave of her hand, Tuoba Qing stored the materials in her bag. "Come back tomorrow at 5 p.m. to pick up your cooling amulet." "All right, come back tomorrow at 5 p.m. to pick up the cooling amulet." Tossing out these words, Tuoba Qing turned and walked into the house. The door slammed shut with a loud bang, clearly signaling her dismissal. Jiang An stood outside the door, muttering helplessly under his breath. No wonder they say you can never understand a woman's mind. That mood swing was lightning fast. Shen Yu silently nodded in agreement beside him. "Master, where should we go next?" Yining asked. Jiang An stroked his chin thoughtfully. They wouldn't be able to collect the cooling amulet until 5 p.m. the next day, which coincided perfectly with the cooldown timer for the Fallen Abyss dungeon. During this downtime, he suddenly remembered the zombie mine dungeon in Tianhai City. This dungeon, designed for players between levels 33 and 36, was located underground and teeming with zombie monsters. It also yielded various metals, mostly common ones, but occasionally rare metals worth tens of thousands. If lucky, one could even acquire rare metals with special properties. Because of this, it had become a famous gold rush dungeon in Tianhai City, where many had struck it rich overnight. Leveling up while farming rare metals for Chanchio to eat, it's a win-win, Jiang An remarked. Yay, Chanchio loves that. Chanchio replied excitedly. Alright then, let's head out. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the Fallen Abyss dungeon, the blue vortex of the dungeon portal rippled as a group led by Bai He emerged. After an all-night dungeon run, everyone looked utterly exhausted, their faces showing relief except for Bai He, who appeared deeply disappointed. They had reached the 15th floor but still failed to obtain the elemental core, falling just short of the final 5 floors rumored to have a higher drop rate. But as a strong stench of blood filled the air, and her teammates fell eerily silent behind her, Bai He's instincts sharpened. She raised her head and scanned the surroundings, and the scene before her left her frozen in shock. The ground was littered with corpses in white robes, their blood staining the arid, yellow-brown soil a deep crimson. Evil cultists. Someone behind her stammered, trembling. The corpses of the abyssal cultists had clearly been dead for less than a day, meaning this massacre had taken place while they were inside the dungeon. Her teammates felt an odd sense of relief at having avoided this fate by staying up all night grinding the dungeon. Some were so shaken their legs gave way, needing support to stand. Though Bai He was around level 50 like them, she was far more composed than these players, who had simply ground their levels over time. Her sharp eyes quickly noted that among so many white-robed cultists, there should have been at least one gray-robed disciple. Yet after surveying the area, she found no gray-robed corpse. Her gaze landed on a headless, naked body not far away. After confirming there were no traps nearby, Bai He approached swiftly. Using her greatsword, she carefully shifted the disheveled hair covering the severed head, revealing a face twisted in a mix of rage and terror. It was unmistakably Zhu Bai, the infamous number 1 gray-robed disciple under the Shadow Priestess. A top-tier assassin capable of taking down even level 60 elites. This discovery plunged Bai He into deep confusion. It was clear the abyssal cultists had been lying in ambush at the dungeon entrance, but for someone of Zhu Bai's caliber to be deployed, the target must have been extraordinary. However, the level cap for the Fallen Abyss dungeon was 50, meaning even the most prestigious target couldn't have been stronger than that. Yet, how could someone under level 50 have single-handedly wiped out Zhu Bai and so many white-robed cultists? Could such a powerful individual truly exist? After leaving Alchemy Street, Jiang An casually hailed a cab and arrived at the edge of the nearest city half an hour later. Unlike the desolation near the Fallen Abyss dungeon, this place was bustling with activity. Adventurers fresh out of the mining dungeon were everywhere, their clothes bearing battle scars and tears from zombie claws, yet their faces beamed with the joy of a successful haul. The moment Jiang An stepped out of the car, he caused a stir. That's Jiang An. Oh my god. I just saw him on TV yesterday, and now he's here. Honey, my husband. Wait, the girl next to him. Could that be the dragon? Although Xin Yu's human form looked vastly different from her dragon form, her unique dragon aura, combined with her dual nature of holiness and necromancy, made her identity unmistakable at a glance. A level 1 dragon that can already take human form? Not only can she speak, but she's also stunningly beautiful. Now that's what you call a true dragon knight. Seeing the crowd growing larger and larger, Jiang An decided to abandon his plan to visit the Adventurers Guild and instead headed straight out of the city. After passing the guards with ease, he quickly spotted the iconic blue dungeon vortex less than 500 meters ahead on his right. The area around the vortex was lined with stalls, forming 2 long guideposts. As Jiang An walked by, he noticed that most of the goods were specialties from the zombie mine dungeon. Zombie teeth, zombie blood, and even black dog blood tools priced at a hefty 10,000 yuan per use. There was an array of rare metals with high price tags, but strangely, none of it piqued Chanchio's interest. Jiang An casually picked up a so-called black feather stone to inspect it, only to find it was just an ordinary piece of iron coated in black feather stone powder. Shaking his head, he was about to enter the dungeon when Chanchio suddenly became excited. Master, I smell something even more fragrant than platinum diamonds. Following Chanchio's guidance, Jiang An strolled to a quiet stall behind the dungeon vortex. Amid the array of similarly fake metals, Chanchio pointed to a fist-sized piece of pink metal. The price tag read, pink crystal ore, extractable for rare pink radiance metal, 100 yuan gram. The stall owner, lounging on a recliner with his eyes half closed, had been secretly observing Jiang An and Shen Yu. Noticing someone showing interest, he immediately perked up and said enthusiastically, Take your time. Everything here is fairly priced and trustworthy. This piece looks pretty good, Jiang An said, pretending to deliberate. I happen to need some pink radiance metal to make a ring for someone. Boss, this is the real deal, right? Don't try to scam me with fakes. The stall owner's eyes lit up, as if he had spotted a fat sheep walking right into his hands. He scrambled up from his reclining chair in excitement and exclaimed, "Oh my, you must not have asked around. In this area, nobody sells more genuine goods than me, Su Lao-san. You've got a sharp eye, I'll tell you that. This pink mist metal is one of the rarest materials used to craft alchemical tools. Its value is at least 100,000 per gram. And look at how pure mine is. If refined and sold, its price would multiply several times over." Su Laosan's gaze flickered between Shunyu and Jiang An, seemingly evaluating their reactions. Even if it wasn't sold, this pink mist metal was something girls adored. He continued, "Your girlfriend is so beautiful this would suit her perfectly." Upon hearing this, Shunyu beamed with delight. She knew how much Chankyu coveted this material and instantly understood. She reached out her small hand, hooking her fingers around Jiang An's and swaying gently. "Brother, I really like this. Can you buy it for me, pretty please?" Jiang An affectionately ruffled Shunyu's hair before turning to the vendor. "All right, I'll trust you this time. Weigh it and give me the total." The vendor's eyes lit up as he quickly responded, "Don't worry, brother. I never sell fake goods. Let me calculate. Wow, this piece is heavy too, 380 grams. That'll be 238,000. Jiang An frowned deeply, though not because the price was too high, but because it seemed too low. After all, a single point of currency in the market was worth $1 million. The 238,000 wasn't even a fraction of the cost of his academy villa. However, Jiang An quickly realized that people like him, with such abundant resources, were a rarity. Most students at the academy lived frugally, unable to afford even basic accommodation with their converted exam points, let alone those like the vendor, eking out a living by selling dubious goods. The vendor, unaware of Jiang An's thoughts, noticed his frown out of the corner of his eye and felt a pang of anxiety. This piece of, or had been sitting unsold for ages. Finally encountering such a lucrative customer, he couldn't let this opportunity slip away. He hastily added, "Though it's heavy, the amount of extractable metal is higher. Even if you don't make it into a ring, selling it would still be worth it. And look, this is just the raw, or already so vibrant in color. The pink mist metal content inside must be extraordinary." Feigning consideration, Jiang An replied, "All right, can you give me a better price?" The vendor quickly said, "Oh brother, tell you what, no need for haggling. If you're serious, they'll sell it to you for 200,000. The extra 38,000? Let's call it a friendship discount." Jiang An agreed without hesitation, as if he'd snagged a great deal. The vendor, while praising Jiang An, was inwardly ecstatic. This deal was a goldmine. A worthless iron ball, coated in scrap, sold for 200,000? His craftsmanship was worth its weight in gold. Truly, gullible customers were the easiest to trick. After paying the 200,000, Jiang An immediately stored the ore in his backpack and headed straight for the dungeon without looking back. He reached out to touch the swirling vortex of the dungeon and, among the difficulty options that appeared, chose the highest one without hesitation: nightmare level. With a flash of light, Jiang An disappeared into the dungeon vortex. The surroundings dimmed instantly, and the damp air carried a faint, distinctive scent of decay. Seeing that no monsters appeared immediately, Chankyu couldn't contain its excitement. Its form rapidly expanded from its usual trinket size, tugging at Jiang An's clothes and shaking wildly. "Master, let Chankyu eat it, master." "Master." Jiang An calmed it down, saying, "Hold on, let me see what this really is first." He took out the ore he had just acquired. Yanning immediately moved forward, her tail coiling around the ore and taking it from Jiang An's hand. Flames erupted instantly from Yin Ying's tail. In less than a minute, the pink hue of the ore melted away, its size shrinking continuously. When the flames subsided, the once fist-sized ore had halved in size, now resembling plain black iron. Yanning cast a puzzled look at Chankyu, who, however, stared unblinkingly at the shrunken metal, drooling profusely. "It's in there. It's in there." Chankyu exclaimed excitedly. Yanning turned to Jiang An, seeking his decision. "If I increase the heat, this metal might completely melt. If there's no special material inside, I'll all be for nothing." Jiang An nodded without hesitation, thinking that he hadn't spent over 200,000 for a chunk of black iron. He might as well trust Chankyu and increase the flames. With Jiang An's approval, the fire on Yin Ying's tail intensified, growing more ferocious. This time, the flames carried an ominous hue, their temperature rising exponentially. The black iron emitted sizzling sounds, melting like a heated chocolate candy. Chanky's drooling intensified, as if the most delicious delicacy in the world was about to emerge from within. Suddenly, Yin Ying let out a startled sound. At last, she could faintly sense that there was indeed something else inside the black iron. As the molten metal dripped away, a tiny fragment, no larger than a fingernail and covered in countless star-like specks, appeared before Jiang An. Despite Yin Ying's intense flames, this peculiar metal remained completely unaffected. That's it. That's it. Chankia was so ecstatic it nearly jumped, eager to snatch the metal from Yin Ying's tail and savor it immediately. Jiang An gazed at the strange metal with a slight frown. Even with his extensive knowledge, he had never encountered anything like it. Activating his identification skill, a portion of the metal's information finally appeared on his interface. Star tier, a special metal. The words, special metal, instantly lit up Jiang An's eyes. In his understanding, metals were classified into 5 tiers: common metals, rare metals, uncommon metals, special metals, and divine metals. From the most basic black iron to the rare black feather stone, and even the uncommon platinum diamond he had once acquired, the quality ascended step by step. As for special metals and divine metals, they were top-tier materials that never appeared on the market. Each piece of special metal contained unique properties, with a value far surpassing platinum diamond. As for divine metals, they were only occasionally found in the highest level dungeons and were typically owned by beings like Bai, who were closest to godlike existence. By all accounts, special metals were materials that only top-tier experts like Wei Qing would use, yet he never imagined he could stumble upon one at a roadside stall. Jiang An continued reading the description of star tier. Said to be the tears shed by fallen stars from the heavens, extremely rare, and possessing a spiritual essence. Star tier? Jiang An murmured to himself. The description was brief, but since it was a special metal, its value would undoubtedly exceed 200,000 points, making it a guaranteed profit. At that moment, Shen Yu's astonished voice rang out, "Master, did you say this is a star tier?" Jiang An's eyes lit up as he remembered the living encyclopedia beside him, who possessed the inherited memory of the Dragon Clan. Yes. Do you know what this is? Is it mentioned in your inherited memory? After carefully recalling, Shen Yu nodded and said, "One of my ancestors did hear about it. Master should know that for equipment to ascend from diamond tier to king tier, it requires a spiritual essence, right?" Looking at the description mentioning its spiritual properties, Jiang An suddenly understood. Are you saying the star tier can grant equipment a spiritual essence? Shen Yu explained in detail. Equipment could gain spiritual essence in 2 ways. The first was through natural development. When equipment reached the diamond tier, and its wielder achieved the strength of 3 transformations or higher, there was a slight chance for spiritual essence to develop on its own, though the probability was extremely low. The second method was through external assistance, the most effective being an alchemist using a star tier to enhance it. More importantly, using a star tier could even grant gold tier equipment spiritual essence prematurely, allowing the equipment to grow alongside its wielder, with its level and attributes improving accordingly. After hearing Shen Yu's explanation, Jiang An was overjoyed. Acquiring a star tier for 200,000 points. If Su Laosan found out, he'd probably faint on the spot. A special metal capable of granting spiritual essence to equipment would attract a frenzy of buyers even if priced at 200,000 points. Shen Yu's gaze shifted to Chanchio, who was drooling uncontrollably. Speaking of which, Sister Chanchio's talent is indeed remarkable. This star tier was encased in a thick block of iron, making it nearly impossible to detect even with the most advanced scanning skills, yet she managed to sniff it out. The power of her gold-devouring talent is truly extraordinary. Jiang An nodded in agreement, but was quickly faced with a dilemma. Chanchio's drooling had almost formed a small puddle. Since Chanchio was the one who discovered the star tier, it seemed only fair to let her consume it to enhance her defensive abilities. However, using this special metal, capable of giving equipment a spiritual essence, just to enhance defense feels like a bit of a waste. Jiang An's eyes flickered with thought as an idea surfaced in his mind. With a wave of his hand, over 50 boxes of premium pet food instantly piled up in front of him, forming a small mountain nearly as tall as Jiang An himself. Greedy Ball stared at the mountain of delicacies with wide, unblinking eyes. "Pick one. It's your choice," Jiang An said, pointing at the food mountain and a fingernail-sized piece of starry tier metal. Greedy Ball wiped the drool dripping from its mouth, its gaze darting back and forth between the 2 options, its face full of hesitation. "I want to eat both so badly." After just 3 seconds of deliberation, Greedy Ball made its decision. Quantity wins. "I want this one, master." Watching Greedy Ball predictably choose the heap of premium pet food, a faint smile appeared on Jiang An's face as he quietly put away the starry tier. "This was your choice, so you can't blame me," he thought to himself. Then he added aloud, "Oh, by the way, if you ever smell that particularly enticing scent again, let me know. I'll treat you to an unlimited buffet of premium pet food." Jiang An was already making plans in his mind. In 2 months, he would venture into the illusory realm, a mysterious place filled with rare materials, including metals. If Greedy Ball could sniff out a large quantity of starry tier metal in the secret realm, He could imbue all his equipment with spiritual essence, unlike others who could only enhance their weapons. Really? Greedy Ball's round ears perked up instantly at the words, unlimited buffet. Really? Wow. Greedy Ball excitedly tossed aside the empty box it was holding and leaped at Jiang An, hugging him tightly. Master, you're the best. You're so good to me, giving me so many delicious treats. Greedy Ball loves Master the most. Seeing Greedy Ball's overwhelming enthusiasm, Jiang An suddenly felt a pang of guilt. So this is what a capitalist's joy feels like. He mused to himself. Meanwhile, in the Tang family residence in Shanghai City, a solemn family meeting was underway. The room was so silent that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The family head, Tang Debin, sat at the head of the table, his gaze sharp as he scanned the direct descendants seated around him, including Tang Ruxing, Tang Guodong, Tang Shuanglin, and others. The news of Tang Wei and Li Tianhua from Tianhai City, colluding with the Abyss cultists, had spread throughout the Tang family. Everyone present was on edge, fearful of provoking the wrath of the family head. Finally, Tang Debin's gaze rested on an elderly man in his 60s. Second Uncle Tang Bo. If I recall correctly, Tang Wei is your daughter, isn't she? Tang Bo's body trembled. Family head. I end your life? Tang Debin interrupted him with a raised hand. I will send your body to the authorities for a soul examination. Otherwise, our Tang family cannot prove its innocence. If you do it yourself, I can guarantee your son's status as a direct descendant. Tang Bo's face twitched, but in the end, he only managed to say, thank you, family head, before leaving the room. The others watched without a hint of sympathy. Tang Wei's assassination attempt on Jiang An had plunged the already unstable Tang family into deeper turmoil. Allowing Tang Bo to preserve his son's direct lineage through his own sacrifice was considered an act of mercy. In the end, Tang Debin kept only Tang Shuanglin behind. You signed a life and death pact with Jiang An? Tang Shuanglin's heart sank, and he quickly stood up. Yes, family head. 2 months from now, in the illusory realm, I understand I was wrong, patriarch. I promise I won't provoke Jiang An again in the future. Tang Debin's voice carried a chilling tone as he asked, what exactly did you do wrong? Tang Shuanglin's voice trembled slightly. I shouldn't have agreed to a life and death duel with Jiang An. Before he could finish, Tang Debin's palm came down with a loud slap, the crisp sound echoing through the silent room. Useless. You don't even know what you did wrong, he roared, his anger flaring. You're right, you shouldn't have agreed to a duel in 2 months. Because you should have taken the chance to kill him outright instead. Tang Shuanglin clutched his face, staring up at the patriarch in disbelief. But didn't you just say, he cautiously began. Tang Debin let out a cold laugh. Idiot. Guodong is now working at the Shanghai Academy. Do I really need to spell everything out for you? Tang Shuanglin suddenly understood, straightening his back and asking. So, do you mean I should now? He gestured at his throat, mimicking an assassination. Slap. Another sharp sound rang out as Tang Debin struck him again. His anger turned into mocking laughter. You're thinking of assassinating him now? Are you completely brainless? At this critical moment, every move the Tang family makes is under strict surveillance. Forget assassination, you'd even get recorded for something as trivial as visiting a brothel. Then 2 months later? Tang Shuanglin asked cautiously. Tang Debin snorted heavily. In 2 months, during the Phantom Realm secret territory, I expect news of Jiang An's death. I don't care how you make it happen. Tang Shuanglin exhaled deeply, his earlier anger from being slapped dissipating instantly. Understood. I won't let you down, patriarch. Don't get overconfident, Tang Debin warned. This time, Tang Wei and the others have hired Zhu Bai to assassinate Jiang, and Zhu Bai's level has already reached 60, and his combat strength is on par with yours. Don't assume you can easily crush him just because of your level. Start preparing in advance. Tang Shuanglin took a deep breath, a trace of shock flashing in his eyes. Although he knew the abyssal cultists failed to assassinate Jiang An and were killed in return, he wasn't aware of the details. He hadn't expected even Zhu Bai to have fallen at Jiang An's hands. But don't get too nervous, Tang Debin said, shaking his head confidently. Jiang An is only in his 30s level-wise. If he managed to defeat Zhu Bai, he must use some special means, likely exposing all his trump cards. He's probably in a weakened state for the foreseeable future. That works to your advantage. Just don't let your guard down when the time comes, and you'll be fine. Yes, Tang Shuanglin replied respectfully. Tang Debin waved him off. All right, you can go now. Once the room was empty, leaving Tang Debin alone, his stern expression gave way to one of helplessness. He muttered to himself, Grandfather Li Hai, you've really left me with a mess to clean up. It's also my fault for the Tang family lacking capable heirs. If I hadn't been stuck on my 3rd transition quest, I wouldn't be in such a passive position. Even Wei Qing, who used to be inferior to me, now dares to flaunt his power in the Tang family. A ruthless gleam flickered in his eyes as a flash of light appeared in his hand. revealing a diamond-glimmering staff before him. He gently caressed the staff, his touch so tender as if he were stroking a loved one. "Awaken your spirit soon," Tang Debin murmured, his eyes brimming with anticipation. The staff trembled faintly, as though it was just a step away from gaining sentience. Seeing this, Tang Debin's face lit up with joy. He continued stroking the staff with both hands, his heart filled with hope. Without the tears of the stars, enabling a diamond-grade weapon to develop its own intelligence was as difficult as reaching the heavens. It required patience, waiting for that fleeting moment of opportunity. 20 years, he whispered. "I've been stuck on the third Earn quest for 20 years, with my experience points already overflowing. If I can break through, my experience might skyrocket straight to the fourth turn. Level 200, recalling the outside world's view of the Tang family as lacking elders, Tang Debin smirked faintly. "It's simple, I'll become an elder. When that day comes, forget Jiang An or Wei Qing, even Mo Bai might not be my match. I'll make the Tang family stand at the pinnacle of the world." 3 hours later, in the zombie mine dungeon, inside the dimly lit mine, hordes of zombie creatures swarmed forward. With greenish faces, fangs, and pitch-black complexions, their limbs were as hard as iron. Their tattered clothing and the mining lamps on their foreheads silently revealed their identities as former miners. These zombies had extremely keen hearing, pouncing at the slightest disturbance. Although they lacked long-range attack skills, their melee damage was terrifying. A simple basic attack could kill a low-defense character of the same level in just 3 hits. Even more troublesome, their attacks allowed them to leech life and heal themselves, making most players tread cautiously except for Jiang, of course. Over here, Yin Ying's playful laugh immediately drew the attention of the zombie miners. They charged at her en masse, but she remained motionless. Once all the zombies entered the range of her flame storm, a burst of fire erupted around her. The temperature in the mine soared, and even the walls seemed on the verge of melting. Jiang An's interface was flooded with kill notifications and experience point updates. He glanced at it briefly before looking away. Compared to the Fallen Abyss, the leveling speed in this dungeon was painfully slow. 3 hours had only increased his experience by less than 3%. Leveling up here would likely take 3 days and nights of grinding. At this moment, Jiang An especially missed the cooldown amulet. With it, he might have been able to run the Fallen Abyss twice today, potentially reaching level 35 if luck was on his side. Still, the dungeon wasn't without its rewards. Among the abundant ores dropped by the zombies, many were new varieties that Chanchio hadn't tasted before. Jiang An waved his hand to sort the ores. The black feather stones, which had reached their limit, were set aside for sale, while the rest were handed to Chanchio to eat. Eagerly, Chanchio grabbed the ores and began devouring them, the crunching sounds echoing incessantly. Her hard teeth and steel-like stomach handled the various metal ores with ease. Jiang An's interface continually displayed notifications. Your summoned beast Chanchio has consumed the rare metal Qingxia, permanently gaining a defense buff. Defense 2. Your summoned beast Chanchio has consumed the rare metal Qiyu, permanently gaining a defense buff. Watching the adorable Chanchio on the ground, Jiang An smiled. Given enough time to fully unleash her metal-devouring talent, her defense would undoubtedly reach astonishing levels. Combined with the size-altering ability she gained with level progression expanding from 10 times her original size to 30 times now, she might one day truly become a planet-sized beast capable of sweeping away demon armies. Hee. So tasty. Master is so nice to me today. Jiang An glanced at the silly Chanchio, his lips twitching slightly. Meanwhile, Yining had finished the battle, clearing out all the zombies. Looking ahead through the narrow passage, it seemed the boss awaited. "Let's wrap this up quickly." "Understood, Master." Yining nodded, darting into the passage. She swiftly reverted to her fox form, activating her agile state, and effortlessly navigated the narrow path. Jiang An had to stoop to follow, while Xiao Yao and Chanchio managed without issue. Only Shunyu had to transform into her human form to pass through. Just as Jiang An was halfway through crawling, a wave of heat suddenly surged from ahead, followed by a kill notification flashing across his interface. Already cleared the dungeon? When Jiang An emerged from the narrow passage, he was greeted by the sight of Yin Ying lazily crouched on the ground, licking her fur. Beside her lay the charred remains of the boss, reduced to ashes, while the dungeon vortex shimmered not far away. Upon noticing Jiang An, Yin Ying transformed into a streak of red light and gracefully landed on his shoulder. "Master." Yin Ying finished the fight swiftly. "Just as you asked," she exclaimed. Jiang An smiled and patted Yin Ying on the head. The battle had ended so quickly that he hadn't even gotten a clear look at the boss. Still, he couldn't deny how satisfying it felt. With a flick of his left hand, a fist-sized Qing lace stone appeared in his palm. This rare material, used for forging weapons and with a chance to imbue lightning attributes, was worth at least 300,000 on the market. Without hesitation, he tossed the Qing-lei stone to Chan Xiao, the greedy little creature. It eagerly stretched its neck to catch the stone and began crunching on it noisily. The system promptly notified Jiang An that Chan Xiao had gained multiple defensive buffs from consuming the material. Next, Jiang An retrieved the equipment awarded for clearing the dungeon. A dazzling beam of golden light flashed, revealing two uniquely shaped zombie fangs. The pristine white fangs glistened, with faint traces of blood flowing within. Huh, did I actually get something good this time? He murmured. Jiang An carefully examined the equipment's attributes. It was a golden quality special item called Zombie's Fang, usable only by vampire or zombie classes. While its base stats weren't particularly high, its special effects were impressive. It didn't occupy an equipment slot, boosted all skill damage by 10, added a 30 lifesteal effect to attacks, and came with a powerful skill called Tracking Fang. He'll hold on to this for now and check with the trade market later, Jiang An decided, storing the equipment as he prepared to leave the dungeon. Just then, a familiar voice called out, Jiang An. Turning around, he saw someone clad in heavy armor. The person removed their helmet, revealing Bai Ze's delicate and refined face. As Bai Ze's niece, her appearance here was an unexpected surprise for Jiang An. It turned out Bai Ze had come specifically to find him. After hearing about how he managed to challenge the Fallen Abyss and defeat Zhu Bai at just over level 30, she recognized the opportunity to team up for dungeon runs. After all, dungeon loot rates and clear times were influenced by level disparities. With Jiang An's demonstrated strength and her support, they could potentially achieve even greater rewards. Since Bai Ze had already decided to team up with Jiang An, she went straight to the zombie mine. She knew Jiang An had just finished the Fallen Abyss dungeon, and the only dungeon suitable for his level now was this one. Along the way, the chatter of others confirmed her judgment, so she waited quietly in front of the dungeon vortex. When Bai Ze explained her intention to Jiang An, she thought that with her level 50 status and exceptional defense and attack capabilities, Jiang An would undoubtedly agree. To her surprise, Jiang An refused outright. Sorry, I don't plan to team up for now, Jiang An said. He thought to himself that bringing Bai Ze along would actually slow down his leveling, as the large level gap would skew the experience point distribution in her favor. Bai Ze said disappointedly. I see. Alright then. I thought it'd be more efficient for just the two of us to use a cooldown amulet. Since you're not planning to team up, I guess I'll just wait out the cooldown time. Cooldown amulet? Jiang An's eyes lit up. Wait, you have a cooldown amulet? Bai Ze nodded. With a flash of light in her hand, a simple yet ancient-looking amulet appeared in her palm. Its attributes were immediately displayed. Intermediate cooldown amulet. Special item. Creator. Alchemy Master Tuo Qing. Reusable. Requires recharging after use. Current use is available. 22. Restriction. Usable only in dungeons below level 50. This belonged to Uncle Bai Ge. He passed it on to me after he outgrew it. But it's been used so much that even when fully charged, it can only be used twice now, Bai Ze explained. Seeing Jiang An's interest peaked, Bai Ze quickly said, will you team up with me and use the cooldown amulet to run the Fallen Abyss dungeon? I only have one request. If the Dark Element core drops, it's mine. Everything else is yours. Deal. Jiang An agreed without hesitation. All the dungeons he could run were on cooldown, so using Bai Ze's amulet was better than waiting idly. Besides, Bai Ze was straightforward, showing the amulet without fear of it being taken. The two immediately set off for the Fallen Abyss, with Bai Ze even arranging transportation in advance. Half an hour later, they arrived at the dungeon entrance. The previously scattered corpses had been cleared, leaving only faint traces of blood in the soil. Bai Ze sighed. You wouldn't believe how shocked we were when we saw those corpses. A few of the more timid ones in our team were completely petrified, especially when we saw Zhu Bai's severed head. Honestly, how did you do it? Did you use some special item, or get help? Jiang An thought for a moment and shook his head. Neither. Just a normal kill. Yeah, right? Bai Ze scoffed. Even Uncle Bai Ge and his team wouldn't be able to kill something that many levels above them. The higher the level, the more intricate the upgrades, the more complete the equipment and items, and the harder it is to take down something way above your level. Usually, a 10-level gap is the limit. You're only in your 30 show. Could you possibly defeat Zhu Bai, who's over level 60? Though Bai Ze didn't press further, she was convinced Jiang An must have used some special item from Wei Qing. When they reached the dungeon vortex, Bai Ze took out the amulet. With a flash of blue light, a cool sensation spread through Jiang An's body, and the dungeon cooldown reset to 0. As they entered the dungeon, the scene shifted to a swamp surrounded by twisted tree spirits. Bai Ze immediately readied herself for battle, drawing her greatsword and remaining alert. Be careful. This level may be low, but the monsters here are great at camouflage. Stay behind me and use your summons to clear them slowly. This will take at least half an hour. No need for all that, Jiang An said as he waved his hand, tearing open a spatial rift. A dragon-like creature, Shun Yu, burst forth with a roar, shooting into the swamp like an arrow. Its speed was astonishing, instantly drawing the aggro of several tree spirits as countless vines rose from the mud. Watch out! These tree spirits can attack from a distance. Bai He's warning was cut short as she saw Shan Yu flap its wings powerfully midair. The speed surged once again. Shan Yu gracefully and effortlessly dodged all the flying vines with movements as smooth as flowing water, showing no hesitation at all. A flicker of astonishment flashed in Bai He's eyes. This dragon's speed far exceeded her expectations. Even the terrifying speed it displayed earlier wasn't its limit. The vines, which she found challenging to handle, were dealt with by Shan Yu as if they were nothing. Before Bai He could recover from her shock, Shan Yu suddenly stopped midair. The holy dragon side of its body glowed intensely, and waves of divine power began to gather. In the blink of an eye, a dense concentration of divine energy, on the verge of explosion, formed above the twisted tree spirits below. Wrath of the holy dragon. With a deafening explosion, over 20 twisted tree spirits were instantly obliterated. Bai He stood frozen in place as if struck by lightning, her mouth agape. These twisted tree spirits, though only at level 30, often significantly prolonged the time it took to clear the area due to the swamp terrain and their camouflage abilities. Yet now, they were effortlessly wiped out right at the start of the dungeon. After eliminating the nearby twisted tree spirits, Shan Yu elegantly swayed its tail and flew back to Jiang An, affectionately nudging his clothes, signaling him to climb on. When Bai He instinctively moved closer, Shan Yu's gaze turned icy in an instant. Sorry, dragons usually don't allow others to ride them, Jiang An explained. Wait here for a bit. It shouldn't take long to clear the area. Once done, they'll interact with the vortex and take you to the second level. Bai He, familiar with dragon habits, didn't take offense. Her eyes, however, remained full of curiosity and amazement. Watching Shan Yu fly off, she murmured to herself, as expected of a Tier 1 dragon. Its combat power is absurd. But, can this dragon alone take down Zhu Bai? The thought barely crossed her mind before she shook her head to dismiss it. No matter how strong a young dragon was, it only had the advantage of high area damage. Even if she took that skill hidden, it wouldn't cause her significant harm. This was merely a favorable terrain for Shan Yu to shine. If it were a level 50 fire mage, they might be able to handle it just as easily. A few minutes later, spatial energy enveloped her completely. In just 8 minutes, the twisted tree spirits on the first level were thoroughly cleared. As Bai He stared at the densely packed kill notifications on her interface, her mouth twitched. The efficiency was leagues beyond that of her hired teammates. After a dizzying shift, the group entered the second level. Bai He quickly adjusted her focus and began her analysis. This level belongs to the Dark Elves. Their groups are scattered, and without archers for scouting, it could be troublesome. I suggest spreading out from our current position to avoid missing any and having to backtrack. However, Jiang An didn't take her suggestion. With a single thought, Yin Ying and Chan Xiu sprang into action. Yin Ying perked up its ears, listening for movements in the surroundings, while Shan Yu soared into the sky. Within 3 seconds, Yin Ying had determined the direction. Shan Yu immediately locked onto a group of dark elves, and Chan Xiu bulldozed its way forward, smashing through withered trees along its path. In less than 10 seconds, Bai He's interface began displaying kill notifications. She looked at Jiang An in disbelief. Is your monster clearing speed always this fast? The first time is slower. It takes about 20 seconds to locate a group, Jiang An said calmly. After all, I'm not familiar with the environment yet. Bai He recalled the 4 hours she had spent on her first attempt to clear the second level and was rendered speechless. Now, Jiang An could locate a group in just 10 seconds. At this pace, it seemed the level could be cleared in mere minutes. While she was still in a daze, Jiang An had already leisurely set up a table and chairs, enjoying some fruit. Yin Ying hopped onto his shoulder to give him a massage, while Shan Yu thoughtfully helped him prepare the fruit. Bai He's jaw nearly dropped to the ground, her mind in disarray. This didn't look like leveling up, it was practically a picnic. Thinking back to the grueling effort she had put into clearing dungeons, a wave of indescribable bitterness rose in her heart. It'll probably take a little while longer. Don't just stand there, take a seat and rest for a bit, Jiang An said, gesturing toward an empty chair for Bai He. Bai He, looking distracted, walked over and sat down. No sooner had she taken her seat than she noticed Yin Ying and Shan Yu resuming their search for the Dark Elves' whereabouts. She forced a faint smile, but inside, she was screaming. This is way too easy. The difference between this and the grueling dungeon runs I usually endure is like night and day. Jiang and summoned beasts seemed chaotic at first glance, yet their coordination was surprisingly seamless. If it weren't for the fact that the monsters in this dungeon spawned randomly each time, Bai He might have suspected that Jiang An had memorized the exact locations of every enemy group. Suddenly, a thought crossed Bai He's mind. Shan Yu, as a legendary first-tier dragon, clearing the first floor on her own was understandable. But what was the deal with this gluttonous orb? She had never heard of such an overwhelmingly powerful species that could single-handedly sweep through the entire second floor of Dark Elves. What baffled her even more was that summoned beasts typically couldn't stray too far from their summoner. Yet the second floor stretched over dozens of kilometers. Even with a skill like vision projection for remote control, it should have long gone beyond the control range. But Jiang An remained seated, completely unbothered, as if he had no doubt the gluttonous orb would handle everything flawlessly. As Bai He was lost in thought, Jiang An casually popped a peeled grape into his mouth. The gluttonous orb says she's done. Get ready to teleport to the next floor. Before his words even finished echoing, a powerful spatial force enveloped them, and in an instant, the scenery around them shifted. They were now hit by the scorching heat of the third floor. Bai He, clad in heavy armor, immediately began sweating profusely, as if a spring had burst within her. Ugh. Be careful of the heat, it'll cause fire poisoning if you're exposed for too long. Bai He hastily retrieved 2 Lavard heat resistance potions from her bag, handing one to Jiang An. However, Jiang An didn't take the potion. Instead, he stood there with a faint smile, not a single bead of sweat on his forehead, seemingly enjoying the searing heat. Bai He was flabbergasted. How could Jiang An remain so composed in a heat that even her level 50 physique couldn't withstand? Just as she was about to drink her own potion, a blue orb of light suddenly descended upon her. The refreshing coolness instantly dispelled the oppressive heat, making her sigh in relief. Checking her status, Bai He discovered that it was a skill cast by Xiao Yao. Not only did it provide her with a shield equal to her own health, but it also reduced skill consumption by 20, increased damage by 20, and cleared all negative effects. And the cooling effect? That was just a bonus from the water attribute of the skill. Xiao Yao, noticing Bai He's gaze, gave her a sweet smile. Her round, chubby face scrunched up adorably, making her look irresistibly cute. Bai He couldn't help but feel a surge of envy toward Jiang An. How could someone with a level so much lower than hers clear dungeons as easily as if he were playing an idle game? Determined to prove her own strength, Bai He was about to take action when Yining suddenly leapt down from Jiang An's shoulder. While midair, her form began to shift rapidly. Her fur receded. Her claws transformed into slender jade-like hands, and her wild eyes turned into alluring phoenix-shaped ones. In the blink of an eye, the cute little fire fox had become an elegant lady dressed in a cheongsam. Bai He's jaw dropped, and her great sword slipped from her grasp. Gritting her teeth, she glared at Jiang An. You've been living the good life, haven't you? Her attention was drawn back to Yin Ying as the latter gracefully approached the molten lava. Bai He couldn't help but stare in awe. However, the lava-dwelling flame fish weren't about to be charmed into submission. As one of them opened its maw to attack, Bai He shouted in alarm, "Watch out! Getting burned by those things is a nightmare. They leave nasty scars." While speaking, Bai He quickly picked up the heavy sword from the ground, intending to rush forward to help Yin Ying. However, she didn't expect that after hearing her words, Yin Ying suddenly turned around to face her. A faint smile appeared on Yin Ying's cold and stunningly beautiful face, as if silently assuring her there was no need to worry. Yet, Yin Ying seemed to underestimate the impact of that smile. It was like watching an iceberg melt, leaving Bai He completely dumbfounded. She didn't snap out of it until she noticed countless streams of molten lava falling like raindrops behind Yin Ying. Her heart raced, and she didn't dare blink out of fear. The rain-like lava fell on Yin Ying, but it couldn't even penetrate her cheongsam. The heat from the lava was quickly absorbed, turning into cold, small stones that dropped to the ground. On the contrary, Yin Ying seemed to glow radiantly, her skin gradually transforming to resemble a glass-like texture. Against the backdrop of the fiery rain, she appeared like a goddess of flames. This can't be real. Impossible. Bai He stammered, unable to form a complete sentence. The shock she experienced in this moment surpassed everything she had felt today combined. Whether it was Xin Yu or Chanqiu Xiaoyao, though their strength was absurd and allowed them to fight across levels, they still operated within a certain realm of comprehension. But Yin Ying's methods were completely beyond Bai He's imagination. So many flamefish attacking simultaneously, anyone, even a level 50 tank class, would have been overwhelmed. Yet Yin Ying didn't dodge or defend. She took all the attacks heeded, and her health bar didn't drop even a fraction. This wasn't something that could be achieved by simply leveling up. This was a completely different dimension, akin to the powers of a deity. As Yin Ying absorbed more energy and reached saturation, her body suddenly trembled. An enhanced version of her heavenly flame skill was unleashed once more. 3 meteors descended from the heavens. Boom, crash, boom. The ground shook violently as Bai's interface continuously updated with kill notifications. One hit. She had wiped out all the flamefish on the 3rd floor in an instant. Bai felt a wave of powerlessness wash over her. This was too overwhelming. She couldn't imagine ever reaching such a level in her lifetime. Staring blankly, Bai murmured, "Too strong. It's insane. I really believe it now. You don't need any items to defeat Zhu Bai." Jiang An shrugged, a bit helpless. Nowadays, no one believes the truth anymore. Let's move on and keep clearing the dungeon. With that, Jiang An took the lead, stepping into the vortex of the dungeon to continue leveling up. 3 hours later, on the 10th floor, the sky was filled with flocks of decaying vultures. Without hesitation, Shen Yu charged forward to engage them. Meanwhile, Bai He stood below, swinging her heavy sword absent-mindedly, occasionally sneaking curious glances at Jiang An. His strength was simply terrifying. They had already reached the 10th floor, yet she hadn't had a single opportunity to make a move. The monsters were now level 39, but even with such a massive level gap, she still found no chance to act. Bai He couldn't help but compare Jiang An to Bai Gu, the strongest person she knew. To her surprise, she realized that even Bai Gu, at Jiang An's current level, couldn't possibly have matched his strength. How on earth did this guy train his summoned creatures? Jiang An, on the other hand, wasn't paying attention to Bai He's thoughts. A faint smile played on his lips. Over the past 3 hours, his level had successfully risen to 34. Despite Bai He siphoning some of the experience, the dungeon's rewards were so abundant that he was already close to hitting level 35. His only hope now was that the boss wouldn't appear too soon. Wanted to make full use of the cooldown charm he had acquired. In the distance, Shen Yu continued to kill the vultures, converting them into undead minions. The kill notifications kept popping up. Taking advantage of this moment, Jiang An turned to Bai He and asked the question that had been on his mind for a while. By the way, why are you so determined to get the Dark Element Core? I want to give it to Uncle Bai Gu, Bai He replied. His profession is Dark Element based, and the Dark Element Core would significantly boost his damage output. Jiang An frowned slightly. With Lord Bai Ge's status, it shouldn't be hard for him to purchase a Dark Element Core, right? That's true, but only if it's available. Bai He sighed. She didn't try to hide anything and spoke candidly. The problem is, Dark Element Cores are extremely rare. The drop rate for Element Cores, in general, is already very low, and even when they do drop, they're usually basic elements like wind, fire, or water. Dark Element Cores haven't appeared in years, so buying one depends entirely on luck. Since it's all about luck anyway, I figured I might as well try farming for it myself. Unfortunately, Bai He said regretfully, I've run this dungeon over 100 times and still haven't seen a Dark Element Core. One time, I did get a Water Element Core, though. Hearing this, Jiang An suddenly noticed something odd. Wait a minute, you've run this dungeon over 100 times? But your level? The experience from the Fallen Abyss dungeon is massive. By my calculations, this is only my second run, and I've already gained 3 levels. Even if you started running this dungeon at level 30 with a team, after 100 runs, your level should be way beyond 50. A bitter smile appeared on Bai He's face. You figured it out. I can't complete my first-tier advancement quest, so I'm stuck at level 50. Her expression grew wistful. Uncle Bai Gu has taken care of me since I was a child. When I successfully transitioned into the unique hidden combat class of heavy sword wielder, my family had high hopes for me, but I let them down. I couldn't complete the first-tier advancement quest, and my level has been stuck at 50 ever since. Do you know what happened when my family, including Uncle Bai Gu, found out I couldn't finish the advancement quest? They started treating me like I was disabled. They wouldn't even let me fight or level up anymore. That's why I'm so determined to get the Dark Element Core. I want to prove that I'm not useless. Bai He's eyes glimmered with determination, though the light quickly dimmed. But other than this, it feels like I don't have any other purpose. If it weren't for this impossible advancement quest, I could have long since leveled up, maybe even reached the 2nd tier. I might have even been able to fight alongside Uncle Bai Gu. Instead, here I am, trying to prove myself in such a pathetic way. Her voice was filled with frustration and unwillingness. An impossible first transfer quest? Jiang An looked at Bai He with some curiosity. Bai He let out a faint, bitter smile before explaining, you should know that first transfer quests are divided into 8 levels. SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, D, and E. The higher the level, the harder the challenge. Usually, the quests for unique hidden combat classes are at a level difficulty. Jiang An nodded in understanding. He had heard of these rules. The stronger the class, the harder the first transfer quest. Many people initially gained an advantage by transferring to unique hidden combat classes, but the subsequent transfer quests became significantly more difficult. If they were unlucky and drew an impossible quest, they would be stuck forever at level 50, unable to level up further even with additional experience. In contrast, normal classes were much simpler. Not only were their quests easier to complete, but they also had a chance to advance during the process. My situation is a bit unusual, Bai He said with a self-deprecating laugh. My first transfer quest isn't a level, it's S level. Even Bai Gu and Wei Qing's quests are only S level. S level quests have appeared in history before, but no one has ever completed one, she added. Have you heard of the Nether River Secret Realm? Hearing the name, Jiang An frowned. He recalled the information he had read earlier. The Nether River Secret Realm was one of the earliest discovered secret realms in the Huaxia Empire and was not affiliated with any academy. The entry conditions were extremely strict. Participants had to meet the required level, hold a realm token, and the maximum number of entrants at one time was limited to 2. The tokens were obtained purely by luck, with no fixed drop location. What made it even more daunting was the 2-person limit. A standard team setup usually required 5 roles: physical damage dealer, magical damage dealer, tank, assassin, and support. With only 2 people, it was impossible to form a complete configuration. My quest requires me to clear the Nether River secret realm, Bai He said. The system even, thoughtfully, provided me with 2 tokens. But with only 2 people, it's essentially an impossible task. As Bai He continued lamenting her misfortune, Jiang An's eyes lit up. Wasn't this the perfect challenge for him? A secret realm no one had ever cleared, filled with monsters to farm, offering both equipment drops and a huge amount of experience points. Bai He suddenly stopped complaining and turned her gaze toward Jiang An. She realized something. Jiang An's summoned beast, Xiao Yao, could provide support. Yin Ying was practically a fire mage god, and Chan Qiu could both deal damage and tank. On top of that, Jiang An himself had the strength to easily speed clear the 10th floor of the fallen abyss. She stood up abruptly, her eyes brimming with excitement as she looked at Jiang An, her voice trembling slightly. Would you be willing to go with me to clear the Nether River secret realm? I don't need any of the drops from inside. I just need to complete the quest. It's been too long. Bai He gazed into the distance, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. She had been stuck at level 50 for what felt like an eternity, and the stagnant feeling was torturous. Even if it meant sacrificing all the rewards from the secret realm, it would be worth it to her. But how would Jiang An react? The Nether River secret realm was a place that countless players dreamed of entering, yet its infamy for danger was equally well known. The chances of a 2-person team making it out alive were slim to none. Bai He had tried before, even offering extravagant bounties to find teammates, but either no one dared to accept, or it attracted only reckless players willing to risk their lives for money. Now, with such a rare opportunity in front of her, Bai He was determined to seize it. When Jiang An nodded in agreement, she jumped up in excitement, nearly throwing herself into his arms. Hugging him tightly, she exclaimed, "Thank you. Thank you so much. This is amazing. I finally have a chance to complete my first ascension. But let's get one thing straight first," Jiang An interrupted. "We'll enter the secret realm together, but all the rewards belong to me. Even the items that directly drop into your inventory upon clearing a stage, no problem." Bai He agreed without hesitation. "I never had any hope of clearing it on my own anyway. If I can complete the ascension task with your help, it's only fair that you take all the rewards. I just need to finish the task." Jiang An nodded in satisfaction but added, "That said, I can only promise to do my best. I can't guarantee we'll clear it. Strategies for the Nether River secret realm are scarce, so there's no way to fully prepare. If we encounter an unbeatable obstacle, don't blame me." "Don't worry," Bai He replied earnestly. "If even teaming up with you can't get us through, then this task is probably impossible to complete in the first place. No matter the outcome, I won't hold it against you. Alright then, let's wait until I reach level 45 before deciding on a time to enter the secret realm." Despite Jiang An's cautious words, Bai He couldn't hide the joy on her face. This was her final and best chance. If she could successfully ascend, even the dark element core wouldn't seem as important anymore. As they spoke, Shen Yu continued diligently battling the decay vultures in the sky. Before long, the last vulture fell, and a blue vortex slowly appeared above its corpse. "Phew, seems like our luck isn't bad this time. We made it past 10 layers at least." As Shen Yu touched the dungeon vortex, the group vanished in an instant. When they opened their eyes again, the scene before them had completely changed. The solid ground was now replaced by an old, rickety ship that swayed constantly. The sound of waves crashing against the hull echoed around them, and the air was thick with the salty, damp smell of the sea. Flame Shadow leapt onto Jiang An's shoulder, clearly displeased with the environment. "This layer has a sea setting, huh?" Jiang An mused. Snapping out of her earlier excitement, Bai He quickly explained, "That's right. The monsters on this level hide beneath the water. They won't attack us directly but will target the ship instead. Once the ship is completely destroyed, clearing this level becomes almost impossible." As soon as she finished speaking, the ship shuddered from an impact. Jiang An looked toward the source of the collision and could faintly make out dozens of human-sized shadows beneath the water. Each shadow had a long, sharp spike protruding from its head. Chan Qiu was like a child with a new toy, excitedly attacking over and over on the surface of the sea, her joyful laughter echoing in the air. Jiang An kept his eyes on his experience bar, watching as it steadily climbed to 99 before suddenly halting. He looked up and saw a dungeon vortex had appeared beside Chan Qiu. Bai He stared in shock at the scene. This was a level 40 swordfish monster. In the dungeon, it not only had stat bonuses but also the advantage of the aquatic environment. Even a level 50 team couldn't possibly achieve such a staggering kill speed. However, recalling Yining's almost miraculous performance earlier, it wasn't entirely unexpected. "Wow, It's over already. What a pity. Next time, I want to play with these fish again. Chanchio reluctantly reached out to touch the dungeon vortex. In an instant, the group disappeared from the sea's surface and entered the next level of the map. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before Jiang An could even open his eyes, the sound of something cutting through the air approached rapidly. Without hesitation, he immediately activated Blink, choosing Chanchio as his target. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosions erupted where he had just been standing. Opening his eyes, Jiang An saw Chanchio covered head-to-toe in a pale green liquid, emitting a nauseating stench. The previously cheerful Chanchio's expression darkened in an instant. Yining pinched his nose and stepped aside, while Xin Yo and Xiao Yao silently retreated a few steps. Chanchio is angry now. Chanchio glared around furiously, quickly locking onto a tree laden with pale green fruit. Jiang An immediately used Identify. Stinky Egg, Treant level 41. Strength, 1,500. Spirit, 1,000. Agility, 500. Constitution, 2,888. Skills, Stinky Egg Mark Silver, Vine Root Prison Silver, Hypnotic Tree Powder Silver, Earth Absorption Silver. Bai Hao explained that this level was filled with plant monsters, and being marked by the fruit would make someone a focus target. But Chanchio, already enraged, charged straight towards the tree. In an instant, countless withered branches and sharp leaves lashed out at Chanchio. However, her fur shimmered with a metallic sheen, and the attacks only produced the sound of metal clashing, barely scratching her health. With her fearless war cry, even the withered vines failed to restrain her movements. Chanchio reached the tree and grabbed its trunk with her massive bare paw. With a loud creak, the entire Stinky Egg Treant was uprooted. No matter what skill the Treant used, only the word immune appeared above Chanchio's head. She swung the Treant like a weapon, relying purely on brute force to sweep through the surrounding plant monsters. Bai He, seeing this, wisely kept her mouth shut. A versatile summon like this clearly needed no advice. Yin Ying and Shen Yu joined the fray as well, their fire and necrotic breath reducing the lush forest into a wasteland in moments. During this chaos, Jiang An finally leveled up to 35. Finally, level 35. After hitting level 30, leveling up even once takes forever. This statement nearly made Bai He stumble. She couldn't help but glare at Jiang An with resentment. Leveling from 31 to 35 in just 2 days? Was this blatant bragging? Recalling how it took her a full 3 months to go from level 30 to 35 back in the day, Bai He sighed inwardly. Comparison is the thief of joy. Jiang An, who had just leveled up to 35, exclaimed in surprise. He was merely checking the upgraded attributes of Yin Ying when he noticed a new and unfamiliar skill on the ability panel Dreamscape domain. Curious, he immediately opened the skill description, and his eyes lit up. Dreamscape domain LV1. A diamond-grade active skill. When activated, it creates a domain centered on the user, granting a 30 damage boost to attacks within the area. The duration and range are determined by the user's mental strength. Another diamond-grade skill, Jiang An said excitedly. Yining, activate Dreamscape domain. As Yining nodded, an invisible wave rippled outward. The movements of Tanqiu, Shunyu, and the surrounding plant monsters froze simultaneously. Before their eyes, the world turned upside down. The ground transformed into scorching, molten rock, surrounded by bubbling lava. Meteors occasionally streaked across the distant sky, recreating a scene reminiscent of the 3rd level. Even Bai He was drawn into the illusion, standing motionless as she stared at the terrifying molten landscape. Only Jiang An, positioned at the edge of the domain, could still see the original surroundings. With a soft chuckle, he stepped forward. The moment he entered the domain, an intense heat immediately surged toward him. Even though he knew it was an illusion, Jiang An's skin instinctively began to sweat. Out of curiosity, he activated the skill's visual projection, and only then did he realize the true terror of the Dreamscape domain. Yin Ying could perceive everything within the domain, from the wriggling insects underground to the subtle movements beneath Bai He's armor. Nothing could escape detection. Jiang An experimented with altering the scene, and the molten world instantly shifted into a frozen tundra. The sudden chill made everyone present shiver, and Bai He even sneezed twice in quick succession. Looking at the trembling plant monsters, Jiang An decided to conduct a deeper test. With a wave of Yin Ying's hand, the monsters suddenly caught fire. They rolled frantically on the ground, futilely using their skills in an attempt to save themselves. But in this illusion, their abilities seemed completely ineffective. Their health bars steadily dropped until they hit 0, leaving them lifeless. The test results greatly satisfied Jiang An. However, just as he was about to deactivate the skill, a small altar suddenly appeared on one of the monster corpses. The altar radiated an eerie glow, and a massive, blood-red creature emerged from Ida Hellhound with 3 heads. Its body was 3 times the size of an average person, its limbs thick and powerful, and its claws unervingly sharp. Most striking of all were its 3 ferocious heads, each dripping blood from their razor-sharp fangs. Seeing this rare creature with features reminiscent of ancient Greek mythology, Jiang An recalled the information mentioned by the fox earlier. If this place was truly connected to the fallen abyss, then encountering a hellhound seemed far from surprising. The identification spell was cast from Jiang An's hand. Instantly, the data of the hellhound Cerberus appeared before him. BOS class, level 42, 2300 spirit, 1500 agility, 1500 constitution, 1500 combat skills, with abilities including Silver Deer Fearful Whale, Blood Rend, Inferno Ring, and Gold Tier Trinity Strike. Seeing these stats, which far surpassed the norm, Jiang An's lips curled into a subtle smile. Perfect timing. Let's test Yen Ying's new skill. The hellhound Cerberus, just recovering from the dizziness of teleportation, suddenly realized it was stranded in the middle of a vast ocean, with only a dilapidated plank beneath its feet. Confused, it looked around but found no trace of any enemies. As it pondered whether something had gone wrong with the teleportation, the deep ocean suddenly surged, raising a colossal wave. A towering wave, over 100 meters high, surged forward with an overwhelming force. The hellhound Cerberus frantically clung to the plank, its claws slipping as it tried to escape, but it was already too late. With a deafening crash, the wave descended from above, hurling the beast into the depths of the sea. As the light from the surface faded, the hellhound Cerberus struggled violently underwater. Seawater poured into its nostrils and mouth, and the suffocating sensation weakened its movements. Yet, just as Jiang An thought it was about to drown, the BOS glass creature suddenly broke free from the illusion and cautiously swam back to the surface. It immediately unleashed its blood rend ability, slashing at the surroundings in an attempt to locate its hidden foe. Yanning explained to Jiang An, "This is a BOS class creature. Its mental willpower far surpasses that of ordinary monsters. It can distinguish between illusion and reality, so it can't be suffocated to death by mere illusions. In that case, let's kill it directly," Jiang An ordered. Yin Ying's tail extended rapidly, targeting the hellhound Cerberus. Though the creature couldn't see Yin Ying, an intense sense of danger prompted it to use its Trinity Strike without hesitation. Its body split into 3 identical forms, each with one of its heads placed on a separate body. This was the hellhound Cerberus's most renowned survival skill. Not only could it unleash nearly 3 times its usual destructive power instantly, but as long as one body survived, it could gradually regenerate the other 2 heads. It planned to use these 3 forms to pinpoint the enemy's location. Yin Ying's sharp eyes quickly discerned its strategy. Her 6 tails split into pairs, each pair targeting one of the 3 forms. Although the weakened version of her 6-tail nullification had reduced effectiveness, before the hellhound Cerberus could escape, Yanning activated her platinum tier skill, Flaming Tail. All 6 tails ignited in blazing flames and struck the 3 bodies simultaneously with a loud crack. The hellhound Cerberus didn't even have time to whimper before it perished on the spot, its 3 health bars instantly depleted. Congratulations on defeating a level 42 hellhound Cerberus BOS class monster. Extra experience gained, 63,999. The system notification announced. Another day without loot. Jiang An clicked his tongue. Still, he considered leveling up twice from this free dungeon run a decent reward. When Yining dispelled the dreamscape domain, Shunyu, Chanxiu, Xiaoyao, and Bai He finally saw Jiang An and Yining again. Completely drenched, Bai He stared at Jiang An in disbelief. Wait, what just happened? I felt like I went back to the 3rd floor, with all the flames and lava. Her gaze shifted to the charred remains of the hellhound Cerberus on the ground. This was the dungeon boss, and you've already killed it? Jiang An gave a mysterious smile. Some secrets are best left untold. Looks like your plans fell through a Gano elemental core this time either. Used to it, Bai He replied with a subtle glimmer in her eyes. Elemental cores are hard to drop anyway. I've farmed hundreds of times without much luck. So, shall we come back tomorrow? I can recharge the talisman with the alchemist. No plans to team up for dungeons tomorrow. Jiang An declined directly. While freeloading the talisman was nice, his own talisman would be ready tomorrow, allowing him to farm solo for more experience and higher drop rates. Seeing the disappointment on Bai He's face, Jiang An added, "Once I hit level 45, I'll contact you to explore the Styx secret realm together." Bai He finally smiled. "Alright, I'll wait for your good news." The next day, Jiang An arrived at Rongqing Alchemy Workshop an hour early. The shop was still empty. Even the owner, Tuobaching, was nowhere to be seen. Only the open door silently awaited the arrival of customers. Taking advantage of the quiet, Jiang An wandered around the shop. The display cases showcased various alchemical products, all tagged with points-only labels. He couldn't help but shake his head after all. In a place like Tianhai City, which lacked top-tier academies, who other than someone like him, traveling here specifically for such items, would use points to trade? No wonder such a large shop was so deserted. Still, recalling how Tuobaching had waived the cost of the custom cooling amulet last time, Perhaps she didn't care about making money at all. Just as Jiang An was silently criticizing the situation, familiar footsteps echoed from the back door. Tuo Ching emerged, but she looked noticeably worse than the last time he saw her. Her messy hair fell around her face, dark circles under her eyes rivaled the size of glutton balls, and her entire demeanor was one of utter exhaustion. She didn't even notice someone was in the shop. Did you stay up all night? Jiang An spoke up to remind her. Only then did Tuo Ching snap out of it. Yeah. Your cooling amulet is done, she replied, casually tossing it over to him. Jiang An caught it with one hand, thinking how this treasure, which would cause a frenzy in the outside world, was just thrown over so nonchalantly. He immediately examined the amulet's attributes. Intermediate cooling amulet. Special item. Crafted by alchemy master Tuo Ching. Reusable. Requires recharging after use. Current uses, 12-12. Available for dungeons below level 60. Seeing the maximum usage set at 12, Jiang An couldn't help but gasp. In the alchemy world, the quality of a cooling amulet was primarily determined by its level restriction and maximum usage count. Typically, 10 uses were already considered top tier, but this amulet had an unprecedented 12 uses. This meant fewer recharges and significantly extended durability. While Jiang An was marveling at the amulet, Tuo Ching, who was preparing to close the shop and rest, was suddenly stopped by his question. Do you know any skilled blacksmiths? Tuo Ching gave him a look that seemed to say, are you kidding me? But seeing Jiang An's serious expression, she still answered. There's a specialized blacksmith team at Shanghai Pass. They're responsible for crafting and repairing equipment daily. The best blacksmith I know is there. His name is Sun Yi. If you want to find him, just ask Wei Qing for help. With that, she shut the door, only to crack it open moments later. Oh, and tell that bastard Wei Qing to come here when he has time, she added before slamming the door shut again. Jiang An shrugged, mentally noting the name Sun Yi as he began to plan his next steps. The immediate priority was to head to the Fallen Abyss to level up needed to reach level 45 as soon as possible to join Bai He in exploring the Nether River secret realm. As for the star tier he had just acquired, it could wait for now. Although his best equipment at the moment was the Platinum tier Spider King staff, using the star tier to enhance it felt wasteful. After all, even the best single piece of gear couldn't compare to the benefits of a full set. Before long, Jiang An arrived at the entrance to the Fallen Abyss dungeon. He pulled out the cooling amulet, and a chill immediately enveloped his entire body. Amazing, he exclaimed with a satisfied grin. Let's aim to hit level 40 within a week. Time slipped away quietly. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. Jiang An stood in front of the Abyss of Despair dungeon, a faint smile appearing on his lips as he noticed his experience bar reaching 80 of level 39. Over the past week, his efficiency in farming dungeons with the cooldown amulet had far exceeded expectations, and his leveling speed was even faster than when he first changed his class. Throughout the week, he had run the dungeon at least twice a day, sometimes even 3 times, totaling over 20 attempts. Although he still hadn't obtained the elusive elemental core due to its extremely low drop rate, the experience gains were still significant. However, as his level increased, the experience rewards from the dungeon began to diminish. At level 31, he could enjoy a tier 3 overlevel bonus, but now at level 39, the extra rewards were only available after tier 10. The experience gains were indeed not as lucrative as before. By the time I hit level 40, the experience from this place will probably drop even more, Jiang An thought to himself. He glanced at the cooldown amulet in his hand. Now with only one use left, might as well use it for one last run. Hopefully, he'll get to see the monsters on the final floor this time. With a cool, tingling sensation passing through his fingers, the dungeon cooldown reset to 0. Selecting Nightmare difficulty, the familiar swampy landscape unfolded before him. With a gentle wave of his arm, Jiang An tore open a spatial rift. Out flew Xinyu, who had undergone a remarkable transformation after a week of training. Her dragon horns had grown sharper, her wings more robust, and she had begun shedding her juvenile appearance. Her level had climbed to 38, just one shy of matching Jiang An's. Xinyu quickly ascended into the air, her dragon maw gathering a radiant beam formed from the intertwined forces of holy and undead energy. Though inherently opposing, these forces were forcibly fused under her control, creating subtle distortions in the surrounding space. In less than a second, the skill was ready to unleash. A 30-meter-long energy beam shot forth like a laser sword, piercing effortlessly through treants, plants, and even rocks in its path. Before the beam dissipated, Xinyu spun in place, sweeping away all hostile creatures in the vicinity. This was her diamond-tier skill, Netherlight Sanctity, which she had mastered at level 35. Its devastating power even surpassed Yin Ying's conventional skills. Xinyu then continued scouring the swamp for the remaining treants, while Jiang An stood motionless, observing the scene remotely through his level 5 vision focus skill. This allowed him to oversee the entire first floor map, effectively enabling true hands-free leveling. In just 2 minutes, Shenyu reported that the area was cleared. Upon entering the second floor, she retracted her wings and reverted to her humanoid form. No longer the timid young girl she once was, she now stood as a graceful and poised maiden. Though not yet voluptuous, she exuded a distinct charm. "They'll leave this floor to Sister Yin, Shenyu said, glancing at the fiery fox perched on Jiang An's shoulder. Yin leapt lightly to the ground, swiftly transforming from her adorable fox form into a human figure. Compared to Shenyu, her most striking features were her jade-like, translucent skin and her more alluring physique. As her bare feet touched the ground, a flash of gray-white light flickered in her eyes, signaling the activation of her diamond-tier skill dreamscape domain. Dark elves, apart from their exceptional archery skills, are masters at concealing their tracks. Under normal circumstances, their innate stealth abilities make them nearly undetectable to ordinary adventurers. However, for Yining, this posed no challenge at all. With the enhancement of the dreamscape domain, her perception was significantly heightened, allowing her to detect even the subtlest changes within the domain, including deliberately hidden traces. Almost instantly, she pinpointed the source of numerous tracks. Turning into a crimson streak of lightning, Yining swiftly darted to the target location. Soon, a small dark elf settlement came into range of her dreamscape domain. Without hesitation, she launched her attack, dragging the entire settlement into a surreal molten lava world. Before the dark elves could comprehend what was happening, they were engulfed by the searing heat of the deadly environment. Moments later, countless burning meteors rained down from the sky, obliterating their remaining health completely. From the moment the attack began to their demise, the entire process lasted no more than 3 seconds. Yanning didn't even need to approach them. She eradicated the settlement from the very edge of her domain. Without delay, she turned her attention to the next target, racing toward another location where traces had been detected. Meanwhile, Jiang An noticed his experience bar finally breaking past 100. Accompanied by a golden glow, he successfully leveled up to 40. Nice. Jiang An smirked with satisfaction. The system immediately displayed 2 notifications. First, an additional summon slot had been unlocked. Second, Yin Ying's exclusive bloodline purification quest had been activated by clearing the hidden dungeon Qingqiu and obtaining the Fox Tribe crown. The purity of her divine bloodline could be increased to 60. This news made Jiang An's eyes light up. Currently, Yin Ying was already immensely powerful with just 50 divine bloodline purity. If it could be raised to 60, her strength would undoubtedly soar to new heights. As for the extra summon slot, he wasn't in a rush. His current 4 summon creatures were already formidable, and any new addition would need to be carefully selected. While he was deep in thought, Yin Ying's voice echoed in his mind, informing him that the Dark Elves had been eliminated. However, instead of a lower-level teleportation portal appearing, a boss teleportation array had emerged. Jiang An quickly instructed Yin Ying not to engage yet. After confirming that the boss was a low-damage black bear, he signaled Xiao Yao to activate her skill. Xiao Yao approached Jiang An, gently nuzzling his hand with her fawn-like head. Her antlers emitted a pure white glow that infused Jiang An with energy. The system indicated that he had received the Lucky Star buff, granting double luck for the next 10 minutes. With Jiang An's approval, Yining swiftly defeated the boss. Surprisingly, not only did it drop a gold element core, but they also earned an additional elemental core for setting a new record for the fastest dungeon clear. This incredible stroke of luck left Jiang An astonished. What kind of insane luck is this? Obtaining 2 elemental cores at once was an unexpected surprise that left Jiang An momentarily stunned. He didn't even bother to check the core's attributes right away. Instead, he instinctively turned to look at Xiao Yao, who was equally thrilled. The rare occurrence of acquiring 2 elemental cores in quick succession made him think of his Lucky Star buff. Though it seemed a bit superstitious, this skill might actually bring unexpected fortune at critical moments. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Jiang An opened his inventory to examine the spoils. The 2 crystalline elemental cores lay quietly within, gleaming with an otherworldly luster. With a wave of his hand, he summoned them into his left and right hands. The core in his left hand resembled a high-grade crystal, with a faint golden glow pulsating at its center. This was a gold element core. Upon checking its attributes, Jiang An's eyes lit up. It could increase gold element skill damage by 11 when used. Considering that most elemental cores on the market provided around an 8 boost, anything surpassing that was considered a rare treasure. Rumor had it that a 15 top-tier core had once been discovered, but its immense value had sparked a bloody conflict, and its whereabouts remained unknown. Carefully storing the gold core, Jiang An eagerly turned his attention to the core in his right hand. This core was also crystal clear, but its center glowed with a vibrant red. When he saw its attributes, he couldn't help but gasp. This was a fire element core, capable of boosting fire element skill damage by a staggering 18. That was more than double the average core's effect, making it an invaluable treasure. At that moment, Yining gracefully returned to Jiang An's side. As a fire element being, she immediately sensed the extraordinary nature of the fire element core. Her alluring eyes briefly revealed a rare hint of desire, though she quickly turned her head away, purposefully avoiding the tempting sight. Yet, Jiang An could see the longing in her expression. Without hesitation, Jiang An tossed the fire element core to Yin Ying. Watching her catch it with a surprised look, he chuckled and said, "Silly girl. You're already mine, there's no need to draw such clear lines." Yin Ying's cheeks flushed as she softly replied, "Yining thanks her master. Go ahead and use it. Let me see what it can do." Nodding, Yining gently crushed the core. Instead of shattering, the crystal dissolved into a pale red liquid that quickly merged into her body. In an instant, a terrifying demonic flame erupted from within her, causing the surrounding temperature to spike dramatically. Nearby, Shunyu watched in stunned silence. As a noble first-tier dragon, she rarely felt envy toward others. But in this moment, Yin Ying's transformation left her in awe. Even before obtaining the core, Yin Ying's power had already far surpassed Shen Yu's, and now, it was as if she had wings to soar even higher. Jiang An observed the changes in Yin Ying with great interest. The edges of her once pure black flames now shimmered faintly with gold. Jiang An gazed at the scene before him, pondering whether Yin Ying's enhanced strength stemmed from her innate predatory instincts or the power of the fire elemental core itself. Although the answer remained unclear, one thing was certain: this transformation marked a significant breakthrough for Yin Ying. The process of absorbing the fire elemental core concluded quickly. Yin Ying withdrew the flickering flames around her into her body and turned to Jiang An, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Just a little more," she said, her voice tinged with excitement. "I can feel it. If I push a little further, my demonic flames will reach an even greater level of power." Jiang An's eyes lit up. He was all too familiar with the might of her demonic flames. Not only could they inflict searing pain on commanders like Wei Qing, but they also outmatched the troublesome black flames wielded by the abyssal cultists. If her flames could ascend to an even higher level, their power would undoubtedly be astonishing. "What about your skill power? Has it improved?" Jiang An asked. As soon as he spoke, the tail behind Yining flared up with a burst of fire, showcasing her signature single-target skill, Flaming Tail. She carefully assessed the change, then nodded with delight. "It's definitely stronger, about an 18% increase in power." This figure matched their previous expectations perfectly, and Jiang An nodded in satisfaction. The next step was to deal with the metal elemental core. Although its metallic damage boost was only 11%, far less impressive than the core Yining had just absorbed, it was still a rare treasure in the current market. It would be ideal for bartering. Jiang An needed the key to unlock the hidden Qingqiu dungeon, and this core was the perfect item to trade for it. If this plan didn't work, he'd have to come up with another solution. Looking around, Jiang An spoke softly, "Let's go. It's time to bid farewell to this fallen abyss dungeon." One day later, at the command center of Shanhaiguan. What did you say about a hidden dungeon?" Wei Qing frowned, scratching his ear as if doubting he had heard correctly. Standing across from him, Jiang An replied seriously, "Qingqiu." Wei Qing's brows furrowed deeper as he sank into thought. Although hidden dungeons were extremely rare and their details were never made public, strong individuals of their level often kept tokens of low-level hidden dungeons as trophies. These were usually spoils of war obtained after surpassing the dungeon's level. Instead of selling them, they were better used for exchanges or maintaining connections. As a result, such information circulated within their circle. "The Qingqiu dungeon?" Wei Qing began slowly. "I do recall this hidden dungeon. It's a rare type that allows multiple entries. Normally, hidden dungeons have a single token for access, and both the token and dungeon disappear after being completed. But as long as you possess the heart of the nine-tailed fox, you can repeatedly enter this dungeon." A look of delight appeared on Jiang An's face. His biggest concern had been whether anyone even knew about this dungeon. Since Wei Qing seemed so familiar with it, obtaining the token shouldn't be too difficult. "Does the teacher have it then?" "No," Wei Qing answered bluntly, "but I know who does. If you really need it, I can ask if they're willing to trade. But before that, I have a question." "Go ahead." "If I remember correctly, the Qingqiu dungeon requires level 40 to enter. You're only in your 30s, what do you need it for?" Wei Qing said casually, "Don't tell me you're planning to hit level 40 in the next few days." Jiang An scratched his head awkwardly. "Well, that might actually be the case." "What?" Wei Qing's voice rose sharply. He immediately cast an appraisal spell on Jiang An, and when the glaring level 40 appeared before his eyes, he froze in shock. Less than 10 days to level up by 10 levels? That's an average of more than 1 level per day? This leveling speed was simply absurd. So far, the world record for leveling from 30 to 40 had taken a full month and 18 days. And that was with a professional team providing support and combining all the necessary elements: class optimization, dungeon runs, and cooldown charms. And Jiang An had managed to shatter that record in less than 10 days? Even with cooldown charms, This speed was outrageous. Wei Qing stared at Jiang An for a long moment, then cleared his throat and tried to appear serious. You're leveling speed. Not bad. Though it's still behind me, it's definitely better than that old pigeon. Bai Ge. Keep it up. He patted Jiang An on the shoulder, but couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from curling up. By the way, teacher, Jiang An said nervously, pulling out a gold elemental core. I was wondering if this would be valuable enough for a trade? According to Wei Qing, since the Qingqiu dungeon could be entered repeatedly, the token shouldn't be overly rare or valuable. However, bartering was inherently subjective, and if the other party refused, he'd be in a bind. The dungeon required level 40 to enter, and if he accidentally leveled up further, it would jeopardize his current bloodline purification task. Noticing Jiang An's concern, Wei Qing smiled knowingly. Understandable despite Jiang An's rapid leveling, he hadn't had much time since his class change, so his resources were likely limited. At least this gave Wei Qing some satisfaction as a teacher, finding an area where Jiang An had yet to fully develop. With his hands clasped behind his back, Wei Qing adopted a lofty demeanor. No need to worry. It's just the heart of the nine-tailed fox. Even if your item isn't enough, I can help you make up the difference. He trailed off as his peripheral vision caught sight of the gold elemental core. His voice suddenly shot up. What? An elemental core? Realizing he had overreacted, he quickly composed himself, though his gaze kept drifting back to Jiang An. The only dungeon capable of dropping an elemental core at this level was the Fallen Abyss, infamous for its abysmally low drop rates. This kid's luck was almost too good to be true. While elemental cores were rare, those from the Fallen Abyss were typically of low quality, often under 8 hardly valuable to powerhouses at their level. Ahem. Elemental core, not bad. Wei Qing said, feigning calm. The value depends on its quality. If it's below 8, it's not worth much and might not suffice for a trade. He took the core to examine it more closely, and when he saw the 11 gold elemental damage boost, his expression froze. Slowly, he turned to Jiang An, his voice mechanical. How did you get this? Don't tell me it's from the Fallen Abyss. He refused to believe it could have dropped from the Fallen Abyss. Statistics showed the drop rate for elemental cores there was less than 1 in 1,000, with over 90 of them being low quality, around 6. The rare 8 cores that occasionally appeared on the market were typically from elemental sanctuaries at level 150 or higher. Wei Qing himself had spent nearly 3 months grinding in an elemental sanctuary to obtain a 12 core for his damage boost. And now his student casually produced an 11 boost core? How could he possibly stay calm? Where did you get this thing? Could there be other low-level dungeons that drop it? Jiang An was a little puzzled as to why Wei Qing was so excited, but he still answered honestly, I got it from the Fallen Abyss dungeon. Its stats are just slightly above average. Slightly above average? Wei Qing could no longer hold back when he heard this. Forgetting his usual composed demeanor, he exclaimed, spittle flying. The average is calculated based on all elemental cores. The Fallen Abyss dungeon may drop elemental cores, but both the quantity and quality are far inferior to the level 150 elemental Forbidden Zone dungeon. In fact, the drop rate from the Fallen Abyss dungeon is so low it's almost negligible. If you only consider the elemental cores dropped from the Fallen Abyss dungeon, the average is about 6% at best. Moreover, you need to understand that the damage increase provided by elemental cores is entirely additional. It doesn't even take up any equipment slots. Even a mere 1% damage boost would have countless people flocking to get it. Do you get that? An 11% attribute boost is already considered exceptional. Even the elemental cores I've absorbed so far only amount to 12%. Jiang An finally realized the value of his elemental core after Wei Qing's passionate explanation. Seeing that Jiang An now understood its worth, Wei Qing nodded in satisfaction. In any case, it's a good thing. To get an 11% gold elemental core from the Fallen Abyss dungeon, you must have incredible luck. Jiang An lowered his head, thinking to himself. Thankfully, he'd already absorbed that elemental core with an 18% attribute boost back then. Otherwise, things would be even more astonishing. But now that he thought about it, the lucky star skill was ridiculously powerful. Not only did it increase drop rates, but it also ensured that the drops were top tier. Who would have thought that the only summoned beast in his team without any strong offensive skills would possess such a game-changing ability? After taking a sip of water, Wei Qing smacked his lips and said, trading this thing for the nine-tailed fox's heart would be a waste. You should keep it for yourself. Whether you use it to barter for something else or sell it to enhance your strength, that's up to you. But about the token, Jiang An frowned slightly. Aside from this elemental core, he didn't seem to have anything else of comparable value. The star tier definitely wouldn't do. Its value might even surpass the fire elemental core that Yining had absorbed. Then an idea suddenly struck Jiang An. With a flash of light in his hand, he said, how about this? Will it work? A pair of golden zombie fangs appeared in Jiang An's hand. Forget it, Wei Qing said, shaking his head. You just recently changed classes. There's no way you have that many good items to trade. Leave this matter to me, don't worry about it. Besides, you've been my student for quite some time now, and I haven't given you a proper mentor's gift. Consider the nine-tailed fox's heart my gift to you." Wei Qing didn't even glance at the zombie fangs, instead clasping his hands behind his back, exuding the aura of a dignified instructor. Jiang An felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Wei Qing might say it so casually, but in truth, he had gone to great lengths to help him over this period. Jiang An silently vowed to remember this kindness. "Thank you, teacher," Jiang An said, bowing to Wei Qing before preparing to store the zombie fangs back in his inventory. However, as Wei Qing was savoring the rare feeling of being a mentor, his gaze suddenly fell on the zombie fangs. "Wait, this equipment looks like a special item, doesn't it?" Jiang An nodded and decided to display the zombie fangs attributes for Wei Qing to see. Instantly, a series of impressive stats appeared. Zombie fangs. Type: special equipment. Class restriction: vampire, zombie. Level requirement: 30. Quality: gold. Strength 1. Intelligence 1. Dexterity 1. Constitution 1. Special effect 1. This item does not occupy an equipment slot. Once equipped, it binds permanently to the user and cannot be removed. It can also be hidden at will. Special effect 2. Attacks will include a lifesteal effect, restoring 30 of the damage dealt as health. Special effect 3. Skills used while equipped receive a 10 damage boost. Attached skill: Tracking Fong. Tracking Fong LV3, gold tier skill. Can be actively used. The zombie fangs temporarily detach and track an enemy from a distance, dealing massive damage before returning. Upon return, the user recovers health equal to the damage dealt. Wei Qing's eyes darted back and forth across the 3 special effects and the attached skill. His expression grew increasingly complicated. "This don't tell me you got this from the zombie mines?" "Teacher Wei Qing, your sharp eyes are unparalleled. You guessed it right away." Jiang An threw out a casual compliment. "Don't be so slick," Wei Qing scolded, though his expression clearly showed he was pleased. After a moment, he said, "In some ways, this item's attributes could be compared to an elemental core or even surpass it. Elemental cores are valuable because they enhance your existing strength, and thanks to special effect 1, this equipment offers the same benefit. Its only drawback is the class restriction to zombie-related roles. Without that limitation, it would undoubtedly cause a frenzy among players." As he spoke, Wei Qing couldn't help but marvel internally at Jiang An's luck. Equipment with such unique effects was unheard of, even in higher-level dungeons. Could it be that the speed of clearing a dungeon not only affects drop rates but also determines the quality of the items dropped? Wei Qing grew thoughtful. He had already witnessed Jiang An's rapid leveling firsthand. From the very beginning, Jiang An had been breaking dungeon records. Recently, he'd managed to reach level 40 in just over a week, suggesting that his clearing speed had only increased. Perhaps these dungeons weren't incapable of dropping exceptional items. They simply required certain conditions to be met. For instance, in a low-level dungeon, clearing it within 5 hours might yield a random silver tier item. But clearing it within 1 hour could potentially result in a gold tier item or even a rare special item. Could different clearing speeds unlock different reward pools? A hint of excitement appeared on Wei Qing's face. While this was just a hypothesis, he was convinced it held merit. It would explain why Jiang An had managed to obtain an 11% elemental core from the Fallen Abyss dungeon and these zombie fangs. Wei Qing shared his hypothesis with Jiang An, then began pacing the room excitedly, his eyes gleaming as he said, "This is an entirely new research direction. I need to immediately gather a team of specialists to run tests. I believe we'll have concrete results very soon." Jiang An, standing to the side, looked as though he wanted to say something but hesitated. His recent experiences in the dungeon runs had indeed made him notice something unusual. Even without Xiao Yao's luck, his chances of obtaining rare equipment were noticeably higher than others. However, he had never given it much thought until now. Wei Qing, ever perceptive, noticed Jiang An's expression change. Raising an eyebrow, he asked, "Are you thinking that even if you know this rule, it won't change much? After all, there aren't many people who can level up as quickly as you." Jiang An scratched the back of his head awkwardly and nodded in agreement. Wei Qing's lips curved into a faint smile. "It's normal to think that way. You are indeed the fastest player I've ever seen in clearing dungeons. Even the fastest players in the past couldn't reach the threshold to trigger rare rewards. But," he shifted his tone, "that doesn't mean this rule is useless. Perhaps, in the next few hundred years, another person like you will emerge. Even if there's only one such person, we could use this to unlock more rare rewards from low-level dungeons. These rewards could multiply humanity's early-stage combat power. Those who might otherwise get stuck at first-tier challenges or trial tasks could gain new opportunities. This could even usher in a new era of speedrun dungeons." Jiang An suddenly understood. He thought of Bai he had known about this rule. She might have focused on rapidly clearing other dungeons to strengthen herself when she was stuck on her first-tier task. Even if the chances of success were slim, any glimmer of hope was worth pursuing. Wei Qing sighed. All the rules we know today were discovered bit by those before us. If we can leave something behind for future generations, it would be a kind of legacy. Hearing this, Jiang An felt a wave of emotion. After a moment of silence, he bowed deeply to Wei Qing. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. I understand now. The conversation then shifted to specific advice on equipment handling. When they discussed Jiang An's flame shadow having already absorbed 18 of the fire element core, Wei Qing was so shocked he was momentarily speechless. 18? Wei Qing's breathing quickened. As your teacher, I've only reached 12, and your summon has already hit 18? And wasn't the highest record 15? When Jiang An admitted that he had obtained it from the Fallen Abyss dungeon, Wei Qing was utterly stunned. Reaching level 40 within a week and obtaining 2 rare elemental cores from the Fallen Abyss, it defied everything he knew. If he hadn't heard it directly from Jiang An, he wouldn't have believed something so unbelievable. After a moment's silence, Wei Qing finally accepted the reality. He looked at Jiang An, his tone carrying a hint of resignation. Since Yanning already has an element core with 18 purity, you should trade this metal element core for one that Shun you can use. As he spoke, he couldn't help but sigh. An 18 fire element core, calling it top tier, felt like an understatement. Even the core he used himself couldn't compare. Instantly, Wei Qing's mind conjured up the faces of 7 or 8 fire element specialists of similar rank. If they found out that such a treasure, one they would fight tooth and nail for, was in the hands of his student's summoned beast. The thought of their possible reactions unexpectedly lifted Wei Qing's spirits. Besides, this was something his disciple had obtained on his own. If anyone ever brought it up in the future, they'd have to praise his foresight. Noticing the significant change in Wei Qing's expression, Jiang An asked worriedly, "Teacher, are you all right?" Wei Qing waved it off. "All right, let's settle it this way. As for the 18 purity detail, I won't tell anyone else. While researchers might need this data, I'll keep your identity confidential. If this information gets out, it might not be beneficial for you. You've been drawing too much attention lately with your outstanding performance. It's best to keep a low profile for now." Jiang An's heart tightened as he solemnly nodded in understanding. "As for the nine-tailed fox's heart, I'll contact someone to arrange the trade immediately. The results should be in by tonight at the latest," Wei Qing added. Jiang An's heart leaped with joy. If he could get the token by tonight, he could complete Yin Ying's bloodline enhancement task tomorrow. Considering how powerful Yanning already was with just 50 purity, what would happen if it increased to 60? Could it evolve directly into a nine-tailed celestial fox? After leaving Wei Qing's office, Jiang An headed for the elevator. When the doors opened, a young woman was standing inside. She had delicate features, fair skin, and an air of refinement, with a faint resemblance to Sun Mei. It was Sun Yu, the eldest of the 3 sisters from the Sun family. Standing behind her was a humanoid angel, with a figure resembling an adult woman and an exquisitely elegant face. The angel's body was only partially covered by armor-like clothing, leaving much of her skin glowing with a divine radiance that even the armor couldn't fully obscure. Her pair of snow-white wings shimmered with holy light. The moment the two saw Jiang An, their gazes immediately focused on him. Sun Yu instantly recognized Jiang An. His boldness in challenging someone over 20 levels higher at the trading hall last time had left a deep impression on her. Meanwhile, the dual-winged angel's gaze seemed to pierce through Jiang An, as though trying to see into his very soul. This unnerving stare made Jiang An feel uncomfortable. At that moment, the voices of Yin Ying and Shun Yu echoed simultaneously in his mind. "Master, that dual-winged angel is sensing our strength." Jiang An frowned and glanced at the angel. "Is there any malice?" "None," Shin Yu explained. "According to my inherited memories, some angels possess a talent called Angel's Heart. Even when not actively used, they instinctively sense the strength of nearby beings as a form of warning. It's just a natural reaction, not malicious." Even knowing there was no ill intent, the feeling of being scrutinized so thoroughly was still unsettling. At that moment, Yinning spoke up. "Master, if you don't want to be sensed, you can use my ability." Jiang An immediately understood her suggestion. He quickly activated Shadow Skill, Doppelganger, and chose to replicate Yin Ying's talent, Charming Vulnerability. However, he seemed to have overlooked a crucial detail. While Charming Vulnerability could indeed hide one's strength, it also made the user appear pitifully fragile. The atmosphere abruptly took a strange turn. For reasons unknown, Sun Yu, who had just been admiring Jiang An's courage in challenging someone so much stronger, suddenly found him incredibly pitiable. Here was someone who, despite being fortunate enough to contract a first-tier dragon, was still oppressed by others' strength. Someone who, despite the vast disparity in power, had to resort to extreme measures like a life-or-death duel to prove himself. Someone who, despite having done nothing wrong, had to endure so many hardships. It was so unfair to him. As an older woman by a few years, Sun Yu couldn't help but slip into the role of a protective big sister. Sun Yu looked at Jiang An standing before her, a surge of impulse to pull him into her arms and comfort him rising in her heart. But she quickly suppressed the thought. Forcing a smile as a form of greeting, she swiftly stepped out of the elevator. The two brushed past each other, and it wasn't until she heard the elevator doors close that she let out a long sigh of relief only to realize her cheeks had unknowingly flushed. Sunyu, what are you even thinking? She scolded herself internally when her twin-winged angel suddenly spoke from behind. He's quite strong. The remark left Sunyu stunned. Her twin-winged angel had always been prideful and rarely praised anyone. She turned around, surprised, and asked, "Is it your angel's heart sensing it?" The angel's heart, the innate ability of her summoned beast, could automatically perceive the strength of those nearby even without being actively used. While it didn't display detailed level information as clearly as identification skills, it had the advantage of being highly discreet. The twin-winged angel nodded to confirm. Yes. He should already be at level 40, and his combat power is twice that of other experts at the same level. Level 40? Sun Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. The last time I saw him, he was only at level 31. Faced with her skepticism, the twin-winged angel wore a displeased expression. Are you doubting my innate ability? Sun Yu quickly shook her head and then murmured thoughtfully. No wonder he dared to challenge someone above his level. At this pace, by the time the secret realm opens, the gap between our levels might be negligible. But twice the combat power. He'll definitely be a formidable opponent then. No need to worry, the twin-winged angel said proudly. When I said not bad, I meant compared to you humans. Even if he reaches level 60, he won't be my match. Sun Yu smiled awkwardly. This summoning beast, her earliest contract, was indeed powerful though even more difficult to manage than her later golden dragon eel. Let's go. Teacher Bai Gu is still waiting for us. Meanwhile, on his way back to the academy, Jiang An, wearing his usual sunglasses and hat, with Yanning obediently staying in the summoning beast space, experienced an unprecedented level of attention. Someone offered him a seat, a vendor gave him free buns, and passers-by looked at him with sympathetic gazes. It wasn't until he returned to the villa that a burst of laughter erupted in his mind. Jiang An waved his hand to tear open a spatial rift, and 4 summoned beasts scrambled out, each laughing uncontrollably. The round and chubby glutton ball even rolled around on the grass in hysterics. What's so funny? He asked. Yin Ying, stifling her laughter, explained. Master's appearance after using the pity state is just too adorable. Jiang An finally realized what had happened, his face flushing. The kind treatment from strangers was because they felt sorry for him. Oh, so you all knew and deliberately didn't tell me? Get ready for your punishment. Yanning fluttered her lashes playfully. How does Master plan to punish me? Xin Yu and Xiao Yao blushed, avoiding Jiang An's gaze. Only Glutton Ball panicked. Master won't take away my kin food, right? No dinner for you tonight. Ah, the 4 summoned beasts exclaimed in unison, though clearly each was worried about something different. However, Jiang An said, casting a meaningful glance at Xin Yu, Yin Ying, and Xiao Yao, if you perform well, not only might you earn your dinner back, but you could even get extra. The 3 little ones' eyes lit up, but before they could respond, Glutton Ball eagerly raised its pudgy paw. Master, just say the word. Whatever you need. They'll do Idavan if it means braving fire and water. In order to get extra food, Chanchio was willing to do anything. When Yanning gently patted her on the shoulder, Chanchio turned her head in confusion. Sister Yanning, why are you patting me? With a smile on her face, Yanning pointed to some rocks not far away, used for viewing the scenery. Master wants you to crush all those rocks into powder. Go ahead, leave the rest to us. Scratching her head, Chanchio, to the surprise of Xin Yu and the others, didn't question the request at all. Instead, she cheered excitedly. Yay, this is what I'm best at. This extra meal is mine for sure. Xiao Yao and Shen Yu could only shake their heads helplessly at the sight. This girl was truly incorrigible. After sending Chanchio off, Yanning turned to Jiang An and asked softly, So, Master, what task do you have for us next? Time quietly passed. When Chanchio finally crushed all the rocks into powder and was about to rush to the villa to report the good news, Jiang An stepped out wearing a long robe. Although he tried to mask it, his slightly unsteady steps betrayed his exhaustion. Even so, his face was lit up with an uncontrollable smile. Master, Master! Chanchio shouted excitedly. I did it. All turned into powder. Jiang An nodded and, with a wave of his hand, conjured over a dozen boxes of high-grade pet food. Seeing Chanchio's eyes instantly light up, he said, Good job. I'm very pleased. Here's some extra food for you. Wow, Master is so good to me. Chanchio loves Master so much, she exclaimed, before noticing the unusual quietness around her. Huh, where did the other 3 go? They're resting. They're tired. Oh, so they're not eating right now? Chanchio's eyes darted mischievously. Recalling what had just happened, Jiang An's lips curled into a meaningful smile. They had some snacks earlier, so they probably can't eat for now. Yay. Chanchio immediately hugged all the pet food to herself. Then it's all mine. Jiang An shook his head helplessly at this food-loving creature who was so easily satisfied. Glancing at the communicator, he estimated the delivery time from the Huaxia Trading Exchange. As the most trusted institution, they not only offered door-to-door delivery but also additional errands for VIP customers. Wei Qing had already secured the heart of the nine-tailed fox, which was now being delivered by the exchange's couriers. Just as he reached the villa's entrance, a knock sounded right on time. With a smile, Jiang An opened the gate, but even before seeing the visitor, he heard a familiar voice. Jiang An, little brother, did you miss your big sister? This distinct way of addressing him could only belong to one person in the entire Shanghai Academy. Looking up, he met a pair of charming, alluring eyes. Bai Jing, what brings you here? Standing before Jiang An was none other than Bai Jing, the stunning and enchanting woman from the Huaxia Trading Company. Normally, tasks like delivering items would be handled by designated personnel. It was unexpected for Bai Jing to find the time to personally make this trip. Ever since the auction at the Shanghai Academy, Bai Jing had garnered significant attention. Previously, she was renowned as the top auctioneer in linen, but now her reputation had soared, with many specifically requesting her for transactions just to catch a glimpse of her. She had firmly established her presence at the Shanghai Academy branch. I saw on your social media that you've been so busy you can't even catch a break, Jiang An teased. How do you still have time for such errands? Bai Jing extended her slender arm, resting it on Jiang An's shoulder. Her face leaned in close, and with a soft, teasing breath, she said, "Oh, stop it. No matter how busy I am, I could never forget about you. I've been missing you these past few days, and when I heard from my team that Lord Wei Qing wanted to send something to you, I thought this was the perfect chance to come see you." As she spoke, she opened her hand, revealing a wooden box. "Here, it's all yours." Jiang An accepted the box and opened it. Inside lay a vibrant, crimson heart, pulsating as though it might beat again at any moment. It was the heart of the nine-tailed fox, a rare artifact. A prompt appeared in his mind. The heart of the nine-tailed fox special item. Use at coordinates 33280, 23234 to unlock the level 40 hidden dungeon. Qingqiu. A flicker of surprise crossed Bai Jing's eyes. While the heart of the nine-tailed fox was extremely rare, it was well known to those working at the Huaxia Trading Company, as they were trained extensively in artifact identification before joining. However, if Bai Jing remembered correctly, this item was typically required only at level 40. She instinctively glanced at Jiang An. How long had it been since she last saw him? Not even half a month. Had he already reached level 40? This rate of leveling truly impressive. No wonder she had been transferred all the way from linen. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Jing asked, "So are you planning to enter the Qingqiu dungeon tomorrow?" "Yeah," Jiang An nodded. "Then be careful of other people while you're there," Bai Jing said after a brief hesitation. Jiang An frowned slightly. "Why?" Bai Jing glanced around, ensuring no one else was nearby, before lowering her voice. A few days ago, He Chengxian requested that the trading company acquire a nine-tailed fox heart for him. He Chengxian is from the He family, an influential founding clan. He's said to be Elder He's grandson, cunning and ruthless, like a venomous snake. If nothing unexpected happens, he's likely heading there tomorrow as well. Jiang An raised an eyebrow. Elder He's grandson? Exactly, Bai Jing confirmed. And from what I know, although the He family and the Tang family don't seem to interact much on the surface, they actually have quite a few dealings in secret. Just be cautious. Jiang An nodded. Got it. Thanks, Bai Jing. In the trading company, confidentiality regarding transaction information was paramount. For Bai Jing to willingly break protocol and share this with him was a rare gesture of goodwill. Bai Jing's lips curved into a playful smile. Just a verbal thank you? Aren't you going to show some real gratitude? As she spoke, she leaned against the villa's doorframe, her posture teasingly seductive. Her boldness made Jiang An momentarily flustered. Clearing his throat, he pretended to reach out. But before his hand got close, Bai Jing swiftly stepped back, rolling her eyes at him. Dream on. Jiang An chuckled inwardly, though he feigned a look of disappointment. Well, in that case, can you help me with something? He carefully stored the nine-tailed fox heart, and, with a shimmer of light, produced a golden elemental core in his palm. This is... Bai Jing's eyes widened, her mouth slightly agape. An elemental core? And with an 11 attribute enhancement. Exactly, Jiang An said with a smile, watching her reaction to the valuable item. However, to his surprise, Bai Jing's first response wasn't excitement but caution. I wouldn't recommend selling this outright, she advised. An 11 attribute enhancement is incredibly rare. Converting it into points or cash would be a waste. Some things are priceless, even if you have money. I thought the same, Jiang An replied with a grin. That's why I want to use it for a trade. I need elemental cores with holy and undead attributes. The enhancement percentage can be lower, but they must be these two attributes. Bai Jing's expression shifted to one of understanding. Ah, I see. This is for Shunyu, isn't it? Got it. Leave it to me. With an 11 enhancement on this gold elemental core, even though holy and undead are rare attributes, I should be able to find cores with at least an 8 enhancement for you. I'll do my best. She hesitated briefly before adding, but it might not happen immediately. Finding buyers with those specific elemental cores will take time. I'll start looking tonight, though, and I should be able to finalize it within a week. A hint of joy appeared on Jiang An's face. A week? That's faster than I expected. I thought I'd be lucky to have it done before entering the secret realm. Having connections really makes things easier. Just remember, Bai Jing teased, once the deal is done, you owe me a proper thank you, not just words. Jiang An struck a dramatic pose. Then I'll reluctantly accept your proposal to marry me. Their eyes met for a moment, and Bai Jing felt her heart skip a beat. A blush rose from her neck to her ears, and she felt her temperature spike. Fortunately, she quickly regained her composure, shooting Jiang An a glare. Who's marrying you, huh? All right, I'm leaving. I have a meeting tonight. With that, she turned and walked away, not even waiting for Jiang An to respond. Once she was past the villa's gate and out of his sight, she stopped, pressing a hand to her flushed face. The memory of their shared gaze replayed in her mind, and she couldn't suppress the smile tugging at her lips. This little rascal talking about marriage when he's not even fully grown. The nerve. She glanced at the elemental core in her hand. I'd better get this sorted quickly. That way, they'll have an excuse to mess with him again. Early the next morning, before the sky fully brightened, Jiang An boarded a high-speed train heading for Shu County. Shu County, a small town under the jurisdiction of Shanghai City, was also the location of the Qingqiu dungeon. Half an hour later, the train arrived at its destination. Stepping off the platform, Jiang An was greeted by rows of dilapidated buildings. Although it was a county, the lack of dungeon resources in the surrounding area had long stripped it of any development value. Even the Adventurers Association's location couldn't be found on the map. The shops lining the streets were tightly shut, a stark contrast to the bustling Shanghai city. Occasionally, a few hurried pedestrians passed by quickly. Seeing no one around, Jiang An opened his summoned beast space and released Yin Ying, Shen Yu, and the others. The four little creatures curiously looked around upon emerging but soon lost interest in the desolate scene. Shen Yu, just fly me there directly, Jiang An said. As you command, my master, Shen Yu replied, immediately shifting from humanoid form to his dragon form and crouching in front of Jiang An. Jiang An climbed onto Shen Yu's back and gestured to the other three summoned beasts. Yin Ying quickly activated her Chu Lian form, transforming into a small firefox and leaping onto Jiang An's shoulder. Chan Qiu shrank down into a pendant and attached itself to his waist, while Xiao Yao, whose size couldn't be reduced, was held in his arms. Let's go. Shen Yu spread his wings and soared into the sky, heading toward the coordinates indicated by the nine-tailed fox heart. At level 40, Shen Yu's speed had noticeably increased, causing Xiao Yao to bury her head deep into Jiang An's chest in fright. After about 10 minutes, Shen Yu began to slow down. Ahead lay a barren wasteland overgrown with wild grass, the exact location of the Qingqiu dungeon. Amidst the waist-high grass stood 6 people. The leader, dressed in white and holding a staff, seemed to be He Qingxian, whom Bai Jing had mentioned. The 6 individuals watched Jiang An, who was approaching on a dragon, with wary eyes. In a remote place like Shu County, the sudden appearance of a dragon rider was undoubtedly unsettling. He Qingxian scrutinized Jiang An's face, as well as the distinctive dragon mount and the fire fox on his shoulder, before tentatively asking, Jiang An? As Shen Yu landed gracefully, Jiang An nodded in response, pretending not to recognize him. And you are? He Chengxian of the He family. The man introduced himself while continuing to examine Jiang An closely. Behind him, whispers from his companions could be heard. Jiang An? What's he doing here? Isn't he only level 30-something? After a brief exchange, He Chengxian seemed to realize that Jiang An might also be here for the Qingqiu dungeon. Noticing the fox summon on Jiang An's shoulder, his expression shifted slightly. Are you here for the heavenly fox blood as well? He asked. Jiang An shook his head in denial. His purpose was straightforward, to obtain the fox crown for Yin Ying and complete her bloodline purification quest. As for the so-called heavenly fox blood, he had never even heard of it. He Chengxian clearly didn't believe him. As Wei Qing's apprentice, Jiang An surely couldn't be unaware of the heavenly fox blood. Nevertheless, He Chengxian maintained a friendly demeanor and suggested, since we have different goals, why not team up? The Qingqiu dungeon allows up to 10 people to enter. You must also have the nine-tailed fox heart. Our team consists of hidden classes, all at least level 40. A team would be much more efficient. Jiang An, however, curtly replied, no need. I prefer solo runs. No need. I prefer soloing. Jiang An decisively rejected He Chengxuan's proposal, his gaze calm and composed. He was well aware, from his experience with the level 20 trial mission, that the difficulty of such tasks was always scaled to one's individual strength. Although Qingqiu was a hidden level 40 dungeon, it posed no real challenge for someone like Yin Ying, who had already reached level 40, especially with the capable assistance of Shin Yu and Chan Qiu. Jiang An had already formulated a plan in his mind. The Fox Tribe crown was certainly not an ordinary drop. It was likely a special reward requiring a fast clear condition. In this scenario, He Qingxuan's team would only slow him down. Hearing Jiang An's refusal, a flicker of surprise flashed across He Qingxuan's face, but it was quickly replaced with a dark expression. His teammates immediately tensed, their eyes fixed on Jiang An. Unexpectedly, He Qingxian suddenly set aside his displeasure and made a gesture of invitation. In that case, I won't insist. This uncharacteristic behavior left his 5 teammates wide-eyed in shock. They clearly hadn't expected the usually arrogant He Qingxian to back down so easily. Jiang An, unfazed, walked straight toward the dungeon vortex, with Yin Ying and Shun Yu Chan Qiu watching the 6 of them warily, ready for any sudden moves. Only after Jiang An's figure vanished into the vortex did He Qingxuan's fake smile disappear in an instant. His teammates grew anxious. Young Master He, you're just letting him go? What if he gets the heavenly fox blood? Yeah, we've been preparing for this for so long. I've even been holding back on leveling up because of it. He Qingxian waved dismissively, his voice carrying a hint of gravity. That guy is no ordinary player. My grandfather specifically warned me to avoid him if possible. His words left the others exchanging uneasy glances, shocked that even a senior figure like He Qingxuan's grandfather would regard Jiang An with such caution. The only female member of the team, Xiao Shui, protested indignantly, are we really just going to let this go? The heavenly fox blood should rightfully belong to young Master He. Enough, He Qingxian interrupted, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. The 6 of us are bound to be faster than him. Besides, if he does manage to get the heavenly fox blood, his voice turned chilling, then we'll just make sure he disappears forever. After all, he's already on the Abyssal Cult's assassination list. When the time comes, we can pin it all on them. The others exchanged knowing looks, admiration for He Qingxuan's meticulous planning evident in their expressions. Meanwhile, inside the Qingqiu dungeon, Jiang An sneezed a few times in succession. Yin Ying, lounging lazily on his shoulder, yawned. Master, why not let me just kill them? Their ability to change faces is almost as fast as a Sichuan opera. Jiang An chuckled and shook his head, a faintly glowing memory pearl appearing in his palm. It was a trinket he'd bought from the alchemy street, capable of recording everything happening around it. Killing them wouldn't be difficult, but that he guy is the grandson of an elder. He probably has some kind of life-saving trick up his sleeve. If we make a move, we need to leave them with no room to argue. Jiang An sighed lightly. Too bad they didn't act recklessly earlier. I wasted a perfectly good memory pearl. Shin Yu suddenly flashed a sweet smile. I get it now. First, we set a trap, then we take them out, and finally, we extort them for everything they've got. Dig the hole first, then take them out, and finally, extort some profit, Shin Yu said mischievously, winking at Jiang An. Jiang An shook his head helplessly. This little rascal was indeed clever beyond his years. After just one collaboration to trick Tang Lihai, he had already mastered the tactic thoroughly. Wrong? Yanning suddenly spoke. What's wrong, Sister Yanning? Shin Yu asked, blinking his curious, wide eyes. Yanning curved her lips elegantly. How can you call that extortion? Extortion is illegal. The master has taught us that we must always stand on the side of reason. This should be called claiming emotional compensation. Oh, Shin Yu exclaimed in sudden realization. Sister Yin Ying is the best. Chan Qiu and Xiao Yao also looked at Yin Ying with admiration. As Jiang An's earliest companion summon, Yin Ying had clearly absorbed much of his wisdom. Alright, let's clear the dungeon first. We need to finish it as quickly as possible today. We can't afford any more delays, Jiang An instructed. The 4 little ones immediately perked up, their gazes sharpening with focus. Jiang An looked around. This area, Qingqiu, was said to be the realm of the Fox clan, where all creatures carry traces of fox blood. The most revered among them was the ruler of Kinkwith Nine-Tailed Fox. Before them stretched a vast plain, lush with green grass and filled with the earthy, fresh scent of soil and vegetation. Jiang An caught sight of something darting rapidly through the grass. Activate vision projection. With Yin Ying's enhanced vision, Jiang An clearly saw it was a fire fox, and it seemed to be fleeing for its life. Just then, an urgent fox cry pierced the air. Yin Ying immediately cast the dreamscape domain, perceiving every change in the surroundings. Through shared senses, Jiang An saw the same scene. A fallen 6-tailed fox? Jiang An and Yin Ying exchanged a surprised glance. Chasing the fire fox was a pitch-black fallen 6-tailed fox. Jiang An quickly used his appraisal skill. Fallen 6-tailed fox elite level. Level 40. Strength 80. Spirit 2000. Agility 1920. Constitution 1900. Combat skills: 6-tail annihilation gold, fire jet gold, flame tail gold, blazing storm gold. This fallen six-tailed fox's stats and skills were far superior to the ones they'd encountered in the abyss. It stared at Jiang An and Yining curiously, letting out a fox cry filled with urgency. Jiang An's interface displayed a faction selection prompt. 1. Join the Qingqiu faction. Defeat the fallen faction difficulty. Dangerous. 2. Join the fallen faction. Crush the Qingqiu faction difficulty. Extremely dangerous. 3. Refuse to join either faction and eliminate both difficulty. Near impossible. According to the strategy guides, most people chose the first option, as it granted the assistance of Qingqiu creatures, including the juvenile nine-tailed fox. Very few succeeded with the second option, as it required facing the juvenile nine-tailed fox. The third option had never been successfully completed. Choosing it would also mark the player with a tracker visible to all fox creatures. Without hesitation, Jiang An selected the third option. Instantly, a pillar of black light shot up from his body, standing out starkly. Well, there it is, the infamous marker. Jiang An muttered with a twitch of his lips. But this was exactly what he wanted. Instead of searching for them one by one, it was better to let them come to him, allowing for the fastest completion of the mission. The fallen six-tailed fox's eyes turned vicious and bloodthirsty upon seeing the black pillar, and it lunged toward Jiang An suddenly. Its right foreleg froze mid-motion, and its entire body began trembling, its eyes filled with overwhelming terror. The once ferocious fallen six-tailed fox suddenly began trembling all over, letting out a feeble whimper. It seemed to have encountered something unimaginably terrifying. Its health bar above its head plummeted rapidly and soon hit 0, leaving it lifeless on the ground. A system notification promptly appeared. Congratulations! You have slain a level 40 elite fallen six-tailed fox. Experience gained. 43999. Obtained material. Fallen six-tailed fox fur 1. Jiang An looked at Yin with satisfaction. The dreamscape realm truly is as terrifying as ever. Now we just need to wait here for the monsters to come to us. Yining nodded and temporarily deactivated the dreamscape realm. Through the recent battles, he had gained a deeper understanding of this skill's nature, immensely powerful yet with a critical flaw. It could only be sustained for a maximum of 10 minutes before being forcibly terminated due to exhaustion. Given that the Pillar of Light would continuously attract monsters, with their numbers sure to increase over time, it was most strategic to use the skill when the monsters were densely packed. Until then, Shen Yu's Chanqiu was more than capable of handling the situation. Jiang An curiously walked a few steps, noticing that the black pillar of light above him moved along with him. The realistic effect surpassed anything he had seen in any online game from his previous life. He decided to pull out a reclining chair from his backpack and lay back comfortably. The light pillar now shot skyward from his midsection. Shen Yu slightly parted her lips, licking them. So big and sturdy. Before she could finish speaking, her ears twitched, and in an instant, she transformed into her massive dragon form, diving toward the right. 2 flame three-tailed foxes, paralyzed by the sheer pressure of her draconic aura, were unable to react before being obliterated by her deathly breath. They were immediately converted into undead minions, obediently standing guard beside Jiang An. In just a few minutes, a dozen undead minions had gathered around Jiang An. The scene oddly reminded him of a tower defense game he had played in his past life, except this time, he was the carrot being protected. Elsewhere, Chanqiu was not to be outdone. Her massive form charged through like a bulldozer, effortlessly crushing several fox-type monsters. When she encountered an elite moonlight fox, the creature promptly unleashed its signature skill, Moon Arc Blade. A crescent-shaped silver moon shot forward from the crescent mark on its forehead, striking Chanqiu squarely on the waist. Surprisingly, the seemingly sharp silver moon shattered and dissipated, while Chanqiu merely rubbed her slightly numbed waist before ferociously pouncing on the moonlight fox. Jiang An opened Chanqiu's attribute panel and noticed a new endurance buff in the status bar. Current stack, 1. Each stack increases defense by 5 and skill damage by 3. This was her diamond tier skill. Patience turns to gold, acquired at level 35. It granted an endurance buff when attacked, with each stack increasing defense by 2. Upon reaching 100 stacks, it switched to increasing skill damage by 1 per stack. The buff lasted 1 minute and had no stacking limit. This skill was practically tailor-made for large-scale battles, allowing Chanqiu to grow stronger the more attacks she endured. If Chanqiu were attacked 200 times within a minute, the skill's damage amplification alone would reach an astonishing 100%. This terrifying boost in effect could almost rival Yin Ying's state when activating Divine Might. However, such amplification has its limitations. Aside from special beings like Chanqiu, other creatures, even with this skill, would struggle to achieve the same results. After all, enduring such a concentrated barrage of attacks in such a short span would likely leave most creatures defeated before they could even begin stacking their defenses. Jiang An lay there, his mind wandering to the potential of Chanqiu in the future. As she continuously strengthened her defenses through her gold-devouring talent, combined with this skill, she would become the perfect blend of offense and defense. By then, a mere 100 layers of endurance buffs would be nothing. Even stacking thousands of layers of attacks within a minute might not even scratch her health bar, instead only pushing her damage output to an unimaginable level. As Jiang An closed his eyes, enjoying the soothing massage from Yin, he couldn't help but regret not bringing some barbecue and beer to complete the experience. Meanwhile, He Chengxian and his group encountered their first opponent, a fallen fire fox. A faction selection prompt appeared on their screens as well. He Chengxian stared at the options, a subtle, meaningful smirk curling at the corner of his lips. On the surface, choosing to join the Qingqiu faction seemed like the easiest path, with comparable rewards. But only he knew that the sole chance to obtain the heavenly fox blood lay in siding with the fallen faction. He thought to himself, even if Jiang An has some skills, clearing this challenge effortlessly is far from likely. That heavenly fox blood was determined to claim it. Without hesitation, He Chengxian selected the second option, officially joining the fallen faction. The fallen fire fox's demeanor changed immediately. Its gaze softened, and it let out two affectionate cries before trotting in a specific direction. Occasionally, it turned back to glance at He Chengxian and his group, as though urging them to follow. For the inhabitants of Qingqiu, these creatures from the fallen faction were nothing short of invaders. The powerful creatures of Qingqiu chose to resist, while the weaker ones could only flee in panic. However, all those fleeing shared the same destination, the very core of Qingqiu, the dwelling of the celestial nine-tailed fox. The corrupted fox leading He Chengxian and his group was heading straight toward this core region. They always say choosing the fallen faction is too difficult and slows down the completion time, He Chengxian said with a confident smile to the other 5 members. In reality, they don't understand. As long as you're strong enough, the fallen faction can clear the dungeon even faster than the Qingqiu faction. Just follow the fallen creatures, charge directly into the core area, and defeat the juvenile nine-tailed fox to complete the mission. What about the Qingqiu creatures who excel at evasion? Xiao Xue asked at the right moment. Once we attack the core area, the other Qingqiu creatures will surely swarm to protect their master. He Chengxian smirked. That'll only make it slightly more challenging. With the strength of the 6 of us, we can handle it with ease. Clearing the dungeon this way will definitely leave Jiang An far behind. The others nodded in agreement. Aside from Xiao Xue, who held a support-based hidden class, the rest were all powerful warriors with unique hidden combat classes. None of them had ever tasted defeat against opponents of the same level. This group had come together primarily because He Chengxian's offered reward was too tempting to refuse. Even if we're unlucky and fail to obtain the celestial fox blood, letting Jiang An get to it first, Xiao Xue added with a fawning tone, we can always ambush him outside the dungeon. In the end, the celestial fox blood will still belong to young Master He. Though the others secretly cursed Xiaoxu's flattery, they all wore smiles of agreement. Of course, the celestial fox blood is destined to be yours, young Master He. Congratulations in advance. With the celestial fox blood, Moonlight Fox will surely reach new heights. He Chengxian couldn't hide his delight. Thank you all for your well wishes. We'll reach the core area shortly. Let's aim to clear the dungeon within 2 hours. They'll be counting on all of you. Once we secure the celestial fox blood, they'll add an extra 50 million cash reward for each of you, on top of the original payment. Upon hearing the additional reward, everyone's enthusiasm surged, and they praised He Chengxian's generosity. An hour later, Jiang An, who was dozing on a recliner inside the dungeon, appeared completely at ease. Surrounding him within a 20-meter radius stood a dense crowd of undead minions. And this wasn't even the full extent of Shan Yu's summoned creatures. More undead minions followed closely behind her. In this kind of defensive battle scenario, Shan Yu's necromantic curse was proving to be extremely effective. Every enemy slain was converted into a new undead minion, continuously bolstering her forces. After a few waves, Shan Yu didn't even need to unleash large-scale damage skills. She simply focused on casting her necromantic curse. These minions, with 70 of her attributes, easily overwhelmed all enemies through sheer numbers. In stark contrast, Changqia's situation seemed far more chaotic. Her massive frame was surrounded by dozens of fox-like creatures. Both Qingqiu and fallen creatures had made her their primary target, bombarding her with countless skills. Yet, these attacks barely dented her health, and her natural regenerative abilities allowed her to keep fighting without even needing Xiaoweo's healing. With each swing of her bear-like paw, Chanqiu took out several enemies. Her patience turns to gold skill remained at around 120 stacks, and the bonus damage alone almost rivaled the power of Yin Ying's absorbed elemental core. Roar! Smash you all! Smash you all! Chanqiu roared in delight as she fought. Suddenly, 9 thick tails swept in from the side, wrapping around her limbs and body in an instant. A barrage of damage numbers appeared, immediately depleting 10 of her health. This was despite her fully stacked defense from patience turns to gold. Xiaoyao quickly cast support skills to stabilize Changqia's health. Jiang An, who had been resting with his eyes closed, abruptly opened them. Finally, the juvenile nine-tailed fox has arrived. His gaze shifted toward Chankia's location, where a small, snow-white fox had appeared. Standing merely half a meter tall, its fur was fluffy, and it exuded an air of elegance. Its eyes gleamed with an intelligence rivaling that of humans. As its gaze swept across the battlefield, it lingered on the corpses. Every time it saw a Qingqiu creature's lifeless body, a visible fury burned in its eyes. Finally, its attention locked onto the culprit Chanqiu. The 9 foxtails binding Chanqiu appeared fragile, but were unbreakable. Even with her fearless battle cry, which should have granted immunity to control effects, she couldn't escape. Xiaoweo's water essence skill, cast with her antler-like staff, also failed to dispel the tail's grip. Jiang An frowned slightly and cast an identification skill on the nine-tailed fox. Celestial fox type, juvenile nine-tailed fox. Level, 40. Strength, 100. Spirit, 2,500. Agility, 2,000. Constitution, 2,000. Combat skills, Nine-Tail Annihilation Diamond, Celestial Flame Platinum, Flame Tail Platinum, Blazing Storm Platinum, Fox Shadow Platinum, Phantom Clone Platinum. Jiang An suddenly realized why both Chanqiu and Xiao Yao's abilities had been rendered ineffective was because this celestial fox possessed the diamond tier skill, Nine-Tail Annihilation. Combined with 5 platinum tier abilities, this level of power was enough to crush most level 40 bosses. Such was the strength of the celestial fox, the ruler of Qingqiu. As Jiang An pondered whether other players, even in a team, could stand a chance against such a formidable foe, a surge of intense battle intent caught his attention. It came from Yining. In an instant, Yining shed her humanoid form, revealing her true fox shoppy sleek, streamlined body covered in fur that shimmered like flames, with 6 tails raised high, ready to strike at any moment. The celestial fox's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise as it noticed Yin Ying's 6 tails. This 6-tailed fox not only exuded the aura of its kin, but also carried a presence that seemed to surpass its own. Their gazes locked, and the air between them ignited with battle fervor. At that moment, a startled cry came from Shan Yu's direction. Black, inky foxtails began to sprout from Shan Yu's body, and soon, a striking yet ominous black fox form emerged. Jiang An carefully counted and discovered that this fallen faction boss possessed 9 tails, though one of them was severed, giving it the appearance of an 8-tailed fox. Using his appraisal skill, Jiang An identified it as a damaged fallen 9-tailed fox. While it also wielded the powerful 9-tail annihilation skill, its overall strength was slightly inferior to the celestial fox. This revelation explained why choosing the Qingqiu faction was considered the easiest difficulty. The moment the fallen 9-tailed fox appeared, its gaze locked onto the young celestial fox, filled with deep-seated hatred. However, sensing Yin Ying's overwhelming aura, its attention shifted to this unexpected and formidable opponent. All 3 foxes let out piercing howls, signaling the battle to come. Yin Ying immediately cast the Dreamscape Domain, enveloping the 2 nine-tailed foxes within it. Although Xiao Yao had already lifted the restrictions on Shunyu, Yin Ying stopped her from joining the fight. "Leave them to me," she declared. The 2 nine-tailed foxes quickly saw through the illusion and simultaneously unleashed their phantom clone technique, creating countless replicas to confuse Yin Ying. In perfect synchronization, they launched a blazing firestorm, engulfing Yin Ying in a sea of flames. Yet instead of harming her, the flames were absorbed by Yin Ying's innate predatory ability, causing her entire body to transform into a crystalline state, her eyes shimmering like flowing glass. As the flames subsided, the 2 nine-tailed foxes, puzzled by their opponent's resilience, attempted to use their clones to conceal their true forms. However, within the Dreamscape Domain, Yining honed in on the subtle differences in their movements when they activated their skills, pinpointing their genuine bodies. Her 6 crystalline tails split into 2 groups, each targeting one of the 9-tailed foxes with unerring precision. 3 shimmering, glass-like fox tails skillfully bound the celestial fox and the fallen 9-tailed fox. The expressions of disbelief and fury flashed across the eyes of these 2 proud 9-tailed beings. In the hierarchical structure of the Fox clan, the number of tails signifies not only power but also status and rank. To them, a 6-tailed fox should have been as insignificant as an ant. Yet, at this moment, Yining not only dared to challenge them but also split his 6 foxtails into 2 sets, attempting to subdue both 9-tailed entities simultaneously. This blatant display of defiance enraged them, but what shocked them even more was the sheer power of Yin Ying's 3 tails. The binding force they unleashed surpassed the destructive might of their 9 tails combined. As the fox tails tightened further, the health bars of the 2 bosses steadily dropped. They thrashed and struggled wildly, trying to break free, but Yining had earlier absorbed their flame storm ability through instinctive plunder. The enhanced power of his skills made escape nearly impossible in the short term. A glint of killing intent flashed in Yin Ying's fox eyes, and flames ignited along his tails. At this critical moment, Xiao Yao quickly cast Fortune's Blessing, boosting their luck. With a crisp sound, the health bars of the two nine-tailed bosses were swiftly reduced to 0. The system notification echoed in Jiang An's ears. Congratulations on defeating level 40 fallen, nine-tailed fox boss. Experience points 69,999. Loot. Fallen nine-tailed fox fur 1. Special item acquired. Abyssal Gate Ticket 1. Congratulations on defeating level 40 celestial fox boss. Experience points 79,999. Special item acquired. Celestial fox blood 1. Special reward triggered. Simultaneous defeat of 2 bosses. Special item acquired. Fox Clan Crown 1. Seeing the notification for the Fox Clan Crown, Jiang An finally breathed a sigh of relief. The bloodline purification quest could now be completed. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the loot before him. The first item to catch his eye was the fallen nine-tailed fox fur. Casually, he remarked that it could serve as a doormat for his villa before storing it away. The second item was a small, black, square object that emitted a faint, eerie glow. The Abyssal Gate Ticket. The item description indicated it could unlock a temporary abyssal dungeon. Entering this dungeon would subject the user to the baptism of corruptive power, and surviving it would result in a transformation to a fallen class. However, this transformation was irreversible. Jiang An frowned, deep in thought about this job-changing item. Fallen classes were universally despised in the human world, with most infamous villains in history being fallen class users. Even in high school, students who transitioned to a fallen class were placed under strict surveillance. It was said that only those with twisted personalities became fallen class users, and using such an item could potentially distort the user's mind. Just as Jiang An was about to dismiss the item as useless, he suddenly thought of Li Yuan. Ever since he sent her to act as a spy, her low power level had severely limited the value of the information she could gather. If she used this item to switch from a sorcerer to a fallen sorcerer, her strength would increase significantly, and her status within the Shadow Priest faction would rise accordingly. This would make it easier to obtain intel about the Mirage Abyss. Moreover, with Jiang An's absolute control over her, the risks of mental distortion could be minimized. With this plan in mind, Jiang An carefully stored the ticket away before turning his attention to the third item. A drop of liquid as crimson as flames. Upon closer inspection, a miniature celestial fox could faintly be seen resting within the crystalline, translucent blood, its form flickering in and out of view. So this is the celestial fox blood that He Chengxian mentioned? Jiang An murmured to himself, a trace of delight unconsciously curling at the corners of his mouth. As the direct grandson of an elder, He Chengxian was knowledgeable and well-traveled. For him to be so persistent in pursuing this celestial fox blood, it must be extraordinary. Eagerly, Jiang An examined the attributes of the item. Celestial fox blood. Special item. Blood infused with the essence of the celestial fox, containing immense potential. Usage restriction. Can only be used on fox-type creatures. Effect. Grants a chance to upgrade the creature's rank. Success rate is inversely proportional to the creature's strength. It directly upgrades the rank of fox-type beasts, Jiang An mused. This effect is like a weaker version of purifying divine bloodlines. Without hesitation, he attempted to use the item on Yin Ying. The system immediately displayed the success rate. 1. Jiang An's excitement deflated instantly. He pouted and grumbled. What a letdown. I thought it was some rare treasure, but the success rate is this low. Yin Ying blinked, seemingly able to sense the energy contained within the blood. Noticing this, Jiang An said, you should absorb it now. Otherwise, once I complete the mission and earn rewards, even that one chance might disappear. Yin Ying obediently nodded and began gently licking the blood from Jiang An's palm before calmly walking off to the side. Jiang An sighed and shook his head. Even with luck on his side, such a low probability made success seem almost impossible. Still, it was an unexpected bonus, and failing wouldn't be too disappointing. He shifted his focus to the next item, the true objective of this trip, the Fox Clan Crown. However, just as he looked away, a faint, almost imperceptible white glow began to emanate from Yin Ying's body. The Fox Clan Crown is a unique and special item, serving as the sole symbol of the Fox Clan King. It can only be used by fox-like beings with the potential to become a celestial fox. Upon use, it generates the crown's mark, and the bearer automatically becomes a contender for the title of Celestial Fox, earning the respect of all foxkind. Possessing the mark, becoming a contender. Does this mean Yin Ying can also become a celestial fox? Jiang An murmured to himself as Yin Ying let out a loud fox cry. A white light suddenly enveloped Yin Ying's entire body. Though similar to the light from her earlier bloodline purification, this one was much dimmer and less intense. Jiang An's eyes lit up. Did we just hit that 1% chance? As the light gradually faded, Yin Ying's sleek and graceful form reappeared. The most striking change was the 7 tails swaying behind Heron evolution, from her previous 6 tails to 7. Jiang An quickly checked Yin Ying's status panel and found that the purity of her divine bloodline remained at 50%, with little change in her core attributes. However, her 6-tail annihilation skill had upgraded to 7-tail annihilation. This improvement seemed to focus more on enhancing her potential, with the real differences likely to manifest in future upgrades. Transforming into her human form, Yin Ying excitedly approached Jiang An. "Thank you, Master. Yin Ying has gained another tail." Jiang An handed her the Fox Clan crown. "You can decide for yourself whether to use this. The mission is already complete, so it won't affect your next bloodline purification either way." Yin Ying gazed at the crown, her expression conflicted. She didn't make an immediate decision but instead spoke softly. "Master, after absorbing the celestial fox blood, I seem to gain fragments of memories, like Shan Yu's inherited memories." Jiang An glanced at Shan Yu. Yin Ying shook her head. "Not exactly. I saw the real Qingqiu. There, fallen races killed the celestial fox, the ruler of Qingqiu, leaving the entire land leaderless. If possible, I would like to accept the mark of the Fox Clan crown." She looked at Jiang An with a pleading expression. Though the divine heart granted Jiang An full control over Yin Ying, her hopeful gaze made him smile. "Didn't I say? It's your choice." Overjoyed, Yin Ying gave Jiang An a heartfelt look before solemnly placing the crown on her head. Jiang An immediately opened the mission panel and claimed the reward for completing the task. A dazzling white light erupted from Yin Ying's body once again, far more intense than before. Even Chan Xiao and Xiaoyao had to shield their eyes. Only Shun Yu kept staring intently, her eyes filled with yearning. She had yet to trigger her own bloodline purification mission. When the light subsided, the Fox Clan crown had vanished, but the transformation in Yin Ying was astonishing. Returning to her beast form, she now had 9 fluffy tails spread out behind her, each one radiating immense power and symbolizing supreme status. Most striking of all was the faint crown-shaped mark that appeared on her forehead, the unmistakable imprint of the Fox Clan crown. Yin Ying's figure flickered and instantly transformed into a human form. A red qipao elegantly outlined her curvaceous figure. Her tail had disappeared, replaced by a round, full silhouette. As a 9-tailed fox spirit, she had completely mastered the art of transformation. Walking on the streets, no one would suspect her true identity. They would only see her as a stunning beauty. "If my master desires, Yin Ying can retain some beastly features," she said softly. "Then make sure to keep the tail tonight." Jiang An's eyes lit up. "As you wish, my master," Yin Ying replied with a slight smile at the corner of her lips. Jiang An opened Yin Ying's status panel, and the attribute data left him astonished. Race: Divine 9-tailed fox spirit, purity 60. Level: 40 linked to master. Her stats were more than double that of a boss at the same level, with an especially staggering mental strength of 5,300. Skill-wise, she extravagantly possessed 3 diamond-tier abilities. Shun Yu, witnessing this, was equally dumbfounded. In her inherited memories, even the Dragon Clan's progenitor might not possess such incredible power at this level. She silently resolved to serve Jiang An even more diligently, hoping to earn the same opportunity for progress. Xiaoyao shared the same ambition, yearning for a chance to purify her divine bloodline. "How do you feel after absorbing the Fox Crown?" Jiang An asked. "Aside from a mysterious connection to somewhere, there's nothing unusual for now," Yin Ying replied, shaking her head. Jiang An fell into thought. This might be related to the competition for the ruler of Qingqiu. He reached out to touch the dungeon vortex, preparing to leave this instance. An hour later, He Chengxian and his group were fighting alongside a fallen 9-tailed fox spirit. Using the advantages of their hidden combat classes, they swiftly cleared out the creatures of the Qingqiu faction. "Young Master He's strategy is truly brilliant," the group praised enthusiastically. Xiao Shui, recalling Jiang An's earlier refusal to team up, sneered, "With our speed in clearing this dungeon, the chances of obtaining celestial fox blood are definitely high." A few minutes later, with the assistance of the fallen 9-tailed fox spirit, they successfully defeated a juvenile 9-tailed fox spirit. He Chengxian immediately checked the notification of the kill. He Chengxian anxiously scanned the prompts on the panel, his frown deepening with each passing moment. His most anticipated item, the heavenly fox blood, still hadn't appeared. Disappointment was written all over his face. "It's all right," Xiao Shui quickly reassured him. "We can wait for Jiang An outside. If he manages to get the heavenly fox blood, won't it ultimately end up being yours, young master he?" These words lit up He Chengshuan's eyes. He turned to the others and said, "Brothers, do me a favor and wait with me for Jiang An outside. If he really gets the heavenly fox blood, I'll need your help when the time comes." The group hesitated. It wasn't Jiang An's strength they were worried about, but his special status among the human race. As a highly regarded genius under protection, killing him would undoubtedly provoke trouble from Wei Qing. And they, with no significant backing, wouldn't dare stir up such chaos if they could avoid it. Otherwise, they wouldn't have ended up as He Chengshuan's lackeys. Understanding their concerns, He Chengxian immediately made an offer. As long as you all help me, in addition to the original payment, I'll reward each of you with a top-tier golden-grade piece of equipment tailored to your profession. At this, the group collectively held their breath. A top-tier golden-grade item was something they'd only dreamed of. To obtain it by simply killing Jiang An was an overwhelmingly tempting proposition. Xiao Xue was the first to speak up. It's settled then. Out here in the wilderness, Jiang An's death won't attract much attention. Everyone will just assume he died in the dungeon. Besides, if we all act together, the responsibility is shared, and no one will stand out. The heavenly fox blood will undoubtedly belong to young Master He. With Xiao Xue leading the charge, the others quickly agreed. They promptly devised a plan. Once Jiang An exited the dungeon, they would first check the dungeon status to confirm whether the heavenly fox blood had dropped before deciding on their next move. After leaving the dungeon, Xiao Xue suddenly voiced a concern. What if Jiang An makes us wait until tomorrow? He won't. He Chengxian replied confidently. If he dares to clear this dungeon alone, he must be capable. With a pet like that level 1 dragon, 5 hours should be enough for him. But just then, the dungeon vortex began to dissipate. The group was taken aback, and He Chengxian rushed forward to touch the vortex, exclaiming in shock, the heavenly fox blood is now marked as undroppable. Jiang An actually got it. As He Chengxian gritted his teeth in frustration, a familiar voice sounded behind them. Are you looking for me? They turned to see Jiang An, dressed in white, with the seemingly unchanged fire fox perched on his shoulder. Greed flared in He Chengshuan's eyes as he impatiently asked, do you have the heavenly fox blood? Do you have the heavenly fox blood in your possession? He Chengxian stared at Jiang An nervously, fearing the answer might shatter his hopes. Yeah, I do. Why? Jiang An replied, his face still wearing that enigmatic smile. He Chengshuan's heart leapt with joy as he thought to himself. He hasn't used it yet, or he's still a chance. Xiao Xue frowned and stepped forward, her voice cold. What's the matter? The heavenly fox blood is something young master he has been preparing for a long time. And you just snatching it like that and still asking what's wrong? If you know what's good for you, hand it over now. Young master, he might even consider befriending you. Jiang An's smile faded, and a trace of wariness flickered in his eyes. The heavenly fox blood doesn't have He Chengshuan's name on it. Whoever obtains it, owns it. Or are you planning to steal it? Steal? Xiao Xue sneered. How could this be stealing? It belongs to young master he to begin with. We're merely asking you to return it to its rightful owner. A look of grief crossed Jiang An's face. I thought the elder families, aside from the Tang family, were decent people. Turns out the He family is no different from the Tangs. This item dropped for me after I cleared a dungeon, and now you're twisting logic to claim it's yours? Is there no justice in this world? He Chengxian smirked coldly. You're not that naive, are you? In this world, there's no such thing as justice. Power is justice. Strength is the law. Those without strength are nothing but ants, left to be trampled on. Die out here in the wilderness, and you'll just end up as fertilizer. As for the heavenly fox blood, I'm taking it. Before his words finished, He Chengxian raised his staff, unleashing a massive wind blade that tore through the air. The others followed suit, launching a barrage of ranged attacks. Xiao Xue was quick to add 2 gray orbs of light, aiming to inflict negative effects on Jiang An. The wind blade struck Jiang An squarely at the waist, cutting him in half. As blood sprayed everywhere, the follow-up attacks drained his health to 0. He Chengxian stepped forward to loot the body, only to watch in shock as Jiang An's corpse began to morph, his handsome face bloated and twisted, revealing it to be one of his own teammates. Before He Chengxian could process what had happened, a slow clap echoed from behind him. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Jiang An's voice rang out. It seems you're right, those without power are just ants. But your team sure abandons its members easily. That hurricane mage of yours has decent damage output, though his aim, well. A series of bizarre position-switching incidents followed. Each time they were sure they had struck Jiang An, it was always one of their own who fell. Even when Xiao Xue used her immobilizing chains to restrict movement, the result remained the same. In the blink of an eye, their 6-member team was reduced to just He Chengxian and Xiao Xue. Jiang An's voice echoed once more. See? I told you your aim was off. You've already taken out 2 of your own. Why don't I help you finish the job? As soon as he spoke, the remaining 3 teammates' health bars dropped to 0. Xiao Xue screamed in terror and instinctively clung to He Chengxian, desperately seeking some semblance of safety from him. Xiao Xue hid behind He Chengxian and finally noticed that his entire body was trembling, his back soaked in cold sweat. He Chengxian suppressed his inner fear, his voice trembling slightly as he said, You can't kill me. I have a tool left by my grandfather. If you kill me, he will immediately uncover your identity and will undoubtedly tear you to pieces. Even Wei Qing won't be able to protect you. To prove his words, he hastily pulled out a jade talisman from his backpack. The talisman was inscribed with the words, "Revenge Mark." It was a special tool that could leave a mark on someone in advance. If the marked person were to die unexpectedly, the talisman would instantly transmit the killer's information to the marker and continuously track the killer for 24 hours. Jiang An looked at the talisman, his face showing no surprise. Instead, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Tear me to pieces? Well, I'm curious to see how that would go. Yan Ying leapt gracefully from his shoulder and began to approach slowly. The fear on He Chengshuan's face grew more intense. For the first time, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness against an opponent of the same level. His attack seemed to hit only his teammates, as if Jiang An possessed some ability to constantly shift positions. Suddenly, a thought flashed through He Chengshuan's mind: if it was just him and Jiang An left, Jiang An would no longer be able to switch positions and would have to face him head-on. Driven by extreme fear, his rationality collapsed, leaving only one thought in his mind. Xiaoxue must die. He immediately summoned his Moonlight Fox. Xiaoxue, hiding behind him, thought he had found a way to deal with Jiang An. However, the Moonlight Fox suddenly turned around and bit her neck. Blood spurted out, staining the fox's white fur a glaring red. Xiaoxue's eyes widened, filled with confusion. It's all his fault. He forced me. He Chengxian muttered maniacally. As a support class, Xiaoxue's health quickly dropped to 0 under the sudden attack. Kill Jiang An. Kill him. He Chengxian shouted at the Moonlight Fox. However, as the fox looked at the approaching Yan Ying, it froze in place. Useless. After all I've done for you. He Chengxian raised his staff, summoning a massive wind blade. But just as the blade flew toward Yan Ying, the Moonlight Fox leapt forward, blocking the attack with its body. Its abdomen was torn open, its organs spilling out, yet it continued to stare intently at the crown mark on Yan Ying's forehead. Jiang An looked at the dying Moonlight Fox and shook his head. If that's the case, let's end its suffering. Yan Ying nodded. Its form shifted, 9 majestic tails rising behind it, and the faint mark of the heavenly fox crown appeared on its forehead. The fallen Moonlight Fox's eyes showed deep respect. He Chengxian was stunned. 9 tails. Impossible. Before he could finish speaking, the 9 tails shot out like lightning, wrapping around his body and exploding instantly. His corpse shattered into fragments, falling to the ground, while the Moonlight Fox exhaled its final breath. Dismiss the illusory dream field, Jiang An said calmly. As his voice fell, the scene around them shifted. The blood and organs on the ground vanished, leaving only a few intact corpses. Jiang An and Yan Ying's figures disappeared from their original spot, reappearing in the distance. Holding a recording orb in his hand, Jiang An said expressionlessly, "These people dared to ambush me. They deserve to die. Take whatever they had on them. We have other matters to attend to." Meanwhile, in the He family estate at Shanhaiguan, He Maoyuan, who had been resting in his study, suddenly clutched his chest in pain. A name flashed in his mind, Jiang An. It was the signal from the tool he had left for his grandson. He Maoyuan's eyes widened in shock. His most cherished grandson, the exceptionally gifted wind mage He Chengxian, had been killed? Hurried footsteps echoed outside as He Zhangyuan, the head of the He family, burst into the room, his face filled with grief. Father, Chengxian. Chengxian was killed by Jiang An. My son. Enough. As the head of the family, you must remain composed, He Maoyuan scolded sternly. Recalling how his old friend Tang Lihai had been made an example of by a Mobai, he frowned and asked, "First, tell me what was Chengxian doing? How did he cross paths with Jiang An?" He Zhangyuan hurriedly informed He Maoyuan about He Chengxian assembling a team to hunt the heavenly foxblood. As soon as he finished speaking, he added gravely, "Xianer has always heeded our warnings, avoiding Jiang An at every turn in the Shanghai Academy. He even stayed away from Jiang An's associates to avoid trouble. Yet, he still fell victim to this unforeseen calamity." Hearing this, He Maoyuan's fury erupted instantly. He slammed the table with such force that the solid wood surface disintegrated into dust. Good, good, good. He laughed coldly in his rage. Jiang An must have a death wish to lay a hand on my grandson. Not even the King of Heaven can save him now. The artifact not only transmitted the identity of the killer, but also pinpointed Jiang An's exact location within 24 hours. For He Maoyuan, this was divine providency, a perfect opportunity for revenge. Though elder-level powerhouses were prohibited from acting without cause, avenging his grandson was more than sufficient justification. Even Mo Bai could not fault him for this. Besides, it was the perfect chance to settle old and new scores with his old rival, Tang Lihai. He Maoyuan pushed open the door, and a fierce gust of wind erupted beneath his feet. His figure shot into the air, and after sensing Jiang An's location, he transformed into a streak of lightning. A long trail of airwaves accompanied by deafening sonic booms marked his path as he vanished into the horizon. He Zhangyuan stepped out of the room, his face still clouded with anger. Among his 4 children, 3 daughters, and 1 son, He Qingxian was the only male and a prodigy who had inherited a hidden combat profession. He had been the undisputed heir to the family headship. Now, with this dream shattered, the position would inevitably fall to his brother's descendants. How could he accept this? That beast Jiang An, even dying 100 times wouldn't be enough to atone for my son's life, he growled through gritted teeth. Since he's an orphan, then let Wei Qing pay this blood debt. Just then, hurried footsteps interrupted his thoughts. Master! Master! Something terrible has happened. A subordinate rushed in, panic evident on his face. A video of young Master He seizing the heavenly fox blood has gone viral online. What? He Xingyuan's voice shot up in disbelief. The subordinate quickly played the video. On the screen, He Chengshuan's arrogant words rang out clearly. Jiang An, you can't be this naive. In this world, strength is the only law, the only justice. Without strength, you're nothing more than an ant for others to crush a corpse in the wilderness, at best a pile of fertilizer. This heavenly fox blood is mine. The video was flooded with comments. This He family is too overbearing. Just because they have a prodigy, they think others should die? Wait, is this video posted by Jiang An? If so, then he's probably... Looks like it. Time to pop the champagne. After watching the video, He Xingyuan's fury reached a boiling point. Damn it, that idiot. Should have just let him be a stain on the wall. How many times have I told him not to provoke Jiang An? And now, not only did he kill and rob, but he got caught on camera doing it. At that moment, He Zhangyuan suddenly remembered his father had already gone to confront Jiang An. His expression shifted dramatically, and he frantically tried to contact his father, but no one answered. If his father had indeed killed Jiang An, Wei Qing would never let it slide. Moreover, the video itself seemed suspicious. If Mo Bai intervened, the He family might follow in the footsteps of the Tang family. Realizing this, He Zhangyuan slumped to the ground, muttering in despair. It's over. Meanwhile, He Maoyuan had already spotted Jiang An's massive dragon-like figure. Seeing his target attempt to flee, he sneered, trying to escape? Dream on. After reaching level 40, Xinyo's speed improved significantly, but it still fell far short compared to the veteran He Lao. As the distance between them rapidly closed, Jiang An could distinctly see He Maoyuan's silver hair and the deep wrinkles covering his face. When the gap shrank to less than 100 meters, He Maoyuan snorted coldly, still trying to run? He stretched out his withered hand toward Jiang An. In an instant, Shunyu seemed to be restrained by an invisible force. The wind elements that had once obeyed him now spiraled out of control, turning into a heavy resistance. The surrounding pressure intensified, as though a colossal hand constructed of wind elements was crushing Xinyu and Jiang An. Their faces contorted in agony. But just then, He Maoyuan's brow furrowed sharply. Something's wrong. This is an illusion? As a wind mage with formidable mental strength, he was momentarily deceived by Jiang An's illusion, which surprised him. However, he quickly suppressed his astonishment and sneered. A mere parlor trick. Before his words even faded, the scene in front of him shattered like glass. The struggling, pained figures of Jiang An and Xunyu vanished, and the real duo reappeared nearby. In Jiang An's arms, Yin Ying looked pale, with only a third of her life force remaining. The residual power from breaking the illusionary domain had caused such damage, a testament to He Maoyuan's immense strength. In a flash, He Maoyuan appeared before Jiang An, a cold smirk curling his wrinkled face. I thought someone bold enough to steal my grandson's heavenly foxblood would be extraordinary. Turns out you're nothing special. Jiang An's expression darkened as he retorted. The heavenly foxblood is my rightful spoil of battle. He Chengxian tried to snatch it and failed, so I killed him in self-defense. Should I not have fought back when he tried to rob me? He Maoyuan's brows knitted tightly. He hadn't expected his grandson to act so foolishly, but he remained arrogant, saying, even if he tried to take it, so what? My grandson taking a liking to your possession should be an honor for you. You should have handed it over willingly. Since you don't know your place, today I'll take your life for my grandson and my old friend. As his words fell, the staff in his hand glowed with a green light, summoning terrifying wind blades. But just as he was about to tear Jiang into pieces, the wind blades suddenly dissipated entirely. A look of shock spread across He Maoyuan's face. An anti-magic field? So many years without stepping out. It seems the elders have produced quite a few rotten apples. Mo Bai appeared in midair at some point, carrying several long swords on his back. Behind him, Wei Qing finally caught up, flying into the high altitude. Jiang An immediately dropped the pretense of fear and greeted him. Elder Mo, it's an honor. Mo Bai nodded. You've done well. He turned his gaze to Yin Ying. You've already mastered domain skills? Impressive potential. Nurture it well. Seeing how familiar they were, He Maoyuan's heart sank. Forcing himself to stay composed, he asked, Mo Bai, what is the meaning of this? Mo Bai shot him a cold glance. As an elder, do I need to remind you of the rules you are bound to follow? He Maoyuan hastily defended. He killed my grandson. This is a personal vendetta. I have every right to seek revenge. He claims my grandson tried to rob him. What nonsense. When has my family ever lacked anything? This is clearly an excuse he made up after murdering him. At these words, Jiang An, Wei Qing, and Mo Bai all laughed. Wei Qing mocked, old fool. Still trying to twist the truth? How about you check online? Oh, I forgot. You're probably too old to know how to use the internet. As he spoke, he pulled out his phone and opened a video. Here, let me do you a favor and show you the last video your precious grandson left behind. Upon hearing Wei Qing call himself an old fossil, He Maoyuan's face immediately darkened. However, before he could erupt in anger, the video in Wei Qing's hand captured his full attention. In the video, He Xuan's arrogant voice rang out clearly. Do you really think the world works that way, Jiang An? There's no such thing as law or justice in this world. Let me tell you, power is the only law, power is the only justice. Without power, you're nothing but an ant to be crushed. Even if you die out here in the wilderness, your only use would be as fertilizer. As for the heavenly fox blood, I will have it. Watching his grandson's brazen behavior in the video, and then meeting Mo Bai's cold, murderous gaze, He Maoyuan felt as though the sky had collapsed. In that moment, he wished he could resurrect He Qingxian just to personally execute him for bringing disgrace to his family. His face alternated between pale and flushed before he finally fixed a venomous glare on Jiang An. It's you. It must have been your trap that lured my grandson into saying such things. This is all your scheme. Jiang An's lips curled into a faint smile. Elder He, you can talk nonsense all you want, but words have consequences. If you think there's a conspiracy, feel free to present evidence. He Maoyuan was so enraged that his entire body trembled. But before he could lash out, Mo Bai interrupted coldly. Enough. The video is crystal clear. He Qingxian was arrogant and overbearing, attempting to rob Jiang An, only to be killed in self-defense due to his lack of strength. And as for you, He Maoyuan, as an elder enjoying immense privilege, you dared to target a genius of the human race. If I hadn't happened to pass by, you would have succeeded. Mo Bai's voice grew stern. According to the laws of the human race, such actions warrant execution. The sword on Mo Bai's back began to tremble, as though it was rejoicing in anticipation of tasting blood. He Maoyuan's expression changed drastically, and he quickly stammered, it's a misunderstanding. A complete misunderstanding. He turned to Jiang An, gritting his teeth. I am willing to offer the location of a secret realm as compensation to young friend Jiang. A secret realm? Jiang An raised an eyebrow. If it's such a treasure, why not keep it for yourself? I originally planned to use it to help Qingxian strengthen his pet, but since he has proven so disappointing, He Maoyuan forced a strained smile. I'll give it to young friend Jiang, and as an apology, Mo Bai's gaze shifted to Jiang An. A secret realm for levels 40 to 45 was indeed a tempting offer, but Jiang An shook his head. A secret realm may be valuable, but having a powerful elder constantly eyeing me is a risk I can't afford. I'd rather trouble Elder Mo to handle this. A flash of fury crossed He Maoyuan's eyes, and he roared, if that's the case, don't blame me. Suddenly, a violent surge of elemental energy erupted from within him. It's a wind element forbidden spell. Run. Wei Qing's face turned pale as he prepared to drag Jiang An away. But Mo Bai had already acted. The sword behind him split into countless fragments, filling the sky with a dense array. Suppress. Mo Bai's voice thundered, and the glow of the sword shimmered, causing the surrounding space to slow almost to a standstill. Seal. The space ahead was forcibly torn apart, creating a unique enclosed area. He Maoyuan finally unleashed his forbidden spell, Apocalyptic Tempest. Even under the suppression, the forbidden spell's power was terrifying. Invisible winds solidified into tangible force, roaring to destroy everything. But within the sealed space, only Mo Bai and He Maoyuan remained. Standing tall amidst the apocalyptic storm, Mo Bai remained unmoved, the violent winds capable of pulverizing flesh and bone unable to harm him in the slightest. This is the man closest to becoming a god. Jiang An couldn't help but marvel. Master will surpass him in the future. Definitely, Yanning whispered softly by his side. Just then, Wei Qing looked toward the horizon and remarked, here comes trouble. In the distance, a middle-aged man who bore some resemblance to He Qingxian was riding a griffin, rapidly approaching. Sweat covered his forehead as he muttered under his breath, please, let nothing happen. This was He Zhengyuan, the head of the He family. Upon seeing the video, he immediately realized something was amiss. However, his father's communication device had no signal during high-speed flight, forcing him to rush over in hopes of stopping the disaster. But when he saw the sky sealed by Mo Bai's sword formation in the distance, he knew it was too late. Against Mo Bai, His father stood no chance. Whether captured or killed, the outcome would be catastrophic for the He family. Zhang Yuan nearly fell off his griffin, cursing his inept son 1,000 times over in his heart. Witnessing the scene, Jiang An and Wei Qing exchanged a knowing smile. Let's go. It's time to collect compensation for emotional damages. Zhang Yuan, on the verge of collapse, caught a glimpse of Wei Qing and Jiang An rapidly approaching from the corner of his eye. His gaze involuntarily fell on Jiang An. Though he wished nothing more than to tear this culprit apart, he forced a stiff smile onto his face. Wei Qing, brother, he greeted, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. Enough. We're all adults here, let's not bother with the pretense. Wei Qing interrupted bluntly. I assume you already understand the full story of what happened today? Zhang Yuan let out a bitter smile and nodded. Turning to Jiang An, he gave a slight bow. My son has always been spoiled and arrogant. This time, he offended you, and his death is deserved. But as for my father, his voice carried a hint of pleading, clearly hoping Jiang An might intercede and persuade Imo Bai to spare his father. Imo Lao has already made his move. We juniors have no right to interfere, Wei Qing said nonchalantly. This was clearly your trap from the start, and now you're washing your hands of it. Zhang Yuan cursed inwardly. His gaze drifted toward the space where his father was fighting. Amidst the terrifying storm, flashes of sword light flickered incessantly. Although Mao Yuan had used forbidden magic to summon wind elements and form a shield, it was clear he was losing ground. His defeat was only a matter of time. As the head of the He family, Zhang Yuan felt immense sorrow. Yet he knew he was powerless to intervene in the battle of two powerful figures. His thoughts began to shift toward the future of the He family. Unlike the prosperous Tang family, the He family had few members, a simple industry, and relied heavily on Mao Yuan's status as an elder. If today's events became public, it would undoubtedly attract a pack of wolves eager to exploit their weakness. Patriarch He, are you contemplating how to manage the He family in the future? Wei Qing suddenly asked, his tone casual. Though surprised, Zhang Yuan nodded heavily. That's correct. Once today's event spread, many will shift their attention from the Tang family to the He family, Wei Qing continued. The He family's power already pales compared to the Tang family's. Adding further turmoil would be disastrous. And what do you propose, brother Wei Qing? Zhang Yuan asked, suppressing his anger. My student has a suggestion. If you don't want the He family to become a target, there's a simple solution. Ensure that Elder He doesn't die. Zhang Yuan was about to lash out, but suddenly realized what Wei Qing meant. You mean, control the flow of information to prevent it from spreading? Exactly. Wei Qing clapped his hands. Patriarch He, you're astute. Elder-level powerhouses rarely show themselves. Even if Elder He doesn't appear for a century, no one would suspect a thing. Zhang Yuan looked surprised but quickly pointed out the difficulty. With today's advanced technology, if any footage of the battle gets out, it could spread worldwide in half an hour. Even if no one notices, satellite positioning could detect what's happening here. Wei Qing and Jiang An exchanged knowing smiles. Take a look around, Wei Qing said. Only then did Zhang Yuan notice the desolate and barren surroundings, no signs of human habitation or surveillance equipment. Wei Qing elaborated. Imo Lao has already sealed off the battlefield. Though visible to the naked eye, this area is no longer in its original location. Satellites won't be able to detect it. He pulled out a device emitting a faint red glow. When satellites fail to scan the area, they'll send someone to investigate. That task has already been assigned to me. So, today's events are known only to us. Zhang Yuan finally understood. As one of the marked targets for revenge, he should have realized earlier that Jiang An's frequent location changes weren't merely to evade pursuit, but were part of a premeditated plan to choose this battleground. The depth of their scheming forced him to re-evaluate this young man, who dared to manipulate elder-level figures despite only being at level 40. Tell me, what are your conditions to ensure the information doesn't leak? Zhang Yuan asked bitterly. Talking to smart people is always easier, Jiang An said, raising an eyebrow. Wei Qing began listing terms. The hush money isn't much. 500 pounds of frost crystal cores, 50 pounds of platinum diamonds. He rattled off a series of rare materials, each measured in pounds, many of which even Jiang An had never heard of. Are you insane? Zhang Yuan roared like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Even if I emptied the He family's resources, I couldn't gather all of that. You're outright robbing me. Before his voice had faded, a sword light descended from the sky, stopping in front of the group. Standing on the blade was Imo Bai, and hanging from its tip was a head that Zhang Yuan knew all too well. Mao Yuan's head, with eyes wide open in anger, hung from the tip of the sword. Blood flowed from his severed neck, pooling into droplets at the blade's point. Zhang Yuan's heart trembled. He had initially hoped that Imo Bai might show some leniency, perhaps imprisoning Mao Yuan temporarily as he had done with Tang Lihai. However, he hadn't expected such decisiveness, leaving no room for negotiation. Imo Bai cast a cold glance at him. The head of the He family? He Zhengyuan suppressed the storm of emotions surging within him and bowed respectfully. He Zhengyuan, head of the He family, greets Elder Imo. With a slight flick of his sword, Imo Bai sent the severed head precisely into He Zhengyuan's arms. Elder He Maoyuan dared to recklessly attack a prodigy of the human race. He has been executed on the spot according to the rules. Any objections? No objections, He Zhengyuan replied, taking a deep breath to steady himself. Seeing the murderous intent in Imo Bai's eyes gradually subside, Wei Qing quickly put on a smile. Family head he, about the terms we discussed earlier. He Zhengyuan forced a strained smile. It can be arranged, but platinum diamonds and frost crystal cores are in very limited supply. Such a large quantity will be difficult to manage. That's fine. Wei Qing patted his chest. If the quantities fall short, we can negotiate alternatives. As long as you're willing to proceed with the deal. Under He Zhengyuan's pained expression, the two finalized the compensation terms, nearly depleting the He family's accumulated resources over the years. If not for weighing the pros and cons, he would never have agreed to such a ruinous transaction. Now that the hush money is settled, I'll take my father back. He Zhengyuan, unwilling to look at Wei Qing any longer, prepared to leave. Wait, Jiang An suddenly spoke. The hush money is paid, but what about my emotional damages? He Zhengyuan froze, dumbfounded. Emotional damages? He could hardly believe his ears. Having lost both his father and son in a single day, he felt he was the one most entitled to claim emotional damages. Elder He Maoyuan, as a senior, attacked someone insignificant like me. Just the spiritual pressure itself was enough to cause harm, Jiang An said calmly. It's only reasonable to request compensation for emotional damages. Wei Qing looked at Jiang An in amazement, a rare expression of admiration on his face. Imo Bai pondered for a moment before nodding. Indeed, it's reasonable. He Zhengyuan, barely restraining the urge to curse Jiang An's entire family, forced a smile. Then, what kind of compensation do you have in mind? Don't worry, I'm not greedy. Just one thing, Jiang An replied with a cheerful smile. The secret realm. Specifically, the one that was originally prepared for He Changxian. These words sent a shudder through He Zhengyuan. He had agreed to Wei Qing's terms partly because of the secret realm. As long as it existed, the He family still had a chance to recover, perhaps even producing another elder. But now, he couldn't fathom how Jiang An had learned about the secret realm. To ensure its secrecy, he had already dealt with everyone who knew about it. He turned to Wei Qing, hoping the latter would dissuade Jiang An. However, Wei Qing snorted coldly. Don't look at me. If you're unwilling to cover even this small emotional damage fee, then consider the hush money off the table. They'll just spread the news it's not hard. I'd like to see if a family without an elder can hold on to these materials and the secret realm. He smacked his lips and added, maybe you'll change my clothes tonight and pay the He family a visit? He Zhengyuan's expression changed instantly. He knew Wei Qing was deliberately provoking him, but such a scenario was entirely plausible. The He family was now in a worse situation than the Tang family. At least the Tang family's elder was merely imprisoned and could be released at any time. But with the He family's elder dead and the secret realm's existence potentially exposed, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of powerful individuals. In that case, not only would they fail to rebuild using the secret realm, but they might not even be able to keep a single intact brick. The emotional damages must be paid. Must be paid? A flash of light appeared in his hand as he produced a jade talisman and an eye-shaped artifact. Is that a shadow orb? Wei Qing interrupted. You used it to conceal the secret realm's existence? Impressive. Such long-lasting secret realms were extremely rare. Not only had the He family discovered one, but they had also managed to cloak it with an array. Of course, those who discovered the realm and the array master who set it up had likely been silenced. Yes. He Zhengyuan nodded awkwardly. Seeing that Wei Qing didn't press further, he sighed in relief and turned to Jiang An. Once you reach the designated coordinates, absorb this shadow orb, and you'll be able to see the secret realm's vortex. The three of them watched He Zhengyuan's hunched figure disappear into the distance. At that moment, He Zhengyuan's back seemed frail and bent, as if the trade just now had aged him by 10 years. Wei Qing clicked his tongue and remarked, we should have had that guy go with you to confirm the secret realm's authenticity before letting him go. Jiang An toyed with the two items in his hands and calmly replied, there's no need. He knows full well that if he lies or leaks the information, the consequences would be unbearable for him. True enough, Wei Qing nodded in agreement. This way, the He family will have to focus on protecting their existing assets and won't have the resources to trouble us. This deal was an absolute win for us. He grinned excitedly and continued. Once he delivers the goods, the platinum gem and frost crystal core are all yours. As for the rest, I'll gladly take them off your hands. Imo Bai, standing nearby, suddenly cleared his throat. When Wei Qing turned to look, Imo Bai smiled and said, I contributed too, so it's only fair I get a share. I won't be greedy, just give me 2/3 of the leftover materials. I need them to forge a new sword. What? Wei Qing's face instantly darkened. Old Mo, why are you competing with me? My expenses are huge. Mo Bai gave the burly man a once-over, his eyes filled with doubt. Wei Qing immediately launched into a tirade, detailing the reckless, dogged fighting style of the Sharp Blade squad members and the exorbitant costs of their medical treatments and equipment maintenance each year. When Mo Bai finally nodded in agreement, Wei Qing sighed in relief only to hear Mo Bai add, "In that case, I'll settle for 1/3. You're still taking some?" Wei Qing's eyes darted around before he suddenly pointed at Jiang An. Don't forget, his expenses are the highest. He's only level 40. How high could his expenses possibly be? Mo Bai asked skeptically. Wei Qing saw his chance and vented. You have no idea how fast he levels up. I haven't even used the level 40 materials I prepared before he's already asking for level 61s. And it's only been 2 months since his job change. At this rate, even level 60 materials might not be enough soon. If I don't get frost crystal cores from the He family, where am I supposed to find materials for an 80-level cooldown talisman? When Mo Bai finally shook his head and said he wouldn't argue anymore, Wei Qing's face lit up with a triumphant smile, oblivious to the faint smirk playing at the corners of Mo Bai's lips. Before leaving, Mo Bai leaned in and whispered to Jiang An, have your fox study domain skills more thoroughly. Once it maxes out, you might be in for a surprise. After watching the two leave, Jiang An gave Shen Yu a light pat on the neck. Let's go to the secret realm. Shen Yu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. With a powerful flap of its wings, it soared toward the coordinates inscribed on the jade talisman. 2 hours later, they arrived at a dense, uninhabited forest deep within the Hengduan Mountains. A low-level fire fox cowered on the ground, intimidated by Shen Yu's draconic aura. Jiang An pulled out the map to confirm their location and realized they were nearing the edge of the map. He then used a revealing orb and immediately spotted a black vortex at the base of a large tree ahead the entrance to the secret realm. Chancho curiously looked around. Where's the secret realm? Only those who use a revealing orb can see it, Shen Yu explained. It's a special formation that can only be set up by second job advancement formation masters or higher. Xiaoyao sighed. To protect this secret realm, the He family even sacrificed a second job formation master. That shows how much importance they placed on this place. Flame Shadow chuckled and said, perfect. Since they valued this secret realm so much, it's only fitting that its new master be the one to unlock it. Jiang An didn't immediately enter the dungeon. Instead, he patiently waited for the right time. When the clock struck midnight and Xiao Yao's Lucky Star skill became available again, he finally reached out to touch the dark vortex of the mysterious realm, under the expectant gazes of his pets. This time, he wasn't teleported directly as he had been in the bamboo forest realm. Instead, a line of text suddenly appeared before his eyes. Paradise Realm legend has it that there exists a hidden paradise filled with countless treasures, top-tier equipment, powerful pets, and even advanced class-changing scrolls. Those who enter will find their troubles vanish and may never want to leave. Traveler, do you wish to enter this realm? Jiang An raised an eyebrow as he scrutinized the description. With such tempting rewards, it was no wonder the He family guarded this dungeon so tightly. However, the exaggerated promises only heightened his wariness. His experience had taught him that the more alluring the rewards, the more perilous the challenges lurking within. Taking a deep breath, Jiang An decided to proceed. Among players in the level 40 to 45 range, few could match his strength. If even he couldn't clear the dungeon, it would likely be insurmountable for others. Nonetheless, he remained on high alert, prepared to retreat at the first sign of danger. The moment he confirmed his choice, the scene before him vanished. After a dizzying swirl, before he could even open his eyes, a sweet floral fragrance filled his senses. Wow, so many flowers, came the excited exclamation from Glutton Ball. Opening his eyes, Jiang An found himself standing in the midst of a blooming peach forest. Pink petals stretched as far as the eye could see, gently drifting to the ground, where they emitted a faint, pleasant aroma. As he marveled at the picturesque scenery, Glutton Ball had already plucked 2 peach blossoms and stuffed them into her mouth, only to spit them out moments later with a look of disappointment. Yuck, not tasty, not tasty at all. Nowhere near as good as honey. Noticing Jiang An's gaze, she sheepishly stuck out her tongue. I thought they might be edible. Before Jiang An could respond, Shadow Flame's ears suddenly perked up. Master, someone's approaching. Jiang An immediately signaled his pets, including Shen Yu, to prepare for battle. However, what emerged from behind the peach trees was not an enemy but a young girl with bright eyes and delicate features. She appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old, with a peach blossom tucked in her hair and dressed in flowing robes resembling traditional Han attire. The girl's face lit up with joy upon seeing Jiang An and his group. You're outsiders? After Jiang An nodded in confirmation, her smile grew even brighter. Outsiders. This is the first time I've ever seen one. She dashed forward without hesitation and threw her arms around Glutton Ball, hugging the fluffy bear tightly. Oh my gosh! So soft and adorable. Caught off guard by the sudden enthusiasm, Glutton Ball looked bewildered and mentally asked Jiang An, Master, what do I do? Her chest is so big, I can hardly breathe. Is she a monster? Can I smash her into meat paste? Meanwhile, Shadow Flame furrowed her brows, sensing something uncanny about the realm. Yet her dreamscape domain detected nothing unusual. Jiang An cautiously used an appraisal skill on the girl, and the results confirmed she was an ordinary human. May I ask where this place is? Jiang An began. But the girl quickly released Glutton Ball and exclaimed, Oh dear, how rude of me. This is the Paradise Realm, and am Zhang Fengxia, 17 years old. Her name, which seemed at odds with her youthful demeanor, caught Jiang An slightly off guard. You've arrived at the perfect time. We're just about to have a meal. You're welcome to join us. Zhang Fengxia invited enthusiastically. At the mention of food, Glutton Ball's excitement skyrocketed. Food? Yay. Glutton Ball's hungry. Glutton Ball wants to eat lots and lots. Fengxia, can you make sure Glutton Ball gets full? Oh my goodness, you can talk. Zhang Fengxia exclaimed in delight. Don't worry, we have plenty of food here in the Paradise Realm. You'll be well fed. Watching Glutton Ball cheer and bounce with joy, Jiang An couldn't help but smile wryly. Since there were no other immediate leads, it seemed reasonable to follow along for now. Perhaps the dining area would offer some clues or a breakthrough. Half an hour later, Jiang An was seated at a spacious long table, large enough to accommodate 7 or 8 people dining together. The table was laden with an array of delectable dishes. Freshly picked fruits and vegetables glowed with vibrant colors, and the aroma of meticulously prepared delicacies filled the air. Chanchio had already started devouring the feast with unrestrained enthusiasm, but Jiang An, Yin Ying, and the others hesitated to pick up their chopsticks. In front of them, a group of villagers was singing and dancing. Zhang Fengxia, dressed in vibrant attire, swayed gracefully to the rhythm. Some villagers beat drums, others played trumpets, and the harmonious blend of music and dance created an atmosphere of pure serenity. The enthusiasm of these secluded villagers was almost impossible to resist. When Zhang Fengxia brought Jiang An and his companions to the village, the locals, upon hearing they were outsiders, immediately began preparing a warm welcome, even organizing an impromptu performance. However, this overly idyllic harmony only deepened Jiang An's unease. It all seemed too perfect, like a staged setting deliberately arranged. Are you sure your domain skills haven't detected anything unusual? Jiang An asked Yin Ying. Nothing. Not even a trace of a monster's presence, Yin Ying replied, shaking her head. Jiang An's brows furrowed. Every dungeon or secret realm should have some form of monsters. The tranquility here felt entirely out of place. At that moment, Zhang Fengxia, flushed from dancing, approached Jiang An. Seeing that he hadn't touched his food, she batted her eyes and asked, Aren't you hungry? Do you want me to feed you? No need, Jiang An replied bluntly, cutting straight to the point. Where are the monsters in this place? Monsters? Zhang Fengxia withdrew her hand from the chopsticks. There are no monsters in our paradise. This is the happiest place you'll ever find. Jiang An's expression darkened. No monsters was actually the most troubling scenario. When he attempted to forcefully exit the secret realm, he discovered that the exit button had turned gray and was completely unresponsive. This realization sent a chill through Jiang An. This secret realm didn't allow mid-exit. The only options were to clear it or die trying. Noticing Jiang An's unease, Zhang Fengxia softly explained, Isn't this wonderful? No killing, no need to level up. There's an endless supply of food and resources here. You don't have to do anything, and you can live easily. If you're bored, her fingers traced suggestively across her chest, we also have plenty of fun things to enjoy here. Fun things? Xiao Yao asked innocently. What kind of fun things? Xiao Yao wants to play. Zhang Fengxia's smile froze momentarily before she gracefully stepped closer to Jiang An, gently brushing his shoulder. Do you understand what I mean? Yin Ying's expression darkened immediately. Take your hand off him. The sudden outburst startled Zhang Fengxia, causing her to stumble toward Jiang An. Yin Ying swiftly reached out to block her, grabbing Zhang Fengxia's right hand. In that instant of contact, Yin Ying's entire body trembled, as if she had sensed something. Simultaneously, a notification popped up on Jiang An's interface. Congratulations! Your summoned beast Yin Ying's skill, Phantom Dream Domain, has advanced to level 4. Yin Ying immediately activated her newly upgraded Phantom Dream Domain. At that moment, clarity returned to her eyes. Everything around seemed as if it had been cleansed by crystal clear water, stripping away the once vibrant colors like a receding tide, revealing a chilling truth. The seemingly robust peach trees now displayed their withered, lifeless forms, and the blossoms hanging from their branches were not pink peach flowers, but grotesque, severed human heads. The delicacies on the table had also transformed, turning into writhing swarms of insects, with pale white maggots squirming visibly among them. Even more terrifying was the change in Zhang Fengxia. Her youthful face was aging at an alarming speed, visible to the naked eye. Her jet black hair turned brittle and yellow, and wrinkles spread across her skin like a web. There was no trace of a young girl left in her appearance. She now looked as though she had lived for 2 or 3 centuries. At that moment, Zhang Fengxia was still lost in her own world, completely unaware of the horrifying scene Yining was witnessing. She continued to rub her wrist, sore from Yinying's grip, and complained to Jiang An in a coy, petulant tone. Just as Jiang An was about to comfort her, Yining shouted, "Vision projection!" Trusting Yining without hesitation, Jiang An immediately activated vision projection, sharing Yinying's perspective. The next instant, he looked at the elderly woman, acting coquettishly before him, and was overcome with violent retching. Thankfully, his stomach was empty. Otherwise, he might have vomited up his very insides. He sprang to his feet, flipping over the table, crawling with wriggling insects, his brows furrowing deeply as he scanned the surroundings. Seeing that Chanchio, Xiaoyao, and Shun Yu were still oblivious, Jiang An quickly utilized the advanced ability of his max-level vision projection to synchronize Yin Ying's perspective with him. Chanchio was the first to let out an ear-piercing scream, followed by intense vomiting. In Yin Ying's illusionary domain, Chanchio could clearly see that everything he was throwing up consisted of live, writhing insects. Remembering the flowers he had picked earlier in the peach grove, he let out another terrified scream and continued to vomit. Zhang Fengxia, still looking puzzled, asked, "What's wrong? Why are you all acting like this all of a sudden? We have an unlimited supply of food, but that's no reason to waste it." Her actions, which might have seemed pitiable in a normal perspective, were utterly repulsive through Yin Ying's vision. The other guests, who had been dancing moments before, were now drawn to Chanchio's reaction. Through Yin Ying's domain, Jiang An saw their true forms like Zhang Fengxia. They were all ancient-looking figures with deeply wrinkled skin, signs of age that could only be etched by centuries. A thought crossed Jiang An's mind, and he used appraisal once more. This time, perhaps due to the influence of the illusionary domain, the result was vastly different from before. Time slaves, level 45, with all attributes at 2,000 points. What was even more shocking were their innate ability, longevity, and their gold-tier combat skill, time drain. These time slaves turned out to be level 45 monsters. Aside from their innate ability of longevity, they only had a single attack skill called time drain. Jiang An frowned as he examined this peculiar group of monsters, feeling slightly puzzled. However, since they were monsters, the solution was simple. Kill them all, Jiang An commanded. Flames around Yining surged instantly, unleashing a scorching firestorm. Zhang Fengxia didn't even have time to scream before being consumed into ashes. A series of kill notifications immediately popped up on Jiang An's interface. Congratulations on defeating a level 45 time slave beyond your level, earning bonus experience points 99,999. Obtained material, Time Capsule 1. Before all the time slaves had completely vanished, a golden light rose from Jiang An had leveled up to 41. The experience gained from this secret realm was indeed abundant. Xiao Yao glanced at Chanchio, who was still vomiting uncontrollably, and said with lingering fear, "What on earth is going on? Why did this happen?" Yining, with a grave expression, explained, "The moment we entered the secret realm, we fell into a dangerous illusion. At first, there was only a vague sense of something being off, but it wasn't until my dream domain skill leveled up to 4 that I could suppress their illusion magic." Xinyu patted her chest, still shaken. The time drain ability of these time slaves is terrifying. They can silently steal a person's time, accelerating their aging until they die. For ordinary people, they wouldn't even realize they were trapped in an illusion before their time was completely drained, either killing them or turning them into new time slaves. But what does it mean to have time stolen? Xiao Yao asked in confusion. Xinyu explained, for example, we might feel like only a day has passed inside this secret realm, but in reality, a week might have gone by in the outside world. That's the stolen time. Jiang An furrowed his brow. Such a time-manipulating ability didn't seem like something a level 45 monster should possess. He took out a time capsule to check its attributes. Special item, formed from time absorbed by time slaves. Using it restores 1 day of time. After counting his inventory, he found a total of 18 time capsules. Without hesitation, Jiang An used them all. The cool liquid seeped into his body as he turned to Xinyu and asked, "Does this completely offset the time difference?" Xinyu shook her head, her expression serious. "Unfortunately, no. The time absorbed by the time slaves can't be fully converted into capsules. At most, you can recover a significant portion of it." Jiang An frowned deeply, his heart sinking slightly. Entering the secret realm was meant to make him stronger, but if he came out of it as an old man, it would truly be a loss rather than a gain. "Xinyu, since your inherited memories mention the time slaves, is there any record about the Peach Blossom Paradise secret realm?" especially the method to clear it? Jiang An asked in a low voice, locking eyes with Shunyu. Although all the time slaves had been eliminated, the expected teleportation vortex had yet to appear. Coupled with the various anomalies Shunyu had mentioned earlier, a rather unpleasant suspicion was gradually forming in his mind. Shunyu shook her head with a complex expression. There's no information about the Peach Blossom Paradise secret realm in the inherited memories. I only made the connection because of the term time slaves. Since they're called time slaves, Jiang An murmured thoughtfully, doesn't that imply they must have a master? This time, Xinyu didn't shake her head but nodded heavily. However, her expression grew even more grave, and deep worry appeared in her eyes. You're correct. The time slaves do indeed have a master. Yin Ying, who had been silent on the side, showed a rare flicker of excitement on her usually aloof face. Isn't that good news? If we find and eliminate the master of the time slaves, we should be able to clear the realm, right? However, Shin Yu's expression turned even more serious, tinged with a hint of despair. That's exactly the problem. According to the inherited memories, the master of the time slaves is the god of time. A god? Xiaoyao gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Beside her, Chan Xiao, who had just finished throwing up, let out a sharp cry. What? Doesn't that mean we're doomed this time? The atmosphere of despair quickly spread among the group of little companions. Although they each possessed strength far beyond their peers and had partially awakened the divine bloodline within them, going up against an actual god was akin to throwing eggs against a rock. All right, don't be so pessimistic. Jiang An interjected firmly to calm them. Don't forget, this is only a level 45 secret realm. If a real god were involved, how could it have such a low entry requirement? As for the time slaves, perhaps they're just creatures with similar abilities, nothing more. His voice was resolute and unwavering. Since I brought you all in here, I will make sure to lead you out. I promise to help you fully awaken the divine bloodlines within you, and I won't give up until I fulfill that promise. Hearing his words, the four companions' eyes reignited with hope. The fighting spirit that had been extinguished now burned brightly once more, even fiercer than before. Seeing that his encouragement had taken effect, Jiang An finally cast his gaze around the area. This peach blossom sanctuary was smaller than he had imagined. Even though Yin Ying's illusionary dream field had not yet reached its limit, it had already encountered some kind of invisible barrier, as if an unseen wall of air surrounded the space. What caught his attention even more was the fact that, apart from the time slaves he had just defeated, there was no trace of any other living beings within the field. Jiang An stood up and began to inspect the dwellings of the time slaves one by one. Using his field abilities, he was able to search every house with just a single thought, yet he found nothing unusual. Finally, he arrived at Zhang Fengxia's residence. The interior was so sparsely furnished it bordered on bare just a bed, a table, and a chair, with nothing else in sight. Master, why are we even here? There don't seem to be any monsters around, Chankyu mumbled softly. To her surprise, Jiang An lay down directly on the bed. It's been a long day. It's probably already past midnight in the real world. Since we have no leads for now and haven't encountered any other monsters, we might as well rest and recharge. The four little companions exchanged glances before ultimately deciding to take turns standing guard, just in case. The night passed peacefully until the first rays of dawn filtered into the peach grove, accompanied by an abrupt rooster's crow that shattered the tranquility. Chankyu, who was on guard, jolted awake and instinctively scanned the surroundings. Her eyes froze when they landed on the bed. There were two people lying there. Rubbing her drowsy eyes, she took a closer look. On the outer side was Jiang An, holding Yin Ying in his arms, while on the inner side lay a completely unclothed young girl. Zhang Fengxia. The rooster's crow also woke Jiang An. As he opened his eyes, he was met with Zhang Fengxia's smiling gaze. Long time no see. Good morning, she greeted. Bang. Before she could finish her sentence, Chankyu launched her thunderous strike, appearing instantly in front of Jiang An and delivering a powerful blow to Zhang Fengxia's chest. Caught completely off guard, Zhang Fengxia was sent flying out of the room, crashing through the wall and leaving a large hole. Her health bar dwindled to a sliver. That old hag feeding me weird stuff was bad enough, but now she's trying to ambush my master? If I hadn't reacted so quickly, she might have succeeded, Chankyu shouted angrily, skillfully masking the fact that she had dozed off while on watch. The glutton ball lunged at the woman again, intending to use the same trick to kill her. But Jiang An stopped it just in time. Wait, Jiang An frowned deeply. This woman was clearly killed yesterday. I even gained experience in a time capsule because of it. How is she suddenly on my bed? Turning to the glutton ball, Jiang An pressed further. Did you see how she appeared while you were keeping watch? The glutton ball's eyes darted nervously. She just suddenly appeared out of nowhere. At that moment, Shunyu broke the silence. I understand now. This woman is indeed dead, but what we see before us is her state before death. Xiao Yao and the glutton ball looked utterly confused, clearly not grasping Shan Yu's explanation. Only Jiang An and Yining seemed to be pondering something. You mean their time has been rewound? Or reset? Jiang An quickly caught on to the key idea. Shan Yu marveled at her master's sharpness. Even she had deduced this possibility only through vast inherited knowledge, while Jiang An understood it instantly with just a few words. So the roosters crowing earlier was the signal for the reset. Jiang An's eyes gleamed. In other words, no matter how many times we kill them, they'll resurrect at dawn with the rooster's call? Lying weakly on the ground, Zhang Fengxia suddenly let out a cold laugh. You're pretty quick-witted. Yes, we cannot truly die. Do you think you're the first outsider to enter Taoyuan over all these years? We've died countless times, only to be reborn each time. How long do you think you can last? She burst into laughter, and the other time slaves emerging from nearby houses joined in, mocking Jiang An's seemingly futile efforts. However, to everyone's surprise, Jiang An didn't show the slightest trace of panic. Instead, he raised the corners of his mouth in excitement. That's perfect. Doesn't that mean I can farm unlimited experience points from you all and keep leveling up? The time slave's laughter abruptly stopped. This was completely unexpected. Every outsider who had uncovered this truth before had either succumbed to despair or lost all will to fight. But Jiang An wasn't panicked at all. Instead, he seemed more enthusiastic than ever. This truly shattered what had seemed like an unsolvable dilemma. Previously, anyone who entered Taoyuan either mistook it for a utopia and was eventually drained of their time, or, upon discovering the truth, became trapped in an endless cycle of combat, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion. If they didn't kill the time slaves, they would lose their time to them. But killing them only led to their resurrection the next day, perpetuating the cycle. If anyone else were in this situation, they would likely fall into despair. But Jiang An's reaction was completely unexpected. Did you not understand what I just said? Zhang Fengxia asked in disbelief, her mouth slightly agape. Jiang An shook his head seriously. No, I understood perfectly. You're saying that no matter how you're killed, you'll resurrect at the break of dawn the next day and come back again, right? Zhang Fengxia nodded blankly. Exactly. Jiang An's eyes lit up with excitement. This is basically unlimited experience farming. If that's the case, let's not waste any more time. Send them on their way. Once we finish them off, we'll still have time to rest properly. Before his words had fully settled, Chanqiu, Shunyu, and Yinying launched themselves forward like arrows loosed from a bow. Although these time slaves didn't possess any special attack skills, their base stats were troublesome enough for ordinary people. However, in the face of Yinying and Chanqiu, the time slaves were utterly defenseless. Within less than a minute, the kill notifications began to chime one after another. Congratulations on defeating a level 45 time slave, earning bonus experience points, 99,999. Congratulations on defeating a level 45 time slave, earning bonus experience points, 99,999. The continuous notifications confirmed Jiang An's theory. Repeated kills still yielded substantial experience points. As another wave of kill notifications echoed, a golden glow enveloped Jiang An, signaling yet another level up. A faint smile played on his lips as he became certain this was a rare leveling type secret realm. Normally, for a player above level 40, gaining just one level would take 3 to 4 days even with cooldown charms. But now, leveling up in a single day was nothing short of astonishing. However, the drop rate for time capsules in this run was unusually low. Upon checking his inventory, Jiang An found only 2 capsules and promptly chose to use them. Standing nearby, Xiaoyao asked with concern, Master, what if what they said is true? If we really can't leave this secret realm, does that mean we'll be stuck living like this forever? Chanqiu, who had just returned from venting her energy, turned pale upon hearing this. No way. Don't even joke about that. If we're stuck here indefinitely, I'll lose my mind. For her, a place devoid of the delicious food she craved and filled only with endless bugs and severed heads was a fate worse than death. Xinyu remained silent, but her expression grew unusually serious. After all, there were precedents for realms or dungeons where no one ever made it out alive, though most cases involved people perishing inside. A realm like this, which trapped the living indefinitely, was something unheard of. Jiang An didn't respond immediately. Instead, his gaze shifted to Yinying. Among the group, only Yinying, like him, remained calm. A knowing smile tugged at the corner of Jiang An's mouth. You've noticed it too, haven't you? You noticed it too, didn't you? Yinying nodded slightly. Noticed what? Chanqiu tugged anxiously at Yinying's sleeve, afraid to miss any critical information. Jiang An shot a glance at Yinying, signaling him to speak. Only then did Yinying slowly open his mouth. These creatures didn't tell the truth. Huh, not tell the truth. Chanqiu scratched his head, looking confused. But they did come back to life right after the rooster crowed. Unless they had already revived earlier? Was that Zhang Fengxia pretending to be dead all along, trying to seduce the master? As Chan Xiu continued, his expression darkened, and he spat angrily. Ugh, how shameless. Stop using your bizarre thought process, Yining said with a resigned eye roll before speaking seriously. Yes, they revived at the sound of the rooster, but this revival comes at a cost. These time slaves may look exactly the same as they did yesterday, but their real bodies are aging rapidly. Aging? Shunyu frowned deeply. That's right, Yining explained. They are showing more signs of aging, more white hair, deeper wrinkles, and their sagging is even more pronounced. Jiang An chimed in at just the right moment. Yining shot Jiang An a glance before continuing. These changes are extremely subtle, almost imperceptible to the average person. But in the dreamscape, such minute signs of aging are crystal clear to me. Shunyu still frowned. Isn't it a bit too presumptive to conclude this based on just that? Before Yin Ing could respond, Jiang An spoke up. I don't care what kind of god this time deity is supposed to be. But one thing is certain, God, no matter how powerful, can revive someone without a price. Once the cost accumulates to a critical point, the boss will inevitably show up. His gaze suddenly sharpened. So, stay calm and get ready. If it really is a god, then we'll slay the deity. What do you think? What kind of loot would a god drop? Xiao Yao, Chan Xiu, and Shun Yu were stunned. Slaying a god? And wondering what treasures a god would drop? The mere thought of it filled them with an involuntary thrill. Yining leaned against the railing, gazing at Jiang An with eyes full of admiration, passion, and affection. Jiang An's lips curved into a faint smile. As a seasoned corporate worker in his past life, he was well-versed in boosting morale with grand promises. Though he wasn't entirely confident in his judgment, keeping everyone's spirits high was the most important thing right now. So, what should we do now? Chan Xiu asked, scratching his head with his bare paw. You should go and see if you can find any normal food, Yining said, her eyes glinting, clearly intending to send the others away. And you? Chan Xiu asked, blinking innocently. Yin Ying's tail suddenly appeared, gently wrapping around Jiang An's waist. The master and I have something to discuss. Alone, in a room. Happy moments always seem to pass by too quickly. Over the next 7 days, Jiang An lived a simple and monotonous life. Every morning, as the rooster crowed, he would lead his companions to clear out the ever-emerging time slaves. Afterward, the rest of the day was spent in leisure. During this time, Jiang An experienced significant growth, with his level soaring to 45. The time slaves also underwent noticeable changes while they still appeared youthful and attractive on the surface. Within Yin Ying's illusory dream domain, Jiang An could clearly see that parts of Zhang Fengxia and the others' bodies had begun to sag to the ground, and the abnormalities were becoming increasingly severe. At first, they attempted to disrupt Jiang An with words, but now they had all but given up, their attitude shifting drastically. After a thorough search by Chan Xiu and its companions, it was confirmed that there was indeed no food in this space. However, Jiang An quickly discovered that even without eating, one would not die here, though they would feel an endless hunger. For the others, this was bearable, but for the gluttonous Chan Xiu, it was sheer torture. Had the insects not been so disgusting, it might have already given in and started eating. Because of this, every morning when the rooster crowed, Chan Xiu was always the first to rush out and vent its frustration. On this particular morning, after yet another night of battle, the familiar sound of the rooster crowing echoed as usual. Jiang An rubbed his eyes and was about to direct Chan Xiu and the others to clean up the area when he realized that Zhang Fengxia, who was always on the bed, was nowhere to be seen. Master, what's going on? Where did they all go? Chan Xiu's bare paw froze in midair as it looked around in confusion. The corners of Jiang An's mouth curved upward. Looks like our guess was right. Before his words finished, the entire space began to quake violently. Shun Yu immediately transformed into her dragon form, allowing Jiang An and the other 3 small companions to climb onto her back. She then ascended into the air to survey the situation. As the tremors intensified, everything around them began to dissolve. The original facade was completely stripped away, and even without Yin Ying's illusory dream domain, everything became crystal clear. As Jiang An scanned his surroundings, the ground suddenly split open, and a massive, ethereal blue dragon soared into the sky. It was a third larger than Shun Yu, yet it had no wings. Its sleek, streamlined body resembled the divine dragons of Eastern mythology. Most strikingly, its form was not solid but transparent through its body. One could see the withered trees behind it, their branches adorned with human heads. The dragon flew directly in front of Shun Yu. The 2 dragons faced each other, both showing a hint of puzzlement. Shun Yu blinked, silently muttering to herself, "Isn't the final boss of this secret realm supposed to be a god? Why does it look like one of my relatives?" Jiang An, however, didn't have time to dwell on this. He immediately cast an identification spell. The appraisal quickly returned with results. Time Dragon Soul. Level. Boss. Attributes. 45 Strength, 2,500 Spirit Agility Constitution Combat Skills. Skills: Time Domain Diamond Level, Dragon Flame Breath Dragon Kings, Wrath Divine Dragon Tail, Swipe Time Pause Platinum Level. The annotation revealed that this dragon soul, in its lifetime, attempted to steal the power of the god of time. However, divine power cannot be controlled without divine blood, and it ultimately perished from its body exploding. Only its remnant soul remains, guarding the secret realm formed from its own corpse, stubbornly trying to fight time with time. Hissed Jiang An drew in a sharp breath. This dragon soul had dared to steal the power of a god in its lifetime, clearly not an ordinary being, and perhaps even more powerful than Bai. Unfortunately, it overestimated itself, and now it was reduced to being a remnant soul trapped here. I know now, Xinyu suddenly exclaimed. In my memory, there was an ancestor of the Eastern Dragon clan who was obsessed with divine power. After discovering traces of the god of time, they disappeared. I never thought it was because... She gazed at the dragon soul before her, her voice tinged with sorrow. Ancestor Ao Rue, is it really you? The time dragon soul froze upon hearing this, a glimmer of confusion flashing in its eyes. But it was quickly replaced by ferocity. Now, it only knew that these intruders were obstructing its plan to absorb time energy. Only by obtaining enough power of time could it reverse back to the moment before its self-destruction and fully control that trace of divine power. Kill them all. The dragon soul roared, spewing scorching dragon flames. Although Xinyu felt sadness for her ancestor, her combat instincts remained sharp. She beat her wings powerfully, narrowly evading the deadly attack. At that moment, the long-restrained Chanqiu leapt from Jiang An's back. Its body expanded rapidly in midair, crackling with lightning as it charged straight at the dragon soul. It's all your fault. Making me eat bugs. Keeping me hungry. Just die already. The dragon soul cast a cold glance at it, and Chanqiu's form froze midair. Time had stopped around it. Although the skill only lasted a second, it was enough for the dragon soul to dodge. Chanqiu, missing its target, crashed heavily to the ground, creating a deep crater. The time dragon soul wasted no time, its body radiating a frenzied surge of dragon power. Master, watch out. It's the group target locking skill, Dragon King's Wrath. Xinyu cried out in alarm. Jiang An could already feel the dragon power above him condensing and pulsating like an imminent explosion. Having witnessed Xinyu use a similar skill before, Jiang An dared not let his guard down. The moment the power of the dragon above condensed and took shape, he immediately activated Shadow Skill, Twin Souls, locking onto Xinyu and replicating the opponent's Dragon Scale Divine Shield ability. A golden dragon scale emerged on Jiang An's body, rapidly expanding until it enveloped him completely. Almost simultaneously, Dragon King's Wrath erupted with a thunderous force. Jiang An's body displayed a massive immunes indicator, while Xinyu also avoided the heavy strike by relying on the same skill. Only Yanning bore the brunt of the attack hidden, causing her health bar to plummet by 30 in an instant. Xiaoyao acted swiftly, casting a healing skill to restore her health. Furious from the ambush, Yanning, standing on Xinyu's back, immediately unleashed 9 foxtails, skillfully binding the time dragon soul. No matter how it struggled, it couldn't break free. Seeing this, Xiaoyao quickly cast Fortune's Blessing, fearing Yin Ying's speed might outpace her spellcasting. A pure white beam of light shot out from the antlers on her head, piercing directly into Jiang An's body. This granted Jiang An double the luck for the next 10 minutes. Flames flickered along Yin Ying's tails as she lashed out with her scorching tail and blazing storm almost simultaneously. The time dragon soul's health dropped to 0 in an instant, transforming into a soul-like state, drifting down like a falling leaf. Jiang An's interface immediately displayed a kill notification, causing him to momentarily hold his breath. The last time they defeated a boss in the Bamboo Forest secret realm, they acquired the coveted Glutton Ball. Could this reward be even better? Perhaps he might gain a dragon pet? On the ground, a black vortex began to slowly form. Jiang An let out a long sigh of relief finally. He could leave this place that had nearly drained all his energy. Glutton Ball cheered excitedly nearby. Finally, we can go home. With a smile, Jiang An checked the kill notification. Defeated Time Dragon Soul Boss, gained 123,333 experience points. Acquired the Staff of Time and special item. Time Pocket Watch X1, 2 pieces of loot. The drops from a secret realm boss were guaranteed to be top tier. Just as Jiang An was about to examine the item attributes, Glutton Ball suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, Master, something's wrong. This guy isn't dead." Jiang An's heart skipped a beat. He looked down and saw that the time dragon soul had indeed not dissipated. It was gazing upward at Xinyu, as if it had something to say. After a brief moment of thought, Jiang An directed Xinyu to descend slowly in front of the time dragon soul. To his surprise, he noticed a clear, intelligent gleam in the dragon's eyes, remarkably similar to Xinyu's. Then, the Time Dragon Soul began speaking in fluent dragon language, engaging Shin Yu in a conversation. After several exchanges, the Time Dragon Soul's body started to dissolve into specks of white light. But one golden glow among them stood out, radiating brilliantly. The golden light seemed to carry a special kind of magic. As soon as it appeared, Yin Ying, Chan Xiao, Xiao Yao, and Shun Yu found themselves unable to look away. It was as if a voice in their minds was shouting frantically, "Get it! You must get it! At any cost, you have to have it!" Fortunately, the four of them shared a soul contract with Jiang An, and the passive effect of the Heart of God allowed them to control their impulses. If anyone else had been present, they might have fought to the death over this golden glow. Jiang An's expression turned contemplative. This thing, to make them desire it so intensely, could it have been left behind by the god of time? Just as he was pondering, the body of the Time Dragon Soul completely dissipated, and the golden light shot like lightning into Shan Yu's body, instantly radiating a dense white glow. Jiang An's interface immediately flooded with notifications. Your summoned beast Shun Yu has acquired Time God's Divine Power Fragment 1. Shun Yu's divine bloodline begins purification. Jiang An's eyes lit up. He had been worried that this might harm Shin Yu, but it turned out to directly aid her in purifying her divine bloodline without even requiring a quest to trigger it. This clearly brought immense benefits to Shun Yu. However, the other three companions showed identical looks of disappointment on their faces. The white glow lingered for an unusually long time, and given how hungry Jiang An and his team were, every second felt stretched tenfold. Chan Xiao looked at Jiang An pitifully. "Master, how about we head out for something to eat and come back to wait for her? I'm starving." Jiang An shook his head helplessly, ignoring Chan Xiao, and decided to use the time to check the items that had just dropped. Opening his inventory, the first thing that caught his eye was a time staff. It was 40 centimeters long, silver white in color, with intricate and mysterious patterns faintly visible on its surface. As he took it out, a blinding golden light nearly made Jiang An squint. The brilliance of this glow was so intense that it seemed this piece of equipment could be upgraded to platinum grade with just a nudge from a blacksmith. It was common knowledge that equipment dropped in the wild capped at the golden grade. Upgrading to platinum required personal effort. Every golden grade item was essentially a blank slate, and only the rarest gems could continue evolving. These exceptional items often shared certain traits such as an unusually radiant glow even at the golden grade. The brightness alone was enough to hint at extraordinary attributes. Jiang An eagerly examined the staff's attributes. Time staff. Type, weapon. Class restriction, summoner. Required level, 45. Quality, golden. Strength 50, spirit 500, agility 200, constitution 50. Special effect 1. This equipment is growth capable. Its level will match that of its bound user, with additional attribute boosts upon leveling. Special effect 2. Before he could even read the second special effect, Jiang An's eyes widened in shock. Growth-capable equipment. This was the legendary growth-capable gear. For many, equipment upgrades came with a frustrating drawback. Items obtained early on might become underwhelming in the late game despite significant investment. But this growth-capable equipment was a game-changer. Growth-type equipment, as the name suggests, is a special type of gear that dynamically enhances its attributes based on the user's level. Whether the user is level 45 or level 200, the equipment stats will scale accordingly, even unlocking additional special effects. Such equipment is exceedingly rare in the market. Unlike the gear Jiang An had acquired before, which could occasionally be found in trade, growth-type equipment has never appeared in any transaction records. The reason is simple: once this kind of equipment drops, it becomes permanently bound to the user. When obtained in a team dungeon, the binding recipient must be designated before leaving the dungeon. There was even a humorous incident where a team without a summoner acquired summoner-exclusive growth-type equipment, which ultimately ended up as a collectible at home. Jiang An smiled with satisfaction as he ruffled Xiao Yao's hair. This time, their luck was off the charts. They managed to get a summoner-exclusive piece of growth-type equipment. This was undoubtedly thanks to Xiao Yao's lucky star blessing skill. Xiao Yao's face turned bright red, thrilled to have been so helpful to her master. Suppressing his excitement, Jiang An carefully examined the equipment's attributes. Special effect 1. The equipment's level synchronizes with the bound user's level, gaining additional stat boosts as it grows. Special effect 2. Skills may trigger a time stop effect, pausing time around the target and preventing movement or evasion. The trigger probability and duration depend on the level difference between the user and the target. Special effect 3. Skill damage increases by an additional 10. Special effect 4. All summoned creatures receive a 10 boost to their attributes. Attached skill 1. Summon Shinu LV1. Gold tier summon Shinu to join the battle, capable of stealing enemy health and randomly applying buffs to summon creatures. Attached skill 2. Temporal storage max. Gold tier allows storage of one skill or talent from a summoned creature for later use, bypassing the original skill's limitations. After each storage or release, a 3-day cooldown applies. This skill cannot be upgraded. Set effect, not activated 15. Binding status, bound to Jiang An, cannot be unbound. As Jiang An read through the attributes, his grin grew wider and wider. This equipment was absurdly powerful. For a gold-tier item, it boasted 4 special effects and 2 attached skills, surpassing even most platinum-tier gear. The temporal storage skill, in particular, was a game-changer. Not only could it store a summoned creature's skill, but it also ignored original usage restrictions. For instance, Yin Ying's Divine Might talent, which could normally be used only once per day, could now be stored in advance and unleashed twice within a short period. In extreme cases, it could even allow Divine Might to be activated again while already in its effect. The Kamuri ability was indeed incredibly powerful, capable of doubling Yin Ying's astonishing attributes. Jiang An's eyes suddenly lit up. If he used Kamuri again in this state, wouldn't it quadruple Shan Yu's attributes directly? Although the duration was short, it was more than enough as a decisive trump card. Eagerly, he picked up the equipment and selected to store Yin Ying's Kamuri ability. With a crisp ding sound, the description of Skill 2 on the weapons panel immediately changed. Time-space stored Yin in Kamuri active talent. Upon activation, enter the Kamuri state, possessing Divine Majesty. All 4-dimensional attributes are doubled, and skill power is increased by 100. Jiang An was ecstatic. This equipment was already a top-tier golden item just for its time storage effect, not to mention its other attributes. His eyes fell on a line of small text at the bottom of the panel. Set effect not activated 15. Such a powerful piece of equipment was actually part of a set? If he could collect all 5 pieces and activate the set effect, the resulting attributes would surely be even more astonishing. Feeling delighted, Jiang An equipped the item and began planning recalled the star tier he had obtained recently, which could be used to enhance this equipment. Noticing the white light around Shin Yu had yet to dissipate, he turned his attention to another item dropped by the boss, the Time Pocket Watch. This was a unique special item, described as follows. Toy of the God of Time. Usable when fully charged. It can transport the target to a random time period. Any items obtained during this period can be brought back, and the target will automatically return to the current time after 10 years. Current charge, 0. Note: each monster defeated will automatically contribute to the charge. Bound to Jiang An. Jiang An frowned in thought. At first glance, the item seemed somewhat underwhelming. Random teleportation meant a lack of control. If he were sent to a desolate world thousands of years in the future, it would be utterly pointless. Suddenly, a thought struck him. What if he sent a summoned creature instead? While its level might still be capped by his own, its combat experience, skill levels, and rank wouldn't be limited. With this in mind, he carefully put away the Time Pocket Watch, planning to consider its use later. Just then, a dragon's roar suddenly came from Shen Yu's direction. Jiang An immediately turned to look, only to see the white light enveloping Shen Yu gradually fading. When the light fully dissipated, Shen Yu's dragon form came into view. However, something had changed between her original golden holy dragon form and skeletal undead dragon form. A peculiar, semi-transparent scale now appeared at her heart, radiating a unique brilliance. Driven by intense curiosity, Jiang An opened Shen Yu's panel to inspect. The next second, he gasped sharply in astonishment. After absorbing the fragment of the God of Time's power, the transformation in Shen Yu was astonishing. Her divine bloodline purity surged from 50 to an impressive 70, instantly making her the summon with the purest bloodline under Jiang An's command. Although she was only at level 44, 1 level lower than Yin Ying, the enhancement of her attributes brought her strength on par with Yin Ying, though this comparison didn't factor in Yin Ying's unique divine talent. Shen Yu folded her wings and landed gracefully in front of Jiang An. As she touched the ground, she transformed into the form of a human girl. Gone was her former innocence. Her dragon horns had vanished, and her figure had become more mature, with a fuller physique that rivaled even Yin Ying's. Standing nearby, Yin Ying gave her a silent thumbs up, secretly approving Shen Yu's newfound ability to appeal to their master's preferences. Master! Shen Yu exclaimed joyfully as she threw herself into Jiang An's arms. Are you feeling any discomfort? Jiang An asked with concern, mindful of the fact that the time dragon's soul had perished from absorbing a fragment of divine power. Shen Yu nodded excitedly. I feel amazing. This fragment of divine power is just a tiny portion of the God of Time's strength. The reason that dragon predecessor couldn't absorb it was because their divine bloodline hadn't been awakened. But when I formed a contract with you, my bloodline was already activated. For me, this was like a supreme tonic. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. If I could get another fragment of the God of Time's power, I might even gain control over the time attribute. Jiang An's eyes lit up. The time element was vastly different from the basic elements. Like space and chaos, it belonged to the category of special elements. Though difficult to master, its power far surpassed that of ordinary elements once harnessed. If Shen Yu could add the time element to her existing 2 powerful attributes, her strength would undoubtedly soar to new heights. At that moment, the surrounding space began to quake violently. Xinyu became alert, scanning her surroundings. Master, the secret realm is collapsing. We need to leave immediately. Jiang An decided on the spot, preparing to evacuate with his other summons. Outside the secret realm, a regiment clad in military uniforms and emanating a dense aura of blood stood at the ready. Each member of this unit carried the residual bloodlust from slaying countless demon legions. This was none other than the elite spearhead corps led by Wei Qing. At this moment, the entrance to the Taoyuan secret realm had lost its former restrictions, and the swirling black vortex emanated an overwhelming allure. Yet no one dared to act recklessly, as Wei Qing, radiating an almost tangible killing intent, stood motionless at the forefront of the secret realm's entrance. Among those in Shanhaiguan with hands stained by the blood of countless demons, Wei Qing undoubtedly stands at the top. Even the most seasoned veterans cannot match his ruthlessness. At this moment, Wei Qing stood there, his figure like a cold, imposing mountain, sending chills down anyone's spine. Opposite him, He Zhengyuan dared not make the slightest sound, fearing he might provoke this god of slaughter. Originally, after informing Jiang An about the secret realm, He Zhengyuan had turned his attention to dealing with the online video of He Qingxian. After spending days on edge, he was relieved to find that no one seemed to know about He Maoan's death. But just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Wei Qing arrived at the He family residence. Through questioning, He Zhengyuan learned that Jiang An had entered the secret realm nearly 2 weeks ago. Sensing something amiss, Wei Qing came looking for him, demanding he lead the way to the secret realm's location. What was even more alarming was that Wei Qing was not alone. He had brought a team of elite Blade Squad members with him. Facing Wei Qing, whose expression was as heavy as a storm cloud, He Zhengyuan could not hide his growing anxiety. Even for the most challenging secret realm dungeons, 2 weeks was an unusually long time. If it had been anyone else, their death would have already been declared. But this was Jiang An they were talking about, and it was He Zhengyuan who had provided the secret realm's information. If Jiang An truly died there, Wei Qing's temperament would likely lead him to immediately accuse He Zhengyuan of plotting against one of humanity's most brilliant talents. At this moment, He Zhengyuan had only one desperate thought. Jiang An must not meet any harm, at least not in this secret realm. Otherwise, his own life would be forfeit. Standing beside Wei Qing, his trusted aide Xiong Zhengbin spoke with concern. Lord Wei Qing, perhaps you should rest for a while? I'm sure Jiang An is fine. You've been waiting for days. Your body needs a break. He Zhengyuan quickly chimed in. Yes, please rest. We'll keep watch here and inform you immediately if anything happens. Wei Qing cast a cold glance at He Zhengyuan and snorted. You'd better hope Jiang An is unharmed, or else. With that, he remained where he was, showing no intention of listening to their advice. Xiong Zhengbin sighed inwardly. He knew it was futile to persuade Wei Qing, but seeing him in this state only deepened his unease. Helplessly, he turned his gaze toward the secret realm. Though he had reassured Wei Qing that Jiang An would be fine, he knew deep down that 2 weeks in an uncharted secret realm was almost certainly a death sentence. He understood Wei Qing's torment at this moment. Memories of sending Jiang unto the land of slumbering souls surfaced in his mind. It was hard to imagine that this young human prodigy, capable of defeating demons far above his level, might have perished in the secret realm. If Jiang An could have survived and continued to grow, the burden on Shanhaiguan's battlefield and on Wei Qing would have been significantly lighter. Alas, it seemed the heavens were cruel to such talent. What a pity. As Xiong Zhengbin was silently lamenting, he suddenly noticed a disturbance in the swirling black vortex of the secret realm. Huh. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Was someone leaving the secret realm? Could it be that Jiang An was still alive? Just as he was about to cry out in excitement, his smile froze abruptly. No, this wasn't the sign of someone exiting the secret realm. It was the signal that the secret realm was about to close. As everyone knows, there are only 2 scenarios in which a secret realm will close. The first is when a one-time secret realm is cleared, in which case the participants usually leave voluntarily through teleportation. The second is when the secret realm cannot remain permanently active and will close on its own after exceeding its time limit, even if no one clears it. The Taoyuan secret realm that He Zhengyuan and the others mentioned had already existed for some time when it was discovered. Adding on the 2 weeks Jiang An spent inside, it was clearly the second type. This meant that once the secret realm closed, Jiang An, who was trapped inside, would undoubtedly perish. The smile that had just appeared on He Zhengyuan's face instantly froze. He realized that his own life might not be safe after all. Wei Qing's expression darkened, as though it could wring water from the air, and he was just about to lash out when Xiong Zhengbin's excited shout suddenly rang out. He's out. Jiang An is out. Wei Qing jerked his head up to look, and sure enough, Jiang An and his 4 summoned beasts had appeared in front of the vortex of the secret realm. Jiang An scanned the heavily guarded soldiers around him, looking puzzled. It's only been a week. How did the military take over this place so fast? Did a monster siege happen? Or did an abyss rift open? It wasn't until he saw Wei Qing that he relaxed. After briefly glancing at He Zhengyuan, He asked in confusion. Teacher, who are these people? I brought them, Wei Qing said matter-of-factly. I thought something had happened to you in the secret realm. Jiang An immediately understood, feeling a surge of warmth in his heart. Wei Qing had brought the Sharpblade squad to seal off the area and even dragged the head of the He family here, clearly intending to make He Zhengyuan pay with his life if Jiang An hadn't made it out. This explained the strange look He Zhengyuan had been giving him. Teacher, I was only in the secret realm for a week. Was that really necessary? Jiang An said, half laughing, half crying. A week? Wei Qing's eyes widened. If it had really been just a week, I wouldn't have bothered. You've been in there for 2 weeks now. I was worried you'd starve to death. Jiang An was startled and checked his communicator, realizing it had indeed been 2 weeks. At that moment, Xinyu tugged at his sleeve and whispered. Time Slave couldn't convert all the stolen time into time capsules. The extra week was stolen time. Hearing unfamiliar terms like time slave and time capsules, He Zhengyuan immediately perked up his ears to eavesdrop. Wei Qing noticed and cleared his throat. Head of the He family. Since Jiang An is safe, you can leave now. He gave Xiong Zhangbin a meaningful look, and the latter quickly caught on, escorting a grumbling He Zhengyuan away. As the head of the He family, being ordered around like this naturally left He Zhengyuan feeling resentful. What frustrated him the most, however, was that he hadn't learned anything about what was inside the secret realm. After He Zhengyuan left, Jiang An was about to speak, but Wei Qing shook his head. As long as you're fine, whatever you gained in the secret realm is yours. You don't need to tell me. Everyone has their own secrets. Although Wei Qing was well aware that Jiang An must have obtained some valuable items in the secret realm, he didn't question him. Instead, he began organizing his team to prepare for their departure. All right, everyone, pack up and get ready to move out. Wei Qing's voice rang out. Seeing this, Jiang An didn't bring up the secret realm again, but instead said, by the way, teacher, I want to craft a piece of equipment. Teacher Tuoba mentioned before that the best blacksmiths are at Shanhaiguan, right? Crafting equipment? Wei Qing's eyes lit up, and his tone carried a hint of pride. You've come to the right person. Have you heard of Sun Yi? He's widely recognized as the top blacksmith. Seeing Jiang An shake his head, Wei Qing continued to explain, this master has many disciples, and they run blacksmith shops all over. But when it comes to true skill, no one matches Sun Yi himself. The only issue is his temper. He won't even consider helping us from the Sharp Blade squad without top-notch materials. Wei Qing glanced at Jiang An thoughtfully and said, your current weapon seems to already be platinum tier, right? Are you looking to upgrade a piece of armor to platinum tier, or are you aiming to enhance your weapon to diamond tier? Neither, Jiang An replied, shaking his head. I'm planning to switch to a new weapon. The Spider King's staff has decent attributes, but it pales compared to gear that can evolve. A golden tier weapon? Wei Qing frowned slightly. That could be tricky. For platinum tier upgrades, we usually go to Sun Yi's top disciple, who has about a 50% success rate. Jiang An scratched his head sheepishly. Teacher, I'm not looking to upgrade the quality. Oh. Wei Qing was a little surprised. You're asking Master Sun Yi to custom make a weapon for you? That won't come cheap. He explained that the odds of finding equipment perfectly suited to one's needs from dungeon drops were slim. As a result, many people opted to commission custom gear from blacksmiths. While this ensured the equipment would meet their exact requirements and be usable without issue, the costs were exceptionally high, both for materials and labor. Jiang An didn't elaborate further. With a flash of light, 2 items appeared in his Hansa uniquely shaped star tier and the time staff he had acquired from the secret realm. Wei Qing's gaze was instantly drawn to the star tier, and he exclaimed in disbelief, is that a star tier? As a rare material capable of imbuing equipment with sentience, it was something even experts at their level rarely encountered. Did you get this in the secret realm? Wei Qing asked. No, Jiang An replied calmly. I bought it at a street stall. No way. I just bought it from a street stall. Jiang An's words left Wei Qing in utter disbelief. How could such a rare item possibly be found at a street stall? If it were true, then the stall owner must be some kind of deity. Yet Jiang An's serious expression made it clear he wasn't joking. He then went on to roughly describe the situation at the time. Wei Qing's expression grew even more complicated. Unbelievable. Such a stroke of luck, and Jiang An managed to stumble upon it. Why hadn't something like this ever happened to him? Wei Qing's gaze swept over Chanchio. Those metal sellers at the stalls weren't fools. They had undoubtedly conducted thorough tests on that piece of, or before putting it up for sale. Even their advanced instruments failed to detect the presence of the tiers of the stars, yet this little guy managed to spot it. Such an extraordinary talent, if nurtured properly, it might prove to be invaluable in the ruins of the illusory domain. After rare words of praise for Chanchio, Wei Qing turned his attention back to the tiers of the stars. With this, forget Sun Yi if his master knew this existed. He'd probably jump out of his grave. As he spoke, a faint smile appeared on Wei Qing's lips. Come to think of it, maybe it was fate that this ended up in your hands. After all, I know someone who's been obsessing over this item to the point of madness. Hmm. Jiang An looked puzzled. Do I know this person? Wei Qing chuckled. Not yet, but you probably will in the future. Tang Debin, the head of the Tang family. You wouldn't believe if this third-tier mission requires a weapon to reach the king-tier level. He's got everything else prepared, but his equipment just can't awaken its spirit no matter what. He once offered an astronomical price to buy a piece of the Tears of the Stars, but no one sold him any. I can already imagine the look on his face if he saw your equipment has already awakened its spirit, probably keel over on the spot. The thought of it made Wei Qing laugh uncontrollably, but he quickly regained his composure. That said, you should understand the value of this item by now. To use it, you'll need only the finest equipment to match it. Don't just pair it with any random gear, or you'll regret it later. With that, Wei Qing began examining the other piece of equipment Jiang An was holding. But the moment he looked at it, he froze in place. It took him a while to snap out of his daze. Growth-type equipment, he muttered. From a secret realm? His words were unusually brief this time. Jiang An nodded. Teacher, you're as sharp as ever. This piece was indeed dropped in a secret realm. Tisk. Tisk. Wei Qing carefully scrutinized the equipment, his satisfaction evident. If only ID had a piece of growth-type equipment like this when I was younger. No, wait, this isn't just ordinary growth-type equipment. With the addition of the Tears of the Stars, it's become a spirit-awakened growth-type equipment. Jiang An, however, wasn't particularly concerned about these details. All he wanted to know was whether these items could persuade the best blacksmith, Sun Yi, to take on the task. Soto, you think Master Sun Yi would agree to help? Wei Qing's eyes widened slightly. Agree to help? With these two items in hand, it's not about him agreeing to help, it's about him begging us to let him do it. Ask for his help? Wei Qing chuckled softly. With these two items, it's not us asking for his assistance, it's him who'll be begging to get involved. Seeing Jiang An's puzzled expression, Wei Qing explained in detail. Blacksmiths at lower levels can level up by mass-producing ordinary equipment, without much concern for quality. However, as their level increases, the conditions for gaining experience become increasingly stringent. For example, they need to forge equipment of gold quality or craft items with specific attribute traits to earn experience points. Given Sun Yi's current blacksmithing level, comparable to a third-tier expert, ordinary equipment no longer provides him with any growth. That's precisely why he's so difficult to engage under normal circumstances. But the star tiers and growth-type equipment are irresistible temptations for someone like him. Let's go. They'll take you to him right now. Wei Qing said excitedly. I can't wait to see the look on that usually arrogant Sun Yi's face when he lays eyes on these two treasures. Jiang An agreed readily. With a single thought, Shen Yu transformed into her dragon form. Huh. Wei Qing examined Shen Yu in surprise, noticing that the little dragon's demeanor had changed significantly. She now exuded an air of nobility and an undeniable sense of majesty. It was then that he remembered to check Jiang An's level, casually throwing out an appraisal spell. Level 45? Wei Qing was inwardly shocked. To jump from level 40 to 45 in just 2 weeks was nothing short of astonishing. However, he maintained a calm demeanor. Your leveling speed is about the same as mine back in the day. This secret realm seems to suit you well. As Jiang An climbed onto Shen Yu's back, Wei Qing instinctively tried to do the same, only to be stopped by Shen Yu's fierce glare. No one else was allowed to ride a dragon of her stature. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Wei Qing rubbed his nose and promptly ordered one of his subordinates to summon a flying griffin. The griffin's rider turned to Jiang An with a friendly smile and said, just follow behind me later. They'll have little GRYPH slow down for you. With that, the griffin spread its wings and shot off towards Shanghai Pass like an arrow. This remark, however, deeply offended Shen Yu. The skies were her domain, and she would not tolerate being outdone. With a disdainful glance at the griffin, she spread her massive wings and soared into the sky like a bolt of lightning. Although she had taken off later, she effortlessly caught up to the griffin in a matter of moments. In midair, a griffin was struggling to flap its wings, its once sharp eyes now clouded with exhaustion. This situation left it feeling frustrated. Its master had clearly instructed it to watch out for the dragon behind them and not to fly too fast. Yet, despite its wings nearly smoking from the effort, it still couldn't shake off Shen Yu. What made matters worse was that Shen Yu appeared completely at ease, leisurely circling around the griffin and letting out triumphant dragon cries. Jiang An watched the scene unfold, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Clearly, after absorbing fragments of the God of Time's power, Shen Yu's speed had improved significantly. Otherwise, it wouldn't have so easily outpaced the griffin. The griffin gritted its teeth and pushed itself to fly faster, desperate to reach their destination and put an end to this silent humiliation. After some time, they arrived at Shanhaiguan. Even someone of Wei Qing's status had to dismount from the griffin and go through the proper inspection procedures. Once they passed the checkpoint, they mounted their rides again and continued on their way. A few minutes later, The group reached a location near a secluded valley, far from the military camp. By this point, both the griffin and its rider were drenched in sweat. Wei Qing patted the griffin rider on the shoulder and said, "You'll need to train harder. Even my level 45 students are faster than you. Extra flight training when we get back." "Yes, sir." The griffin rider responded respectfully. Turning to Jiang An, Wei Qing smiled and said, "Let's go. This 100 Weapons Valley is Master Sun Ye's domain here at Shanhaiguan. It's filled with blacksmiths." With that, he led the way into the valley. Jiang An put away his 4 small companions and followed closely behind. As they ventured deeper, Jiang An could clearly feel the temperature rising. Thankfully, with the lava amulet in his possession, he didn't feel uncomfortable. He carefully observed his surroundings and soon noticed a fiery red glow flickering at the top of the valley. "Is this an active volcano?" Jiang An asked. Wei Qing nodded in confirmation. "Yes. When this active volcano was first discovered, the initial plan was to level it, given how close it is to Shanhaiguan. However, a master blacksmith at the time saw its potential and turned it into a specialized smithing ground. Now, this place is overseen by Master Sun Ye." At the entrance to the valley, guards immediately stepped forward to conduct a check. Only after verifying Wei Qing's credentials did they allow them to pass. Stepping into the valley, Jiang An was amazed by the scene before him. There were few man-made structures, as most of the smithing platforms and furnaces were carved directly into the rocky mountainside. Shirtless blacksmiths were hard at work, hammering away at their creations as sparks flew in all directions. Wei Qing explained that this area was just the outskirts, primarily used for crafting standard equipment. The deeper they went, the closer they would get to the active volcano, where Master Sun Ye resided. As they walked, Wei Qing's sharp eyes quickly picked out a burly man with a simple, honest face among the blacksmiths. "That's one of Sun Ye's apprentices, Nyoda. He's in charge of managing this section," Wei Qing whispered to Jiang An before addressing the man. "Tell Sun Ye that Wei Qing is here to see him." Without hesitation, Nyoda shook his head. "Master said he's not crafting anything right now, and isn't seeing anyone." Wei Qing stood frozen in place, momentarily overwhelmed by the situation before him. This reception was nothing like what he was accustomed to. What made it even more awkward was that it all unfolded in front of his student. Clearing his throat in an attempt to regain his composure, he spoke, "Ahem. You might not have heard me clearly. It's me, Wei Qing, the commander of Shanhai Pass." Nyoda nodded, a faint, honest smile on his simple face. "I know exactly who you are." "Well, that's good." Wei Qing had just started to feel a bit more at ease when Nyoda's next words interrupted him. "No, no, no," Nyoda said, shaking his head like a rattle drum. Master specifically instructed that all other commanders of Shanhai Pass could meet him except for Wei Qing. He said, "You're too stingy. Every time you come, you only bring a few measly gifts, and we end up covering the cost of the materials for forging." Wei Qing's face turned bright red in an instant. "That's slander. Last time, I brought dozens of pounds of rare metals." Nyoda earnestly began counting on his fingers. "But we still had to chip in 100 pounds of rare metals ourselves. Not to mention the labor costs for forging and the furnace fees." On the side, Jiang An struggled to contain his laughter. Who would have thought that the mighty and commanding Wei Qing, so impressive on the battlefield, had such an embarrassing side? It seemed his relationship with Sun Ye was maintained by repeated cajoling and wheedling. Just as Wei Qing was about to argue further, a familiar voice echoed from deep within the valley. "That's enough. Nyoda will handle this." Jiang An turned toward the voice and saw a short, elderly man emerging from the depths of the valley. His hair was gray, his beard unkempt, but the bulging muscles on his arms were striking. Nyoda immediately stood respectfully. "Greetings, master." This was none other than the renowned forging master, Sun Ye. He glanced at Wei Qing and said, "Come on in. Arguing out here isn't a good look. Let's talk in the forge." Wei Qing's expression finally eased a bit. As they followed the old man deeper into the valley, Jiang An suddenly recognized him. This was the very same mysterious blacksmith who had upgraded his Spider King staff from silver to platinum during his time in Linen. At the time, Jiang An had been baffled by how it had skipped the gold grade entirely. Now, he realized how much effort Bai Jing must have put into securing an appointment with this master. The valley wasn't large, but it was filled with forging rooms. Most of the doors were tightly shut, and the constant clanging of metalwork echoed through the air. Occasionally, Jiang An caught glimpses of molten red lava flowing along the walls into specially designed forging furnaces in the vacant rooms. After navigating a few bins, Sun Ye led them to the last room. As he pushed the door open, a wave of scorching heat rushed out to greet them. The heat wave was so intense that Jiang An could barely keep his eyes open. If not for the faint protective aura emitted by the lava amulet on his chest, he wouldn't have even stepped into this room. The room was sparsely furnished. A massive forge stood prominently in the center, accompanied by a sturdy workbench. A few black metal blocks served as makeshift chairs, scattered haphazardly around the room. The floor was riddled with dents and pits, giving it an oddly peculiar appearance. Sun Yi casually sat on one of the metal blocks, his gaze fixed on Wei Qing. What's this about? Didn't I just help your Razor Squad repair and upgrade a batch of equipment not long ago? This time, I'm not footing the bill for materials. If you want something forged, get the funding approved first. Come on, can't I just ask you for a personal favor? Wei Qing countered with a smile. Oh. A look of surprise flashed across Sun Yi's face. If it's for your own equipment upgrade, sure, I can consider it. But the issue is, he gave Wei Qing a once-over. With that clinking wallet of yours and the level of your current gear, unless you sell yourself, don't even think about it. Besides, if it's for crafting equipment for juniors, I'd just have my students handle it. Without quality materials, I'm not lifting a finger. Wei Qing smirked. Master Sun, you've guessed correctly. This time, it's indeed for upgrading my students' equipment. His gaze shifted to Jiang An. Oh. Sun Yi examined Jiang An carefully. This kid looks familiar. Jiang An quickly stepped forward. Master Sun, you have a good memory. Back in Linen, you helped upgrade my equipment. Linen? Sun Yi furrowed his brows, pondering for a moment before a realization dawned on him. Ah, that's right. I used your equipment to demonstrate a new forging method back then, and upgraded it for free from silver to platinum grade. His interest piqued. So, you're here to upgrade that piece to diamond grade? That equipment, while a bit basic, showed a lot of potential to jump straight to platinum. It might even yield some rare attributes if upgraded right. But the cost and materials'll have to cover those yourselves. As he spoke, he walked to the forge and picked up a small black iron orb about the size of a palm. It's not the Spider King's staff, it's for other equipment. Jiang An quickly clarified. Sun Yi instantly lost interest. He tossed the iron orb to the ground, creating yet another dent in the already uneven floor. Then why come to me? At your age, hitting level 30 would already be impressive. Where would you even get rare or top-tier equipment? For something like this, my top apprentice, Xiao Hao, or even Nyoda could handle it. Let Nyoda take care of it'll give him some practice, and he'll do it for free. With that, he made a dismissive gesture, signaling them to leave. Jiang An turned to Wei Qing with a pleading look. Wei Qing understood immediately and let out a sigh. Since Master Sun insists, then this star tier. Let's have Nyoda handle it for you. Then let Nyoda help you with this star tier, Wei Qing said, pulling Jiang An along as they turned to leave, his steps light and brisk. What? Just as the two reached the doorway, a startled exclamation erupted from behind them. In the next instant, Sun Yi, the burly old man with streaks of gray in his hair, appeared in front of Jiang An, his eyes gleaming as he stared at Wei Qing. You have something as rare as a star tier? Wei Qing leisurely stroked his beard and replied, I don't. Sun Yi bent down, ready to pick up a small black orb from the ground to hurl at him. But Wei Qing calmly added, however, my student does. Hearing this, Sun Yi lowered the black orb in his hand, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized Jiang An. You have a star tier? This rare metal was something he had only seen once before, back when he was an apprentice. Decades had passed since, and he had heard no news of its whereabouts. Jiang An nodded and retrieved the star tier from his backpack. The moment Sun Yi laid eyes on it and confirmed its authenticity, his gaze turned fervent. What a treasure! Such a rare item actually exists in your possession. Feeling uncomfortable under Sun Yi's burning stare, Jiang An coughed lightly. Master Sun Yi. Sun Yi snapped out of his daze and straightened up, his tone serious. You want to use the star tier to awaken the spirit of your equipment, don't you? Seeing Jiang An nod, he continued, smart choice. Spirituality can grow with the quality of the equipment, and awakening it early can greatly benefit its future development. However what? Wei Qing asked with a frown. While spiritual growth is advantageous, the grade and level of equipment are closely tied. A level 200 platinum grade piece will always surpass a level 20 king grade one, Sun Yi said, his face showing hesitation before he finally advised. As much as I'd love to test the effects of a star tier, I suggest you wait until your level is higher. When the time comes, they'll craft it for you free of charge, provided you bring the materials. Just as he was about to reluctantly avert his gaze, he noticed the meaningful smiles on both Jiang An and Wei Qing's faces. Jiang An spoke up. If that's your only concern, then there's no need to worry. Sun Yi frowned deeply, ready to scold him, but suddenly, a dazzling golden light flashed in Jiang An's hand. As an experienced forging master, Sun Yi immediately recognized that this golden equipment was leagues above the Spider King's staff he had seen earlier. Even so, he shook his head. A top-tier golden grade piece, despite its quality, was ultimately just a beginner's artifact due to its low level. Using a star tier on it would be an enormous waste. With this thought in mind, he began carefully examining the equipment's attributes. In just a few seconds, Sun Yi lifted his head, his dazed expression mixed with disbelief. His gaze was fixed intently on the equipment in Jiang An's hand. This is growth-type equipment? Before Jiang An could respond, Sun Yi leapt to his feet in excitement. What the heck? How is there growth-type equipment for such a low level? Isn't it said that it only drops in dungeons of at least level 100? And even then, the drop rate is ridiculously low. Jiang An shrugged awkwardly. Well, I'm not sure either. This didn't drop from a dungeon, it came from a secret realm. A secret realm drop? Huh? Sun Yi suddenly understood but quickly fell into thought. That makes sense, but even in a secret realm, the drop rate for something like this should be extremely low. Your luck is really something else. Thinking back to Jiang An's Spider King staff, which had miraculously advanced from silver to gold grade, Sun Yi couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. This guy's luck was truly outrageous. It's just growth-type equipment and a star tier. What's the big deal? Wei Qing had his hands behind his back, looking indifferent, as if he had completely forgotten his initial shock when he first saw these two treasures. Just as Sun Yi was about to retort, Wei Qing spoke again. So, what's the plan? Sun Yi, are you going to take on the crafting? Or, should we call Nyoda? This immediately made Sun Yi anxious. He stepped in front of Jiang An with a rare, ingratiating smile on his usually stern face. No, no, no. Nyoda can't handle something this precious. If he messes it up, it would be such a waste. Let me craft it. You just provide the equipment and the star tier'll handle all the other materials. I guarantee a successful awakening. Sun Yi's sudden change in attitude left Jiang An both amused and exasperated. A moment ago, he had seemed so disinterested, but now he was like an eager child. Perhaps this kind of passion for rare equipment was exactly what made Sun Yi a great craftsman. Wei Qing smirked in satisfaction. Well, since Master Sun Yi insists, well, leave it to you. Jiang An handed the equipment and the star tier to Sun Yi and asked, Master, how long will the crafting take? Don't worry, just 1 hour. Sun Yi's eyes gleamed as he stared at the star tier. With such top-tier materials, the awakening is guaranteed. This equipment's attributes are so incredible that it might even upgrade itself. Hearing this, Jiang An was overjoyed. There were legends of equipment that could self-upgrade without a craftsman's intervention, though the odds were astronomically low. But if even Sun Yi said it was possible, this piece might just work a miracle. Sun Yi couldn't wait to shoo the two of them out of the room before grabbing a black orb from beside the forge. As Jiang An glanced back one last time, he saw Sun Yi toss the black orb into the forge, causing flames to erupt and heat to surge. The door had barely closed when the sounds of astonishment erupted outside. Master Sun Yi is forging again? Even the temperature's been sucked away. Who's he crafting for with such intense flames? Who else could it be? Isn't Wei Qing here? Wei Qing? But isn't he broke? Hearing this, Wei Qing's mouth twitched. Nearby, other blacksmiths gathered around, and even Nyoda set his work aside to join the crowd. Strange, Nyoda muttered. Didn't Master say he was preparing for a trial mission to create a weapon worthy of the rankings? It should take a long time to gather materials. How is he already forging? The rankings. Jiang An frowned. Wei Qing explained. In addition to its battlefield functions, Shanghai Pass has some unique features, like the 100 weapon rankings. The rankings are divided into heaven, earth, and human tiers, corresponding to weapons for 3rd tier and above, 2nd tier and above, and below 2nd tier respectively. Only the top 100 weapons in each category make it onto the list. As he spoke, Wei Qing's hand glowed, revealing a long sword. Take my Thunderblade, for example. It's currently ranked 98th on the heaven tier list. Only 98th, huh? Jiang An muttered under his breath. Wei Qing immediately bristled. This is a ranking of the strongest weapons in history. Just making it onto the heaven tier list means it's already one of the best of the best. It was ranked 77th on the earth tier list before this. Even by guess weapon only ever made it onto the earth tier list, and now it can't even touch the heaven tier. Unless someone crafts something even stronger, Thunderblade and I will stay on the heaven tier forever. After this explanation, Jiang An gained a basic understanding of the 100 weapon rankings. He couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. What level would the equipment Sun Yi was crafting reach? Could it make it onto the potential rankings, or even the human tier list? Inside the room, the constant clanging of forging echoed, while outside, blacksmiths gathered, listening intently to the rhythm of the crafting process. Wei Qing whispered, "This is one way they learn. Though it's no substitute for hands-on experience, it's said to yield unexpected insights. Let's wait over there." The two stepped aside to an empty area to wait. Before they knew it, an hour had quietly passed. The sounds in Sun Yi's forging room alternated between rapid and slow, accompanied occasionally by growls and roars reminiscent of wolves, tigers, and leopards, leaving Jiang An astonished. Shun Yu's fingers gently massaged Jiang An's shoulder, her eyes shimmering with admiration. What incredible forging techniques! No wonder my inherited memories mention that human weaponry can rival the natural scale armor of our dragon clan. Yanning offered peeled grapes with her tongue, while Xiaoyao used her sturdy antlers to massage Jiang An's lower back. Only Chan Xiu, drooling and staring longingly at the rare metals scattered around, eagerly asked, "Master, it smells so amazing here. Are we in heaven? Can I eat some?" "No," Jiang An responded firmly. Wei Qing, standing nearby, couldn't hide his envy as he observed the scene. Who wouldn't want to be a summoner like this? Just as he was about to make a teasing remark, the hammering sounds from Sun Ye's room abruptly ceased. Wei Qing's expression immediately turned serious. "It should be almost done. Let's hope for good results." Jiang An looked expectantly at the tightly shut door, silently wishing for the equipment to autonomously advance to the platinum tier. The blacksmiths sitting outside the room also awakened from their meditative states, their eyes gleaming with excitement. "Nyoda, do you know what Master Sun Yi is forging this time? It feels as intense as when he crafted that king-tier equipment last time," someone asked. Nyoda shook his head, indicating he didn't know, but inwardly, he speculated about why his teacher suddenly had such a clear goal for forging. He instinctively dismissed the possibility that it had anything to do with Wei Qing after all. Wei Qing was so poor. How could he possibly provide materials that would make their teacher work so hard? As discussions buzzed among the crowd, a massive golden book projection suddenly appeared in the sky above the valley. The title 100 Weapons Codex was clearly inscribed on its pages. Whoa, the 100 Weapons Codex. No matter what equipment it is, being included in it makes it priceless, the crowd exclaimed in awe. Wei Qing stood up, a nostalgic look in his eyes. After all these years, the 100 Weapons Codex has appeared again. Truly brings back memories. While Jiang An speculated whether his level 45 weapon could rank as high as 98th on the human list, Sun Ye's door finally opened, and a dazzling platinum light burst forth. Platinum tier? A platinum tier weapon can make it into the 100 Weapons Codex? The blacksmiths exchanged bewildered looks, as even the lowest ranked equipment on the Earth list was at least diamond tier. The 100 Weapons Codex projected a beam of light, and the silhouette of a platinum glowing staff floated out of the room, slowly flying toward the book. The pages turned past the Heaven list and Earth list before settling on the human list. The shadowy images of previously listed weapons, the Death Sword, the red tassel poison spear, and the gold-silver dual rings, moved aside as if making way for this platinum tier staff. The crowd of forging masters was left utterly stunned as the scene unfolded before their eyes. Hundreds of weapon phantoms parted to make way. Such a phenomenon was a rare honor, typically reserved only for the top 3 weapons on the ranking list. Could it be that the piece crafted by Master Sun Yi not only made it onto the Ren list, but also ranked among the top 3? As forging masters, they were all too familiar with the mysterious phenomena of the 100 weapons ranking. These weapon phantoms symbolized the essence and spirit of the forging process, a unique manifestation. Any weapon that ranked in the top 3 would earn the respect of the other weapon phantoms. Low murmurs rippled through the crowd. Many recalled Master Sun Ye's past scornful remarks, how he had dismissed those who forged weapons for the Ren list as mediocrities, unable to make it onto the Tian list or D list, and thus seeking fame through lesser accomplishments. But now, why had he suddenly changed his stance? Maybe Master Sun Yi was simply crafting a weapon casually for someone, and inspiration struck unexpectedly, someone cautiously suggested. The others quickly chimed in agreement, especially when the name of the forger of the Ren list's top weapon, the Blade of Doom, came. UPA craftsman Sun Yi had openly looked down on. Yes, Master Sun Yi was right. Wasting so many materials just to forge a weapon for a second-tier expert is indeed laughable. However, just as they were collectively trying to rationalize Sun Ye's actions, the platinum-grade staff's phantom did not stop at 3rd place. It drifted gracefully to the very top of the list, forcing the previous top weapons, the Blade of Doom, the Crimson Spear of Venom, and others to shift down a rank. The phantom of the weapon that had been last on the list promptly shattered and vanished. A stunned silence fell over the room. The top? The Ren list's #1 spot. Someone finally exclaimed in a strangled voice. The others exchanged bewildered looks. What do we even say to Master Sun Yi when he comes out? Quick, check the weapon's attributes and who owns it. Meanwhile, a private prompt appeared in front of Jiang An, visible only to him. Do you want to reveal the weapon's attributes and owner information? Without hesitation, he selected no. There was no need to let others know the specific stats and abilities of his weapon. Wei Qing, glancing at the 100 weapons ranking, was nearly speechless with excitement. What a deal! Getting Master Sun Yi to help for free actually resulted in the Ren list's #1 weapon, and it can even evolve in the future. The description of the Staff of Time appeared soon after. Grade: Platinum. Attributes: not disclosed. Owner: not disclosed. Reason for inclusion: the first weapon on the Ren list to possess sentience. The crowd erupted into a flurry of speculation. A platinum-grade weapon with sentience? Did they use a star tier? Impossible. If a star tier had surfaced, the 100 Weapons Valley would have known about it immediately. Besides, it was Wei Qing who approached the master. He's so poor, how could he possibly have a star tier? Amid the chatter, Sun Yi emerged from his workshop with a faint smile. The forging masters rushed forward to congratulate him, but he simply waved them off. I just threw together some scraps to test something out. Who would have thought it would end up as the Ren list's #1? Truly, not my intention. Once the others had dispersed, Sun Yi invited Jiang An and Wei Qing into his workshop. As soon as the door closed, he grasped Jiang An's hand excitedly and exclaimed, "Nephew." His eyes darted upward repeatedly, hinting at something. Jiang An understood immediately. The Staff of Time came from the Taoyuan secret realm and carried the ability to summon time servants, making it vastly different from ordinary weapons. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.